Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to be
to
on the...
talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
please.
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Right. Good evening. Welcome to this weekend's episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Sho, and I'm coming to you live from England. Today's date is the 6th of April 2024. Just to quickly get this out of the way, I'm going to be your host for the first couple of hours. Dr. Rudolph, who most of you have come to listen to, unfortunately won't be with us today. It's got a function to attend to. So I'll be kicking off the show. Hopefully Chim would join me at some point to co-host. And as usual, Forefathers will hopefully save the day and take you into the late night or early morning if you're in the UK. So there are a few topics Dr. Damages have highlighted for discussion today, and I'm going to be going through the topics. So some of the things we're going to be discussing today will be air peace. Onyeama enters Lagos to London and slashes the airfare routes. Also, the choice of clothing for the crew, the Isiagu that the war became a talking point for some people. We'll be discussing that. Is it relevant? Is it not relevant? What they wore. We would also be discussing EFCC. They have arrested Mummy of Lagos. If you know, you know. They've arrested Bobrisky for Naira mutilation. Is fondly known as Mummy of Lagos. I only found out, today or yesterday it's called that. We'll be discussing that, the impact that would have going forward. It's not about Bobrisky, so I want you to see beyond Bobrisky. This is not about Bobrisky, because it might turn some people off and think, what have you reduced this channel to, that we are discussing Bobrisky. It's beyond Bobrisky. We would expand the conversation. We would also be discussing President Tinubu promised to bring down inflation, and there are good times ahead for Nigerians. Also, the increase in electricity tariff is gone from 60 Naira per kilowatt to 225, I believe, for those in band A. So we'll flesh that out as well. We'll look into it. What does that mean for the average Nigerian? What does that mean for businesses, for our economy? Does it affect everybody, or is it just for a select few? Also, we'll talk about Senegal, their new president. He publicly declared his assets. Dr. Damages is asking, other African presidents, are they looking, or have they turned a blind eye to that? Would other presidents be declaring their assets as they enter office? I'm not sure if President Tinubu has done that, but it's something to emulate. We'll also be talking about Dangote refinery. Apparently, they're going to be supplying refined product from next month. What does that mean for Nigeria? Also, we'll be talking about Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is on the hot seat after killing an aid worker in Gaza and an Iranian General in Syria. Is Netanyahu determined to expand the war in Gaza, and for what purpose? So these are some of the topics we'll be discussing today. If there are other topics that you would like to add to it, for those who will be joining the panel in a couple of minutes or in about half an hour, of course, please add the topic to it, and we'll throw everything into the mixer and we can discuss it. But as always, if you're familiar with this channel, we have several hosts, and different people have different style of hosting. So the way I prefer to run the show is to have a monologue. I would always have a monologue at the beginning, so that way I don't have to, get involved as much when you guys are discussing, and apart from moderating and kicking people out if they deserve to be kicked out, of course. So I'm going to have a quick monologue regarding some of the subjects, I will leave some subjects that I won't really go into. I will leave those, especially for forefathers. You know, he likes international politics. The Gaza thing is something that's quite, you know, he's very passionate about. He likes to discuss, so I will leave that for him. Like the Faye of Senegal as well, I will leave that for him, and I will discuss, you know, some of the other topics. And as always, since we've learned from the Supreme Court, I like to always front load my evidence. So I'll be sharing a lot of videos. I'll be sharing some pictures with you at the beginning, just to further drive home the point. So in about half an hour or thereabout, I'll be sending out the link, and you know, people can join me in the studio and we can discuss these things, or you can discuss it while I listen. Right. So I'll kick off on a, I don't know if you want to call it, on a lighter note. Bobrisky was arrested for Naira mutilation. He was charged by EFCC for Naira mutilation and also for money laundering. The money laundering has been dropped. That particular case has been dropped. So the only case he's got now, which he has pleaded guilty to, is the money laundering, the Naira mutilation. Now, let me share screen with you. I will try and mute it so that we don't get flagged. Let me mute the audio. But this is one of the videos that landed Bobrisky in the net of EFCC. If only you can hear the alujo that is going on here. Even you, if you have money, you will spend, you will spray. You might land in trouble as well, but if only I'm allowed to play the alujo that's playing, you know, in the background. If you get money, you go spend. But this is one of the things Bobrisky was invited to come and explain. As you can see, you know, spraying money, doing Bobrisky things, the mummy of Lagos, or Lagos, as he likes to say. So this is one of the things that can land you in trouble. For those of you who have a lot of money, if you go to Nigeria, they invite you for a wedding, please be careful. All you need to do is offend somebody and they send the video to EFCC and petition, and before you know it, you'll be called to come and explain, you know, why you're mutilating the Naira. But I beg your pardon. So that's what got Bobrisky in trouble. EFCC arrested him and they paraded him. There's the mugshot. Let me see if I can find the mugshot. There's a mugshot somewhere of Bobrisky. Okay, I think I've got it. So that's the mugshot that was released by EFCC of Bobrisky. Bobrisky Idris Olarewaju Okuneye faces prosecution for Naira mutilation, mutilate currency and face the wrath of the law. So that is from the official page of the EFCC. Just hold on one second, guys. I just had an uninvited guest who I've just pleaded to leave while I do this. So that's Bobrisky's mugshot. So my take on this is, you know, he's pleaded guilty. Is begging to say, you know, his apology goes, you know, something like, I didn't know that it was a crime to spray the Naira. I wasn't aware of the law. So that is what he's saying. But it's going to be sentenced, I think, in a few days. But also there was another celebrity in Nigeria a few years ago that was sentenced to 6 months in prison. And I think that person has come out in support of Bobrisky. I can't remember. I don't know the person's name. I only found out about the person while I was investigating this one and preparing for this show. But, you know, my question to you when you come and join is Bobrisky going to be the last person that is going to be invited by EFCC? And how does EFCC operate? Does it require someone to report, or does EFCC on their own go through social media? Because if they are to do that, how many Nigerians will they be inviting? Because this is something that happens across Nigeria every weekend, where people are spraying Naira. There's so many videos online. So is it a case of you offend somebody doesn't particularly like you, and they just petition EFCC and send them a video of you spraying money? You know, is that what happened to Bobrisky? Or is there more to it? Is it the cross-dressing thing? Is it some of the other allegations of him being, you know, gay or not gay and all of that? That's the way I want us to look at it. So it's beyond Bobrisky now, because some people might turn up their nose and say, I'm not interested in that discussion. But you might go to Nigeria tomorrow, or if you live in Nigeria, you go to a party and they start hailing you and singing and shouting your name, and you get excited, you spray a few Nairas here and there, and before you know it, you land in EFCC's office. Also, the question is, could this be a distraction? And this leads me to the second topic. Could it be a distraction that's intended to just divert the attention of Nigerians? Because in the last couple of days, it's come to light that the electricity tariff in Nigeria has been increased from 60 naira to 225 naira, 225 naira per kilowatt. For those in band A, now that's something we have to stress. According to the Minister for Power, Mr. Bayo Adelabu, he's made it clear that this is not going to affect everybody. In fact, I have it somewhere here. Before I go into the different bandings, do Nigerians even know the band that they fall under? Do you know your band? If you have a house in Nigeria or if you live in Nigeria, do you know what band you come under? And is it the correct banding? Because it's one thing for them to put you in a band. It's another thing for you to have been put in the right or wrong band. If you have parents in Nigeria, do you know what band they are in? If you have a home you're running in Nigeria, do you know what band you come under? So let me quickly go through the bands from what I could find online. So band A are the ones that will be affected by this new tariff. And band A should by right, have 20 to 24 hours supply every day. So between 20 hours and 24 hours of electricity supply makes you fall into band A. Band B would have 16 to 20 hours of electricity supply in a day. And band C should have 12 to 16 hours supply of electricity each day. There's band D, that would be 8 hours to 12 hours supply daily. And band E should have 4 hours to 8 hours of supply every day. So based on this now, people can now start to think, how many hours do I get a day? What band am I, under? Or what band am I in? There'll be a lot of people, and I've seen some reaction. I've not been online lately over the last few weeks due to some, personal reasons. But when I realized how to do this show, I quickly went and searched a few things. And I've seen a lot of Nigerians do something that I have to applaud. I've seen some Nigerians post some things on social media to say, since this came into play, of course, the electricity supplier, the power companies, they were quick to change the tariff. Now, people are now saying, I've studied how many hours I get in a day. And people are saying, I don't get 20, I get 12, I get 16. So can you please reband me? And they posted online, and a lot of these energy suppliers are beginning to reband their customers, because people have been put in band A, and you want to start charging them 225 naira per kilowatt, but they don't get 20 to 24 hours. In fact, there's a guy who did something that I really respect. He had a spreadsheet that he created, and he noted every time electricity came on and it went off, when you say up NEPA, and he noted every single thing within 24 hours. And he told them, he said, how can I be in band A when all I get is 16 hours or thereabouts? So you have to reband me. And I've seen them reband a few people. People have posted pictures to say this was my band as of 2 days ago. But when I complained, they've put me in band B. They've moved them from A to band B. So that's something that is quite interesting. I've also seen some people start to defend the new tariff and say, similar to when the the petrol tariff went. Oh, Nigeria, we pay the cheapest for fuel in the world. We pay the cheapest for diesel and petrol. There are people who've come out to say our electricity is the cheapest in the world, so let's start paying what everybody else is paying. But what I also like is what some Nigerians have done and said, if you're saying we should pay the same as the rest of the world, because you're now telling us how much they pay in Calgary in Canada, you're telling us how much they pay in other parts of the world, it's only fair that you tell us how much people earn in those parts of the world as well, because you can't just tell us, this is the, okay, so let me read this to you, for instance. Someone said electricity in South Africa is 147 naira per kilowatt. In Calgary, Canada, it is 122 naira per kilowatt. In Nigeria, it's going to be 225 for those in band A. But the minimum wage in South Africa is 312,000 naira per month. Minimum wage in Calgary is 2.3 million naira a month if you do the conversion, while the minimum wage in Nigeria is 30,000. So for those who are quick to say our electricity is the cheapest in the world and we need to start paying what everybody else is paying, it will be fair for you to balance the equation by also campaigning for us to be earning the minimum wage, the rest of the world are earning. So, that's that for electricity. That's my take on it. Also, I'm going to play a video of the Minister for Power, Mr. Bayo Adelabu. I find it quite interesting what he had to say. I'll find the video and I'll present that. Righteous man, I see you. I'll bring you on. Just going to go through this quickly and I'll bring you on. So this is Mr. Bayo Adelabu.
Bitter truth that we also need to tell ourselves as Nigerians. We are all Nigerians. A few people are only privileged to sit on the high table here. We are on the same level. We must be able to talk the truth to ourselves. We don't have the culture of consumption management in this country in terms of power, just because of the cheapness of the tariff we pay in power. A lot of people come back from work. They want to have dinner, or they want to play with their colleagues down the road. They switch on the AC for the room to be cooling before they come back. Yes, some people will be going to work in the morning. A freezer has been left on for days. They will still leave it on when all the items in the freezer are already frozen. And 5, 6, 8 hours of their absence will not be able to defreeze. They will still leave it. It will consume power. Just because we are not paying enough. We've all been overseas before. We know how conscious the power consumers are to consumption of electricity.
Okay, so that was a Minister for Power, Mr. Bayo Adelabu from Oyo State. That's what he had to say. He advised, his advice is when you're going out in the morning, turn off your freezer. When you come back, you turn it on. He thinks that's the way people live overseas. With the AC, I can understand that if you're not there and if you're going out for a long period, it's not even safe to leave it on. But if you're, just going to the shop, why not? You can leave it on. Nigeria's a very warm place. If it's 5-10 minutes, I think personally, you can leave it on for 5-10 minutes. You go out, you pop. By the time you come back, your room is cool. I don't see any problem in that. I wonder if he does what he's preaching, if he practices that. But still a few videos regarding electricity. So let me play a video of the president talking about electricity.
Whichever way, by all means necessary, you must have electricity. And you will not pay for estimated bill anymore. A promise made will be a promise kept. If I can't keep the promise and I come back for second term, don't vote for me. That's the truth.
Okay, so that's the president speaking before the election, where he said, promise made is a promise kept. Estimated billing will be bygone. Unfortunately, a lot of people still get this estimated billing, including my parents out in Nigeria. We tried so many times to get the prepaid meter. It's been impossible. In fact, my blood sister, who lives in Nigeria as well, told me about 2 or 3 years ago that there were some NEPA officials that were going around trying to buy back the meters, the prepaid meters from those who have it. I guess it's clipped the wing of some NEPA officials that will go around and start extorting people, because once you have the prepaid meter, you buy you top up. When it finishes. There's nobody coming to cut your electricity, as we say. They won't come and cut the cable and take it away. There's no way you're going to bribe them to say, oh, don't cut my electricity. I know I'm owing 20,000, but take this 2,000 and leave my electricity on. So I was told, by someone who has no reason to lie to me, that some officials were going around trying to buy back, the meters and put people back on this estimated billing. We get estimated billing. The street my parents live on, everybody gets the same amount. It doesn't matter if it's a 4-flat. It doesn't matter if it's a 10-bedroom house. It doesn't matter if it's a 6-bedroom house. It doesn't matter if it's only one widow who lives in there. Flat rate for everybody on that street. I saw that myself. the last time I was in Nigeria. So that's that. You know, what's the effect? What do you think this is going to do to economy of Nigeria? What do you think is going to do to people? Because as we know, they would start from band A and eventually they will roll this out to everybody, because already the ministers already said people should expect more. It would go up even after this 225 per Naira. It's already said expect more increase because it's too cheap, it's not sustainable, we can't keep subsidizing it. I've listened to the minister a few times. It's very uninspiring. Some of the things he said, the first time I paid attention to him was 2019 when he was running for the office of governor of Oyo State under APC, and he lost to the current governor, Seyi Makinde. Let me play something that I found online during the 2019 debate. This is what the minister had to say.
You drive a car in Oyo State in Ibadan, you are having Lagos number on our roads. Why? It has to be stopped. You are using our road, using Lagos number. We'll stop it.
So I'm not sure what the context is. Context is always important, but regardless of the context, someone is saying you're driving on our roads in Oyo State, you have Lagos State plate number, we have to stop it and all of that. And this is not a man who just came from nowhere. He was one of the key decision makers at the CBN. You know, he was I think one of the deputy governors of CBN. So, you know, it's not somebody they just picked from nowhere. These are the people making decisions. These are the people who decide how Nigeria shape up. But, you know, I'll be interested to hear your opinion, how this is going to affect those of you in Nigeria or your families in Nigeria. And on a lighter note, regarding electricity, our president seemed to be quite interested in it. He went to Ebonyi State, I think it was Ebonyi State, before the election, and he had this to say.
We have no blinker of electricity. They spend more than $60 billion. They forget that transmission line is a super highway for generated electricity and power. They could not even make a down payment for a roasted corn for that electricity.
Right, so I thought that was quite funny at the time, and I still find it funny till now. I don't know what he was trying to say, but of course those who supported him understand, and they try to translate it to us, but I still don't get it. But that was the president, and what I find interesting in that video, apart from what he was saying, is his choice of outfit. I'm not sure if you paid attention to what he was wearing. Let me play it for another 2-3 seconds so that you just pay attention to the outfit the president.
We have no blinker of electricity.
So you've seen that you can see what the president was wearing. That's the Ishiagu, and that takes me to the next topic, the airpiece. Beautiful thing that's happened. I salute Mr. Onyeama, or is it Dr. Onyeama? Wonderful thing he's done for himself and for Nigeria as a whole. The Lagos to London route is now open, and it's a direct flight. Nigerians don't have to go and stop in Casablanca or go to Dubai or stop over in all these places. They can have a direct flight from Nigeria on an airline that is run by Nigerian, proudly Nigerian. So many things he said. He was on a rise. Let me see if I can find the video and play some of the things he said. Some of the challenges they faced. If you haven't seen the interview, I implore you to go and watch the interview. Of course, I have to give credit to Arise News for this one that I'm going to play. It belongs to them, it's their material, but giving credit to them. I'll play about 2 minutes of it, and you can go and watch the full interview.
The truth is, if I dwell so much on I would like to look forward, because if you start discussing all the challenges that faced us towards achieving this London route, honestly, you feel like crying, you feel like weeping. First of all, you suffer what I call both internal and external conspiracies. It took us 7 years. We got the designation, I think, about 6.5 years ago, to go into London. Since then, it has been cat and mouse game. We actually procured our 3 777s because of this route, not for any other route, because we wanted to give it the blow that it deserved as at that time. However, we were not allowed to go. It's not just, whether you like it or not, there's what we call international aeropolitics, which is very dirty. We applied to get, for the TCO. TCO means Third Country Operators Permit. You must get that, excuse me. You must get that one before you start going into any European country, UK inclusive. And the TCO organization from Europe wrote our Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. Do you know airpeace? Do you know about their designation? And we were denied. My own country denied us. So they threw it back. Went back to the NCA, they said, oh, we didn't tell you. You didn't tell them. Who designated us? The Minister of Aviation, the Federal Minister of Aviation, whose duty it was, and still is, to do that. Well, we said, okay, we are ready. They refused. They said, until they allow us to apply. So, you got designation from the federal government, and the NCA, under the same federal government, was telling you that you should not make any application towards going into the UK. Meanwhile, you gave us the nod to go to China, go to India. China is 14 hours, about 13 hours going to Guangzhou and 14 hours coming back. India is about 12 now because of the closure of the Sudanese airspace. About 12 going, about 13 coming back. Yet, you didn't find this airline worthy to go into the UK, 6 hours, piece of cake. For an airline that is doing over 160 hours of flying daily in this country, no other airline in the entire West and Central Africa does that much. 160 hours of flying, unblemished, no issues. What is 6 hours? Yet they stopped us. So the game is both from within and without. We were stopped. I would never stop saying it. So we continue this cat and mouse game with the NCA until Captain Musa Nuhu, during his time, said, enough is not enough. APs must be allowed to go in. What is the issue? Remember, they told us to, okay, when the heat became so much, when I gave them a lot of heat, they said, okay, you need to prove to us that you'll be able to pass the TCO. For goodness sake, if I don't pass the TCO, it doesn't mean anything, then I leave. But allow me to go. They said, no, we must prove to them that we're able to pass the TCO. I said, okay, you come and audit us based on the TCO standards. They said, no, you have to get IATA, some consultancy firms from IATA to do that. IATA must conduct that and give their results. We paid, I'm sure it cost over 200 million. We brought IATA. IATA conducted a TCO audit on airpiece dump. Remember, we are IOSA certified, so I don't know why the need for that. We passed. It took several months before IATA even came. We passed. Then they wrote to NCAA that you should allow them to proceed to go and do the audit with the TCO Europe. But they didn't respond. Several months passed, going up to a year. We went back to them and told them that, look, it is better you come out and say why the reason for all this, or I'll go to the press and say it, and I withdraw. But mind you, this country is being fleeced by all the airlines going to London from this place. People were paying 5 times more than they should have been paying. All sorts of reasons you are being given to this. And you say you don't have capacity. You have 3 777s, worth several hundreds of millions of dollars lying out there, fully purchased by this airline. I was when I said, okay. We are now going to audit you ourselves. Not minding the result of the IATA people they recommended. At first, I didn't want to acquiesce to that. My chief operating officer, Mrs. Toyin Olajide, said, Oga, please, let's follow them. So I agreed. They came and audited. No, nothing, of course. I found nothing.
All right, so you're listening to that. A lot of aeropolitics that Mr. or Dr. Allen Onyeama talked about. It's a very interesting interview. I implore you, if you haven't seen it, I'm sure most people have seen it, but if you haven't seen it, go on the Arise YouTube page and search for it. You would find it. It's a compelling one. I listened to all of it. One thing he did say, because a lot of people think this channel and probably someone like myself just don't like anything that comes out of Nigeria or Tinubu's government. Dr. Allen Onyeama actually thanked Festus Keyamo, the Minister for Aviation. And that's something that I would say, and I would applaud Festus Keyamo for whatever role he played. He did say that, he was out there, he fought for them, he spoke on their behalf, and he got a lot of things done, for them. Of course, he did complain that there are a lot of civil servants who are even trying to sabotage their effort within Nigeria, and Dr. Abati almost alluded to, or do you want to go there and go and rub their palms? And the man said, no, I won't do that. I'm not going to, do any of that. So that's what Mr. Allen Onyeama has been able to achieve. Great feat. That's worth, us celebrating as a country. Now, while that was happening, this is the way they decided to launch it. And I showed you the outfit of the president on purpose about 5 minutes ago. Now, on the launch, this is the way the man and his crew decided. Right, so that's the way they decided to step out for the first time, Lagos to London, and that triggered triggered a conversation amongst Nigerians. There were people who had an issue with the choice of outfit that they wore, and they said, why would they wear that? It's not an Igbo airline. If they are saying it's a Nigerian carrier, while wearing Ishiagu. And I saw some vile comments. Some people were wishing the planes would crash. Some people were saying it's an airline they would use to ferry ammunitions for IPOB, and some really shocking things that people are saying. And I know some people say, oh, don't talk about it, it's irrelevant. No, we need to, just to let people know that these are some of the things we're up against. There are people who genuinely believe that, and if we leave them to roam free and start disseminating things like that, there are people who would actually believe it. But the same Mr. Allen Onyeama is the same one sporting this cap. What does that say? United Nigeria. The man is not tribalized. You listen to him, in less than 5 minutes, you can tell he's not a man that is tribalized. He sees himself as Nigerian. He talks about the airline, as belonging to Nigerians. It's not an Igbo thing. And when it's convenient for our politicians that some of our people support, they do this. From across Nigeria, everybody's wearing, every 4 years. It's like the leap years, like the calendar, when it has February has 29 days. Every 4 years, you see our politicians, they would all wear Ishiagu. There will be no problem. Their supporters won't have an issue with them. But the minute somebody chooses to promote, somebody should please tell me when you join online and in the comment section, is there anything called a Nigerian outfit or attire? I know there's Igbo attire. I know there's the Hausa Fulani. If I say Yoruba Ashoki, I recognize it. But what is the Nigerian attire? Maybe we have one that I don't know of that represents all of Nigeria. This airline, they served Zobo. They served Kilishi on the flight. That's not an Igbo, it's not peculiar to the East. People were offered Zobo, offered Kilishi. There was Eba, there was Eforiru, there was goat meat pepper soup on this flight. It's a Nigerian thing. The minute this flight lands anywhere or any foreigner enters the flight, they are captivated by the outfit, the print on this, velvet, Ishiago, the one that's tiger. I don't know what is it, Odom or is it Odom or something. There's one with tiger, there's one with the lion. It's beautiful. I don't see any problem, but there are people who are hell-bent on having an issue. They don't like this. What's wrong with this? I think it's beautiful. And if you think it's not nice, there's one place I can direct you to. Go to these people. Go and drag them. Ask them where your money is. This is the one where you can wear, you can tell them what to wear. It belongs to Nigeria. You can go and fight and say, this is our own. No, we don't want to see Asia go on it. People don't complain when it comes to this Nigerian air scam. And when we came here the last time, they were talking about this nonsense. And I said it was a scam. And I was telling them, see, this is the website. Track the flight. Track the plane. The plane left from Addis Ababa. It went to the Middle East, where it disappeared, went off grid for a few days, where it was getting all this paint work, all these stickers done. And he appeared in Nigeria, and they were giving it the water hose treatment, the way you would treat a brand new plane. That's what you do to brand new planes. They pretended it was a brand new plane. We told people it's a scam. They said, no, you're a hater. Now that it's disappeared, it's all gone. Where's the man in charge of this? The former minister. He's somewhere chilling. You won't expend the same energy on people like that. But you see a man trying to do right, and you are holding on to the choice of the cloth they wear. I mean, look at this. This is Virgin Atlantic compared to Airpeace price. All this Virgin Atlantic and BA, they were charging 1,400, 1,500 just before this happened. And as soon as this came, the prices crashed. Competition is good. See, monopoly is too expensive. We can't afford it. So we should be celebrating this. The next time I'm going to Nigeria, I'm flying this airline to even have a taste of it. If I don't like it, then I can go back to what I'm used to. But I'm actually going to fly this airline. I don't care what they wear, Ishiagu or whatever. They can wear what they like. They can wear Babariga. They can wear Ashoke. It doesn't bother me. This is what we should be talking about, the positives that we can take from this, not, focusing on all this other nonsense. If you, like I said, if you want to fight, if you're unhappy about it, these are the people you go to. Go speak to them. Go vent your anger. Tell them you're not happy. This is the choice of clothes you should wear. Leave Dr. Onyeama alone. Let him decide what his crew would wear. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. So that's everything I'm going to be talking about. Like I said, there are other topics. The young president. There are people talking about him having 2 wives. How's that going to play out? Is it going to be an issue? Will there be drama? Is declared his assets? Gaza, and we're talking about Gaza, Israel, and the rest of it. But Ukraine and Russia they've been bombing each other over the last few days. It seems like people have moved on from that. So that's another thing, we should talk about. And I'm sure that would that falls right within Forefathers territory later in the evening when the night shift starts. But enough of that. I promised 30 minutes. I've gone for 40 minutes. Let me bring in the crew. I can see Loco P when you're ready. And guys, if you, in fact, this is quite interesting. I can see someone eating right now. I was going to touch on the house rules. Please, when you join and you're on screen, eating is not allowed. It's something we've talked about many times. When you're background and you're not on, of course, you can eat, is fine. You can drink, you can have a drink, you can, that's fine. Tea, water, even your drink can be strong. Just, mix it with Coke and it looks like Coke, whatever. But eating on screen is not something that we tolerate. If I want to watch a mukbang, people eating, I'll go and watch a mukbang video on YouTube where the, Asian people eat and slop and all of that. There are people who watch it, 3 million views, 5 million views. That's not why we're here. So if you need to eat, please excuse yourself, go have some food. If you're driving, don't even bother joining. The minute I say you're driving, I'll kick you out. It's not personal, but it's for your own safety, and we can be part of the reason why you crash, So please stay safe. Do not join while you're driving. All right, so Local P, I see you. I see Righteous Man all the way from Nigeria. Forefathers, I'll leave it to you when you're ready. Of course, you've got the keys to the studio. Paul, welcome to the show. Xero, welcome.
Thank you, and good morning.
My guy from Nigeria to London. See how your background come fine, come fresh, no darkness. I'm happy for you, my brother. I'm going to go around. Let me remove this image. I just left it for those who are angry to know where to go. Right, so Loco P, welcome to the show. You're muted, except you're not ready. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, show.
Loco P,
sorry. Okay. No, don't mind. Yeah. So what was the question? I muted before. Sorry.
I didn't ask you. I just say welcome to the show.
Okay, sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry.
As always, if there's any topic we've left out, what I would do differently is, if there's any topic of interest to you that you think we've left out, I will give you 2 minutes to tell us the topic and quickly just trash it out, talk about it in 2 minutes, and we leave it. So if there's none, I'll move to Righteous Man.
Okay. Hello everybody. How you doing? Welcome back from the Easter holiday, and power to the people of Nigeria. Anyway, what's called national attire. That you talked about the material instead of Ishago. We had one. You didn't discuss about it. Your first lady, she launched one Nigerian material. United Nigeria Ashwebi.
I missed it. Like I said, I've not been on social media. I'm sorry. I missed it completely.
Okay. Last week she launched one Nigeria Ashwebi. That one is United Nigeria that anybody can wear. So I think probably maybe she was, I don't know. Okay, probably she was the one who okay, no, let me not accuse her wrong. Probably she foresaw the blasting coming for Onyeama. Why should you use this kind of material? Or she saw the material to be launched, so she's like, okay, why that one is going on? Let me go and look for Nigerian Ashwebi, so that maybe in case he had a change of mind, they will not start to use that one. But like I said, for me, I wouldn't have okay, like you said, it's a new case. Let me not talk about my opinion on that. Let it go around first. They will start talking about opinion.
Thank you. Righteous Man, welcome. How's Lagos?
Yeah, sure. Good evening, and all the panelists. Lagos is hot, and we are quite mourning. We are not happy. Lagosians are crying. Everybody is in pain. These guys have turned hell on us. We are just a living dead people, walking around hopelessly without any no comforter, nothing. It's just that bad. It's just that bad because honestly, if there is anything I've regretted in my life, if I have opportunity, I will question God why He have to make me a citizen of this country. Honestly, because there is no hellfire anywhere that can be described except this country. It's quite unfortunate. Quite very unfortunate that animals worth more than us, and those who said they are our leaders, they don't consider us as humans, and they don't care about what happens to us. It's quite unfortunate, honestly, just quite unfortunate. Sure, you won't understand, and it's pretty good that those of you that have the opportunity to be in diaspora, you should begin to thank God, because what we are facing in this country today, there is no country in the world that the citizens will face it and there won't be riots, But, well, I don't know. As me, I'm confused. I'm confused.
All right. It's always, it's never a pleasure to hear the sort of things that you have to say. It's your reality. You're the one living in Lagos, so I can't challenge you. If there are other people who live in Lagos and have a different opinion, please, you're welcome to share your opinion or your experience and tell us how. If you have it better than Righteous Man, we don't want just one narrative. All views are welcome, especially I'm hosting. If somebody comes with a different opinion, I won't allow them to be, heckled or shut down. Come and tell us how, if Lagos is working for you, life is good. We would like to hear that. We like a balanced view. Paul, welcome to the show. Sorry, before Paul, I've been called out a few times. My people in the comment section,
they want to
I plead with thee, forgive your humble family member. How can I forget to acknowledge my? See, this is what power corrupts. Because I'm hosting, I forgot to acknowledge my people. That's my constituency. The chat section, the chat gang, I salute you. I recognize all of you, all our viewers across the world. Welcome, thank you. I've seen a super sticker. I've seen a super chat from someone. Thank you for your donation. When my Oga comes back from travel, I'll tell him that I don't sell markets. So for the rest of you, please buy the market I'm selling, so that when my Oga, Dr. Damages come back, I'll give him say, Oga, don't sell market. Paul, sorry to interrupt. Go on.
Sure, thank God say you say power corrupt. So not the blame Nigerian politicians.
Don't worry, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Paul, is there anything that I left out that you like to add?
No. Other than just want to touch briefly, because I know just let it pass a little faster. The Nigerian attire. Say the Nigerian attire. I think the Nigerian attire, we have a Nigerian attire, but the thing is that it's just not beautiful. Why don't people leave the Chiago? Do you want us to wear green, white, green agbada like Super Eagles use when we go play, when we are representing Nigeria? Is that the word that they call Nigerian attire? People can be very, very funny. You understand? They should just let the Ishagu be. Some of us who are privileged to buy that Ishagu, maybe we travel. My younger brother married from Imo State. You understand? When I visit, I didn't attend the wedding, but I later visit because of my contribution and everything. They gave me one. Guess what? It's one of my, I treasure it so much. Once in a while, whenever the Igbo community have any events do here, when I wear it, you understand, they treat me more. They are so happy when they see me wear it. It makes them laugh. Some will call me Mala. Mala don't wear Ishagu. It's just so nice. And everything. All I know, like somebody told me sometimes, said, guy, if you wear this thing, just wear that with black cap. Don't wear that with the red cap. I think that's it. So people should just stop.
Thank you. It's a good point that you mentioned what the Super Eagles wore during the African Nations Cup. Nobody complained. We all didn't even, we didn't
nobody noticed.
You understand? They were representing Nigeria. They wore what they wore. Whatever they wore, it belongs to one part of Nigeria, but no one complained. But it's funny how people behave. And talking about Isiago, since this started, I just thought, as somebody who has been called an Igbo boy, I've contacted my link in Nigeria. I'm getting this next week.
Who want that made that? Who want that made that?
So who want get headache? Make it get headache. Me, I don't
make you wear black cap, no wear red cap. Because red cap now for their teeth.
I wear this my cap. This ordinary
the original, the natural cap. Wear the natural cap.
Bori.
Welcome to the show, my brother. Is there anything we've left out that you would like to add?
Good evening, everyone. Actually, I mean, sometimes when we say we should add something, I think if we add too many things, it will become what.
So sorry, not add. If there's any topic we missed, I'll give you 2 minutes. Mention it and just quickly, brush it. So tell us about it.
There's not much we missed apart from the international scene. There's something really big going on, but it's not really our issue.
Right. All right. No problem. Thank you for that.
What about Senegalese young president marrying two wives?
That's why I said those things are not really our issue, because when you see what is boiling in Nigeria now, you now want to discuss those things.
Let it go around. I have one breaking news, so I don't know if it's true. Let it go around first.
We'll come back to you.
Breaking news. I don't know if it's true.
You're muted. Let me see if I can unmute you, Chino.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shu. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, loud and clear.
Yeah, actually, I don't really have anything to say. I prefer to listen from the background. I just came here for an appeal. I want to appeal, please. I want to speak with Reverend Father Augustine, one Father Augustine that normally comes here.
Okay.
I think he stays in the US. So please, if anybody can connect me with him or give me his contact, or
Rudolph will do that.
If actually if he's listening, I really need his contact. I really need to speak with him. So that's why I came. I listen always from the background. Whenever you don't see me here, I'm always listening wherever I am. I will listen for the background. Thank you. Yeah.
Come back in the evening, because he always comes in the evening show.
Come back in
so that would be better, because some of us may have his contact, but we may not want to give it to you. So if you come back in the evening, I think it will be better for you.
It's all right. It's all right.
So maybe around 11 o'clock UK time.
Okay. It's all right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Don't worry. Just ask FBI.
Mr. Alaba Ferreira. I didn't call you Ferrari. I'm the only person that calls your name. It's one of the things we do on this platform. We just call people whatever name we like. They call Olumide Olamide. They call Ferreira, Ferrari. Alaba Ferrari.
Because I'm calling Etin John.
Yeah, it's Ferreira, Alaba Ferreira. I enjoy it when people call me Alaba more. That's more than Ferreira, but that's the one I put up there. Greetings to everybody on the panel. I think on one of the topic you might have also missed out to start with is the issue of is it the Chief of Army Staff or Chief of Defense Staff, Musa, going to the Senate to talk about how the judiciary doesn't work, how they would arrest a vessel and the vessel will be released, blah, 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 running his mouth. I think all the items you've listed, I think without commonizing it without minimizing it with the issue of the new president having 2 wives, which I think is a very African thing, should be applauded. I wish I was a president with 7 wives, you know.
I tell you.
And my wife here is saying boo to that.
I tell you.
That's a very African thing. She can say boo all she wants, but the issues at hand are really very serious, very, very deep. It shows that we have mad people in government. Let's not minimize it. We really have mad people. Like that Adedibu guy, you know, you just read his resume. Adelabu, you know, he's the son of Adedibu or something like that. Yeah, so he must have gotten his position from being, you know, related to that man, from the central bank governor to he ran for governor for your state, said license plates that are in Lagos should not run in Ibadan. You can see how mentally demented. We need to have a psychologist, a doctor, to examine all these people we put in leadership. None of them are normal people. They're all sick people, psychologically, medically confirmed. None of them are normal. And not just that, they're criminals. So criminals making laws, you've raised
we'll come to all this. So when we flesh, I was just asking if there's anything that you think we missed.
Oh yeah, what we missed is that issue of that Chief of Army or Defense, Minister of Defense, Musa, you know, talking about the judiciary being a total failure, which is an indictment of the government that is in a sane society, instead of saying that he himself will resign from such a government. But, you know, we have mad people in government, more deeper problems, more stuff to talk about. You know, I think we missed out on that one. And then the issue of this, that lady being arrested or that man,
I've talked about it.
Yeah, so you did talk about that one.
I talked about it. All right. It'd be like, say, this man, they sleep for Germany. In his mansion. It looks like he's sleeping now. Wake up. Don't sleep.
I'm not sleeping. How can I be sleeping?
Collect your money.
I listen to Naira. I listen to talk.
Is there anything that we missed?
I'm not sleeping. I don't. From our point of view, from our side.
No, anything we missed, not your point of view on the topics.
No, I don't think there's anything we missed anyway.
Okay, so let me skip you. Let me skip you.
Me.
All right. Even to Niger. Sorry, 1 second. Yes, Eagles Air, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Is there any topic you would like to tell us about in like a minute that we missed? We can't hear you. No, can't hear you. You're speaking, but we can't hear you. I would employ the service of...
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, clearly now.
Okay. So I want us to look into, you know, some time ago, this PRO of military of 13, concerning the Delta State issue. They said that the military went to that place without any weapon. But yesterday or day before yesterday, also the Chief of Army Staff or who make an announcement that they have recovered the weapon that they have collected for the military. If we watch this thing, it looks so contradicted. So I want us to look into it and know which one is saying the truth or which one is lying. Because first announcement that they did not go there with any weapon. But 2 days ago, they announced they had recovered the weapon. Then how did they recover the weapon? On whose hand? In which place? In which house? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Olumighty. Olumide, the drug seller of Canada. Legit drug.
Sure, Baba. I greet you all also.
Brother Mijamisi.
Okay, now. So my guys, I mean everything trending in the news is what you said, but one shocking news aspect that I don't know if there's any Canadian here or in the panelists to be any witness. we have this popular channel called CP24. It's a Canadian news, and yesterday I was listening to it. And they reported, and immediately I heard that news. I went online, Sahara Reporters, the popular online Nigerian papers, to see if they will report it. I mean, how are these people getting information ahead of us without us? I mean, something happening in my own country is what I'm hearing from a foreign news agency. They reported that 21 people were killed in Kogi State in what was termed a farmers' elder clash. And you know when that happens, we know what exactly is happening back home when that happens. That it is this headers.
I heard it was reported actually. The Nigerian news carried it.
Which Nigerian media?
Go to VOP. They carried it actually. I heard it. Even some newspapers also carried it.
Okay, so for me, it was very. I mean, that the foreign news entity will carry it. That speaks to the fact that I mean, do we really cherish life?
All right.
Where we should back home.
I think what that speaks to is the fact, not the fact, that's a common thing now, and I'm getting sucked in. It almost annoy me when I hear everybody say the fact. I think that speaks to us being numb to people being wide, people being unalived in Nigeria. It's become like a regular thing that it happens, and our news channel just sort of touch on it briefly, which is not normal. It's not right. I agree with you. It should be front page, back page, middle page, but it's almost like, we're becoming numb to it. It happens so often. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Is there anything that we left out that you want to tell us about?
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. You have covered most of the topic. Maybe we're missing about the Kaduna, the governor of Kano that set up to probe Gandhi, how he was money in his purse. So set up, to probe him or some other, irregularity that happened during Gandhi time. And the guy that took was a journalist, that took the picture. It wasn't an implanted something or something like that, but because he took the pictures and he came out, they tried to subjugate him, but he refused. So we have to see how that's going to, pile out in Nigerian space. And there's one more thing. I think there's something about the landmark on the coastal area in Lagos. I've forgotten the name of the guys somewhere from Igbo that have all those things.
That was the rumor I was talking about. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Alaba,
it's not a rumor, anyways. It's not a rumor.
In 30 seconds, Alaba, please.
There were two things I missed out. The shooting of the Shiites in Kaduna or Kano during their protest, and also the fact that they said MFLA's case is over, probe is over from the presidency, that the issue of MFLA's probe is over, just like...
Oh, is it? Because I saw something today on the cable, which I was going to throw in to say MFLA faces fresh 26 count charge to be arraigned on Monday.
Yes, fresh
charges.
It's
to be arraigned on Monday, 26 fresh count charge. That was today. From the cable.
But they did say that the probing of him is over, maybe the investigation like they did for the other one they investigated years back during Buhari.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. CM, I see you at the background.
Please, I want to say something. Please, I forgot something. There's a place I saw in S. They said that Tinubu demanded to release Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know whether it's true, but I saw that on S. So if there's anybody here that confirms this, the person should.
That's a big news. If it's true, I'm sure we will need X. The whole Nigeria will be. I mean, most Nigerians will be talking about it. If for or against, it's such a big news that we cannot miss it. But CM, I see you at the background. I'll bring you in as soon as I can. Dr. Dominic, you're such a gentleman. Because you have the keys, you actually removed yourself.
You can put me in the background so that CM can come in.
Okay. Yep. Wonderful. Thank you. I see Dominic actually left, so someone can be.
You can put me in background also.
All right, thank you. So many volunteers. We like that. Dr. Dominic is like Jesus. See sacrifice. He just removed himself, put somebody, as somebody who has keys to the studio. See, you can see people who have keys to the studio, when they come in, they just go to the top left. So when Pansat is complaining. Anyway, Dominic, good to see you. CM, good to see you as well. Let me go to the two of you quickly before we start discussing the topics. Is there anything we left out that you would like to tell us about? Dominic.
CM, go ahead.
Okay, yep, CM.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Shu, and the rest of the
Good
crew.
evening, Dr. CM.
Actually, is there anything we left out? One Jaguda where the Ojuelegba, I read it in the news. One Jaguda say he said government they marginalize them.
Okay, who is this person now?
He said now because they're on that bridge. Say they know they remember them again. Tete. So I don't know whether
who is the person? Are you who is this person?
Government should empowerment them.
I've not been following the news. Please, who is this
now
person?
you be the person. Now you be, as you talk and be like saying that you.
Not be new.
The government. say government should empowerment of force. Make the empowerment of force. Government
It looks
don't
like
forget.
there's a video somewhere. I need to find it. Who said it?
Talk now. You just laugh.
Okay, let's go to doctor. From one doctor to another. Dr. Dominic.
Where local, they hurry me today. Which one? Look, which one you there? Now your area be that or what?
You put us suspense now. Suspense.
Dr. Dominic.
No, it's true. Anyway, the thing is that
CM is
the hardship in the yeah. The
okay, so that's the topic. The hardship. Okay, go on.
Yeah, the hardship in the country. People. I remember somebody saying that so far that the dollar, Nigeria measure things by the exchange rate. He said the dollar has dropped, but the cost of foodstuff in the market did not drop. And they were wondering, after all, when they were moving it up, they were saying it's because of the dollar. Now that the dollar is crashing, not really crashing the way we had wanted, but at least, coming down, that they expect, even if na 50 naira, where they come off for a mudu of gari, it go help. On a 1,000 naira or 2,000 for a bag of rice, it will help. So I think in that direction. So I think that needs. I think I saw it on one of these news central. That's why I'm just bringing it up, and it makes it's topical. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
CM, they are still selling old stocks, so it will come down. Maybe they finish the old stock first.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe.
Yeah. So, Dr. Dominic, it's good to see you. It's been a minute.
I know.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah. I'm really sorry. It's been a while. The thing is, it's just my schedule is all over the place. Like I just came back.
Making money now. It's good.
I just came back from working nights. I'm even sleepy, but I said I must join the show today.
You're making money.
Your money plenty. Your money plenty. Where?
Which kind of money plenty?
You work over time.
A back account they ring bogo.
Just to get a lot. Every day.
I miss all of you. One thing I wanted to point out is I don't think this had been mentioned. Is obviously as a physician, this is something that is dear to my heart. But we've been not even noticing, like in the last couple of years, how many actors have we lost due to medical issues? And it begs the question, these are very popular people who we expect to have the means to support themselves, right? But then we are having them coming in social media when they're like half dead, and the next thing you know, the person dies. And one thing always rings, there's always one underlying theme: non-communicable diseases. Because in the dawn of the century, what was ravaging a lot of Western countries was infectious diseases. And then over time, it went to, as time progressed, the medical advances, people moved from being killed by infection to being killed by the rich man's disease. So diabetes, high blood pressure. So you're stressing, you're eating too much junk food. And then guess what? Africa and the advanced, I won't call it developed countries, less advanced countries went from infections, because guess what? We're having access to antibiotics now. We're having access to maybe some medical advances. Now where people are living longer. Now we're progressing from dying of infections to now dying of non-communicable diseases. So people are dying of high blood pressure in Nigeria, heart attack, diabetes, kidney disease, especially in black people. And nobody seems to be talking about this. So there's something I think is very important and should be discussed to some extent. I can offer my not advice. I can give medical advice in public. I don't give medical advice in public, but I can offer some insights into some of what I know and maybe give some sensitization to people who are here.
All right.
And I will leave you guys to argue about the politics.
All right. Thank you very much. That's an important one. Can be overstated. Health is wealth. That's been said many times. In fact, I think Rudolph sent out something a while ago about people looking after their own hearts and checks and all of that. Me, myself, I'm a bit guilty of that. I need to go do my MOT for myself, not the car now. The car gets MOT, me the owner.
5 years, 6 years, and let me do MOT. 6
So
years.
please allow me to ask, Dominic, are you a medical practitioner?
Is a doctor.
Is a
Yes,
doctor?
sir.
Oh, please, I will. Maybe you can drop the contact on the
Yeah,
private.
now.
No, it's not free.
Prescription.
It's not
No,
free.
the reason is
It's
this:
not
what you just said now is true, and I've been eating beans since yesterday. No carbohydrate. I'm telling you.
Beans is carbohydrate now.
Beans, but
No,
it's breakable for the system. My system, I can
It's
adjust to
protein.
it.
No,
But it's more
beans is more
protein.
carbohydrate than
Carbohydrate
protein.
is more protein. But I think doctor can explain to me more.
All right.
Please drop the contact.
No problem.
Who forced you? No, who forced you to eat beans since yesterday?
He's a dietitian
My
now.
body can digest it better.
Now the one
Look
where
at
you
the
put,
doctor. All right.
now the one where you
So-
put at food first.
Your poor neighbors, as they chop beans now, they don't suffer.
Sorry,
All right. So
sorry, Dominic.
The
Dominic,
beans
see,
that you are chopping and the methane gas or whatever you are removing, you can tap into it into green and make it into green energy.
Green energy. Sorry,
I'll produce my own electricity.
Dominic, is it true? Dominic, is it true that black people, right? That when it comes to kidney, that they have the best kidney function?
What I have noticed, and I don't want to co-opt this show and turn it into a medical show, is there are particular diseases kidney diseases that tend to affect black people, like what we call FSGS. There's some genetic predisposition, especially for black people, and I've heard of people who've ended up dying of those kidney issues, and the best way to handle this is to get kidney transplant. But the thing is, it's a very difficult topic to discuss because of lack of medical infrastructure. So for me, it's like I'm advising people about things that at the end of the day, there's no means for them to treat themselves. So if I tell about FSGS and you get genetically tested and you find out you have predisposition to it, okay, what are you going to do? Like, you can't. There's no kid. I'm not even sure there's a kidney transplant or a transplant registry in Nigeria.
No, it's not.
You know what I mean? So there's a lot of complexity. So it's almost like, why even open the box if you cannot even if there's no form of mitigation or things to do? So sometimes it's just better to just not talk about it.
You saw the breakthrough. You saw the kidney transplant breakthrough they did, right? With one black guy in America.
all right.
With pig kidney.
Yeah, but it's not as simple as you think.
Okay.
Okay, so let's. I think what we can do is to have Dr. Dominic, not to give medical advice. I'm sure Rudolph can arrange that. Even
As a guest.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't have to be 10 hours, all those long ones that would make him think I'm not doing it. It could be 2 hours. People can ask basic questions and he can give his opinion without giving medical advice. So he's a co-host. He can set it up himself. Rudolph can set it up. We can get someone like Electricity to interview him. Electricity loves interviewing people. It could be Forefathers. It could be myself. He could just have a solo show and deal with people's comments. So, but let's. Two Nigerians still going on about, do I think beans has more carbohydrate than protein? To Nigeria. That's why I highlighted your comment so I don't forget. Me too, I use Google like you. I like Google. I found this out a long time ago.
There's
I'm not
something
saying it's
about
bad.
beans that the body digests easily than rice. And
I'm
all
not
those
saying
things.
it's bad. So don't let's conflict things. It's just factual statement. Beans has more carbohydrate than protein. Simple. The day I found out, me too, I fought it. I because I felt like I've been lied to all my life.
It's true. It's true.
Eat beans so you can go tall. Eat beans. I felt like I've been lied to, so I found out, and but it's okay. Let's move away from that. Dr. Dominic, you don't want to discuss all of this, so I'll just leave you there. I'll go to, or except if you want to talk about it, so I'll go to Loco P. Now, the Bobrisky case, like I said, I don't want us to look at it as, wait. This is the problem. It's not about Bobrisky. Local P. All you need to do is go to Nigeria, and somebody is calling you local P. I even saw a video of Peter Obi where Sonia Ade was hailing him. But you know, Peter Obi now, he went there, he whispered into Sonia Ade's ears. I'm sure he said, "My senior brother, I'll send you something."
Yeah,
and he left. He didn't pay money.
Yeah.
He must have said, my dear elder brother, I'll get your account.
Wise man.
All you need to do is go to Nigeria and spray money. After they start singing your name, you don't drink 1 or 2 shots of something, you get excited. Somebody doesn't like you, reports to EFCC, and it's an issue. So let's not look at it as we're discussing Bobrisky. Of course, I won't reduce the channel to that. But going forward, you know, would this be something that you think EFCC should keep up with? Because there are thousands of people doing this in Nigeria every weekend. And also, do you think there's more to it? Is this a distraction, like someone like Ovio would usually say, or Alaba to say it's a distraction? If you're not talking deep things, not of God now, but deep things of this world, Ovio is not interested, Alaba is particularly not interested. But is it a distraction? Is it something they did to say, you know what, this is our tariff increase, let's throw Bobrisky in there, people will talk about it, it would, you know, what do you think of it? Not Bobrisky, but the act itself.
I get your point now. Okay, the thing is this, right? Nigeria docility is raised to power 250. You know, they're like, even if you put things in their face, they are so docile they can see it and they can just be like, Nigeria will do now, and they won't still do anything. So saying that because of the tariff and they are using that guy's issue as distraction.
Is he a guy?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so, because like I said, we've had what situation whereby the fuel price was taken from how much is what 200 and something straight up to 700 and something. What happened? There was no distraction there now. And what Nigeria said, the only thing they thought of doing was let everybody start trekking. That was the way they think they can cushion their effects. So put worst things to their face. They have this shock absorber to chest it and move on. No, that's Nigeria. So how many of Nigerians do have time to be looking at matters like that? They'll be focusing on BP Nigeria and Gist Lover for the latest negative gist out there, or like this Bobrisky guy thing. You just be whatever. Why you can see they were coming on to themselves. Why would they give him the best actress? Why did they give him the best female this and that? They were occupying themselves with those kind of stuff. So they wouldn't even have time for such tariff increase. You know, so Nigeria, for me, it's not a distraction. Nigeria is just such a docile place where people just move on and nothing happens. Then for the saying it's a wind shot. No, it's not a wind shot. It's just that police, even in the US, police cannot catch all armed robbers the same day. It's only one at a time, you understand? They will catch you today, and tomorrow somebody will go free, you understand? And next tomorrow they catch somebody else, you understand? So for me, it's not a wind shot. It's just one bad day for this person, and he got caught, and that's it. And the guy pleading that is ignorance, that he is not aware, that's a big lie. Come on. Your friend was caught some years ago. She was paraded. She did 6 months, and she's your friend. You are not aware of that. Come on, man. It's just they love taking the piece. You understand? So they think nothing can happen. He believed nothing would ever happen, and you know, got shocked off his life, and now he's potentially doing 6 months if care's not taken. You know, for the crime. So for me, it's not a distraction. It's just
all right. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Dr. Dominic. Before you go on, I just want to play something. There's a video of Bob, as I like to call him, you know, Bob. Anytime he comes in the news, when he becomes mainstream media, that's when I hear about him. I think people like that live on Instagram or TikTok. I'm only on Twitter, so I don't often see them. But when something big happens, you know, we cross paths. There's a video of him in court, and there's something I noticed. Let me share this.
No yash, no breast.
Ignore the audio. Forget about the audio. It's just the visuals. Okay, so I intentionally let it play to the point where you see the lawyers in their wigs, because people might argue and say it's not a court. So 2 things I noticed. On a lighter note, it was looking as flat as A4 paper.
No yash, no breast.
You take his price possession with him. You know, the front and back very flat, just like a regular guy. But that aside, did you notice the amount of files and papers in that room? In 2024, this is what we have going on, and that's Lagos.
Play it again, please.
Please, that is the main reason why I played it. Pay attention to the amount of files in that courtroom in Lagos. Whatever you do, don't get in trouble in Nigeria. If your file did that place, the thing catches fire.
You are dead.
When I saw that, apart from the joke that, he didn't take his prized possession, his back and his front, I saw those and I'm like, because this is what I do. I work in digitalization, where we move organizations in the UK, different organizations from paper-based to, electric, especially with the public sector. I talk about the NHS a lot. That's part of what I do. Different NHS organizations moving from paper-based to EHR, as you call it in the US. Dr. Dominic, you call it EHR, electronic health record. We call it EPR, electronic patient record in the UK. You see, the world they've moved on so much, and we're still doing this. There's a particular project I worked on 2 years ago in Manchester. 10 different hospitals form one trust. It's called the Manchester Foundation Trust. In 1 year, year on year, after they went live with this particular software. Now, hear this. All the 10 trusts, they were not using paper. They were using some paper and some systems, but they did away with their legacy systems. So all 10 were using different systems, EHR systems, EPR systems. All 10 now said, we're going to do away with all our different systems and adopt one popular system. It's an American provider. I won't mention it, so it doesn't sound like an advert. It's one of the latest EHR systems. And they adopted it. In 1 year, they saved, how many now? Sorry, let me see. How many? 14 million sheets of paper they were able to save. 14 million sheets of paper in 1 year. From just upgrading to a different system. And look at our court system. Look at the mess. Don't have court case in Nigeria, whatever you do. Righteous man. In terms of spraying money, do you get excited? Do you spray money in church? Do you spray money at parties? What do you think this means for Nigerians going forward? Would it become a regular thing that people are arrested? Don't start, Lukopi.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. It looks like.
So, yes. I think the discussion of spreading of money, I don't think is the major thing now that we are facing in this country. I think that Nigerians should be. I read the.
You're breaking up. Your internet used to be good, though. Nigeria is happening.
Sure. Now who get money? They spray money.
Yeah, the moment I told you people,
yes.
Are you with me?
Go on. Yes.
Yeah. The moment I told you guys the line I was using, and I don't know whether you guys went and did something about it. I started having problem with my internet. But anyway, that is just one of those things. Now, the issue of spreading money, I think it's not the major thing about this country today.
Okay.
You see, when you read the comment section, the reason why I don't reply is because some of those guys in the comment section are very young. They've not tested any challenges in life. And they've not encountered what is life. Some of them are privileged that maybe they come from a rich family and they find themselves in abroad and they think life is like that. And they talk rubbish and write rubbish in the comment section. Sometimes I just ask God to forgive them because they don't know what they are doing. You can't just insult person. You can't just come on comment section because you have the privilege of writing. Then you start talking rubbish against an individual. It's quite unfortunate that we have low-class thinking people that comes to this panel to write rubbish. But I don't I don't blame them. They have that opportunity. If they are in Nigeria buying data, I don't think they will not buy. They will not spend their time to write those rubbish there. Show Nigeria is bleeding, and those who cares about humanity, those who cares about how their fellow human being created by the same God or the same creator, what they are passing through. I think can do, maybe he's back to US right now. He should join this panel and let you guys know what is going on here. Life is not easy here. I know life is not easy anywhere, but Nigeria own is exceptional. The problem we are facing here, there is no country in the world, not even Somalia that is fighting war, can face it and the citizens will stand. You know? So whenever an accurate news is given about what is happening in Nigeria, you see some fellows that lack human empathy. They will come to section and start talking. There's somebody say, why don't you go back to your Biafra? Is that not the mentality of those who are accusing Onyeama for wearing Isiago? You can see the kind of level of people we have. We are criticizing the politicians, but those who goes on the comment section are worse than, they are more satanic, more evil, more devilish, more inhuman than even the Nigerian politicians, because if they have that position, they will do worse than them. Okay, when I go to market and I come back to the panel here to give you a report of the cost of living here, some foolish individuals in the comment section will begin to attack me that I'm giving bad report and show you. I think recently you were in Nigeria. Did you not go to market and verify the cost of living here? Was I telling you lie that a bag of rice, Nigerian bag of rice, the rice that are grown here is about 75,000-80,000. The foreign rice is about 90-something thousand. So why will somebody not respect himself or herself and begin to talk rubbish on the comment section because you have privilege to be in abroad and you don't know tomorrow they can deport you? No matter the card you are holding, no matter your document you are holding, you are not a white person and you can be booted out of that country at any time. And you have that privilege to come and insult me. You don't know my background. You don't know my level. We are not matched at any, because I come to the platform and I say exactly what is happening in Nigeria. Some elements that are unfitted to speak in the public will be there insulting their grandfather. That's madness.
Righteous man.
I'm sure you are part of those who comment on the comment section. Please, you have to caution them. It's not because we come to the public to talk, then somebody will be giving you names. That doesn't make sense. Is that why we come to the platform?
Of course, that's not why you come to the platform. Righteous man, I hear you. Dr. Dominic, I'll let you speak in a second. I hear you, righteous man. And it can be frustrating, most times when you read comment and you think people are not taking the issues seriously. But you have to understand, people have, I don't want to say agenda, but people have planted their flags where they want to plant it. So the minute you speak against the government of the day, they will come at you. And my candid advice, because when I first joined this platform about 2 years ago, I faced the same in the first couple of weeks, and I learned quickly. I ignore it completely. There are some people that I don't even see their comment anymore until I see people type their name and say this person is typing rubbish. I have blocked those people, not as a moderator. I'm talking as somebody on YouTube, not StreamYard. On YouTube, I just saw some comments and I'm like, I don't want to read from you. I'm not censoring you. Other people can read what you're writing, but it doesn't help me in any way. I know you come for me and I blocked them. So anything they say, I don't even see it. And in a matter of weeks, you forget about them. They don't even exist to you anymore. We will try the best we can to sensitize the comment section, but it's like, so see the comment section as, the newspaper stand where people go and gist. That is what it is. So it's like going there and telling people, you can't speak, you can't speak. People would say things. They'll call you a liar. You can take them to the shop and say, this is the price of rice. They will tell you that person is your brother. The owner of the shop is your brother. You planned it. There's nothing you can say.
And that is why Nigeria is where we are today. Because we face reality that is facing us, and we don't want to, look at it and know what to do about it. Look, sorry, that you were asking a question about, is there any news that is missing? Yes, there is a big news. Did you not hear the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Wike, saying, and I quote, that why should they allow an Igbo man to own that kind of land or to be given that kind of land that he built an estate in Abuja? That while he was the governor of Rivers State, that he dealt with the Igbos. Did you not hear it?
So that is.
Did you not read about it?
I read it, but there's no video.
He said it.
So the man who's
He said it. It's on tape. It's on tape.
Okay.
Give me your number. I will forward it to you. I will forward the tape to you. It's on tape. It's recorded.
I'm not disputing. All I'm trying to say is the last I saw of that gist is that the man whose estate they demolished accused Wiki of saying it. I'm just saying I've not seen it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm happy that you said it's on tape. You know I won't defend Wiki. I won't defend him. I'm just saying that I've not read it. I've not seen it. But Dr. Dominic, you wanted to say something before we pass the baton?
Yes, I want to say a couple of things. Rajesman, I understand where you're coming from. When I first joined this show, I felt some sense of, well, if I joined the show, I felt some sense of liberation, being in the comment section, typing anything I want. And then I was like, you know what? I want my opinion heard. I think there's something I have to offer. And then I showed my face for the first time, connected with Rudolph, and the rest is history. When you come on this platform, you're coming here to give a voice to your opinion. You're coming here because you want to exchange ideas with fellow Nigerians. It takes a lot of confidence to do that, right? I'm not saying that being in the comment section, you're not being productive or offering advice or, being part of the solution. But there are people who are in the comment section, who would always want to pull each other down. I think, sometimes when you actually ignore those comments, many of us, even in the comment section and many on the panel, do not even know those comments exist. There are thousands of comments here. And guess what? When you throw light on those comments, you actually give them more fuel to be more confident and to keep writing. And I've seen people write Biafra and all kinds of things here. I'm an Igbo person. Okay, what has Biafra got to do with me? I ignore it. So I think over time, you just grow thick skin about it. And like someone just said, it's a democratic space, and there's nothing you can do. Now, if people start to exhibit bigotry, by all means, I will take necessary action. We've talked about this on this platform. But if it's not something that is to the standard, at least from what we've said as moderators and co-hosts, something that we censor, unfortunately, we have to leave it in place. And so the only thing you can do is to ignore it. Just like when you go out in life and you have co-workers who are hating on you. I mean, there's nothing you can do. You only have to, rise to, above them and just ignore those things. So, I mean, there really isn't much besides just.
Sorry, my brother. Can I ask you a question? Why is the Facebook, when there are some certain comments you will make, Facebook will remind you and will tell you that it goes against their standard? Why are they doing that? Is it not to bring sanctity? Exactly. So why will somebody on the comment section that have never met you before be calling you 419, be calling you? I mean, is that normal?
That's the same thing. You can go to a market, main market, or somewhere in Alaba, and someone will call you 419. Are you going to fight the person in public? So the point I want to say is,
I'm going to. That is character assassination. I have my right. To hold him, and if I have a police officer there, I will report him. You can't see. Let me make myself known. You see, when we come to a platform, okay, you say, have your say. And you ask me a question. Say, what is going on? I'm in Lagos, and I get details of the things that are prevailing here. Life is not easy. I didn't insult anybody. And I said that Nigerians are going through hell. Was that an indictment against any government?
But
and I said, that those of you that have opportunity, to advocate here,
Nigeria is not redeemable.
You should thank God.
Olumide, don't add fuel to fire, please. Olumide, please.
So why will not somebody capitalize on it and insult my personality?
Olumide is too early, please.
Righteous man, if you continue like this, you will sue the whole world. A lot of people who don't have good attitude. Just ignore.
Let's not talk out of turn. Righteous man. The word is it's like a child who the parents try to protect. That the world is nice and everybody is nice. But at some point, you have to expose the child and tell the child there are bad people, there are people who want to murder people, there are people who steal. It's just the reality of life. There are things that we can control. We've had many meetings in private away from this show where we've organized the way we censor things that are bigoted, things that are improper, things
certain
that
words. If you type certain words, it won't come up.
But we can't block everything. And so at the end of the day, you live in the real world, and guess what? Social media to some extent mirrors what you see in the real world.
All of you are Broadians. Where they here? It go
Wait,
hard though.
For example, let me ask you a question. Listen, let's assume that my daughter watches this program. Listen, let me assume. Hold on. Let's assume that my daughter or my wife or my kids watches this program, and on the comment section they are hearing their father being called a rogue, being called a thief. Do you think it will stand very well for them to still allow me to apply on this platform? Do you think it will be the platform, those managing the platform should censor it? Those managing the platform should
Listen. Righteous man.
I don't want to kick people.
Sorry.
Let's
I think it's my turn now.
Everyone mute, please.
It's too early. Let's move.
Everyone mute, please. Sure, give me a second. With all due respect, righteous man, if you are on the streets, walking along the streets, and let's say we're haggling with your marketer, right? And the person is exhibiting aggressive behavior and calls you a 419 with your child there, it is still public. All I'm saying is there are certain things in life we have no control over, even when your child sees it. If I was a child in Onitsha when they had Bakassi boys and I saw dead bodies, my parents couldn't put
No. This is a space. Don't use the marketplace. This is a space that can be managed. Don't use that. This is a space that can be controlled. What are you talking about? Why are you using market space? This is a space that can be controlled. It can be regulated.
Righteous man, do you remember that you are in public? If you are in public, remember what we do with politicians. We put ourselves out there in public. So we'll get also public. We commend us positive and also negative. That's why we're in public.
When you come on this show, there is an unwritten agreement that you sign that you are going to expose yourself to a lot of scrutiny. And the only way you can be able to deal with those things is if you grow thick skin. The much we can do are to block certain things. But guess what? We have control of what is seen on the screen. The comment section is public YouTube. We have certain words that are filtered in here. If people say it, it gets blocked. Not everything in life can be controlled. We have control of what is seen on the screen. If anyone on the screen insults you or says things that are bigoted or things that are inappropriate, they will be kicked out. That's simple. But the comment section is almost infinite. It is impossible. We have to employ. We can't even employ people. We don't make money from this show. There's a limit to what we can do, right? So all I'm telling you is, if you come on this show, unfortunately, there are certain agreements that you sign. And Rudolph has said this: if you don't want to be on, there are people who have been on this show before. Sure, what was being interviewed, and that day I had come from night shift. And I was dozing off. Showora called me out. It was very embarrassing. You can go back on YouTube and watch it. But that day when I signed on, foolishly, knowing that I was asleep, did I know knowing that I was sleepy? Did I know I was going to fall asleep? But it's very embarrassing. But I made the choice. So at the end of the day, when you sign on to this show, there's an written agreement that you are going to be exposed to scrutiny. We'll try the best that we can on things that we control. But there are some things you can't control. I can't block everything on here or keep looking for comments. It detracts from what we are doing here. And guess what? When you look at those comments, you throw light on them. There are multiple comments here. You can't control everything. The second thing I wanted to say was, you mentioned there is no country like Nigeria. I wanted to point out Haiti. I think a lot of people have failed to sort of make parallels with some of the things that are going on in Haiti. There's a lot of chaos going on there.
Worse than Nigeria.
And worse than Nigeria. I've never seen
worse than Nigeria.
It's horrible. Because guess what? Over many, many, many years, each politician that comes in creates a gang to use it against their rival gang. Over time, these gangs start to become very powerful, have kidnapped people a lot. They kidnap people in Haiti more than Nigeria. They make money off of it, and guess what? They buy, ammunitions, and they divide the capital and different parts of the country into different sections. So it becomes a gangland. And when I see that, it kind of mirrors some of the things that may happen in a post-apocalyptic Nigeria. I know people say it is impossible, but guess what do politicians do? Empower thugs. After election, some of these thugs that you've empowered and given guns, they would not lay down those arms, and they become the robbers that we see. So I just wanted to throw some light on that as well.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dominic, for trying to explain, some of these things. I empathize with those who pay particular attention to the comment section, and I always say once they know that they've gotten you, that's it. They'll keep going.
They'll keep getting at you.
You've beaten the bait, and that might be it. But Paul, apologies for keeping you waiting. Let's circle back. So this is
of course, I really feel bad. I wish you can give me 30 minutes since you guys that is true. So that next time it won't happen again.
I don't control time, sorry.
How much you pay for 30 minutes?
No vex.
I am ready to pay. I have the money. I have the money. They want to charge me so that they can have money. They charge me, I'll pay. I will pay. I have the money. It's let them charge me public. I'll pay.
Move on.
All right, gents.
Are we going story to story from now so we can discuss?
Okay.
So now that you said you had the money, you have the money. So if you go to Nigeria today and you go and spray Naira, and the Blackstone now thinks, me and Paul get Wala, it takes that video, it sends it to EFCC. You might be the next one we'll be discussing on this show.
I think that is good.
What's your take on this issue?
I think that is good. Just like I said before you would ask me this question, I said I have the money. Remember, if I have the money, I will always go scot-free. It is those that don't have the money, they always use as scapegoat. This money thing, not like 7-8 months ago, there's a prominent Oba also spray Wasiu Ayinde money. The videos is still there in YouTube. You understand? Then when they ask the police, when they ask the EFCC, they will say nobody come to report. This is laughable. In as much as we hate this guy as a person, the things that he's doing, they are infringing on this guy's own fundamental human rights. Some other charges, I do agree. But talking about the things, the way they treat the guy, the way they parade the guy in court, it is very, very wrong. It is very, very wrong. When you see all over the world, you understand, decent society, when they take people to court, you see some of these people dressed the way you never see them dressed, even in real life. You see a thug, they take them to court, they wear nice suits, they dress well. If that guy chooses to dress as cross-dresser, that didn't break any law in Nigeria, why do you deprive him the way he used to dress? Why? Of course, doctor come here every day, dress corporate, like as journalists in CNN or whatever, in Fox with CNN, whichever place BBC would dress. Doctor dress like that. And I dress the way I dress. Doctor never commend me or ask me to dress a certain way. All he said, don't come naked. We are here with one young man from Dubai, you understand, come with no shirt and everything. It is even people from the comments that call him out. And he apologized and he said he will not do it again. These are all the things that make you guys form some of the guidelines that we put in place. For that guy, as at this time in Nigeria, there is no law that have made mention of cross-dressing. The guy never said he's gay. You understand? It's just a cross-dresser, which they do, even though to our masquerade in Nigeria, some masquerade dress feminines and everything in Nigeria, which they do. Then you parade the guy in court, you just denigrate the guy from the real person that he is. I could remember some time ago, people who made comment about Nnamdi Kanu. You understand? Why did they leave him to be wearing one particular clothes and everything? People make comments in things like that. So the way they put that guy there, I just think is wrong. You understand? This show of strength and everything will make another people come back in the future again and fight the system. That's exactly what Dr. Dominic is talking about. 80. Remember when you empower Tog to fight for you, and both parties empower Tog to fight for you. Remember, one party will lose, and the other one will use that weapon and enter the streets to go look for source, to go look for money.
And so our system should learn to stop all these things. Borrowing all these things, we want to borrow the West, some of the things that the West is doing and everything. It never and never makes the world a better place. It might look like some of the things that the West did some years back that looks good today. You understand, with the power of social media and everything, where they do all this wrong thing, they have the power. America have the power with the CNN, the Fox News from one across party line. You see England, they have their so-called BBC and the likes. Today, everybody can get their own information. It is just hard now for them to convince us with some of those things that they do. They control our narrative, the way every one of us many years ago would love country like Israel. Today is a different ball game. You know why? Because we don't take information any longer from one source. So our government should stop those things that they are doing. Of course, we know the guy may break the rules in terms of spraying money, but in terms of case study and everything, and there are so many cases. I want to believe if you want to do all those type of things, why not pick so many people at the same time and bring them? Because so many people break this rule, but you just single out one person because of what is going on simultaneously, that this guy won Miss Women Fashion, whatever, I can't even remember how they call it. You understand? They just want to do it. It makes it just look more like a personal vendetta. And sometimes it makes certain technicality make a decent judge will just throw the case out, even when it looks like actually he break the law. But when you are picking people out, just want to use one person as a personal vendetta, it's just not good for the case.
Right. All right. Thank you, Paul. I mean, what I will say to that is the fact that they picked Bobrisky up for mutilating the Naira, there's a law against it. What some of us would like to see is for it to continue so it doesn't look like it was witch hunted. If they would carry on and enforce it, like you said, there are Obas doing it, there are celebrities doing it, there are popular Nigerians doing it, there are so many videos. So as long as they don't stop with Bobrisky and they carry on, I would applaud it. But I would also call it out and say it's hypocrisy. If they stop with Bobrisky, there are too many people doing it. So don't stop with Bobrisky.
So please, 1 second. Let me touch one thing again. Sorry, 1 second. I'll make it very brief. Almost 2 years ago, former President Buhari's daughter got married. These guys show a cleavage. Where are all those northern police that used to flog people that you say you dress improperly and everything?
That's true.
The videos are out there. The guys show a cleavage. Nothing happened.
You said something.
You understand? You see the hypocrite, then you see one person, people will tell you that this nonsense thing that Bobrisky is doing, if it is in the north, and you see people from the media, mainstream media, is talking this thing that the South tolerate all this nonsense if it's in the north. Guess what? Why thought I did it in the north? What happened?
All right.
Oh, the girl is so beautiful. She's so beautiful.
Yeah, sure. You said something not quite like you said the police on their own and said nobody has come to report. You understand? Maybe what we expect as citizens, like because we are seeing it out there, paying attention because we are on social media, doesn't mean the police also have access or maybe have the opportunity to see those kind of videos that we are seeing. So if they see it, or maybe nobody come to report, according to them, maybe there's the whatever clouds they are hiding under, nobody has come to report. So I think maybe we should talk about more reporting. You understand, more petition right now instead of expecting police to just go there, and police cannot be everywhere at the time. Let's be honest. So if you have more people reporting them with evidence this time, maybe they'll be picking them. So police has come on their own and said no, nobody has come to report. That's why we have not arrested lots of people. So I think maybe we should just cut them slack then.
All right. Yep. No problem at all.
I need to head out though.
All right. Yeah, cool. All right. Thank you, Dr. Dominic. It was nice having you. So, Exero, what's your take on all of this in terms of Naira mutilation, the laws against it? You know, should it be enforced? Is it a big deal for you going forward? Could it become something that they would, anybody can just use against anybody to say, I'll report you and you get locked up?
I think, if you want to make a change, you have to make it go around. You have to be thorough. You have to be thorough with your broadcasting, with your communication. For me, I think, and this is my personal opinion, judging from a couple of things that have happened prior to this arrest and charging to court of this guy, I think he's just being witch-hunted by his enemies. Now, I'm not saying mutilation of any currency worldwide is good. What I'm saying is, judging from the couple of things that happened before this guy was arrested, some people are just onto a power show to prove to him that they can deal with him. Period. Because you cannot tell me that in the same country where I just saw previously, people spraying money, even in this on comedy shows, people throw bundles. It's now a culture for us. In fact, if you go to anybody's wedding and you don't spray money, they lose. They are not able to recoup all the money they spend. In fact, you are encouraged to do that, and then you are trying to kill this culture of mutilation of currency. But you are starting with Bobrisky because somebody told you, look, that guy is my enemy. Let's deal with him. Because don't forget that before this incident, though I like this guy, what's his name? VDM. Yes. But I think Bobrisky and co were part of the crew on the opposite side who were happy that he was arrested. So on his coming out, this guy also has his own crew and his influence in the police and in this other in the law. So his own side are using their own powers to deal with this guy. Okay, we saw him spraying money. Yes, let's start with this one and then we'll graduate to the next one. They're just trying to deal with the guy with their own powers. And that is what I don't like about this situation. If you're trying to change the country, if you're trying to tell everybody, look, this thing is against the laws, you have to make the communication go around. How many people in the hinterlands, in the villages, know that spraying of money is against the law? So you just pick Bobrisky out of all the millions. Do you know how much money was sprayed when Obi Kubana did his father's burial or mother's burial? Do you know how much is being sprayed as we are talking to you now? As we are talking now, do you know how much will be sprayed tomorrow at events in Nigeria or all over the world? It's something that we do. We don't even think twice before we do it. No, I don't do that, but I know that is 95% of Nigerian parties wanting to know us for is food spraying money. So what are we starting with this poor guy for? I feel sorry for this guy. I feel sorry for him. Now, a lot of people might not like him because of his lifestyle. That is his personal, to me, that's his personal, that's his business. If he has not contravened in his lifestyle, leave him alone. Stop witch-hunting him. If you want everybody to obey the law, communicate. You know how to catch people when it comes to your own, you know how to demolish houses. I know how to find out how people have built houses in wrong places. But you cannot communicate properly to Nigerians. This is just witch hunting. That's what I think. Some people are using their power in the police to deal with him. Period. And that's what I don't like. You can't use the police. This other guy that's in prison, that was how he was using police to arrest his enemies. It's very wrong.
Okay, thank you, Exero. At least different perspective. The Blackstone. What's your take on this?
Because I have to head, and so someone else can come in. Do you mind if I say something for?
Yeah, quickly on your way out.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's any law in the US, and I know some people don't like us using US as an example, or even in the UK that prohibits you against stepping on money. Money is going to wear and tear, and it gets changed by the central bank, which is why when you bring bad money or money that's worn out at the bank, it is the bank's job to collect it, and it gets recycled, and the paper gets shredded or whatever, and then they print out money. So I, off the bat, think the law is stupid and useless. Put me anywhere. Because what it's trying to do is to remove the responsibility of taking care of the currency from the financial institution. The money is going to wear and tear. Whether you spray it, I don't even know whether the law says the spraying is the issue or whether the fact that you step on it after the spraying. I think it's something that in a sane society, you make laws that are within the context of the culture. We understand that Nigerian cultures, at least in the modern culture in the last 50, 60 years, people spray money. So for Nigerian government to make such a law that is against the grain of what we practice as a culture is very stupid. Will you arrest everyone who goes to the marriage and sprays money? The village woman who is spraying money. Like, it doesn't make sense. Making a law that's against your own people, against your own self. Like, it doesn't make sense. So I'm against the law completely. Now, the whole thing about Bobrisky, I think, is a little bit interesting because, like you've pointed out, there are people who've sprayed money. Do EFCC go and hang around public events and look for people to
No, you don't.
It doesn't make sense. It's impractical. I wanted to say something about the Onyeama thing, and then I'll cut out. It's interesting that, you know, in the Nigerian political sphere, there are certain, and I'm not trying to sound ethnic here, there are certain influences that has sort of permeated the way people represent themselves in order to look neutral and to look presentable to the Nigerian public. People wear agbada, or I don't know if I'm saying it, you know, the usual
agbada, yeah.
Because when you wear it, it becomes acceptable. I think so. For some conspiracy theories, they would say because the prevailing people in power tend to be those whose culture has to do with Bariga. Nobody ever ascribes it to being bigot or tribalist, because it became sort of the common dressing of Nigerians. But when you remind Nigerians, oh, besides this stuff, there are other Nigerian cultures and other attires, all of a sudden tribalism comes into it. It is very saddening. The Nigerian football club, when they got the silver, what were they wearing? You see? So when the majority of people who have the power now see that instead of wearing their own sort of attire, we are now wearing something different. It's all about the power, right? If they feel that they can't control things anymore, they sort of mess with the public discourse. I don't think it should be an issue if someone wears an Isiago or decides to wear black and a white of the thief people, or to wear the Idoma red and black. I think this is just a waste of public discourse, quite honestly. And people who are even giving light to it and even saying the Isiago is an issue, deep down have some level of bigotry in them. It's quite sad. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Dominic. It's been a pleasure having you.
Is in the background, and who else?
Yeah. No. So Father can come in anytime he wants. I think he usually waits till late in the night, then he takes over. He's active. I can say he's active, but usually waits to take over. He's got the keys so he can come in. Look at Jagun. Where's Jagun going? Jagun feels coming strong like this. My brother, smile now. Jagun, smile for camera. Jesus loves you.
Jagun, the boss. You see him as if
now. Okay.
So they go what?
Jagun, Jagun, a business owner.
Hello, Jagun.
All right. So the Blackstone. I'll bring you in, Jagun, in a second. Once Doctor leaves, I'll bring you in. Okay. Right. So the Blackstone. So in terms of, you know, like I keep saying, let's look beyond Bobrisky if you can, because for some people they think it's not a worthy conversation. So it's not about Bobrisky per se. It's about, is it a witch hunt? Are they going for one of the weakest in the society? When we have videos of kings, you know, very important people, politicians spraying money. You know, so it goes back to having strong institutions, because if you have strong independent institutions, they will be able to go after whoever, you know, is culpable. But it looks like it could be you tomorrow. It could be me tomorrow. I could go to a 101 bay after a few shots of brandy and I'm excited and they start singing show of Dr. Damages and I start spraying money in Nigeria, then I could be the next one. So that's the way I'm looking at it. What's your take on it?
All right, thank you. Sure. The issue of spraying of Naira as an offense or against the Naira, actually, I don't know if it's an offense against the country or against the currency. I don't know. Actually, I don't see any reason for it, because it is a culture and it has been in existence for quite a long time, you know. And they said the mutilation of Naira. The actual mutilation of Naira comes from the market women. Because the person that sells raw meat in the market, you go to buy and give it Naira, he use his dirty hands to handle the currency. The one that sells oil, the same thing. So the mutilation of Naira is not actually the spraying of Naira or spraying that money in the parties, so on and so forth, because at the end of the day, they still pack it. How many people are stepping on it at that moment? It's very few, because there are people that are picking it up. So that's not that's not what actually caused Nigerian mutilation, because it is also a very poor quality design. The paper is a poor quality. So if they are arresting this guy because they says he sprays money, how many people are they arrested? And definitely we know in Nigeria that power plays a lot. Powerful people has the overhand. It's like they're just above the law. So if you are not powerful, then the law definitely will come for you. And once you are powerful, the law does not seize you. And with the issue of the EFCC, what have EFCC got to the issue with Naira, the formation or the position of Naira? That's not the EFCC's job. That's not a financial crime, though they charge you of money laundering, some of the charges about money laundering, the amount went to his account, and so on and so forth, right? But they took that of the Naira mutilation as a major case. So I think it's a part of maybe he has offended some people, and so some people are after him for one reason or the other, you know, and they are fighting themselves. And these people in social media now, these are called themselves social media influencers, you know. So they do all these things just because they want to get stream people, viewers, and everything for them to get more pay from their videos and things like that. So for me, I don't think he's going to go to jail. Definitely, I think he's going to pay the fine and they will let him go. That's just all. That's what I see.
All right. Thank you, the Blackstone. I just want to say, acknowledge Nana O. Thank you for the contribution. Say thank you, Dr. Damages, for this platform. We thank you too for your contribution. You know, we appreciate when people can support with their finance. We don't solicit for it, but of course we do appreciate it when it does come through. Thank you very much for your contribution. I will tell my guy when he comes back that I don't sell market. Jagun, you cut off briefly. I'll find the chance to bring you in. KJ, I see you in the background.
Remind me of something.
We are waiting for your contribution. The $200.
Yes. So the late Ondo governor,
yes,
the wife just married the younger brother.
Okay, is that confirmed?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. We'll check it. Maybe it's a traditional thing. I know, you know, some Yoruba culture. Yoruba culture back in the days is something
it's
that
part
used to
of my
happen.
culture too.
Yeah,
Part of
we'll
my
look into
culture
it.
too.
Yeah,
And
that's fine.
I look forward to it. I like it.
Yeah.
Man.
Ungo is saying that he has no light.
Oh, if your wife cash you, you are in trouble.
You're in Nigeria, so you know we can bend the rules for you. You can join without electricity. You'll be in the dark, but that's fine. We know what Ngoseka looks like. So you're one of the moderators. Whenever there's an opportunity, of course, join. Speak to us in the dark is fine. We'll allow that. Okay, so Olumide, without brimstone and fire. We're just looking beyond Bobrisky. When and I want you to look at it from this angle. When would we go past being a society where somebody offends me, I can go to the police or law enforcement because I have level and go and get them to arrest the person? That's the way I'm saying it. And I'm not holding brief Bobrisky. I don't care who he is. I don't use Instagram, so I don't even see him except things like this happen. But what's your take on this, Naira mutilation and the rest of it?
So for me, I personally like to make comments based on informed knowledge. I want to have a background knowledge of what I'm talking about before I go to kind of so which kind of brought me to that. I wanted to know if this guy really broke the law of the country and what exactly was his situation. So that law that they arrested him and prosecuted him on is actually the CBN Act of the 2007, Section 21, 2007. So I mean, when they made that law, right now we're a lot more informed. We're a lot more, there's internet, there's ability to talk to one another off and on. We couldn't really gauge reaction back home because I remember then when they were making a lot of jingles on TV when I was still back home, and we would just laugh it off and say, "Oh, we thought that there was really not going to be any bite to the law, that it was part of our culture, and there was really nothing they would do to stop that part of the culture. So yeah, it is part of our culture. Maybe when they were making that law, they should have thought of it properly. But unfortunately, that part that says if you spray, it's a crime against it is in the law. And there was that evidence against him on video while he was spraying. So they probably used that against him. But what we would like to see is that, why we are complaining is because we feel that some of these prosecution or some of these convictions or the law enforcement going after certain individuals are kind of selected. You understand? They are not wholesale. We are not seeing law enforcement working with zeal, regardless of who is involved. We also on video when Buhari's child was celebrating, was wedding, when one of his sons was having his wedding before he left office, we saw the counting machine that was counting money in that ceremony, that traditional ceremony. Machine was counting money and rolling money out, spraying money. Bills of Naira notes. The video is there online. We see them every day. Traditional rulers, like some people say, celebrities spraying money. We see all this. So why are they not acting on that? If police know they're active on social media, they're trying to uphold the law. Maybe if they go after all this as evidence that they see on social media, regardless of the persons, we will take them a lot more seriously. But it seems like it was selective and that it was unfairly targeted. But I mean, it is what it is. But like we say, we want it to be wholesome. We want it to be wholesale, not targeted. What better I do? Where's that case currently? Look at the deal with which they finished Bobrisky's case. If it was a high government official or somebody, they would still be investigating. Before you know, it's all dead. But within a couple of days, weeks, months, they prosecuted the guy. So where's Better Edu's case? I didn't say investigate. What I still investigating? Anybody else still complicit? So this is what we're saying. The pictures, and then I want to react to perhaps Righteous Man. This is one of the ways to counter some of the comments that you feel are contradictory or don't make sense to you. Call them out. When you're making your speech. Like I want to call out Alexander Gomez. Alexander Gomez, you claim to be a medical doctor in the US, and an elderly one at that with so much experience. You know how valuable data and number is to your field of practice. You deal with numbers, you deal with data, evidence-based practice. Now, tell me, in how many ways has this Bobrisky corrupted the kids back home than what we see on ground visually? Corrupt officials, corrupt government officials, you understand? People stealing our money every day, even in the very health sector that you should represent, the Minister of Health. We've seen them over the years. How much have they spent in improving healthcare? How much has actually gone into their pockets? How much has actually improved our healthcare? And you are calling Bobrisky out. How many of your kids has it turned the other way around? Or has it turned into a vice in the society? You just come on here and make statements that don't make any sensible meaning. Yeah, I'm sure you're in your 70s. I've spoken to you myself once or twice. You understand? People like me, I don't take, look at me very well. I don't take prisoners. I have that opportunity, I will come for you. Whether you are Yoruba, Igbo, or you don't make sense, I will come for you. I want
Olumide, let's not go there. Let's keep it clean. You can say it without,
That is one way to go after those people you think are making those comments that don't make sense to you. Come for them wholesale. It doesn't make sense. You are a healthcare professional, you deal with data, you deal with facts, and then let's deal with the issues that affect our people. You are saying he's turning the other way.
It's not repetition. Let other people speak.
Whatever way he's making his living, has he stolen money from you?
It's become don't
make it repetitive. Has he making money illegally from you? You are in the USA. USA tolerates all sorts.
This is why we disagree.
Listen, show ma wo jẹ́ ká sọ
He said that, no, this guy is
jẹ́
not
ká
feeling
sọ̀rọ̀ a sọ pé wà ó da a sọ pé wà ó da a sọ pé téèyàn bá ṣe àwọn
Olumide
kan wà ní ayé tó jẹ́ pé
Olumide ó ti tó
No,
ti
you,
òfin
so
ẹlẹ.
you think this guy is not older than you?
we want a free society. We
It
want a
doesn't matter
society
whether
where
old or
people
not
can
old, but
express
Olumide is
themselves.
enough.
Wait, do you know the
It
meaning
has
of
nothing to do with
free?
age.
All right, do you know the meaning of free? Don't be saying free society. You know the implication of free society.
Everybody
No,
has the right.
listen.
Let's move
Lokopi, nǹkan tó mọ̀ lélẹ́yìí.
Everybody has the right to hold his view. So don't cause anybody
Listen, Lokopi, sorry, nǹkan tó máa ń dùn mí ni pé in our society we take things and we wind them around. Do you know the issue of these two celebrities? Amber Heard and what's the other guy's name? The other actor, Toche, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Johnny Depp.
Yeah, Depp. These two individuals, Amber Heard spoke something about Tony Depp. Tony Depp, that guy, I forgot, Depp or whatever his name is, went to the court, sued Amber and said, this lady maligned me. She spoke something terribly ill. Both of them were lovers before. You understand?
Yeah,
They separated. Said, this girl told something bad about me and broadcasted it to the whole world. And this has affected my cost of my livelihood, that I'm not earning as much as I could earn. And it has tarnished my image. They went to the U.S. Court of Law. Johnny Depp is both a British and American. Amber Heard is American. They've dragged this case until they gave judgment and they found
Olumide,
Amber
they even
Heard
went for
guilty.
trial. Olumide, we know this. It's okay. It's
You
okay.
understand? If you feel somebody has tarnished your image, go to the court of. You don't need to get the police to go and arrest that person and lock that person up and
All right.
go to court
Right,
and seek damages.
All right, thank you.
That is
Thank
free
you,
speech.
Olumide, it's only fair that we let other people speak. And like I said,
thank
you know, and like I
Ọkọ̀
said,
máa ń ro mí nínú táwọn kan bá fíò pé bóyá
Baba Kekere, ó ti tó na Baba Kekere. Olumide, you get fence sick. Olumide, get fence sick. I need fence sick.
Also, you know, with the comment on Dr. Alexander Gomez, I can only apologize. Olumide on the good day won't say that. You know, I know the Yoruba culture, we show a lot of respect. We might disagree on things, but you know.
Now the code of Canada,
I can only apologize on behalf of the platform. Man of prestige, over to you. Do you spray money? Do you spray dollar in America?
Yeah, they do. They do spray money. You know, when I used to club, I mean, most of the, you know, they do spray money here. I've encountered it so many times. It may not be as robust as what we have in Nigeria.
Make it rain.
But let me start. Nigeria is a special case that needs to be put in eye and stuff.
Man of prestige, you need to go strip club because we spray money for strip club every day.
Make it rain.
Every day. They change them for strip club. Come on now. Don't say it's not popular. They spray in strip club every day.
Yeah. I said they spray
in our Nigerian party. We spray money every day.
I just said it's not as robust as they do in Nigeria. You know, I mean,
no, it's not their culture. But where is their culture? They do it. We spray in strip club every day. In strip club, it is welcome, and they do it. So the white man may not spray money because it's not that the way they organize their own party thing. That's why they don't do it. Other than that, they spray money where it is expected for them to do it. They do it. And you will see a white man that comes to Nigerian party who understand the Nigerian concept very well. They change money and they spray and they dance and it makes us happy.
All right. So, man of prestige, your take on this.
Okay.
Let
me continue on what I was saying. I don't know. I said, Paul, I agree with you. They do spray money. But like I said, everything in Nigeria is about Nigeria is a special case that need to be studied, you know, because they make out rule, they make out law as no rule of law in that country that's guiding us. I don't know when this delegation of Naira was instituted, you know, the mutilation of Naira that was instituted. So having said that, I mean, this been happening for maybe centuries, you know, I've been saying it, but it has gotten more profound recently, you know. I mean, look at what happened at Obi Kubana, you know, party, and some other places, you know, they spray money. This is not the first time. I've seen that in church. People spray money in church too. I mean, dancing.
My pastor too, Odumeje. My pastor Odumeje too.
Really, they are not telling us here because they have come up about Nigeria with fraud. I think about 40 about 400 million naira or $1 million, whatever. I don't know if it is dollar or naira. I don't have the. Having said that, remember when Very Dark Man came out? He said this is before they arrested Bobrisky. He said Bobrisky is going to have his turn, and he said it. And he said something about money laundering. So people thought he was just yapping. I don't know what they told him when he was in jail. But I don't understand Nigeria. I live in a progressive state. Let's be real, okay? I mean, this is not something I'm comfortable with, but I've been living in a progressive state, California, which is probably the most progressive state, in this country. So there's a lot of them. Even when you go to San Francisco, it's even worse over there. So, as far as they don't bother me, they don't come to me, I have no issue. They can live their life, the way they see fit. But in Nigerian society, Nigerian people are very gullible, particularly the kids or whatever, they're going to try to emulate what's going on. This year, my guess, promoting such a cross-dressing in Nigeria, it's not going to go well in Nigeria. They're very traditional, very conservative. So, I don't know, because they're not coming and definitely telling us why they arrested her. If they just truncated up, they get on. I don't think that's the reason why. Maybe they're trying to, use him as a scapegoat. But is that the proper way to go? They just do something whenever they see fit, whatever they see fit in, whatever they try to narrate. I don't understand the arrest.
Man of Prestige, but he would plead guilty to all the counts. He pleaded guilty.
He pleaded guilty. That's what Blackstone is saying. But that's fine.
But he's still in jail as of today.
No,
the sentence. He pleaded guilty.
The sentence will be in a few weeks' time.
So let's go to.
That's not the point. That's not the point. When you are under custody in Nigeria, you'll be forced to plead whatever they want you to plead just to get out. But I'll explain why. I would explain when it gets to my turn. I don't want to argue with anybody.
Let him speak, please.
When it gets to my turn, let's say let him finish, and then when he gets to my turn,
it's your turn.
Okay, Emma Sheo, and thank you very much. First of all, Egbon Gomez, Emma Binu, I want to apologize on behalf of Olumide. He has not taken his medicine. That was why he overspoke. You are entitled to your opinion. When Olumide take his medicine, Eripo Moto Dani is a good boy. But sometimes when that medicine has not kicked in, Olumide is like that. His mouth go they wire off. But me, I go still attack some people here like local, just like Olumide attack now. But before that, I address the main issue. First one, this Bobrisky issue is a total distraction for Nigeria, for you intellectuals, for you on these panels. Nigeria is going through much more bigger, more painful problems. Now, for us to spend, how much hours have we spent? Now, we're going to 2 hours.
They pick me tomorrow for the same offense.
Listen, for 2 hours on Bobrisky
they pick me tomorrow for the same offense, would it be an issue or not?
Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm going somewhere with this. Number one, the distraction. You know me. I'm going somewhere with this. Total distraction from the main issue. But that being said, it is a malaise of the Nigerian problem. What is happening to Bobrisky is Nigeria happening to him. He's witnessing his own Nigeria. Is now all of us go chop breakfast right now. Bobrisky is chopping his own breakfast of the Nigerian factor. Should be a lesson to all media. What do you call them? Media mogul, all these media influencers. That once you have a medium, start using your medium to have that country change, because you don't know what time, what day Nigeria will happen to you. You don't know what time they will wake you up in the middle of the night to come chop your own breakfast. So right now, Bobrisky is chopping his own breakfast. And that is why some of us come on this medium to talk against that system that is called Nigeria. Now, so it's a distraction because there are bigger issues, but it's a malaise, it's a disease of the country as regard the injustice of that country, the big manism that goes on in that country, the selective arrangement of our judicial, of the police and our judicial system in that country. Nigeria is happening to him because people must use their stage to break that unjust system. You're talking about Bobrisky abusing the Naira. Have you gone to Daily Momodu's Instagram page and see the rich and powerful celebrate every day? As of yesterday, I still saw one big name of somebody celebrating something in Ikeja. Have you been there? They celebrate every day. Party, spraying Naira. This is our culture. This is happening every day. But one idiot goes speak up Bobrisky because he knows that's what you all will spend time talking about, just like you talk about the big man. What's that show they do that all our young people are focused on rather than be focused on their future? Distraction. That's why I call it a distraction. Now, my attack on local and attack on other Nigerians, particularly that one on the comment page called One Nigeria. Now, you can see that our hypocrisy when issues are happening and where our moral compass lies comes out in what we stand for and what we defend. Yes, what is happening to Bobrisky is wrong, but there's no justification under the sun for it. Even if there's a law that says the Nigerian money should not be mutilated because it's not the only one mutilating the Naira, does that mean we shouldn't now hold low-level people accountable? No. But what we are saying is that this man is a major focus to pick on. They know that's what you'll be talking about rather than talking about the issues that face the real country. You understand? Now, our moral compass is so bent wrongly that we are saying, yes, they deserve to punish him. Are we trying to be a moral judge because the man is a cross-dresser, or we are trying to look at the faulty judicial system that is holding him captive? Let me tell you, the strength of any nation is on how it treats its weakest among us. That's how the developed world laws are based. How you treat the weakest among us. Yes, let's say he even committed the crime. The way he was treated in custody. He was denied his access to his own dressing, his, what do you call it? His bleaching cream. Why would you laugh? Why would you laugh on this type of thing? The way we treat prisoners, where we will strip them naked and lie there, it's inhuman. Those of us who have education, we need to start attacking these things. Please don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Let me finish. You understand? When the man appeared in court, he was not allowed to go with his breast and his fake booties, which is wrong. He should have been allowed to dress properly. This is not funny. Yeah, you might hate a cross-dresser, but the truth is still the truth. Don't come here and be a moral judge. Don't be a moral judge on others. We have to address the faulty nature of our system. And that is what our discussion should be focused on. The illegality of the judicial system, of the police. That's what we should be focused on. Because one day, you yourself, you will chop breakfast in that country. You continue to support this type of madness. Today, it is Bobrisky chopping his own breakfast. Those of you who don't condemn it, one day you will chop your breakfast. Again, I want to apologize to Egbon Gomez on behalf of Volumi.
Herrera, you're apologizing to somebody who said Bobrisky should be arrested and put in jail.
I have a question for you.
No questions. No, it's not our guest. Let's pass the mic.
Just for you to clarify something for me.
What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I had a question. Just
ask it now. Ask it.
Somebody is in the prison, right? And it's a male or female. So with the prison authorities now give him a male uniform or a male.
There was a way he was dressed before you pick him up.
Why not allow him to court? When they parade him in court, he has a right to dress very proper.
Very proper.
You don't tell him how to dress. To court. We are not talking about prison. My brother, you watch film now. Don't say all this kind of thing. Then Alaba also to Loco. Loco, do you know how many times? Loco, do you know how many times army? If you arrest Masquerade,
You take
do you know how many times? Look, hold on. Do you know how many times army and police have babbed Dada people here in Nigeria? That is very, very wrong. No, hold on.
All
You
right,
understand?
all right.
You are carrying
Let's
carrying this dreadlock. Do you know how many times No, the that is soldiers and the different. police have done those things in Nigeria?
Righteous
That
man,
is
no,
very,
I
very
can't
wrong.
continue this way.
They may not
Righteous man,
believe it.
I have to pass the mic.
No, they just simply
all
call
right,
it one
gents.
word, Dada, dreadlock, the
All
Babbies.
right.
I've seen it several times.
Thank you very much.
I'll have to
Eagles Air. What's your take on this?
Thank you so much for this great opportunity.
Yeah, before
I
you
hope
go
all
ahead, before you go ahead, somebody in the comments said they don't want that type of satanic behavior of Bobrisky in Nigeria. Then arrest him for that. Don't arrest him for something else and mistreat him to that person in the comment section.
Thank
you understand? Go ahead, Eagle Head. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No problem. I hope if you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so the main issue here is not about Bobrisky or cross-dresser and all rest of them, because we need to look into the main issue that they used to charge him or her. I don't know the one I used to, whether he or he.
EFCC used him. So let's stick with that.
Okay.
The name is there. He's a man.
But I want us to understand something. Law is law. This is CPN Act. Law is law, and nobody's above the law. But the problem that we have in Nigeria, how do we enforce the law? That's the main issue. How do we enforce the law? Do we do it at the right thing, or do we do it in the wrong place? Do we use the law against the poor? Then the law does not work in the rich ones. That's the main issue. So in terms of this case, what I have to say is that Nigeria is enforcing the law against the will of others, against the power, not for the general Nigerians. For instance, 3 days ago, Cubana chief priest, he did a birthday celebration. I know how they spend money there. He was marching on it, dancing on it. Why don't them go and pick him? Yesterday, what they call it, this celebrity native doctor, what they call it, Akwa Kotiwarake, with Cubana. Many of them, they are in their program. They spray money. Who touched them? Who called them? Because they know that these people now, they cannot do anything because they are already in the government. They have already connected in government, so you cannot do anything to them. But I want us to understand this thing I want to say now. That is true about it. If you look into the government of Nigeria, especially these politicians, these elites, these wicked evil ones that handle the post of Nigeria, when they find that Nigerians, masses, are more getting interested to know what is happening in government, they create a scene that will take away the mind of people from them. They know that if they pick Bobrisky, it becomes the story, it becomes the attraction, and become distraction for Nigerians for them not to see what is happening in the government. Before we finish discussing this on net and all the rest of them, they are able to achieve their mind and go their way. That's the main thing they are doing right now. So what they are doing now, these young men that their eyes in the government to know what is going on, they pick Bobrisky. Now everybody are talking about Bobrisky, but we have forget the problem of Nigeria. We have forget the problem that we are facing in Nigeria. What is creating problem in Nigeria? We have forgot about it. Bobrisky is not the main problem of Nigeria, but we are just using it to waste our time to discuss something that is not proper. Then I want us to understand this very clearly, that we don't have judicial
I'm coming back now.
Nigeria.
I want to get something.
We don't have judicial system in Nigeria that is functioning. What is happening in that place is a fraud. EFCC, where is the former aviation minister that used Ethiopia Airlines to steal Nigerian money? Why don't they go after him?
We'll get deleted.
They are going after Bobrisky. So let us forget about this matter and face anything. Bobrisky is just a distraction. Confirm. God bless you. This is Nigerian Air. Where is Nigerian Air today? This is not Ethiopia Airlines. So this is they're using it to distract us. Let us forget this. This is nothing. We have a huge problem that's facing us in Nigeria, not Bobrisky of 18. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Eagles Air. So I'll just go back to what I said earlier when I started this Bobrisky topic. I don't see it as a Bobrisky issue. I see it as a societal issue. And I think most of you that have said, oh, forget it, don't talk about it, you've also said what I believe. It's beyond Bobrisky. What I am trying to establish is, or trying to discuss is, to say we have a society where somebody can go and use police to arrest somebody they don't like, they disagree with. That's the way I want us to look at it. Because like I keep saying, it could be you tomorrow, not anyone in particular, but Alaba, mentioned it as well to say, it's Bobrisky today. It might be somebody else tomorrow. What we are saying is we have a system where somebody does not like you, you disagree with somebody, and it is possible. Can I go to the London Met tomorrow now, or whatever, sorry, police, and go there and say, I don't like this person. Come and arrest the person. Like we are in some 18th century, time. That is the way I want us to look at it. Forget the person Bobrisky. Yes, Bobrisky might not appeal to a lot of people, but what we're saying is because he had issues with some people, you know for a fact that it was some people that got him arrested. I won't defend Bobrisky for anything. I don't care. But I have to defend any, it's a human being. If he's not done anything that other people haven't done, and I'm not saying don't pick Bobrisky because we haven't picked others. What I'm saying is we've picked Bobrisky today. I would like EFCC to carry on picking people spraying Naira every weekend. That is when I would say job well done. But you can't go into hibernation until somebody else comes to call you to say, come and arrest my celebrity enemy. I can't say political enemy. So we want to see systems that work independently. KJ.
Mr. Show.
Do you know, excuse me, do you know that as we're in conversation now, sorry, do you know as we're in program now, you may say something I don't like. Then what I will need to do now is to look for a fault that used to tackle you and call useless law enforcement agency. Because they are useless.
We have to see beyond Bobrisky, because if we keep reducing it to Bobrisky, like some people just want to hear the name.
That's the real problem of Nigeria. That's the real problem of Nigeria. They leave what is important and begin to do something that is not important.
Yes,
Mr. Show, yes, it said that if you have any allegation,
they are not serious. They should enter room.
Yes, it's your room.
They told you that already.
They should enter room. They're on social media. They're everywhere. They can't fake. See, don't defend them. They cannot.
Did you know here you are? Did you know here you are? If you say something against Buhari,
they will come for me.
And as I said, Buhari, Tinubu, they will come and pick you up.
They will come for me. So what do you mean I should go and report anybody? Anyway, KJ, let me not keep you waiting. KJ, so what I'll do is I'll come to you, weigh in on this, like I keep saying, see beyond Bobrisky, weigh in on this, and I want you to be the one to start the conversation regarding the new banding of electricity tariff. Sorry, not new banding, the new tariff. What they have said is it would only affect band A. Do you trust them that it will remain with band A? What is band A? The people that get 20 to 24 hours electricity supply in a day are the ones that will go from 60 naira per kilowatt to 225 naira per kilowatt. But start with Bobrisky and pivot into the electricity, and we'll start talking about the electricity.
Okay, thank you so much, Sho. Thank you, every other member on the panel today. You all are great men and have discussed greatly. I'm not going to attack anybody, even though I have many people do that. I'm just going to lay out what I think. Yes, I agree totally that the Bobrisky issue is a distraction from what is going on in the bad governance going on in Nigeria. So if the people have something to judge on, they will not be scrutinizing day-to-day activity of government. So that's a distraction. That's a distraction. I also say that, I read the police account saying nobody has come to report to them. I don't know who reports to them that there's a criminal or there's a criminal activities going on in the street before they move into action. Or when they stop you to search your car, to say your car particulars are not complete, whether somebody reports to them to do that. I think the general work of the police is to look for those things that are criminal in nature and deal with it. You don't have to wait for a report. However, the Bobrisky thing it's been going on for a while. It's not a new thing per se in the South, but it's a new thing to the South, but it's not a new thing totally to the North, because you have those, when we were growing up those days, we used to have these people who behave like women. They put lipstick and all that and go about walk like girls and all that. So now, so Bobrisky is an offshoot of those people. But if the government wanted to deal with it truly, they would have dealt with it a long time ago. And just like somebody said in one of the commentary that was good and I was followed through the week, that some of the people in government are benefiting from his activity. It's just that he doesn't want to come out and call their names. But he features in the big parties, in the big ceremonies where politicians are. And so Bobrisky at this moment is just used as a distraction. Nothing is going to come out of it, as nothing is going to come out of many other cases. And then those who say that, he has had EFCC, media man saying, speaking to the publication by Professor Chido Dinkano, that he's making too much comment on government and they're going to start watching, and that nobody, if you see anything, they've not seen. So people published the Ganduje's pictures and many more of those things that have been reported over the media so many times. I asked them why they've not gone to arrest those people, since they have gone to arrest Bobrisky. And I want to say this, really, just like you, sure, I stand where you are. Bobrisky is not, I don't even, if not because he's coming on, I won't make comment on it. But I want to say something about the Naira also before I move out. When you make a law, it's just like now, if Nigerian government get up and say eating stockfish is supposed to be disallowed, be disallowed in Nigeria, make a law against it. You know the people that the law is targeted after. When the government goes to make a law, say eating pomo is no longer allowed in Nigeria, you know the people are making that. So those are laws that are called, they don't have human face. You can't implement them because so look, Nigerian society will always be Nigerian society. So if you think your Naira is being mutilated, maybe your Naira doesn't have a good quality. Okay? So go and make better Naira so that even when people step on it, it will not, it will not be mutilated. You can't tell me because the people that are matching the Naira, it's not their earning. Is it your own? It's their money. Okay? They earned it. Yes, it's legal tender in Nigeria. It belongs to government, but it's you who have earned it. Okay? So, no, local, please, don't wave your this thing. You see, sometimes we carry laws to ridiculous end in Nigeria. How many people have asked you how you are pocketing your money while you are living? How many people have asked you whether people spray money in America? How many times have they been arrested? Even in bigger parties where Nigerians go, they spray money, and who has arrested them? So these things are because government lack to deal with what is fundamental issues affecting people. Okay, and so if you were doing something, if the government was functioning properly, people would probably be spending less Naira, because when you go to party, you're not making it so that you can get money from people. You are making it because you want to celebrate, really. But these days, it's done in such a way that, look, oh boy, make provision, make on a dance. In fact, I've gone to a wedding where people were told, you don't want dance, make you dance, so if not, you don't go see money, pay for your thing. So it's there that they make the money to be able to settle their bills. I think, again, that law should be looked at one more time. The law should be looked at one more time. When a law is not suitable for people, there's nothing you can do about it. It will not be upheld.
All right, thank you, KJ. So, do you want to start us off?
Yes, I'm going to that.
Actually, I've got to. Yeah, don't worry, John. I'll come to you. But KJ, start us off. In like 2 minutes on your take on the new tariff on electricity.
The new tariff is not the first time.
Do you believe we will remain with just the band A, or is this the introduction of new tariff to everybody?
Okay, I'll start with this. Former Senator Shehu Sani tweeted, that you people say we are in band A, and for more than 24 hours now, I've not seen light, in the band A, or is it band B or band C? See, these things, it's not the first time all these things are practiced. We were there before. They told us, those of you who are living in the highbrow areas, that you have this so and so, your meter will be this. But when you go and get the meter, you already have 50,000 Naira embedded in it, that you are just mounting the meter, okay? Minus because it cost me like 150,000 to get my prepared meter. But even at that, they still have cost on it, okay? And even when you put the cost on it, a NEPA official comes to my house and tells me, Oga, you cannot say because you have prepaid meter, we have other subcharge that you don't know about. I'm telling you what happened, And if you don't pay those subcharge, you suddenly go to court, or you now have to be bribing them. And people like us who don't want to give bribe. I think I have the letter somewhere. We went back and forth. Why will I pay for something I did not even use? You came and mounted the thing, okay? And then now we already have 50,000 Naira on it. So it has been practiced before. It doesn't at the end give you the right reading. Now, if you say yes, so They'll tell you, okay, you are going to have light in the next 24 hours. But if you don't have it at the end of the month, you still pay that their so-called band A charges. And it doesn't make sense. So nothing new. Nothing is new coming in. Just another of their, way of crooking money from Nigerians. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Righteous Man, don't worry, you'll be next. I'll just go to Tone and I'll come to you. So you are next. You get your full.
Righteous Man will speak before me. That will be second.
I just want to keep it the way it's organized on the screen.
Sure. Can I just quickly add to what KJ said?
We'll come to you now. Why do you want to add to it? Don't add to it. No, you get your turn.
No, I just wanted to say. No. I'm not. I just wanted to say that. To those of you who have family members who have wedded a white person, or you've attended a Nigerian person wedding a white person, you will see that culture, that part of our culture where we spray the money, they love it. Those white people love it a lot. They embrace it.
Yeah, they do. I know they do. They do like it. They do.
You got an white man all over about Africa. As long as already moving.
All right. So Tone, sorry, apologies, Tone. So it's your turn. Welcome to the show. Just gonna ask you to weigh in on I saw you in the comment section regarding the Bobrisky. And when you come in, when you're angry, I can tell. So I know you've come with fire. You've come to, I can tell. Your face is like, okay, everything I've been typing, I've come now to.
Somebody does that.
The thing is, don't no personal attacks, please. Okay, I know where you stand, but please.
No, I'm not giving anybody personal attack. All I'm saying, it goes back to what Righteous Man was saying earlier, and I wish Dominic is listening, or he will listen to this. It's just hypocrisy, because you people, Dr. Damages, me and him have talked, have spoken privately, and I've told him he needs to deal. I mean, I'm quite happy for people to disagree with me. You can call me anything you want to call me and all that, but when it becomes a personal abuse and attack, even my brother here, Alaba, they've attacked him many times. He's bantered. But when it becomes something personal, I know of a forum right now. You can't say all these things and say all because of a free speech. Last time that electricity banned someone for being out of order and all that.
I don't see the
same people. Can you shut the fuck up, please?
Please,
the same people,
gentlemen, please.
The same people.
I don't want to start kicking people out. Please, let's keep it clear, please.
Okay, now the same people came and I was defending the guy that he was out of order. Electricity banned him, and by the time he came back, he has been behaving himself. So for you to tell me that it's you want to compare this forum and Alaba market, when I go out with let's say with my son or my wife and all that,
I thought you were going to say with your AK-47.
It does not. No. It does not stick. It does not stick to my skin. But touch any of them physically, you see that madman will come out. So you cannot come here and tell me, or Dr. Alexander saying that this. What is wrong with us? Just because we are living in outside Nigeria now, it's okay for the colored people, the ABCD people, and all that. It is right. Our constitution says clearly that is illegal. But yet this guy, if he was arrested for that, I can understand. But for currency mutilation, that one I don't understand. And I don't know when EFCC started being involved in that sort of matter and all that. It's not a matter for the EFCC. I thought EFCC was for economic crime. I don't see any economic crime here.
I think it's because part of the initial charges was money laundering, which they've eventually dropped. But as part of the initial charges, they put money laundering.
I don't understand. So what I'm trying to say here is, we need to respect our different things that we hold dear and all that. Our society says that is illegal in Nigeria. And when a man comes out and says, listen, if I'm in Nigeria, I will affect the arrest that he is affecting the young people. I agree with him 1,000%. So this person, the people that are supporting this, Paul that is there wearing one white cap like he's a village chief and all that. If your son should come back tomorrow with a skirt and a blouse and a bra, will you be happy? If you be happy, may that happen to you. Just the way we say
Tom,
may
please.
Tinubu happen to anybody
Let's leave that alone, mate. Don't
that
all this,
supports
mate.
Tinubu.
You know,
Sure,
Paul
but you
doesn't believe
remember
in all
it's
these prayers
his
and all this
tradition.
shit.
I will reply
But
now.
the thing is
It's
that
the
we should
tradition.
stop defending
I don't
evil.
got trouble.
We should stop defending
It's
evil.
okay. It's okay.
This is
It's okay. Let's. I know it's
We should
getting
stop
dark. It's
defending
getting
evil.
late.
That is what it
Okay,
is. That's
the
all
main
I'm trying
section
to
is
say.
almost forcing
We should
itself
stop.
upon me.
We should stop. Listen, we are Nigerians. We should stop defending evil. Evil is evil, whether politically or socially. We should stop defending evil. Not because we live in America or we live in UK and all that, and we see things that when it concerns us, when it comes near home and all that, we will not accept it. Just because it's happening to another person, no. But that is not even the issue. That's not the subject matter.
So
So
you leave Nigerian military. Nigerian military not leave you.
Olumide.
I did not. Listen. Let me just address your coconut head,
please,
Olumide.
Paul. Tom, please.
No. He's the one that's asking for it. I was minding my own business. He's asking for it. Let me
Things get
address
out
him
of hand. You
because
know, I don't want to start kicking people out. So just focus on this. Talk up to us about this. I know you have a house in Lagos.
I'll just
How the cross-dresser they worry you? They give you
please
country.
stop.
Cross-dresser they give you country.
Olumide, please. I don't want to do this.
Sure, I'll start
talk to me
blaming you
about.
now. Sure, I'll start blaming you now. I'll start blaming
No,
you.
don't blame me. Olumide, so Tone, please talk to me about this new band. Do you know the band your house in Lagos is? You know, I know you've mentioned you have a house in a nice part of Lagos. You'll most likely be in a band A. So your house in Lagos, do you get 20 to 24 hours electricity?
No, sure. They write it on your receipt. If you pay, if they give you the NEPA bill, your band is there written on it.
Forget what they write now. That's what I'm asking too. Your house in Lagos, do you get 20 to 24 hours electricity each day?
Nowhere in Nigeria, people
I've got two homes in Lagos. The one in Ikoyi probably does that, have that kind of thing because it's in close proximity to the.
May God just help me for this
the
life.
lion of.
May God just help me for this life.
No, I'm just telling you.
These people they wash. I've got two. One in Ikoyi. Then you cool down. Cool down. Cool down for Jesus.
No, it's not my home. It belongs to the old man. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the old man. So when I'm opportune, when I'm allowed to go there,
24 hours a day.
Sure, no house get
area. But is it right? It's not right. That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is that it's not going to work. We know how Nigeria works. It's just not going to work. You have somebody living possibly in Sulere or Aguda and all that, getting that kind of tariff. When you make noise too much, they will threaten you. It's just not going to work. I don't see how it's going to work. That's all I'm just trying to say. They know what to do. They know how they will deal with these things. All these things are just distractions. All these things are mere distractions. That's what I'm just trying to say. So that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tone.
Let me reply what Tone said about me.
I'll come to you now.
No. Sure. Just let me reply him.
How long do you need?
Two people.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
30 seconds. Tone,
I'll just reply. Yeah. So I'll make you understand something. We will train our kids, and they will grow up and become the people that they want to be, not the people that we want them to be. Just like as our parents also train us. So who is me if my son or my daughter choose to be the person they want to be? My father never smokes. My elder brother never smokes. So I didn't smoke. But I'm in midst of everybody who smoke. That does not mean I'm the one that they raise much, much better. That may just be my own principle. That is what you will understand. Like I said, I know where you were coming from because I use a local as a dada person because it's something that I've seen, and I've seen it several times in Nigeria. Yes, anything you want to call it. But I've seen army, I've seen police cut people's hair because it's not something that they believe.
No,
you understand? Listen, let me finish. It's not something that they believe. You understand? You believe it. I believe
it's
it.
More than 1 minute. It's more than 1 minute. It's more than 1 minute.
I will stop and I will take it next. If you want to gag me, you gag me. I'll remind you. Go ahead.
It's not gagging. It's just that.
Just let me finish because I just suppose this thing with what happened to Bobrisky. Because if we say Bobrisky is not an issue, we have also seen somebody with that same dreadlock twist
whichever way, the traditional way, like we call it in Nigeria, Dada, some of us that grew up in the West, and then for that thing. I've seen when police, my younger brother, one of my younger brother have it. I live in a community where they do all type of ritual before they cut the hair. My father did not believe it. My father cut my brother hair with nothing, and he's still alive today. Because they say if you don't perform those rituals, that child will seek and seek and seek, be likely die. My father is a Jehovah's Witness. My father did not believe. My father cut my brother hair by himself. That my brother, that as I'm telling you now, that boy is a 46 years old boy. He's still alive. He's a father with 3 kids. So it's just belief. But the thing I'm saying is that people abuse some of those people, and it's wrong.
All right.
So all I'm saying is that when they use the word cross-dresser, it's different from gay. That's all I'm saying. So that part in our Nigerian law, when they talk about the gay law, it is not there. If you don't know, you don't know. It is not there. It's just a cross-dresser. And I use the word clearly. I say, even though there are some of our masquerades that dress this like women, you understand? They go the feminist way. And everything. What is wrong? Then you say, may that happen to me. And everything. I think that is wrong. You understand that when we want to talk about our rich culture and tradition, if you want to say so, then you also say the Christians should get away from our country and the Muslims should get the fuck out of our country. They are not also our culture and tradition. What about that? Because of you are standing up talking about this, your stupid, carry this, your Christianity, this, your nonsense evangelical ideology and everything. My name is Paul. By default, that also tell you that I'm a Christian. But when you want to go far with your Christianity, that is stupid on you. That may not be stupid on me. You shut up and stop that nonsense thing.
Okay, so all right, guys.
You should allow this.
Everyone, please wait.
Because when you begin to call the fact that somebody.
So will you use your superpower? You're letting everybody run wild. Use your superpower.
Tone is a Christian fundamentalist. Tone is a Christian fundamentalist.
That's exactly what he is.
I'm going to start kicking people out. If you won't cooperate with me, if you don't work with me, I'll kick you out.
I can challenge you. Let us challenge.
All right. So let's start from there. So the point I don't get is when we get to that point where we don't have, any thoughts about the next speaker, and we think what we have to say is more important than what everybody else is saying. And this is not just Paul. This is everybody. You know yourselves. You know who the culprits are. I keep saying it. Nothing that you want to tell us is that important that will change this world. Forget it. You are not that person. And not because I'm trying to demean you. You are not you on your own. Whatever opinion you hold, it's not going to change the world on its own. So let other people speak. I sometimes let it go on for a while, hoping that people will know when to wrap it up. But you just want to carry on. If I leave people, you will probably speak for 25 minutes and you think you've done something. You've not done anything. We complain about life is not fair, or government is not fair, this person is bad. But we give the microphone to you, expecting you to pass it to the next person, and you hug it. Because your opinion is going to change the world. It won't. Righteous man, you've got the microphone. So this electricity tariff.
Sure.
So let me put the question to you. What band are you in? Based on the band that they've given you, do you get that electricity? Remember, I said it, band A should get 20 to 24 hours. What band are you and what do you get?
Sure. There is no place in Lagos that receives 20 hours uninterrupted power supply. Never. It doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Now, coming to this issue of hiking the tariff, electricity tariff, if you listen to Arise News 9 o'clock news night yesterday, they interviewed NLC President Joe Ajir, and they were asking him questions about this hike. And in fact, for the first time, I have to agree with him, and my eyes was opened. Just like when the Bible said that Jesus gave the disciples fish and their eyes were opened, they now discover, he's the master. So the Nigerian electricity have been privatized for 10 years. And the issue was, before this time, Nigeria was generating between 3,000 to 4,000 megawatts of electricity. Now, after 10 years of this privatization, Nigeria still generates between 3,000 to 4,000. Nothing has changed. And then the individuals that you sold these things to, you are not telling us Nigerians that you are subsidizing. How can you subsidize private businesses? Where is it done? There is no increase in what was generated and what was supplied, still between 3,000 to 4,000. And all of a sudden, you are hiking it from 68 Naira per kilowatt to 225 Naira. Now, when I heard it, I thought it was a joke. I live between Festac and Amowodofi. I live in between. Now, I was coming back from work yesterday because my niece called me that the power has just finished. I said, okay. So when I came back, I said, let me test this thing, whether it is effective. Because with the kind of temperature we have today in Lagos, it will be difficult for me to sleep without AC. So I said, okay, let me test it. Use 2,000 Naira to go and recharge. That was around 8 p.m. yesterday. And she went and recharged 2,000 Naira. Believe me, by 4 a.m. this morning, it was all gone. My house was in total darkness. And we used only one AC in my room. Not that the other rooms' ACs were on. Now, before this time, if I had recharged that 2,000 Naira, for example, at least it will last for 4 days. But it didn't last up to 6 hours or 7 hours. And they had already told us that it has not started, that it will take effect by next week or thereabout. But it is a lie. So the ministry, the minister that spoke, and the president or the presidency, they are deceiving us. And that was why at the starting of this program, I said, Nigerians are in hell. The elites are ripping Nigerians off. There is no work. There is no good security. There is no food. Then the electricity that we don't have. You are now using what we struggle to earn to appease those who put you in position. Because the owners of this Jesco and Disco and Ikeja Electricity are all politicians. They are the acronyms of these people that are in government today. So in order to pay them back, they have to, officially hike the tariff of electricity, which is going to spell doom economically. Now, let me analyze it. I'm into construction industry. Since December last year, one of my clients that lives in Texas, I applied for prepaid meter for his building. And the guy said to fast forward it so that the file will not be delayed. I paid extra 15,000 per unit of the prepaid. Now listen carefully. Then he told me that the portal, just like what happened with INEC, that the portal had not been released so that people's payment would reflect there. Then you can assess what you paid for. Do you know since December till today, the portal is still hanging? And this individual is about to return to Nigeria. And he had been on me. What is going on? That is the country where we are. Every now and then I run to make sure that these things are clarified. My chatting with the subject, with the person in position to, to make this thing work, I screenshot it and sent to him so that he will know I'm not lying to him and I have not embezzled his money. Now, it goes down to the people that are selling minerals, pure waters, because they use electricity to get these things cold because of the tropical environment where we are in. Now, a bottle of mineral now has suddenly gone up. That's just the implication. And everything that we do in Nigeria, is it barbing your hair? If you want to barb your hair now from 500 in local places, is going to 1,000 because the person is paying more. So these people that are representing APC that comes to this platform and all they do is to malign genuine Nigerians who want this country to progress. They start talking anyhow and start writing anyhow. They should go and ask APC, what have Nigerians done to them? What did Nigerians do to Tinubu and co? Why does he want us to suffer? I remember lastly before I drop that Buhari said before he left Aso Rock, he said Nigerians will remember him. And truly, it's not up to 1 year. We want Buhari back instead of Tinubu. Because, I mean, it's arrant nonsense. You remove, before you were inaugurated, you have announced the removal of the oil subsidy. It's not up to 1 year again, you have removed the electricity tariff. I mean, subsidy, if there was any, as they claim. And who were they paying those trillions when we have no electricity? So everything about this country, is like a mirage. It's just like a drama. The more you look, the less you see. You can't understand what is happening, whether it's actually human beings that are actually managing the affairs of this country or aliens from another planet. These guys travels to abroad. They have houses abroad. They have their children abroad. They see good lives abroad. When they come here and take position of authority, man, they turn to something you cannot imagine. Honestly, it's terrible. Thank you.
Sure, cannot hear you. Sure, cannot hear you. Sure, cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, righteous man. You live in Nigeria, and you probably have a better understanding of issues than most of us who live abroad, or at least you experience it firsthand. What I can say regarding this is what the government have said is that this would only affect those in Band A. And what I've seen online is, at least I think there's a man called Dr. Joel Abba, or Joe. He's popular on Twitter, on X. He actually posted his interaction with his energy provider, and he told them 2 days ago to say, "You said I'm in Band A, but I don't get this. What you're saying, this 20 to 24 hours." And the next day, they downgraded him to Band B, and that's why I highlighted this Ogbemi's comment, who said that they don't get 20 hours. He's currently in Band A, but he's saying that they're in the process of being put back on Band B. So a lot of Nigerians are now paying attention to say, "You've put me in Band A," and for the first time, I now know that as a Band A customer, I should be getting 20 to 24 hours electricity every day. If I don't get it, please downgrade me to Band B. And they are paying 78 Naira per kilowatt. So Nigerians are paying more attention. And I can tell you from my experience, the last time I was in Nigeria...
Sure, it's 68, not 78.
Okay, so the last time I was in Nigeria, I was at my brother's house in Ibadan, and he lives in the choicest part of Ibadan. And he was telling me, I said, oh, back home at our dad's house, I said, they hardly have electricity. That used to be like a decent part of Ibadan, but what's going on? He said, oh, a lot of your neighbors, your father's neighbor, like he wasn't his father, he said a lot of your neighbors won't pay. When they give them 7,000 Naira bill, they won't pay. So you have been caught up in that nonsense, and that's why you don't have electricity. I told him how much I was spending to run petrol. And he now said in his house at the time, and I don't think he would have any reason to lie to me. This was a few years ago, like 3 years ago. So he said that in his house, in that part of Ibadan, that they were getting at least 18 to 20 hours electricity. They said, but they were paying about 35, 40,000 every month or whatever. That's like 3 years ago. He said, because everybody in that neighborhood would pay whatever they charged them. I told him, I said, but what I spent on diesel costs more than what you're paying. I was spending about 60, 70,000 on diesel because I wanted it on every day. So I believe that all these Band A, Band C, Band whatever, they do exist. But my worry is when it would eventually creep up on the Band D, Band E, Band C, the people who don't even get anything. And like Righteous Man said, what have you been subsidizing? A lot of people don't even get 10 hours on the average a day. So this subsidy, where has it been going? And when you say you are taking away subsidy, the way I see this subsidy removal, including petrol, is you are punishing every Nigerian, the poorest Nigerians, because you cannot afford to go against your friends or the powerful people who are making money from this subsidy scam. Subsidy in itself is not a bad thing if done properly. Subsidy is to help the poorest amongst us. So why take it away because you cannot afford to go against your friends who are making a mockery of it? There was someone who went on live TV and said, he's a powerful Nigerian, I can't remember his name, a politician, and said some of his friends were saying, we are tired of the money we are making from this fuel subsidy. We are making too much money. So rather than go against those people, you are punishing the poorest and saying, you know what, this thing has been abused, we'll just take it away. I don't think it's fair, you know. So, Paul, you're next. And Paul, I mean, I took you out because things get heated up.
Can
you put me in the background? I think electricity wants to get me.
Bring me again so that I'll go behind.
Okay,
Put me in the background. Electricity wants to come in.
No vex now. You are next. Don't worry. And electricity, you get ahead. You've done the right thing. Electricity. I don't know why you, as a co-host, I know you like to talk like you're in the court. You're a co-host. You have the key to the room. You will now be knocking on the door. That me, I should open the door for you. When I know say you get key. You're a co-host. You're a moderator. What
it's not courtesy.
Wait, it's not courtesy. What
my God will answer you.
Wait. What I would understand is if you come in and take over the show, I can say, guy, calm down. I made you run the show. But in terms
of my God,
no, forget that thing. I yield the floor. Don't yield the floor to anybody.
You go
electricity. If there are 7 people on the platform, there's room for 3. You're in the background. You won't come in until I bring you in. No, yes, now. Humility get level. Level.
That's not. It's a personal decision I made.
Okay.
So
wait to when me I'm hosting.
If
there's space and you don't come in, my brother, you'll be there for a long time.
No problem.
The people who don't have the key, when they knock, I will open. You get key. You can't put them for back. Say, can you confirm
to me? We are trying to be good Nigerians. See what they do for
forget your humility. Know the wash for know the work. Anyway, Paul, go ahead. Don't worry, Loco. You are next after Paul. I know electricity is coming here to ask us for the meaning of mutilation, but we'll get to it. Paul, please go ahead.
Okay.
Nigeria, what band are you?
Why are you speaking for the second time now? Me a level talk.
No vex now.
Continue.
He go reach you.
I didn't speak for the second time. I only just replied in knucklehead.
Oh,
if I
God.
give you anything.
Yeah.
I give you anything.
So, talking about this electric thing. When I came to Nigeria last year, I stayed for the most part, almost like 10 days in Magodo. I stayed in my auntie's place. Man, it was like really, really good. Like even when the light goes off, sometimes my sister want to do it more. Like maybe just because of me to on the generator because I complain about the humidity and every other thing. I often said, I said, no need. Let me even use the opportunity to walk around the neighborhood. And it was like good, really like between what they said, that 20, 23, sometimes 18 hours, it was really, really good. Then I asked her, I said, how much do you guys pay for bill? She said, I don't want to know the bill. They pay up to like every month, they spend more than 100 and something thousand Naira. That was like 2022. Said they spend a lot of money because the son also do remote, so work from home. And one of their niece also do his own remote kind of business too from home. So they stay at home for the most part. But it's really, 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 really good. And it keeps the estate so quiet because everybody do enjoy that. So somewhere along the line again, they had problem with their meter when they start upgrading this meter because they used to use card to go pay. Then they upgraded the proper way from where you can just pay online with your phone, whatever and every thing. So while they were doing that, they started getting this problem. So they had all this this connection thing and every other thing. So they said while they were working on it, like what righteous man is complaining about, they've not really given them. So they just fixed them an estimated bill till they work on it. And they started giving them 92,000 Naira. The son was very, very happy because that 92,000 Naira, they've not still finished that process. What righteous man is complaining till today. So they were praying every day that may God let them not finish, because 92,000 Naira really, really favor them more, because if they are paying, they spend more. And as at this time now, they honor the AC in their house, they honor the fridge, external freezer, whatever. They're enjoying it. It's estimated. So it's not like before where they off this to cut costs. Now they own anything, they are just enjoying. Whenever they see lights, they enjoy it. But my question is that, what is the meaning of band A, band B, band C? What I supposed to understand is something supposed to be just simple one word: residential area and industrial area. Maybe you charge the industrial area more because it's more like a business thing. So they generate more electricity. The government make more money from them. That is all I understand. What is one band A? I don't know anything like band where I live in the West. I don't know anything. I also pay online. Then talking about this meter card, this thing that Righteous Man is complaining about. The way I'm moving from place to place to place to place, you just apply for the card. You apply for the meter. They send that into your house. You just activate it. And if the government can't get it, or the so-called PHC and whatever can't get it, contract these things. Let somebody go buy his meter or whatever in ShopRite. All you just need to do, activate them and start paying. Why punishing people? That's exactly what MTN and Econet did. You understand? When they came, they sell phone, but we have the luxury also buying our phone from the street. So I might go to MTN and buy MTN phone, or if I don't want MTN phone, I buy my phone in the street and get your SIM. Just activate seamlessly. You get your phone, you activate in seconds. You are connected. You started using your phone. Why are they making this thing like some funny space or nuclear technology? I don't understand the type of thing. It's so funny. They just punish people and they make things don't work. Then they come, they just say some of all these things that it just don't add up. What is band A, band B? And you know the thing of band A, somebody's talking about Surulere, that we are trying to come down from band A to band B. I don't think it works like that, because they map out a particular area, like the elite area, and they put them on that one. So there's no like two different type of electricity where you say your neighbor don't have light, you have light. You understand? Remember, I still want transformer that bring that electricity to that area. So people may likely go deceive themselves thinking that, oh, I downgrade to band B, or maybe originally you're already on band B. But if you're on band A, then you say, oh, I don't want to do band A because the money is too much, so I want to be on band B. I don't think it works like that. I didn't see any streets where you see this neighbor don't have light, this one have light, this one don't have. No, because they just have one transformer that feed that area. That is my thinking for now.
Thank you, Paul. Fix, I see you're in Nigeria and you're in the dark. I'm going to try bring you in as soon as possible, even if it means me stepping backstage so you can speak. But that will be after Loco, because Loco will take off my head if I don't let him speak next. But Paul, to address that, I don't think it's house to house. I think the way they do it is, like I said, my brother in 20 whatever I went to Nigeria, he told me that his whole neighborhood, like not one house or house. So they look at the postcode, basically like in the UK, you say postcode. So let's say Northwest London. Dr. Alexander Gomez would understand, forefathers would understand. So you could say, Northwest London, for instance, it's an affluent, postcode and all of that. So they could say Northwest London. People there, if we bill them at 200 Naira per kilowatt, they would pay. But people, I don't want to stereotype, people in a particular part of London, if we bill them the same, they won't pay. I almost mentioned some places, but I just caught myself on time. So they would think, oh, these people won't pay. So you know what? If we have 10 units of electricity to give out, we would rather give 7 to the people that can pay. I'm not saying it's fair, but I'm just trying to tell you what they do and say, okay, these people that can pay, that pay less, we'll give them 6 hours, manage it. The people that can pay, we'll give them 20. My brother was showing me his generator. He had a mechanical generator. I don't know, God knows how many millions. He said since he bought it, that is not topped up the diesel, that he hardly uses it. And they were just laughing. I said, but what I pay, where our father lives, where I was staying at the time, and partly hotel, partly the place, I said, I'm spending more on diesel. He said, that's your problem, because you can pay if they charge you at the premium tariff, but all your neighbors, most of them, would not pay. They would rather bribe NEPA officials because they can't afford it. So I think that's what's behind it. I'm not justifying it. I'm explaining what's going on. But let me go to local and I'll bring in Fix to speak. Wale, I see you in the background.
Yeah,
Mr.
okay.
Sure,
See,
you are wrong.
first thing first, I think Nigerians, I don't want to say that most of the time we sound like hypocrites. Like, we say there's no law in Nigeria unless a lawless place, but we don't seem to know that there are laws. Because you don't know those laws doesn't mean there are no laws. The truth is, like, if you're overcharged, right, it's bound to happen. But there's a commission where you can go to, which is called NEC. You can take your complaints to them, and they will ask, they will pay them what's called the distributors, PACN, whatever they call it now. They will ask them to refund you your money. You understand? Estimated billing is only a temporary thing, and it's just for like 1 or 2 months. If they go more than that, you can invite NEC to your house. NEC will come, check your property, and they will tell you this is what you're supposed to pay. You understand? If you have power in your area, this is what we're supposed to pay. Sorry, with the ration of power in your area. That with that, you will take it to PACN, and if they don't do what they ask you to do, the NEC people will want to compare them to pay you back your money. I've seen it work. You understand? But most Nigerians, we don't know if these laws exist. We just know that the name is there, the commission is there, NEC. We don't even know their function. Yeah, they are part of price tariff control, but they are also for customers who they are overcharged. Take your issue to them, and they will solve your issue for you when it comes to overbilling or estimated billing. But most Nigerians, sorry.
That is
no, Karen, good.
Yeah, but most Nigerians don't know that. Like I said, ignorance. Just the same ignorance where we have. Like, I don't want to sound as if I'm taking back to the issue we talked about. Where ignorance, where like there's law. You understand? Because the law is not catching up everybody, doesn't mean the law should not catch nobody at all. You understand? You hear that you say it's witch hunting. Why you chop the winch? We want me to hunt you. If you not chop the winch, they go hunt you. You say what is witch hunting? You chop winch, then you mean they don't hunt you. You understand? Not chop winch, then nobody go hunt you. Because they're not hunting anybody. You say, okay, because they're not hunting, okay, let me chop the winch. They will chop you, they will not hunt you. You say it's witch hunting. Meanwhile, you just fool yourself by doing what they ask you not to do. You understand? You don't know the grace that's covering other people. If the same grace is covering you, you don't have grace. You want to test grace that you don't have. Then the law caught up with you. You are saying it's witch hunting. What is witch hunting? You understand? You part of the law, you part of the, and that's it. You know. Then when it comes to the banding thing they were talking about, I don't think I don't know the band, if they there's band and it goes with tariffs. I remember, but the other thing that is pronounced with tariffs is when your meter is industrial and commercial. There's a little difference in tariffs. The band tariff thing, probably they just started taxing that of recent. I don't know, but the band has been there. The band will tell you the type of meter that you are using. You understand how it runs. But when it comes to tariffing, it goes with if your meter is industrial or commercial, and the prices are there easily. You understand? Right. And I can tell Nigerians, in case they don't know, look, by yourself, you can calculate how much you spend in your house. You understand? With the number of hours that you have lights. You know, maybe electricity, if it's electrician or if it's electrical engineer, you will know. Your house, you have wattage in all appliances that you have in your house. You understand? Calculating, adding all of them together and multiplying that by the number of hours you have lights, you can tell how much, and also multiplying by price per kilowatt hour. You understand? That is officially in Nigeria. You can know how much you spend even without them selling the bill. You understand? It's just for you to pay attention. But Nigeria, like I said, the laws are there. Nobody pays attention. We just go by whatever we think, and we blame everybody for something that we should be held responsible for. You know.
All right. Thank you, Loco. I'll just read out again the banding. So band A should have 20 to 24 hour supply. Band B should have 16 to 20 hour supply. Band C should expect 12 to 16 hour supply. And band D should have 8 to 12 hour supply. And lastly, band E, 4 to 8 hour supply. I think my parents' house must be in band nothing, because I don't think they get 8 hour supply a day. But I haven't said that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the video again of our Minister for Power, Mr. Bayo Adelabu, who ran for governor for your state. Thank God he didn't win, because that man scares me. I'll play his video again where he advised Nigerians to turn off their freezer when they're going to work in the morning and turn it on when they get back. Then I would leave for 2 minutes for Fix, who is in Nigeria. He's using torchlight. You need to see. It's even instructive that we're talking about this ban being allowed. And Fix is in Nigeria in the dark. But let me play the video again, and I'll bring fix in. I won't take anyone out. I would leave. I'll sacrifice just like Jesus did. And fix can come speak, then I'll take him out and I'll come back.
Bitter truth that we also need to tell ourselves as Nigerians. We are all Nigerians. A few people are only privileged to sit on the high table here. We are on the same level. We must be able to talk the truth to ourselves. We don't have the culture of consumption management in this country in terms of power, just because of the cheapness of the tariff we pay in power. A lot of people come back from work. They want to have dinner, or they want to play with their colleagues down the road. They switch on the AC for the room to be cooling before they come back. Yes, some people will be going to work in the morning. A freezer has been left on for days. They will still leave it on when all the items in the freezer are already frozen. And 5, 6, 8 hours of their absence will not be able to defreeze. They will still leave it. It will consume power just because we are not paying enough. We've all been overseas before. We know how conscious the power consumers are to consumption of electricity.
So you can hear a lot of people murmuring, even the journalists who are often sycophants, they didn't agree. In the UK, I put my heating on before I get back home. I can put my heating on while at work. Before I get back home in winter, I want my house to be warm by the time I get in winter. So I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what. He's a much older man than myself. So he's probably older. Maybe he came to the UK in the 80s or whatever. But before I go home, on my phone, I have an app. I will put my heating on so that when I get home in winter, it's warm. So what's this man talking about? Turn off your freezer in the morning. Does he know the danger of having food that you've frozen, is defrosted, and is frozen again? What is he saying? Oyo State people, you are lucky. Us, I'm an Ijebu man, but I was born in Ibadan, grew up in Ibadan. We are lucky that we dodged these bullets. Imagine this one as our governor.
Show you be Ijebu.
I'm an Ijebu man, yes, proud one.
Yeah,
well,
my junior brother married
Ijebu,
from.
I say Ijebu. I'm a Remo man. Let me correct that.
Okay, my junior brother married from your town.
Congratulations.
Jebu woman, very
man. Electricity, 1 second. So let me do electricity. Let me do this.
You will do a lot for me.
Electricity. Let me leave the studio for a second. I want to bring Fix in. He's in Nigeria in the dark. So when he speaks, after him, then you speak. Now just give me 2 seconds. I've got.
Why are you backstaging me?
No vex now, no vex. Everybody go talk.
So put me behind so that you stay. So that I think you should put me behind. You stay when you finish. You not bring me back.
Should I go on?
Yes.
Yes, go on. Right on.
Good evening from this side. I greet you all.
Which side? Yaba left side or Yaba right side?
I'm in Abuja. Sir.
Okay,
please, I want to take you people back to Goodluck Jonathan's this thing. They are privatized. Nigeria sold NEPA to these current bearers now. We sold it. So I don't understand that subsidy they are talking on power. I don't get it. So when somebody buys something, private we will be paying subsidy on that. And somebody asks about if there is any place there is a 24 hours electricity on the panel before, I think. Yes, there is. It's Bonny Island. I stayed there like for 4 years in Rivers State. And they took the light, like inside that 4 years, they took the light like 2 times. So in Bonny Island, in Nigeria here. So that place, we have our meter. So that thing that the minister was talking about. So if I have my meter and I on my freezer or my AC, I think it's my money that I'm spending. It's not his money, you know. So when they saw this thing, they told us they are going to give everybody a meter. So why haven't they provide the meter? Because it is easy for you to pay as you pay with your money, and then you continue using. But this place that I'm this spot that I am now is I'm living in a working place now. You know, because of the hardship of this, my people, my employers gave me house. We are paying 100,000 in 5 days. 100,000 5 days. So 5 days, 100,000 is gone. Still, we don't have the light. So what would the man call that one? I don't know the meaning of all this. You are in badge, this one badge. Just give us the light. Just give us the light. Let's pay. So you are telling us you are in badge this one. You are in badge this one. The former place that I was staying before they demolished it, we bought meter. We bought meter for 60,000 naira. There will be light. Oh, the light will not come inside your room, but the meter will be on and your light will be going. So I think there is a super corruption inside this power sector in Nigeria, and they don't want to solve it. If not, is it? I don't understand. Is it not on planet people are solving their electricity problem? So when I'm listening to these people, I'm going I'm going crazy. What they are spitting from their mouth. All the places that this thing worked, like the Bonny Island I told you about, it was Share and NLNG that made those things possible. So why not copy from what these other guys are doing and implement the same thing? You saw this thing and you are telling us you are removing this. Currently, we are not having the light, but you are after increasing this thing, the bill. So what are you increasing? What are you increasing? Right now, I'm very, very angry. Very, very angry. Things are spoiling in the freezer. You bought anything, you put it in the freezer, it will destroy immediately. It's not even not to. I don't get this minister self. Immediately I watch that man, the thing was start turning my bed. These people are not ready to even do anything for us. You know, and currently in Nigeria, here that I am now, there is too much heat. Too much heat. You need fan. You cannot sleep. You know, I'm outside like this now. Just for me to feel a little bit better before I go and take the bed again and before I go to bed. You know. So this thing, we are in hell in Nigeria. Actually, we are in hell already. These people are very, very wicked. They are very, very wicked. And to even think of that, we have oil in our country, we have everything. We are marching on gold and we are marching on everything that for us to succeed as a human being, live like human beings. But they will allow the West to come and take it, and let's be suffering for them. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Fix. Thank you. I just thought it was important that that I add you to the show so you could give us the perspective of someone living in Nigeria regarding the banding. Because a lot of Nigerians will tell you, except you live in like Ikoyi, like Tone said, except you live where my brother lives in Ibadan, in those places, a lot of people don't get anything. They don't. And what the minister said was very insensitive, honestly, telling people to turn off their freezer. Who does that? Does he do that? He doesn't. So why are you telling people? Anyway, don't let me hold the mic. I can see Wally in the background. I'll bring you on board. Electricity. Don't worry, KJ. I see you. I'll come to you. Electricity. This is you.
Please
Your
put me
name
on the
is
background.
Put
Put me on the background.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
do that. Your name is literally electricity. At least not your real name, but your electricity. So this is for you. This banding. Don't come and talk about mutilation. Forget that. What do you think? Darkness. Look at that man speaking. Look at everybody else in here. Honestly, and compare to his background, it looked like the man was in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, sure, I just came back from Nigeria, so
that's true. You sent us a video.
At least in my area, they give us one day in, day out. It's turn by turn. It's like a polygamous man. You decide which woman is next. That so we have the light today. Tomorrow we don't have. Now that doesn't mean it's 24 hours. Maybe just maximum 6 hours. And if you are lucky, they will even give you this and that. It's regardless of the banding. Sure, you are in the UK, so I'm doing a course at the moment, and one of the module is energy and that is where you get to understand that this tariff and banding also is something that actually is in the UK. They show us everything. You can check everything. But the most important thing, like what this last speaker just said, let's see the lights. Give us this light. Let's ignore this banding. The banding is not issue. Whether it's band A or band Z, it makes no difference. Let us see the light. Give us the light. Then it's not up to us now to now. Sure, sometimes here we turn off our lights, not because we don't want to use it, but because we're trying to reduce the bill. So anyone if you're not in a particular room, you don't leave the light on. Even the heater we use, at a certain point, we're going to turn it off. But that minister, I don't know whether it's embarrassment. I don't know whether it's a cause. I don't know is he on Colos? I don't understand. Honestly speaking, is he on Colos? On Colos? I don't understand. Why? The one thing we don't switch off here is what? Is fridge and freezer. Except everybody's traveling out of the house for a long period of time. Not even for 1 week. So 1 week, you still leave it on. It still keeps on. I mean, when I traveled back my place when I traveled for a month or two, I turn it off. I defrost everything. I turn it off. There's nothing there. That is the only time I turn off my freezer. If not, it works 247, 365 days of the year. So where does it get it from? I really don't understand. Now, the guy in Bonny, if I'm correct, they use a turbine gas and turbine. So there's light there 24/7. If this thing is possible, like I said, it's down to wicked.
It does not belong to disconnect, belongs to NNPC.
It belongs to NNPC or Shell or those oil company. Yeah, they provide it for the community. It doesn't. But what I'm trying to say is that these things is possible in Nigeria. Why would you be increasing tariff when people don't have light? When I sleep in the night, I sleep in one corner of the bed in my house in Nigeria then. And I'll put facing the window. And I'll put a towel on the bed because I'll be sweating. Then I'll have another towel, which means I will use to mop myself. Just give us, if you like, increase the tariff to 500. It doesn't bother me. I have to be honest. Increase it to they increase tariff here as well too. Let's be realistic. Those of us in diaspora, they increase tariff. Sure, they increase tariff. Recently, my council increased my house rent by €6. If I have £6, I beg your pardon. So they increase things, but they base it on inflation. They give this light is 24. Why am I here today? Is it not because there's light? Why is forefather can stay for 10 hours or 12 hours? It's because give us the light. Increase the tariff if you want to increase it. But please, give us the light. That is what I am. I'm not going to argue with tariff, anybody with tariff. You ain't going to do me no. Let me see the light. When I see the light that is working 24/7, 365 days a year, then we'll not come and be talking about tariff or how I manage what my usage. I own my AC or I don't want to want my AC. Okay, I use fan. Just give us the light. That's all I have to say. Banding a tariff makes no difference to me when I don't see light. What's the point? It doesn't make sense. So, Phil said I should not talk about the mutilated currency of Bobrisky. And sure, I finished tariff. Can I weigh in on Bobrisky, or you don't want me to weigh in on it? Okay, speaking. Thank God. You see, currency mutilation is defined as currency which has been damaged to the extent that 1/2 or less of the original note remains, or its condition is such that its value is questionable. Is that what Bobrisky did? The answer is no. That's not what he did. That is the definition of mutilated currency. And for crying out loud, some of us have sprayed money in parties, and we maybe by error, by omission or commission, we step on it. Have they come to arrest us? We see it every day. Even they themselves who do party, they spray them. So it's just I don't know why that happened, but it doesn't work my own time as far as I'm concerned. Just give us light. That is all I have to say. Thank you. So I yield the floor. It's okay. Alaba, go ahead. The show is on the phone.
I could pass me before Alaba.
Yes.
I know, Pastor.
I'm not the moderator. Okay, go ahead. Sure.
Thank you for yielding the floor, as always, my learned colleague. My learned colleague. Thank you for yielding the floor. Well, good to see.
Can I go? Did you say I can
Wait
go?
now. It's
No,
the turn
I'm
of,
not the
Blackstone.
moderator. The moderator has come back.
So it's the turn of Blackstone. Fix, honestly, this background I'm looking at is break. I mean, guys, sorry. Look at this background. I'm not mocking the Fix, but look, I'm going to take him out in a second. Look at this background. What is this? It looks like someone that escaped from kidnappers.
It's like and darkness.
No, honestly, look at everybody else. It looks like somebody that escaped that is now saying SOS.
Joe,
Anyway, so it's your turn, Blackstone.
Thank you very much. We're coming about this increases tariff and so-called band A or band B or so on and so forth, right? What I see, first and foremost, I read from Arise News that the discos made a profit of 1 billion naira last year. Sorry, 1 trillion naira last year as profit, right? And we don't have improvement in power facilities. How many customers has prepaid meters? So when they are saying band A, band B, do everybody in that band A has prepaid meters? So how are they going to charge them? And I was talking to my girlfriend. In their estate, they were formerly in band A, but now they have degraded them to band B. So indirectly, if you are in band A, you can also say you don't have to be on band A again, you'll be on band B. So I don't know what formula they are going to use, how they are going to mark out areas or houses, which is band A, band B. Also, because when I listened to it, it was so confusing the way they mapped them out. You understand? There's a mapping they did and everything, and it cut across different areas in Lagos. And this band A, band B is all throughout every state in Nigeria, right? So another thing also is that when we are talking of increase in tariff, have they put also into consideration the conditions of Nigerians? What is the salary a person receiving 30,000 naira or 50,000 naira or 100,000 naira in a month? Now, unfortunately, it's in band A. What will be the effect, right? The companies who were already paying maybe 3 million or some amount of that money every month to run their factory, now they're in band A. What will be the increase? They're going to be paying about 7 million per month. That cost, who is it going to? To the customers. So indirectly, it's going to affect every aspect of the economy. It's going to increase the cost of living, and people are going to suffer from it. So sometimes when they are making these laws, increasing things like, you don't also put the citizens into consideration, right? Even like the increase in dollar last time resulted to increase in prices, but now it has come down as the prices came down. No, so everybody who's a businessman who uses electricity, we increase prices and say I'm in band A and pay more electricity. So they should have read or tried to put this into consideration. It's not only the household who are going to be who are using electricity. Also, the businessmen, the shops, the sellers, the dealers, they use electricity too. Indirectly, they're going to increase their price. They're going to be passed on to the end customers, who are going to bear the brunt of the pains of increase in electricity. So they are paying more electricity bill. They're also paying higher cost of living, cost of goods goes high. So at the end of the day, it's going to cause more suffering for the people. No matter what band you are, indirectly, it's going to have effect on you. So that's my own take of this, because I think that at this time, they should have been able to put more infrastructure, produce, generate more power, and also try to meter most houses. I mean, they say that it's about 5 million people or 5 million houses in Nigeria are metered. What about the other ones? So how did they get their 1 trillion naira profit? Where does it come from? From the estimated billing. So that is for me. It is for me. I don't. This is not the right time, or was it the right time for them to put that increase in the electricity tariff? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Blackstone. So don't worry. We're coming to you. We're coming to everyone. So we're going to carry on. We're going to go to Alaba. We've already spoken to KJ on electricity. If he wants to chime in for like a minute, that's fine. But we're going to go to Alaba. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll come to you. We'll go to Alaba. Paul, you've spoken about the tariff. So electricity has spoken about it. So it's Olumide and Wole. So the way we'll do it, we'll go to Alaba. Wole. Okay. Well, okay. Go on.
Okay. Well, I just want to throw this question.
Alaba, just 1 second. Let KJ speak.
I want to throw this question to us when we're answering. Even Alaba, you can weigh in on that. Is electricity a new science? Electricity, is it a new science? Secondly, is electricity is it one of the factors that you use to industrialize a nation? If that be the case, what sense does it make to ration electricity? Thank you. That's all I want.
Because we don't have enough. We're not generating enough. We don't have enough. That's why they're rationing it.
That's why
I disagree with you.
Is it a new science? Is there more science? Are people
okay.
I disagree with you, Show.
Alaba, it's your turn. Yeah,
I disagree with you, Show, because all of us are approaching this whole discussion from the wrong approach. I always say that. It's not that I know better than everybody, but
you teach us now.
Let me hit you now. Make I hit you now with this submission. It was Abati that once said on Arise that some people are collecting rent on Nigeria.
Standard.
That's a factual statement. And when we come with all these issues we raise, particularly this issue of electricity bills and tariff, it boils back to that fact. Nigeria has been hijacked, and the people who hijack it are the landlord, and they are collecting rent from the rest of you Nigerians. Now, whether they now provide accommodation for the rent they are collecting or not, which they don't, it's another discussion. So there are 2 different layers of the conversation. So there's the layer of the fact that they have hijacked your country and they are collecting rent from you. Now, whether they now provide what they are collecting rent from, it's another discussion for another day. So let's start with that nuisance of Adedibu Omokpenkelemes that was
Adelabu
Omokpenkelemes, or whatever his name is. You see, number one, you cannot give nothing from nothing. These people, this caliber of people, are empty shells. They come to the table because they are children of influential people. They got positions because they are children of influential people. They rise in Nigerian political sphere because of their parental influence, or they belong to the big man circle. You understand? But mentally, they are empty. They got nothing to deliver. But they do have one thing that they are good at, and I give that to them. They have this ingenuity of an Agbero. And an Agbero person knows how to collect tax and tariff at the motor park, whether you hate them or like them. Now, if they were intelligent people, they would know that anywhere there is demand, there's an opportunity to make money. All you have to do is supply the demand. Nigeria, 200 million. ample opportunity for anybody to make money. But because these people are dumb, daft, and stupid, they don't think like that, like normal human beings. They think like a typical garage agbero. How do I extort money from people? You understand? I don't want to start mentioning names from the Oga Patapata to the lowest, all of them in this circle. This is their idea of governance. This is what they know to go to governance to do. Let's go there and make money. Yes, everybody in the West too has that idea too. Let's go to governance and make money. But the difference is in the West is that they come with production. Let's go produce. Let's go sell. Let's go make. Let's go supply. Unlike our own political elite who comes to the table with let us go tax and provide nothing. Like the last person said, electricity is not new. It's been here for more than, God knows, 50 years or longer. So it's not like it's a new project. There are various ways you can produce electricity and make money. But your people are not thinking like that. They just, first of all, they started by saying, let us sell NEPA. Then they sold NEPA to themselves. Now, this themselves that they sold it to, instead of them to improve production and supply to the people who need electricity, they don't. But rather, they see it as a way, as an impediment to extort. So that is the issue of this tariff. Well, even these people, they're so dumb that when they think of plate license or driver's license, something as basic as those things, they only think in terms of how do we extort money from the people? How do we tax the people? So that's why I started with, you cannot get nothing from people with emptiness. So that's why we're looking at the problem from the wrong perspective. So when we start having people with brains who understand how to make money, that's why all of them, let me tell you about Nigeria, having money in Nigeria. It's like Omi Okun, Oma Dawa, Awa Dalo, because majority of those people who are at the corridors of power, they don't know how to invest and invest properly. Like that man who just started the airline to London. Those are people with brain, like Innocent Motors. Those are people with brain. But all these others who have been eating chop from government, emptiness, you can't get nothing from nothing. So until we deal with those emptiness or shut them down by addressing them, and we have to shut them down with intellectual discourse and let them know that, oh, they near, oh God, for coming out to say that people should turn off their electricity in order to save on electricity. You're the dumbest fool ever. You shouldn't even be near governance. We have to shut them down because they are agbero with agbero mentality. All they know is to tax. They are Oga Patapata too at the top. Tinubu is like that. That's how he built Lagos. No production, no company. That's how they build. That's how they think. And then they recruit. They recruit people into their group, into their military, into the organization, and they continue to destroy that country further and further and further down the line. So now, when people like Loco come here and start talking grammar about calculation, Nigerians can calculate how much electricity they receive and how much they are charged. I'm like,
who has time to be calculating?
The discourse is getting the wrong way, and people like one Nigeria also go, Nigerians don't pay for electricity. Why would you pay for something you don't even get? And that's even a lie. Nigerians are paying for electricity; they are not getting it. So they change the discourse because the discourse is about the people not supplying what the people are paying for. You understand me? I'm not trying to attack anybody, but nobody is paying attention to this. They say, first of all, we don't have a consumer organization that help Nigerians to hold these private companies accountable. So they have the audacity to say they want to remove. So you are a private company. What subsidy are you removing? You're not a government entity. We already sold what is ours to you. You're supposed to go use it to generate electricity and supply us, not tax us for it, not increase prices for things you are not supplying. You see, we have to address the real discussion, or else we just be going around in circles. That's all I want to say for now.
So thank you, Alaba. So Chim, is it a short one, or are you giving like a proper submission? It's a short one. Okay, go ahead. Before I go to Wale and Olumide on this electricity issue.
Yeah, sorry, on this, I just wanted to weigh in quickly. Good day to everybody. This our so-called minister, because when I watched that video yesterday, I was shocked. He's not the same one who was flying private jet, all about the
that the plane crashed. Yes.
So it's him, right? Okay.
Yes.
So this is a minister that probably has more than 3 or 4 vehicles in his entourage whenever he moves. I mean, you all know that our ministers have huge. Yes. So he's telling Yalata that manages to have a freezer that she uses to keep her ata that she's going to blend and use to cook rice for us. He's telling that our Yalata to put off her freezer, right? This same man that is going to have a retinue of 3-4 vehicles, who was flying a jet all over the place, he's lecturing Nigerians on responsible use of resources. Let's think. So when people come here to align with those people, first of all, pause and ask yourself certain relevant questions before you do it. Now, quickly again, this band something, I don't want to waste my time into it. Let's say Cadre is in band A, or Unilever or whoever is in band A, and you charge them that exorbitant, what's it called, tariff. And I'm not saying don't charge those private organizations, but people should realize that when you charge a private institution tariff that high, they will cascade it down.
They will transfer it. They will transfer
and then ultimately, the same people that are paying band, whatever they belong to, tariff, will also now pay some portion for the band A people who are mostly the business organizations. Is our government daft? Don't they think? All of us live, but let me speak for myself. I live in a country where electricity there is some form of subsidy in it. It's no country anywhere just gives you electricity. Electricity is one of the most expensive things anywhere. That's why the German government till tomorrow is liberalizing it for people, because they know all those their tech companies can't survive. In fact, even new entrepreneurs cannot survive if you give them the full-blown value of that thing. They will collapse. So I don't want to add that, because sometimes when people talk, they're not sitting back to rationalize some of these things. I felt I needed to throw that in.
All right. So thank you, Chim. In the next 13 minutes, I'm going to go to the 2 people that haven't spoken about it. So that's Wale and Olumide regarding the electricity. I'll come to 2 of you. So once they've spoken about it, so Chim is just going to anchor the section where we discuss this airpiece, Onyeama, the effects, the impact on Nigerians. He's planning to start doing Lagos, US, and all these places. So the impact, Chim would do that for the next hour. And of course, forefathers would take over. And if people still want to discuss these topics, they are free to discuss it. Or forefathers can take us to the section where we discuss more, what some people say, more relevant issues, international politics, Gaza, Israel, Ukraine, Russia. They've been blowing each other over the last few days. Also, the Senegalese, is it Senegal now? Burkina Faso, I can't remember. The Faye and, some people have said it's the Prime Minister or the minister that is going to rule the country, that is not actually the president, is just proxy and all of that. So, those sort of discussions we can add to the conversation. But let me go to Wale and Wale first, then Olumide regarding this electricity issue. What's your take on it, Wale?
Thank you, Sho. I greet everyone. Quickly, I'll just, within 5 minutes, I'll quickly some of my friends.
Thank you.
I've heard everybody, and there's no point for me going around the problem. We all know what the problem. But I'm kind of really surprised when we have daft people. Very daft people. I'm sorry if that language is not the right one to use. But anyway, let me call them educated illiterate. Yeah, they're educated illiterate. They're not daft. They're just educated illiterate. How can you come on air? You've traveled abroad. You've never seen a light goes off for one day where you've traveled to. And now you can come back and be telling people like, switch it. Seriously, it's out of sync. Anyway, I don't blame them. I blame the people that are so gullible. And they take this kind of people should be stoned. Honestly, they shouldn't even swear. I
Calm
mean,
down.
accountability. I mean, like everyone said, electricity is very, very expensive. I remember I lived in UK during the COVID or something when the electricity and the gas price went up. Government subsidized. They give people at least I think it's £60 every month towards their bill, and the energy company they make profit. I mean, it's not cheap, and they can't do without them. Like you rightly said, Chain, in Germany, government have to make sure that this electricity keeps going on because the production company or the tech and everything, they rely on it. If they don't have that electricity, the whole economy will shut down. And for God's sake, how can the people be I mean, they say they subsidize electricity, I mean, darkness. I don't even know where my mother, maybe, I don't even think my mother is on any band. They will tell you they haven't had light for 6
She's
months.
on band Z. Band Z.
If it's Z, honestly, I would have said, oh, that's good. At least one day she will move to Y, not A. Anyway, have they not even thought of the air pollution generate noise everywhere? I mean, well, I'm not even surprised because one of my uncle, they have to contribute in their area to buy transformer, to buy pole, to buy cable, and the whole thing is taken over by NEPA again, saying it's their property. I don't like when he was telling me. I thought, are you people? Oh, we have to do it. I'm like, okay. So I'm not blaming these people. I blame the people that are very, very docile because they just worship these people. And another thing, like from what Jim said, this man, because I'm from Ibadan, I remember the time he nearly crashed in the plane crash in Ibadan. How come he never told the pilot that please switch off the engine because we're going to waste? God forgive me if it's
Come
safe.
on.
Imagine if he has died in that plane crash at the airport. People don't think. Like, why would you? Anyway, it is what it is. But as much as these ruiners are ruining Nigeria, the people themselves are ruining it. I take this from what the AP's CEO said that the plane was parked far away. And these Nigerian people, they are saboteurs. Even when you go to the local government or the secretariat and your file, I mean, you've seen where they put Bobrisky with that pile of papers in 21st century. At what point? And if you look at it very well, these people there, they are my uncle, they are my auntie. They belong to us. I mean, they are not Unyibo, they are not Pandey. They are our people. But the moment they rose to that
Wale,
level,
there were a one.
honestly, I can beat my chest and tell you that I don't have any one of them because if I have them, trust me, I have my mouth. I will disconnect with them and I'll be
They'll block you. They'll block your number
swearing.
now. You're not
I'll be
listening to
cussing them.
them.
Yeah, but the thing is, look at where we are now. Either you are a doctor or you're a professor. When you go to the supermarket, have you ever seen a policeman carrying a bag following anybody? You buy bread. If you want to buy expensively, go to the expensive store. But the basic amenities of life, it's there. At what point these people are not even learning? That they just want to keep people suppressing people. And I don't blame them because the people themselves, they like to be suppressed. I better pass you. Once I have money, I can go and spray money. They will pursue, they will praise me. And I will be like, I want to belong to Big Cubana. I want to throw bundles. For what? Is the mentality. I don't think it will ever change.
All
Some
right.
people will say it's our culture. If it's our culture, let's continue to live in darkness. If our culture is to be in darkness, but I don't agree to that because it happened in Abia State. This thing is not rock science, like KJ said. Can this not be done? Yes, it can be done. Even if it's there and you ask people to pay 500 naira per kilowatt, it is production. People will pay. But you haven't even solved the problem. You are asking people to continue to pay for darkness. It's a, I mean,
All right. Thank you.
It doesn't make sense.
Let's go to
UCH, University College Hospital,
Ibadan.
the NEPA or whatever they call it,
they're owing
light.
500 million.
I mean,
yeah, because they're owing them 500 million naira. UCH Ibadan are owing NEPA 500
where is the
million.
accountability?
I don't blame NEPA for that one. I grew up in Ibadan. How can UCH, University College Hospital Ibadan, be owing NEPA over 500 million naira? They have to cut their electricity. They need
to find the CEO or whoever is running that hospital.
Chief medical
Where
officer.
is the money going?
All right.
So people are not accountable. When we look at this thing,
so why haven't they called Asurok and the Nigerian Defense Headquarters?
They should cut it now. I agree. They should cut everything.
As much as we blame this Eklemes or whoever, I mean, he's a banker. What does he know about electricity?
We have to move it on.
I mean, putting the wrong person in the right. I mean, putting the wrong.
Now you came here and you my voice
just...
need to travel far. Wole. Calm down.
Sorry,
Wale,
I just want to ask you a question. Sorry, the 500 million, was it within 1 month or 1 year?
No, over extended period.
I don't know.
So they don't budget.
Okay,
so they don't use budget in such institutions.
Okay, I will take over from there. But sure. I'm gonna.
This guy is a menace. He said I will take over.
So I'm gonna disagree with you on that one though. UCH is a priority institution. I'm not talking not just UCH, but any teaching institution, teaching hospital institution is a priority institution. Don't cut their light off.
If there's allocation for the money and you've not paid,
so federal government should be responsible for them. For that institution. No. That is why you should be aggressive in pursuing people stealing money. Money that should have gone.
Olumide, sorry, Olumide, we respectfully disagree with you.
No, you cannot switch off oxygen on sick people now. That refuse to pay it at the end of the month should be leaving that place.
Is not the right thing
let them go after the person chopping the money. Don't switch off oxygen.
Switch it off is not the right thing to say. It sounds insensitive. Not thinking about it. But what I'm saying is, UCH they've been given the money.
But it won't help matters if they.
I agree with you. Thinking about it because it's a medical, people would lose their lives. But anyway,
that's why I asked. Why haven't they cut us so raw? Why haven't they cut us so raw? Asurok is owing.
Just to move away from that narrative of let me do my own complaining now. I kind of perform my own solution to digress a bit. So the minister was very, very insensitive in making a comparison of switching your freezer off for 6 to 8 hours. I mean, even health-wise, it doesn't make sense. You're going to make bacteria grow on food, switching it off and on without having it on regularly. How do you preserve your food? I mean, is he liaising with the Minister of Health? And then in the ministries, it shows that the government itself is just disjointed and non-functional. Are you trying to improve like your father wants? You want manufacturing to improve. So how is minimizing rationing electricity going to improve manufacturing? So I mean, these guys, the people did raise objection when he was talking. You can see the people murmuring and saying, but they won't speak up because nobody wants DSS to come and carry them the next day. That's the kind of state police nation they've created. But just to help him, Minister Adelabu, if you are watching or if any of your minions are watching or anybody in your ministry, see, the world, you should have a standard. When you're speaking to your people, there's a world standard. You're not just speaking to your people, you're speaking to people outside the country, you're speaking to the world, you're addressing a press conference. What you say should matter. You understand? I mean, it was a disgrace for you to come on air to suggest that they should switch their lights off for 6 to 8 hours, and then you kind of demarcated the electricity rationing from A, B, C, D. I don't know which part of the world they do that to. You either want to give them lights or you don't want to give them lights. And then the rate...
Sorry to cut in. I don't have a problem with his load shedding philosophy. There are
not suggesting, not using a freezer.
I know, I hear you. That's what I'm saying. If he had come out to say, as we work towards providing more consistent and reliable power, can we please have an understanding perspective of load shedding? I would have a problem.
If they want to shed, if the electricity companies or the power in the ministry wants to shed lights, let them go ahead and shed light. But don't tell people what to do with the light you're giving them, because they are paying for it. That's what we're saying. You understand? We're paying for it. So mind your business, minister. What we do with the light you give to us. If you feel you are not able to give us 24 hours, fine. We'll leave you what you give to us. But as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you should be aiming towards 24 hours of electricity. And today, in today's world, modern world, you would never generate electricity. You never give your people electricity through one means. So learn today now. You're an accountant, talk to your engineers, talk to your people in the ministry who really want to work with you. You can generate electricity. Nigeria is blessed. We have the hydro power through the Kanji dams and whatever dam they have there in the country. We can do solar. Now the world is moving towards solar. You can import solar panels from China, from Europe. You understand? You can do wind turbine. We have the gas turbine that Abba is using now. So when you have a combination of all those generating power through all those means, then distribution, where you are currently focused on, is when you start producing, giving them good electricity power 24 hours, then you start charging them through that distribution means. You want to charge them whatever rate you want to charge them, based on the world rate or whatever country's exchange rate you want to do that. But first, generate it first. This is what you call a rent-seeking economy. A government, usually it is the private individuals who pursue a rent-seeking economy. The Wikipedia defines a rent-seeking economy is the act of growing one's existing wealth by manipulating the social or political environment without creating new wealth. Rent-seeking activities have negative effects on the rest of the society. They reduce efficiency, misallocation of resources, reduce wealth, lost government revenue, heightened income inequality. So what you're doing is you're essentially taxing the people to pay more without necessarily producing more. That's what you're doing. That's what Lagos State did. The Bola Tinubu did. Maybe Obasanjo, kind of motivated him towards that angle. Now the guy doesn't even want to move away from that, even when he has power in the center. I mean, this is just. I mean, we watch all this from this part of the world, and somebody's telling me it's first class. First class, say make you not get brain. Say make you not sit down, rationalize the issue before you make a decision that will affect the lives of people where you live in. You just want them to pay more and more and more and more without any production, without any efficiency, without any impact on their lives. This is just unfair. Tinubu, you can hit me up. I'm here in Canada. You need some help, some assistance with government, even though it's an illegal government. Freaking rubbish government.
You want to give our president, something else.
Tinubu, you know where to hit me up.
Self-educations.
You know where to hit me up, Tinubu.
Thank you very much.
That's what I have to say. Sure, thank you.
Thank you very much, Olumide. Reverend Augustine, I'm glad you're here because someone, I'm sure maybe that's why you're here. Chinonye Yerem came earlier and he was asking for your contact details. He really wants to get in touch with you. So Chinonye Yerem, if you're watching, this is your opportunity to come. We told him to come. Oh, you look surprised. Okay, we actually told him to come in the evening, that you only join us from like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. UK time. You came early today. So Chinonye Yerem, if you're watching, Father Augustine is here. He's here to answer your prayers, to bless you and splash the holy water. You're a man that is highly sought after. So what's going to happen now in the next 45 minutes, 1 hour? Chim is going to anchor the show, and we're going to discuss the airpiece issue, more of the positives rather than the distractions, because some people just went for the Isiagu and they're upset. Like I said, I've ordered my Isiagu. Let me show you again. It's going to come next week. I'll wear it on this show. People will get headache, tired for my matter. They said I'm an Omo Igbo. Some people said my father is Igbo. I'm not even my father's actual son. I'm not from Ogun State.
Let me know the day you want to. Let me know the day you want to wear it so that we can do solidarity.
We do Ashwebi. Yes, now I contacted my plug in Nigeria and I said, I need Isiagu and I want it in the UK ASAP. And she sent me.
Sure. Just permit me to weigh in. I'm really preparing for a very serious stuff. So I've been enjoying the background from the background. So I said, let me just sneak in and say something before running off.
Okay, quickly go for it.
Yeah. So
overthrow is allowed.
No, it's not that. His grace is here to bless us with His eminence.
I'm sorry, brother.
Let's listen to His grace. Eagles, no vex. His
Eagles,
grace.
am I free? Oh, thank you. I'm
Please,
so sorry. Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to hurt you. Yeah. So to be candid with you, leadership is the greatest problem we have in Nigeria. Everywhere in the world, government will beg you to be wasteful. I don't know why our leaders combine. They want to be pastor. They want to be moral teachers. It is not the role of the government to tell you not to waste electricity, because they should provide it in abundance, and in wasting it, they make more money. In America, nobody will ask you to switch your bulb off because you're paying for it. And there is another thing we do in that country that baffles me. It is in Nigeria that anybody can come out and say anything. If you go to any other part of the world and tell them that you are subsidizing electricity, and you classify some people in different, you keep people in different category, somebody will be having 20 hours electric supply, and the neighbor will not have. And you feel that government will sleep that day. No, it will not happen. So if you are subsidizing electricity, you focus on it, make sure that everybody will get it. Now, if you have electricity in abundance and you want people to pay for it, you put money for it and everybody will pay for it. The fact that you said you're subsidizing and you gave some people 20 hours in a day, some people don't even have it at all. And you listen to the Senate, look at what has been going on. There are not so many communities that don't have electricity, no electric pole. And the senators from those communities have been taking money for consistency allowance, and they've been using it to do things that are not necessary. For Christ's sake, when do we start taking things serious in that country? When do we start? And look at what Jero was saying today. You live in Maiduguri, there is no gas around there. You're building gas turbine. When you can do solar and have enough energy to serve your people. And we waste our money on things that are not necessary. You look at the millions they gave each state in buying rice and the corn to distribute to people. That money alone would have solved electricity problem in Nigeria. The money they distributed to states, which I am sure that the states did not get 10% of that money. That money went to individual hands. They would have used it to solve that problem and know that that problem is solved. To be candid with you, if we keep having leaders that are not interested where the world is today, and leaders that have two nationalities, and they prefer their white color friends than their own siblings, we'll keep getting this. Leaders that want to remain faithful to France and the UK, we remain where we are. But unless we have people that can go to the gutters with us, can go into the farm with us, Nigeria will not have any headway. It's a shame.
Augustine, on the soft side, just to cut some slack for the minister, with that thing that they talk about, this electricity thing, just to cut some slack for him. In California, even when you pay for your water bill, they don't allow you wash your car because they manage water so much in California that like you pay for it, but they don't want you to abuse it. You understand? Just to cut some slack for him. I live in Arizona. It's also a desert state. California doesn't have water. We don't even have water.
Paul, I will push back a little bit. Paul, I will push back. That's not actually 100% correct, because I live also. They ration water during summer.
You live in California. Yeah,
no,
you live in California.
It's not a California problem. It's a North American problem.
Oh no, that's how far California goes with it. That's what I'm telling you.
So when you wash water,
you understand?
I understand you. Sorry, Augustine. I understand you.
If you wash your car in California, my brother, you're going to get a ticket like you run red lights.
Wow, I lived in some. We have a community in San Bernardino, and we wash our car in our community there. So
sometimes we break rules until it catches off like Bobrisky. Sometimes.
All right. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. So we're going to bring this particular one to a close. I'm going to hand over to Chim, but before I do, I'm just going to play the video that's going to set us off for the next hour. Once that's done, once stream is done in the next hour or 45 minutes, then forefathers would, I'll keep watching, but forefathers will take us into the early hours of Sunday morning for those of us in the UK, where they can discuss real issues, or not real issues, I mean, like international politics, and also whatever people want to throw in the mix. Those who've not weighed in on the Nigerian matter can weigh in, but I know this is going to be a popular one. But can I implore, I know that it's almost like asking for the impossible, but let's not make it, too tribal. It's already tribal because some people refused to focus on the positives of what Onyeama has done. Let me share this, honestly. What Virgin Atlantic and BA was charging, what they were charging Nigerians. Sorry, okay, let me do this properly. Let me hide the comment. Now, all of a sudden, Virgin Atlantic are charging £752. Before Airpeace came, they were charging 1314. They're now saying it's to do with some money that they reclaimed. No, monopoly is expensive. Competition is wonderful. If you're going to Nigeria and you live in the UK, please, I beg you.
Sorry, show first. What date did you use in getting that price?
I think I didn't get this, but this was yesterday.
Sorry, yesterday's correct price. If you are booking yesterday, this is what you get. No, it's not possible.
What do you mean? I'm not saying travel date for yesterday. I don't know the date this person is traveling.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, but the fact is, look at the closeness in price.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. If the
Look,
Airpeace didn't exist,
so just to help you with the question that Loco is asking, use any day, compare and contrast with both.
Exactly. So
both different airlines. So if you like, use June 16, use Virgin, and use Airpeace.
Very special day. Yeah. So all I'm saying is the introduction.
That June 16 is my birthday anyway.
Oh, that's my dad's posthumous birthday. If you were to celebrate,
yeah, that's my own birthday.
He will have been 97 this year, but anyway. So what this has done is brought competition, and this is our own. We should celebrate it. It's wonderful. What part of this do people not like? It's competitive. The man said it. Go and listen to the interview. Their planes are serviced by Israeli company, the best in the world. So it's not a case of it's going to fall off the sky. It's not safe. It's not properly done. They don't cut corners. And he also spoke about some of the challenges that they experienced when the first flight from London landed. He said they told them to taxi some 2-3 kilometers away from something. They will now put his passengers on a bus and ferry them down. And he said he told his pilot, block the whole runway. Don't let BA land. This is Lagos, Nigeria. I'm at home advantage. I can't do the same in London. Why are you telling my plane to go and land 2-3 kilometers away from where the passengers need to exit the airport? Because some people just want to sabotage it. They thought he hasn't come to grease their palm. It's so shameful. And some people now took it and say, why does it bother you? Like I said, they ate Zobo. They drank Zobo and Kilishi on that flight. It's the northern people's food. We all eat it. They served Eba and Efo on the flight. That's more an Ogun State thing. A lot of people eat it, but Ijebu, Gari, and all of these things. I'm not saying Gari is just Ijebu, but it's very popular amongst Ijebu people. So the man kept saying it's a Nigerian project. So I think they even told him to say, make this the Nigerian national carrier. He said, no, let our ministry, let our government support all of us. Even those who are going to Egypt, let the Nigerian government support them, back us. When we go and play international, we want you to support us. It's like Arsenal playing in Europe and the English FA not supporting Arsenal if they feel cheated. You stand up for your own, you support them. I'll play this video this is what led to...
Just to support your... Can you hear me, Sho?
Yes.
Yeah, I think even the Arsenal example is not even the proper one to use. Use GE coming to Nigeria to do business under the Obama government. The Obama government intervened on their behalf to speak to the then government of Nigeria to enable them have access to the turbine industry in Nigeria. That's how it's done. You go and you speak on the behalf of your
in this government's defense. Dr. Onyeama said it multiple times that Festus Keyamo did speak for them. He fought for them. He got some things done for them. He did, and I said it earlier when I started the show. he gave the flowers to Festus Keyamo, as much as I don't agree, with Keyamo a lot of times, but he did his job as the Minister for Aviation. He did work for Onyeama and Air Peace, and we should give him his flowers. So it's not a case of just condemning for the sake of condemning. When they do right by us, we would say it. But this is the video that led, or this is what led to a lot of people talking a lot of smack. Sorry. Can anyone tell me what's wrong with that? What's not nice in this? It's beautiful. And like I said earlier, this is the same man wearing this hat. This was at Heathrow, United Nigeria. It's on top of his hat. What more do you want the man to do? United Nigeria. He's a patriotic Nigerian. He said this is a Nigeria project. Why are people hell-bent on dividing us? Why? Even our little wins, you want to take away from it. And when it's convenient, your MVP, your daddies will do this when it's convenient.
Sure. I just want to better understand. I just want to better understand what you're saying.
This is Chim section. This is for Chim.
I know. Who are those complaining?
Oh, you've not seen. I saw tweet on Twitter that people are saying that they hope that the planes crash. They hope it burns. That this is for IPOB. They are using it to ferry guns into eastern Nigeria. I saw these things and I was shocked and disappointed to think there are Nigerians who would actually say things like that. And don't say they're the minority. No, there were quite a lot of people wishing evil on this success. How can you not like this? When this man was going to South Africa to pick people up, there was no issue. When he was going to, was it Sudan? Or where were they fighting recently? And he didn't ask. He didn't ask. He picked people up without asking, are you Yoruba? Are you Igbo? Are you Hausa? But all of a sudden, it's come to this now. But Chim, this is your section. I see forefathers dropped off. But in the next 1 hour, thereabout, once you're done, forefather will take over. So it's a clean slate. You can start from wherever you want. You can start from Pastor.
Let's go
It's a lie. It's a lie. He will not start.
Oh, sorry. Eagles here. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Can I take over? This is a new.
Oh yes, now. Sorry. No vex. They sweet me. But Eagles is first. After you've spoken, Eagles is first.
Okay, so just a little bit of context. So there's also another story of a company called Landmark Reality Limited.
Yeah,
who has built a resort. Sorry?
Yeah, I was expecting you to take on that. Like maybe run into somewhere.
Yeah, I want to throw that in, and then the conversation will continue. So the point I'm trying to make is that so we see our political office holders. We've seen Festus Keyamo, like Sho has rightly said, when he performs, let's give him his flowers. I've said it before. If the government functionaries do well, we will praise them. I'm not here to be on any divide in terms of, but we are here to speak the truth. So constantly we see our political office holders go on a international spree, let me put it that way. And their claim is that they are seeking to attract investors. I have a little theory that the same people who go out seeking investors end up creating a situation in Nigeria where Nigeria becomes the investor's Waterloo. You attract the investor and then you make life difficult for them. So we have this this Onyeama story, which interestingly will absorb the government. The government has no role to play in this. It's not the government that is making those comments. These are just normal, everyday Nigerians. But there are also other institutions who, over time, the government has gone to pull them. They'll come and pull an electricity or KJs, come and invest in Nigeria. And then you now come home, bring in multi-billion investments like this Landmark, and then 7 years down the line, they tell the person that that structure he has put up is on a right of a pathway that they want to build a super highway, and he needs to bring it down. And I'm asking myself, are you for real? So both of these conversations, from the angle of the ordinary citizens who went on Twitter and didn't see anything good in the fact that a Nigerian was, trying to bring stability, as it were, to that industry and also make life easy for Nigerian travelers. So, who is supposed to go next? That's, I think they say it's Eagle Air. So Eagle Air, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Also, I thank everyone that has the opportunity to go through and say whatever thing that have their own opinion. But I want to say something that when you have the wrong people in government, especially people who have a shallow brain, you find out that the country will be in mess and problem will be everywhere. And once they used to say that that means when a river has a problem from the head, it will affect the downside of it. That's the main issue. When we have illegality in government, everything becomes illegality. And before you could know it, it will influence other part of Nigeria. It becomes a problem. This is Onyeama of an issue. I listened to the interview they made to him in Rise News. Personally, I pity him and I feel bad about it. And he said that when Rufai Hussein asked a question, he said that the internal fight that is fighting is greater than external. And the Rufai trying to understand where the fight is coming from. He said those of them in government, majority of them in government. This is the same issue that Innocent Face started this production of a thing. This main issue Innocent Face, they're trying to bring him down. But because he has the courage, he has the plan, he has the future, and you know what he wants, he continues. Tell me, where did a government of a nation will see a citizen that volunteer himself, all resources to make sure that the government move forward, and government will not give support to that person? It's only in Nigeria that the government itself will fight to bring you down. They go outside and begin to beg investors to come in. A government will go outside and beg to you, as all of us in diaspora now, he asks you to come and invest in Nigeria. And when you want to transact money, that time they will tell you how you transact the money. That time will tell you that the investment that you made,
Sorry, Eagle Air, but in this instance of the Isiago issue, that wasn't government. Eagle Air, can you hear
me? Yeah.
Yes, so the Isiago matter was not government. It wasn't government that was bringing. This is local, ordinary, everyday Nigerians.
Yes, I read it. I read it on S. I saw it on S. And the one that baffles me so much, one stupid guy, sorry for use this language, that has a shallow brain, said that because of this Isiago of a thing, that the Onyeama flight, the APs, we have a clash on air. This is not witchcraft. Yesterday, there's a tweet. There's a tweet that I just short screen and keep. Where somebody was saying that very soon now the blanket they will give to you in the flight will be Isiago, and you used to cover yourself and die. How can somebody say such a thing? Electricity, you are in program. Either 2 days ago, either on Friday or on Thursday, you are in program that we talk about this thing. There's something I wrote in that thing. I said that how can somebody will be praying to succeed, but you are praying for the downfall of another person not to succeed? If you can remember seriously, I'm the one that put that comment.
Okay.
You are praying to God.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. You are praying for God to help you and bless you, but you are praying for the downfall of another person. That's what Nigeria is passing through. That's what the individual of Nigeria, because of the problem government has created us and make us to have a shallow brain. Okay, for instance, now when it's time for election, they know that you are from east, you are from west, you are from north. That's how they begin to divide it. Now I want to ask a question. Did Nigeria have a national uniform or a national attire? Did Nigeria have a national language?
Yes, we do have a national.
Which tell me, please, Abada.
No.
Or
United
green, white,
Nigeria.
green.
No,
United
hold on.
Nigeria.
Loco, please, when you come to your turn, then you will tell us what that
No, you
national...
are asking the question, so I can't wait. I just after
yeah,
just
so I hear you.
As long
I'm asking you to hold it off.
as
Both
long
of you.
as
I'm
I'm
timing him,
concerned,
and exactly his end of his time, I'll stop him.
as long as I'm concerned, Nigeria don't have a national food or national attire. Nigeria don't have a national language. Everybody have their own languages they use. Now, if somebody has bring his money to invest to make sure and make a name for Nigeria, do you know what Onyeama did for Nigeria? All the whole dollars that are taken away from Nigeria is one that make it to be easier for Nigerians. How much is Bayview? I said Bayview. All these British Airways, all of them are charging for travel to Europe. But I make it so that monopoly, the problem of Nigeria is they are running monopoly government. And because of Onyeama have stopped that monopoly in terms of aviation sector. Now they are looking for a way to bring him down. So I want us to understand this thing that Onyeama is doing a great thing for Nigerians. When there's a war in Ukraine, he has the capacity to go to Ukraine and pick Nigerians to come back. But the federal government did not see capacity in UK. Most of you that in America and UK, if a government want to do something, they use their own national carrier. They use their own people to do everything concerning flights. But in Nigeria government will prefer to go to Ethiopia Airlines or Kenya Airlines or British Airlines to make use of them, so that not Nigerian one that will not benefit from it. That is wickedness of witchcraft of they are having in Nigeria. 2027, Nigeria will happen to them again. Is it 2027? Because we are talking about the increase on the electricity. But we forgot what the people said in 2023 before the election, that Tinubu is tested and trusted. And they forgot what Tinubu used to rule Lagos State. He used increase in tariff, increase in tax. That's what he used to rule Lagos State. And he has brought it to the national level. And the same thing will happen to them in national level until they finish his tenure. Let me tell you one thing we don't know. Immediately Tinubu win the election, immediately they declared him winning. I say yes. Very soon now, we are going to see Buhari as an angel. I said it. Buhari is going to be an angel that we are going to cry for him to come back. See, we have not reached 1 year. When we get to 1 year, because we are still in the Exodus, by the time we reach to Leviticus, then we know where we stand. But in terms of Isiago, in fact, I'm planning to wear my Isiago today. I don't know how I forgot it. I would have wear my Isiago here. Then people who want to die, let them go and die. Let them want to go and hawk electricity, not the one on the forum. Transformer, let that person go and hawk and die.
Thank you very much for your contributions. We've heard you. Please, everybody, I'm going to give you 3 minutes so that we can go around, and then if there's anything, we'll come back to you. So we'll go to electricity next, and then after electricity, we'll go to Olumide and come back in that way. If that's okay. So electricity, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Eagle here. So I don't have much to say because I did a broadcast on this Alex Onyeama's wonderful thing he did, and I did say something which I'll repeat. I'm going backstage, okay, and anyone who wants to become tribal, the panelists, Chim is the moderator, so I will go backstage. But anyone who wants to become tribalistic or wants to divide this thing will be removed, to be honest, because I said it in the broadcast that he who plans evil will always remain at the person's doorstep. So it's the man's personal business. Well, I don't think Nigeria government has any share in the business. So if he chooses to sew crocodile skin for his employees to put on, it's nobody's business. However, for those who wish him bad or wish the company to be bad, to collapse, I said it here, it's not a cause. Evil shall never depart from your doorstep. I said it in that broadcast. For those, irrespective of who you are, whether you are Igbo, Yoruba, it doesn't make any difference. This is an individual who is struggling or who has managed to get there. And I remember forefather when I said that when he was saying the aspirants don't want to go home because, and I remember I cautioned him, the competition is very good. So if they have 14 slots, we deserve 14 slots. The problem is us, not them. The problem is us, not them. The corruption is on our side, not on their side, because if we say no, it's no. Besides that, anyone who wishes that person's company to fall, to collapse, the plane to crash, I heard everything, I feel everything. Progress will depart from them. It's not a cause. It is a principle-based life. That is just the truth. Whether the person do Isagu, I don't even know what Isagu is. It's my business. Some of us have businesses. You build your own house. What's what you want it to be, you build it. Thank you, Chim.
Okay, thank you, Electricity. That was quite insightful. I totally agree with you. So, Olumide, you've heard this. You've heard. I'm not sure if you followed from the beginning, but I guess you understand the bone of contention. So, what's your own perspective?
Well, the intricacies, the real intricacies there from the beginning, I don't think I really followed, but I've been hearing snippets of the news about the Isiagu issue, but to weigh in as the Nigerian, I would say, see, there are so many parts of our culture that we need to bring out, that we need to highlight to the world. There are the so-called people who are in the minority back home, that need to be represented, that part of their culture need to be brought to the limelight. It's not just about the Hausa, the Fulani, the Yoruba, or the Igbos. We want to see other parts of our culture on the faces of our industry. You understand? So I don't think there's anything wrong in using the Isiagu. It's a Nigerian culture. When the world sees it, they see it as somebody, Nigerians, not as, we in back home know that, this is a part of some people's culture, but they are representing us out there. So, and the guy may even decide to use some other part of our culture in another attire. But again, it is his own business, you understand? And I think if somebody is bringing his money to invest in that particular industry, the government should give him support, as long as it's going to be profitable and he's going to run it properly. And I want him to pay his staff well, to pay them as much as people want to go outside. Those are the kind of things that will encourage people to come back home and treat them well. Just last week, I'm going to share, the White House invested $5 billion into semiconductor-focused research. I'm sure those of you in the US will know that. They are putting that money into their industry. The private, is like a loan. It's like a grant. They are going to get the money back, but they are assisting them to compete with the rest of the world, knowing that they will be profitable and they will be able to recover that money back, over that is how you help your industry. You look at what industry needs help to compete with the rest of the world, and if this guy is going to come into the business to drive down prices in Nigeria, let's support him. So I don't see any trouble or any matter in that case. He's a Nigerian. Is that not what we want? Different cultures. So what is the problem with the Isiagu thing? How does it affect anybody personally? It's some people's culture that have accepted to be part of the whole country. That is what we talk about when our whole country is made up of individual units. We should begin to represent those smaller, no matter how small they are, whatever they bring to the table, we need to respect it as equal contribution. That is how people belong. They feel a part of it, and don't just oppress people because they are lower in number. And yet the resources that feed the whole majority of the country is from those smaller community and smaller number. We need to sit down and be honest with ourselves, instead of playing politics all the time and And there's nothing even wrong in playing politics, but when it becomes bad politics, when it begins to divide the country rather than coalesce the country, I mean, that is when trouble begin to arise. That's just my own piece with so I don't see anything wrong with the Isiagu. I mean, I see it as a Nigerian cultural, part of our cultural heritage from the eastern part of the country, and I think it's a good representation of the country.
Okay, thank you very much, Olubide. Thanks for that. So let's just go to Loco. Loco, in addition to this, nobody has mentioned this other part, the one of the landmark. So perhaps in your contribution, you might also want to bring it to the fore. Go ahead, Loco.
Yeah. For the Alabama there, Alabama, I'm waiting for you. Please come back. For the FP stuff, right? Okay, let me come with this one, right? I, for one, I wouldn't have used any cultural whatever. I would have just go for something myself, just invent my own thing, because it's my sweats, my fights, my stuff. When I was crying all this while, when they were sabotaging EPs within and outside Nigeria, everybody was just listening, looking at the news, and nobody was just doing anything about it. So if now that it came to fruition, I would just maybe go for my thing and use my style, do my thing, just do me. But that does not take the fact from him doing whatever he likes. You understand? Even if he wants to use his pants, his father's tribe or his native or whatever, it's nobody's business. Whoever is complaining should go and help Transformer. You understand? Because like Sho said, when they were scamming us with this Ethiopia airline, we did not see anybody say, "Oh, the minister that did it," or the tribe of the minister that did it, his family would die and this and that. Nobody was swearing. We only come here and talk about it, and it's dead and gone. Nobody was swearing for anybody to die and crash or whatever. So it just shows you how typical Nigerians are, or the average Nigerians are. Like when somebody is progressing, envy just creeps in you, and you just start wishing the person's evil for just nothing. You don't want to he's evil. They're not looking at the profit is going to make for them, or even the savings is going to make for them. Oh, now that I can fly cheaper to save like maybe minimum of 400 pounds in my pocket. Speaking from those from UK Airlines, I cannot save 400 pounds in my pocket. How? Where? I can see the comparison right now with Virgin to Nigeria, 700 and something. Why? Yeah. When did it happen? That's why I wanted to know that date to see how. Is it next year calendar that price is, or what? Virgin doing that price? How? You understand? So it's thank God for the comparison. You understand? For the competition that Onyeama has brought, and God will bless him. His idea and his team. God will at least one. Thank God that God has put all this enemy to shame, even within and outside. You understand? So God has put them to shame and all that stuff. So for those who are complaining with this good thing, they should go and they should go and get a life. Let me not swear, but they should go and get a life and think of something that put them with their energy. Then for the what's it called? The landmark stuff, guy, is disastrous. I will not say it's terrible. It's disastrous. You understand? Because I was listening to, was it not last week? Yeah, no, during the Easter period, yeah, when they were interviewing this guy, the Minister for Works, and he was saying they're going to do a road, what's it called, from Lagos to Calabar. I just first day came to me, I just brought up my phone, just went to map of Nigeria. I was not asking, where are you going to put this road? Where? One express road from Calabar to that. You're going to use the river. That's the only place you can use. I never even thought of this landmark thing of a thing. And if besides you want to think of the landmark, why taking it to Lekki Express? Why not take it to Agege Express Road? I think there's a seaport there, Apapa. So take it to that Apapa Express Road there. If you want to do anything like express from what's it called, from Calabar to that place, from seaport, I think there used to be seaport in Calabar. Take it to another seaport in Lagos, which is Apapa. You know, the Apapa would take from there. I see no reason why you take the road from what's it called, from Lagos or some Calabar. Take it through the riverine side and you want the express to Lekki Expressway. Where is Lekki Expressway taking you to? Lekki Express is just is aspect of Lagos. It's not even the main Lagos. So taking it from there, take it to what's called Apapa. It's easier, except maybe there's something else that they're going to do that I don't understand.
Loco,
And you
Look,
know, this is another. Sorry, there was another initial plan for this same road, and it wasn't supposed to go through the beach. It was supposed to go behind the beach. So why?
That's where I was trying to come to. That they had an original plan. They have thrown away.
So where I don't understand, and you're not even considering the millions of revenue that place is even generating for you over the years that guy has been there. Starting from, because when he opened it, I was there. I went there like few times. Then the place was not even fully developed as this one. It was just the hotel and the beach. Nice beach, big space. When I was even coming between the landmarks and the stuff they have done there, high-rise buildings, and I was like, wow. Now the buildings are there. You have investors, people chilling to ease up their Nigerian problem, at least with that suffering endings. Now you say you want to cancel it and do what? That just one road that after 4 years the road will still be unmotorable. After 4 years, we have the one that will be crying for Lagos Ibadan road is there for years. What does that one profit Nigeria? Nothing. We have the east-west road from DS roundabout to Oro and Akwa Ibom. What has that brought to Nigeria? Nothing. Kidnappers is there kidnapping everybody. Now you want to bring another route for another avenue for kidnapper to start kidnapping us. Meanwhile, they'll be, instead of them coming from the bushes, they'll not be coming from the river. Kidnap us, taking us through speedboats, and that we don't go with that. Then police cannot even know where to negotiate. If our families are going to pay ransom now, none of them will be bold enough to go to the river and pay ransom. You understand? So sometimes I wonder at this, and the Mugu, he said it's an engineer. What's it called? The Minister for Works, former governor of Ebonyi. You don't what's the name, sir? Just give me. You understand? I say it's an engineer. How can you approve something?
Umahi.
How can you approve something? I don't understand. Say na river, one can road past river. I don't understand. See, sometimes, like I said, this docility in Nigeria, I think it's becoming cancerous, whereby anything will just fly in Nigeria and we just talk about it and nothing will just happen. I think this is becoming, at least, I don't know. In fact, just go to the next page because I'm making the turn stammer for yours, which won't give me the cabbage.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll say this on the Onyeama issue. I'm not one of the fans of Onyeama because he had an opportunity to put in one or two words, and what he said is the word is haunting him. So I mean, when I say I'm not his fan, I don't support some of the things he has said. However, he has been successful with his business, and I appreciate that. What you see is nothing but what we have said in this panel many times, and we attempt to be tribalist or whatever they call it. But I don't really bother about that because the truth is going to always be bitter. What you see is an extension of the Ibophobia that is happening in Nigeria. Remember that this same Isiago was denied Nnamdi Kanu from taking to court. He wore it, and the judge said the Isiago is intimidating her. And so Isiago now has been banned in Nigerian courts. Is there any other Nigerian traditional cloth that has been banned in Nigerian courts? No. Now, please bear with me because I'm going to take a time to explain this. Now, when the owner of Glo started Glo, the first and even till now, the advertisements were done in Bata. Okay, Bata dance was one of the first because I was part of those people who coordinated that. One of the things that he did in the promotion of that brand at that time. Nobody said he was doing Yoruba music. Nobody said he was doing Yoruba attire. Nobody said, "Oh, why should it be in this?" When he used the your masquerade for this thing, nobody said, "Oh, this is your masquerade. Why are they using it for advertisement?" It's not a Nigerian brand. The only Nigerian brand so far and now that is still indigenous. And I praise him for what he did. I mean, I don't have anything against Adunuga because it's only people who have myopic mind that think about little things. Now, when Dangote is doing his advertisement and uses the northern, the Arewa sign and all the rest, and the Agbada and all the rest to do his advertisement, nobody talks about that. It's not because we don't think in that, spectrum. That's just little insignificant, things. We see the higher picture, big, that, oh, this is a Nigerian brand, is good. Okay, but when it comes to the guy from the East, and I keep saying it, it is reduced to the smallest minimal decimal. Okay? Now, if you look at that, it's not even sewn because the Igbo Isiagu is not even sewn in the way they are wearing it. We don't wear blazer, from Isiago. We wear it long robe, okay, with the belt on it. All right. And so now, how it is being reduced to becoming an Igbo thing, it's unbelievable. In fact, if you start the Igbo culture very well, it is this modern times that women even started, downing themselves with Isiago. In the days when we were growing up, women are not allowed to even wear Isiago at that time. It was supposed to be, it was preserved for the high and the mighty in the land. But if you look at that thing as a person who does design and does advertisement, if you look at the concept put on that thing, it is one, and I've looked through the airlines around the world since I saw that. It is one of it stands out, amongst many other airlines, and it is well tailored and well articulated. I doff my cap for the designer who did that thing, because it was well thought about. Now, what is the painful thing in it that this swag belongs to an Igbo man, it's not somebody else. If it was somebody else, it will not be a pain. And like I said, I'm not one of Onyeama's fans, But what you have done in this case is what to be commended.
I know. I know. So you're not being far from there. I know. I know. I know. You are a very wicked person. I'm sure you're a very wicked person.
Okay, I agree.
Not because you not support your private agenda, now you don't say you're not being fair. You're a very wicked person.
You see now.
I know you. I know you. Just continue. I know you. Continue.
You see, this is what we talked about. Now you have opened your mic.
I know you. Continue. Leave what I talk. Just continue. Continue.
Please, Chim, I beg to be protected from this man called Loco. Please protect me from his so I can make my point without being interrupted.
Okay, so Loco, the thing is that your point time has even run out, but I will give you an extra 1 minute.
My time by saying he knows me. He took my time. So give me that part of my time. I request my time.
I'll give you 1 more minute. Go ahead.
Okay. So now, you see, it is easy to reduce it to what Loco have said. Well, I know he's joking, but it's easy to reduce it to that point. Okay? And the point is simple. Let's look at the big picture. Unless people don't want us to build a nation. If you don't want us to build a nation, it is good. Let us all, find out. In fact, we can even be 20 nations out of that small nation. It's okay. But if we are building a nation, and this is a private business, not even a government business, not even government supported, it's a private business, I have the right, just like Loco said, if I want to give them crocodile skin to wear, it is not your business. If you don't want to fly the airline, go somewhere else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, KJ, for that. So, Paul, yes, the floor is yours.
For me, I think to some extent, I want to blame Onyeama. I'm blaming him in the sense that I didn't know why Onyeama didn't choose to fly that airline direct to US. Why UK? That's why I want to.
Not get level. Our money because my money.
He's coming to UK in December.
UK.
He's coming to New York in December. I mean, New York in December.
I hope so, and that would be very, very good. Man, look at that clothes. Let's just even take the material itself, the name itself called Isiago or whatever. Let's just take it. Man, it's so stylish. You understand? It fits them very well. If not for anything, it's very, very stylish. You understand? It fits them very well. Then, even though the intro alone, the way they carry themselves, that step, the way they walk and everything.
Yes,
Man,
the women say their hands not be here.
It's so captivating. I just can't understand why somebody can even reject that. And these people landed in Gatwick. Gatwick didn't even recognize them. They didn't even welcome them as you understand, for the first time. The things that we're supposed to complain about, neither will stand up to denigrate our own. Then they didn't recognize him. He get to UK. He's coming back again. Our people just kick him on the other room. You understand? It's just so barbaric. They just kick him on the other room. I can't explain this thing more than this. I don't have plenty word to say, but all I can say is that it is very, very wrong. And what is wrong, because we need to support one of our own. We need to support. There is this word they say all the time. They'll say
silence sometimes may just be complacence and everything. It's so we need to support one of our own. We need to help. I'm going to Nigeria next month. I am trying how I can get to UK, how I can fly airpiece to get to Nigeria, come back to UK. Even when I have very, very limited time, I just want to fly it and see. You understand? I have very limited time, but I want to fly it. Because of that, that will make me probably sleep one night in UK when coming from the US. Also sleep one night again in UK when going back to Nigeria. Just because of so that should in case if any delay here and there, I won't miss my flight since I'm not doing a direct flight. You know, that's things I expect from any other rightful thinking person. This is not a man who will say, okay, this is not like somebody like what's the movie actor that speak for Labour Party. This is not somebody that will say is an active APC person. So that's why they are bringing politics to it. This guy support every one of us. He's a great nationalist. You understand? It's not a PDP. It's not an APC. And it's not a Labour person.
For me, he's the real Nigerian. He's the real Nigerian.
He's a nationalist. So where is this thing coming from? Well, I don't know. Maybe sometimes those people who don't even have passports. Because if it is some of us that travel a lot, and we see Banjo, my brother, we don't talk like that. Maybe that the man we know who get passport is talking that. Exactly. That's my take for now.
All right, thank you very much, Paul, for that. I totally agree with you. You know, sometimes it's like here in where we live. I know most of our food we go to Superstore and go to Walmart and the Costco's to buy. But I tell people I patronize the Nigerian African stores as much as I can. Do you understand? Even though it's even more expensive buying, but going to African stores sometimes to buy items than to go to the regular. But at least the things they carry, yes, you might say, I have no choice. Who says, we still go to those places. Sometimes we buy granuts from them. We buy certain things from them rather than going to buy it from the big stores. And you would hear even among local Canadians, for instance, you will see people talking about buy local. They will tell you to support the small businesses and stop throwing your money to the big ones. So I don't know when we're going to begin to realize that we can disagree as a people on other issues. But when it comes to you see your fellow Nigerian in a business that serves you, rather than give your money to the other person, give it to this person. If you go and see these Asians, they will not go to a business that their brother is in and go and give it their money. Like they will not do it.
It's common sense.
Will not try it. Even when we hear international politics, we hear that Pakistan and India are at each other's throat. That's politics. So come and see them here the way they support each other. You will be shocked. You will say this person is Pakistani. This person, how come? They will tell you, they will laugh at you and tell you that you should forget those politics that their politicians are playing. Among the ordinary everyday people, they don't get, you will never see them go at each other's throats. They support each other. If a Pakistani is HR and an Indian is coming to look for work, they will give them the job before they will give you dudu. So I think we need to start learning that this is part of how this politics
touch also the same thing with the Jewish people. In as much as they have faction, the Jewish is so cooperative. In as much within them, they have their faction. But when you see them outside that Israel, they come together.
I agree with you. All right, Wale, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. It's quite unfortunate that some people, the way they think or the way their brain is wired, I used to wonder that if anybody is saying Nigerian is the way it is now, they will be part of those people who will be saying, oh, Nigeria. But they haven't really looked inward and think that what are they doing to destroy that country with their own contribution or their own way of saying things. Listening to the AP's chairman, the Alan Onyeama, I could imagine what the man went through for 7 years. The external politics the UK played when they're supposed to have a bilateral agreement. They didn't do that. Even within the country, the man still faced some. When you listen to the man, you feel like If not that he is a very strong man, some people would have like, you know what? Why am I even bothering myself? This is the man that put his own plane down to go and rescue people when they were in Sudan, South Africa, and everything without even calling. I mean, do people forget so soon? I mean, sometimes you just think some Nigerians, they're supposed to go back to Egypt, honestly. Sorry, I mean Egypt. Like, they're supposed to go back to where they suffered a lot. And, you know, if the man can do what he is doing now, why Dangote, who is producing cement in Nigeria, will, you know, inflate the price when the Naira, the dollar thing went up? You know, sometimes I just wonder, like, what is our problem? And this is not to be a tribalistic person, but I keep saying it honestly. If I'm an Igbo man, I always say Igbo man has no any excuse to even rescue Nigeria. Anywhere they go, they will flourish. Nigeria need an average Igbo man. Look at, okay, let's say for example, look at how many containers go through Lagos. How many Yoruba or Hausa have the container? The one that are coming from China, from Germany, from US, you will find at least over 60 to 7% of Igbo having this container coming in. Anywhere they go, they flourish with business. And an average Nigerian knows that. So that hatred that, oh, I don't want the man to do better than. Come on. Until an average Nigerian know that we can benefit from what someone who is very good when it comes to business. I mean, Show was making a fun of, oh, when my oga come, I'll make sure say I deliver within I don't do before my oga come. And that is an average Igbo man when it comes to business. Why people don't want to learn? Look at what the man did with the APs and everything. We need to give him credit. He plays it, well, either it's politics, either it's humility, whatever it is. If people can have the love of Nigeria at heart like him, Buhari governors, I mean, rule out for 8 years. What is one thing we can say, you know, we can praise him for? Even the electoral bill that we think, oh, he has done well, what did the APC do? So, you know, all these things, until people change their mentality, they change their orientation, we will move forward. But I'm not allowing people like that to deter me when I see people who are genuinely, who are ready to move. And I'm sure when we look at the hostage, how many Yoruba among those hostage? The man has created a job. So which of my money is part of his business? I mean, people need to start thinking straight. If you cannot if you cannot support your own, who do you want to go and support? I don't get it. If you cannot contribute money to it, have a good positive vibes towards people who are doing it. But we won't do that. So those kind of people, if their nemesis is just ahead of them, when they start their own business, we'll see how they will flourish. That's all I have to say.
All right.
Nothing.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for that contribution. Exero, I hope I'm correct.
Yeah, you're correct. How are you doing? Good evening, everyone.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm not sure. I might bring you up to speed, or you know where we are.
Of course, I was in the panel before. I just left to get some things at the store.
All right. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Yeah, my take on this issue is that I think Nigerians should just understand that Airpeace is a private business. So the man is at liberty to do whatever he wants to do with his airlines. We should look on the positive side, and which is he has succeeded in bringing down the price drastically. Are you not happy? Forget about tribal. We are tribal people. We are Nigerians, especially. We are tribal people. We will always be. But it should not. We should transcend tribalism when it gets to service, and when it gets to saving money. I mean, you cannot see a ticket for 5 million and you go and pay for the one for 10 million. Even rich people don't do that. On top of all this, and most of the people who are posting these things, they can't afford flight tickets. They don't travel. Because if you travel, you will really know what that man has done for you. So it behoves on people like us who travel to say to understand that people who post this kind of thing.
Sorry, Exero, are you sure? Do you have a data to show or prove that some of these bigots don't travel? I don't think I agree.
I will
with
tell
that.
you for a fact that if you
For
travel,
me, I want to believe, because if somebody like UK now, it save you like £400.
yes,
For no
you
£400
can't talk about you will know what that man has done for you. So it is, yes, if you watch people who, don't forget that on the internet, people troll people they admire, and they are we all have this tinge of jealousy when we see somebody who is doing great.
Cheryl, I think the crux of the matter is the fact that is that emblem, the Isiago emblem, which should never matter at all.
Of course, you will have to be jealous before you now start spewing it.
It should have no place. It should have no place in our society at all.
That's what I'm saying. If you will start from being jealous to now start going petty. What are you wearing this Isiago for? I mean, you must start from somewhere, because you cannot. People wear Isiago every day, but it's because the man has it as the identity of his airline, and that is what's causing the confusion. This guy has succeeded in selling our culture to outside the shores of Nigeria, which no one has succeeded in doing for as long as I know. No one. And that business, take it or leave it, that's the most expensive, risky business to go into. How he has succeeded in waiting on the tribalists for 7 years to get this permit, only God knows. Only God knows. So, and to shock those who are angry that an Igbo man is doing this, let me shock you. The Zionist computer, what's the electric guy now, the one that is bringing electricity everywhere now, I've forgotten his name. So if you want to be jealous of these guys, you will weep. You will weep. Pipe it down and benefit. This guy is a Nigerian to the core. He has helped Nigerians. He picked some stranded Nigerians in South Africa when they were going to be unalived. He picked them from the airport and brought them back free of charge. Free of charge. There's another painful one, the one in Lagos, the guy that has landmark. Onwanibe, Paul Onwanibe. I heard that the Lagos State, I just read his post now. He said they're gonna breach a section of his investment, just because they want to do a road. He got that land in 2007. The Lagos State government mapped out the coastal road in 2008 or 2009. So you see the difference. But Nigeria is not a lawful country. Tell me how this guy has gone wrong. That establishment takes in 4,000 people every day, about 20,000 people in a week, I think. Yes. And he's employing 4,000 people. He's taking 20,000 people, I think, every day or so. And he's employing 4,000 people directly. So what is government for? Is government for or against the people? What is the government for? Does the government, that in economies that work, government can give you, waivers just to come in and invest so you can employ people. In economies that work, that is how governments do it. So why is the government trying to take away employment from people? If you unemploy one person, it trickles down to the person's family. You are not just unemploying that person, but you are disrupting his family. You are making a family dysfunctional. You don't know who's going to emerge to become the next Anini or the next kidnapper there. So for goodness sake, we should learn to, appreciate good things in this country. I'm tired of talking of these things. I'm just tired. You are muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Exero. I totally align with you, because that Onwanibe story is even on CNN now. CNN has picked it up. That's how serious it is.
It was CNN. It was CNN.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. So you can imagine. So, and imagine every day our government. I was having a conversation now that when I said, how is it that our government will go? Our president is currently traveling globetrotting and saying he's looking for investors. Investors don't need to be begged. investors always smell the coffee and they go where they feel the opportunities are right for them to invest. But we globetrot, do these things, and then we now begin to make our country, a Waterloo for the same investors. So I have not understood it. I've been asking if anybody should explain this to me. Maska, welcome. I'm going to jump you, Tone, for a reason and go to Maska.
No, you're not going to jump me because I need to address something.
I'm appealing to you.
Don't
Wait,
dare.
hold on. I think I can bully you, Tone. I can bully you on this matter.
Okay, go on.
Maska, can you hear me? Maska.
It's gone again.
Oh, that's why I wanted to give him the space to speak. He has gone. He has frozen. Anyway, go ahead, Tone. So, Tone, as you're speaking, I'm handing over to electricity. Electricity is going to carry on from here.
Okay.
So
you see what we were talking about earlier. What we were talking about some people are criticizing this. Look, there's another numbhead in the comment section saying, alluding, and this is kind of lies and false scenario that they throw out to people. They want people to believe that Air Peace is flying those crappy 787, and then later she then says she just done a check that she sees a seat on Wednesday this Wednesday and all that. She doesn't even live in the UK. This dummy that calls her whatever they call themselves. The dummy doesn't even live in the UK.
Forget about those comments and just go straight to your point. Ignore those things.
No. It's important because people will come to read. People will come to watch this show, and also they read our comments. Because we keep saying, let's forget the commenters that they're not serious people. People read this thing. It's subliminal sort of message that they send out. You come here, you want to push the wrong narratives all the time. Just appreciate. So, well, that's by the way. So, I must say, when I saw how the whole thing has panned out, it's really a blessing, and I hope it extends beyond the UK. It goes to Canada. It goes to the US. Because gone at the time, I'm not only that. I've flown business class many times. The kind of crap they even give me to eat, Papa. I love my food. That's just one thing. I was just seeing those nice swallow and pepper soup that they were serving. I say, oh my God, man, you're missing. I just can't wait to experience this. And that's what we should be celebrating. Whether somebody wears Isiago or didn't wear Isiago, it shouldn't be the issue. After all, our Eagles, when they went for the last competition and all that, they wore an attire that we could say is Yoruba. Who complained? Nobody complained. We all supported them just because the crew wore Isiago, that it suddenly became a talking point. So I mean, let's just grow up, and I'm sure all these things is just coming from the usual suspects, So it's just a distraction. Kudos to Onyeama, and hopefully in a couple of years from now, God keeps everybody alive and we're all wealthy. When I get into that industry, I hope you guys will fly my own airline as well. So we hope to drive the price down as well. Thank you.
Yeah, Forefather, can you give me 5 minutes, please? Do you mind?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I just want to weigh in on what Tone just said. Now, this is the comment that, Tone, if I'm correct, everything matters. Some things matters because people read these comments while we are live. Even YouTube follow comments. I hope everybody knows that YouTube follows certain comments. So comment actually matters. Now, there's no evidence whatsoever that their planes are service planes. I mean, before he started running international routes, he was doing his local or maybe Africa. I don't know much about this thing. I stand to be corrected. And this is very sad. Whether it's a female or a male, I don't know. This same individual, Father, in your last broadcast, this same individual donated £5 or $5. I was continually harassing you to highlight his $5 or whatever it is until show picked it up. How can such a person just because they donate $5 now, they will not come here and be saying rubbish. I know Rudolph doesn't like me over certain things when I'm moderating. What evidence does she have, he or she have? Because it may not be her face that is there, that the service, that the planes are unserviced. This is the foolishness I talk about. As if where you are, you won't die. It's only when you board a plane you will die. I don't understand, to be honest.
But they cannot give him license. They cannot allow him fly if his planes are not worthy.
If his plane is, I mean, they will do thorough.
So we know these things. These are people that use fake. They use fake names. They use fake names and picture to come here to talk rubbish.
That was what I was saying. Most of the people who type these things, they don't travel. They don't know all these things.
To Niger, she's referencing you. Is it true?
No. No, I'm not referencing to Nigeria. No.
That
Olumide is correct.
Knows about it.
I don't understand. He's referencing to Nigeria. To Nigeria, do you know?
I'm not sure why she didn't say I had the same view. Stop twisting stuff. I don't know what's wrong with her. She said I should let them know because maybe she assumes I know something about it. But I'm not sure what she's referring to. If you have any thing that will point me to what you are referring to, I will say it if I know. Because I don't know of any issue with the aircraft that they are ordering.
So, you know this person then? He seems
this person. I know this person. Yeah. She's very much. Yeah, she's very much a person. She's around. She's everywhere actually. She's not a crackhead. Let's not start calling people names. I mean, she's got her opinion.
Say that the planes are not worthy. How can she say
like
that?
A crackhead. He's only a crackhead that can make this kind of statement.
Because everybody knows that you cannot get the license if your planes are not worthy.
To Niger, I beg, let us know if we are dealing with a crackhead, though, so we can use the American.
No, she's definitely not a crackhead. You should ask her.
I just want to know because this is important. There's a way we.
It's an important information. You have to know whether what she's saying has any merit to it. If there's no merit, there's no reason why she should be saying
evil.
that.
Stop defending.
What is the evil about it? She just made a comment. You need to ask what is the evidence backing it.
But that is obvious to everybody. It's obvious that this person doesn't know.
How is it obvious? How can you know that?
She just said the planes are on service.
Wait, the truth is this, do you think the UK will be so stupid?
The brand of the aircraft that
allow that type of aircraft to land in their soil? Do you think the UK is stupid?
No. Not necessarily, they will not. But you have to hear people when they make a statement.
Stuff. Let me tell you something about comments, right? About people making comments. There are some comments that are not to me, that they might be venomous to some people, right? You never can tell where that kind of comment will lead to. You understand? Because people in their brain, they are vulnerable in terms of thinking. Anything, they're like empty video cassettes. Anything can just enter and they play with it and they escalate it. You understand? First thing first, you have to ask yourself, if the planes are old, somebody that is a country that is trying to jeopardize your business since how many years, finally they now allow you. So you think looking at the quality of your plane or the status of your plane or whatever, you understand, the service record of that plane, do you think it's not something that the country will first of all look into first before they give you license?
I know they gave him a lot of trouble.
Somebody you like, come, you're a fool, shut up, don't say it.
Exactly.
You don't. I'm not very comfortable with calling people just fool. Shut up.
Because to Niger, the only thing wait, the only thing I'm interested in, and this is very
somebody behaves like a goat.
You have not substantiated. You have not asked her to substantiate whatever she's saying.
Is this person? Do you know this person? Is this person?
I'm not defending. I'm saying you should ask what is the evidence of what you are saying.
I don't need to. If I call you a stupid person now, you reply me back instantly. If I tell you a stupid person now, we have to
you all seem to know how to make judgment very quickly.
But what do you decipher from this comment that the planes are on service? What do you decipher from that?
It sounds, from my point of view, it sounds like somebody is trying to. Oh my goodness. Let
Niger answer the question. Let's allow Niger to answer the question.
On the surface, because I support this Onyeama, I will be like she's just saying bad stuff because of the impression. Can you let me finish?
Hold on 1 second, please. To Niger, can you answer the question as Sarah asked?
Yeah. So from the surface, because I support Onyeama, it's going to come across to me as if she's just trying to say that the place is on service because of the reputation Nigeria has got. Then what I would do is, do you have any evidence for what you're saying?
That is stereotyping.
What's the reputation Nigeria have got?
That
What's
is
the reputation?
stereotyping. That's stereotyping.
Nigeria is the country that they were using ladder to climb into aircraft. What are you talking about?
This is what she claimed that she saw a ticket for Wednesday.
Anyway,
It's untrue because every seat is booked until September. So she's lying.
To Nigeria,
she just claimed that she saw a ticket.
After we don't praise this guy,
I want to hand over to Nigeria. Listen, I'm going to address you personally, please. Don't take any offense in this, okay?
Tell him.
And I keep saying this: we come here, we don't know where we will meet or what people are watching, and like some people will get jobs, some people will lose jobs, some people their views will be taken. You expressed some view last time, which I pushed back, and peace is an evidence of. Because that view was Nigerians don't go home because of insecurity, and I push back on that view. If you know this person, don't say because APC is in your good books or your opinion what she's saying is wrong. It shouldn't be that way. I'm being honest with you. It shouldn't be. Honestly,
I don't understand people. All I said was you ask her to provide evidence. If she cannot provide evidence, then she's revealed who she is.
Anyway,
but she doesn't need to provide it. It is the law. If
she reveal who she is, what did she reveal? Did she reveal that she's a crackhead or she's an opposite people like Fela sang?
She will reveal that she's enemy of progress.
That
is what she will reveal if she doesn't have any evidence of what she's saying.
How many of us, before we board an airplane, we go and ask the airline to give us the service history of their plane? Nobody.
Because there are regulatory authorities that ensure that no airplane flies without being serviced.
Exactly. You don't even see the forefather. Call evil, call bad. Not because we sit down here, we are hearing our opinion, this and that. No.
I think somebody said something just now. You see what you just said just now.
Girlfriend, forefather.
Can you just stop with that?
Anyway,
thank you, gentlemen. What is wrong with people about this? This is not a very controversial thing, It's very straightforward. If she doesn't have evidence, she will reveal herself that she's talking nonsense.
That somebody comes here and start spreading lies.
Say, okay, maybe she's spreading lies, but it's also good to show, because if you dismiss her, people don't know whether she's telling the truth or not.
But it's false.
But you've not let her try to substantiate what she said.
They just posted what she typed here. You didn't see it.
What did she type?
She said the planes are unserviced.
Are on service, but that's what you should find out now. Where did she get that evidence from?
Forefathers.
Forefathers, stop playing this game with us, please.
Forefathers, she just told us now.
Maybe you guys are smarter than I am. Maybe you guys are smarter than I am. I like to hear people out.
She just said in the comment now, it is rude that we grown men are calling her by her name. So what name did we call her? Crackhead or opposite people?
Maybe you all are smarter than I am. I just like to hear people out. Let's see. They say, you know what? Was it not in the Bible or something? Somebody said that you should allow somebody to say what is in their mind, their foolishness, so that they remove any doubt that they are foolish. You have to let them tell you, okay, what is the evidence of what you are saying? If there's no evidence, then she's completely revealed herself. But if you dismiss her, then some other person will be like, why did they shut her up? Maybe there's some truth to it.
She just said, hold on. She just said she dropped 5 links in the comments.
I don't see any link. I don't see any links.
When she's a crackhead, if she's dropping things that we all cannot see, it's only crackhead that drops things.
Did you log on to the wrong stream? Did you? Maybe she logged on to the wrong stream, because this is not. It's not here, Mrs. You didn't leave any links here. Maybe
then she's a crackhead. It's only crackhead that drops things that people can't see.
Let me put the link again so that it will be fair. That I gave her the opportunity to drop the right link if she got a link. Let me just confirm that. We have to give everybody a say here. This is free. Information is free. Okay, so
mad people, we have to give mad people a say.
What are we going to do now? You can't shut people up. See, my own take on the air peace thing is that I think in Nigeria it's very rare we have heroes, isn't it? So I think that he comes close to anything you can call a hero in Nigeria. And he's a man that has done something that even the Nigerian government failed to do. Last year, they even did a scam with Air Nigeria nonsense. So, and the idea that people are criticizing him or the dressing is just, just ignore those people. There's no point. There's no point at all. And this man has done Nigeria proud.
Show the link.
There's no link. I'm not seeing anything. I'm telling you, I'm not seeing anything.
Let's move on.
There's no link. Forget about the lady. See, a black beauty, if you want to be taken seriously, provide evidence of what you are saying. Otherwise, man, it's better to just keep quiet. There's no point. There's no point to move on with that one. But I think the people criticizing airpeace, they really need to find something better to do, because it's people like airpeace are the kind of people we need to be promoting. You need more of them. People that are able to accomplish things that the Nigerian government cannot accomplish. And you see what I mean? So I think it's universal here, and everybody believes that what he's done is the right thing. So you wonder whom are those people are the ones criticizing him. Even the uniform is perfectly fine. I like the uniform too, so I don't know what the issue was. If anything, the only thing I have issue is like some of the girls bleached themselves. That's my only grip. That's all. But the uniform is perfect. The airpeace accomplishment is, for me, I don't know. It almost seems as if I worry sometimes when I'm trying to praise Nigerians that maybe someday they will reveal that, oh, he's one of those people doing round tripping and all the rest. If not, airpeace is as close to a hero as anybody, maybe even more than P2B. Because this man, some of the things he's done. He was part of the people that negotiated with the Niger Delta groups to reach an agreement with the federal government that resulted in the peace that most of people are enjoying today. This guy travels to South Africa to pick Nigerians up. Went to Egypt to pick Nigerians. Come on, man. If one man, tell me one man that has gone this far personally for Nigerians. So on that one,
forefathers, please don't spin off this thing. We are dealing with a man doing his business. The business is airpeace. What we are discussing is the validity or otherwise of such a move. Is the man credible? Is his plans credible? What is wrong with him using the uniform he chose to use for his business, which is not a national business? Which is not a national government. That is not Nigerian government business. Does a man who owns the business have the right to choose whatever he wants to use as his uniform? If that be the case, where has he gone wrong for choosing to use Isiagu as what he wants to use? That is it.
He has not done anything wrong.
Yes,
he has done zero wrong.
That's it. So let's leave it at that. If you start going into his personal life and all that,
what is the personal? I'm praising him. What's your problem with me praising him? Is it because he supports Showore? All these enemies of progress. This guy doesn't like people supporting any candidates. That's why he didn't support P2P. And I'm praising this guy Onyeama now. Why are you having a problem with it?
Father, even Kulata had to admit that airpeace is okay.
Of course, it's okay. It's obvious now.
For fact checking, truthfully.
I've seen his comments.
But Kulata get Kolo for head now. You can't use him as an example.
Kulata,
the man get Kolo for head. The man, he's a little bit.
Kulata may be a critic in terms of politics, but he cannot deny what airpeace has accomplished. How many Nigerians have? All the so-called Nigerians that we have, how many of them have managed to do those things? So it's a great accomplishment. This man has done a lot beyond airlines too. And nobody's thanking him. Nobody's thanking him. If anything, they gave him a lot of trouble.
They don't like him because of tribalism and all those
things. Man. And I think people like that, we should be learning from them to be resilient, to do the right thing.
You know the funny thing? His major problem is not even the government official. It is, he said it himself that it is civil servants who sit on things they are supposed to carry out. They sit on it and they let him keep moving from pillar to post for 7 years. Civil servants to tell you what is going on in that country. Maybe he doesn't give bribe. I don't know.
No, Nigerians are
very,
very.
How deep the rot is from top down. So just for everybody to know, the rot is really bad.
See, Nigerians like to knock each other down. Let's face it, we all not like to knock just out of sheer spite of it. It's almost like an instinct now. We like to knock each other down, and what airpeace has demonstrated is that you can still make it through that process. And that's something I think anybody that, Tony is talking about his own airline soon. So, that's what everybody can learn from. You can survive Nigeria.
But as one person is surviving, 2 others are going down. They are clambering on somebody's business in Lekki. At the same time, the other one in Abuja.
I do not agree with you that Nigerians like to knock each other down. I don't agree with that.
They do. They
do. Try to block him. People like try to block him several times.
Let me talk now. Okay. There are many Nigerian businesses, north, south, east, and west, that have done very well, and nobody has gone to knock them down. Mike Adenuga is one of those ones. Okay, he came and he crashed down the. You remember, it was Mike Adenuga that came, brought per billion, into the cell phone business.
They knocked him down now, bros. I don't want to interrupt you, but they knocked him down.
Just leave me to talk. You get your own time to talk. Now, he was the one who brought it from, they used to just charge you. It was he who brought it per billion. He brought it down. It was he who reduced the cost of communication, that is cell phone communication in Nigeria. It was he who introduced a lot of things. And Nigerians are appreciative of that. No, look, people were praising him. We went to high heaven with him. People did advertisement for him free of charge and all that. So there were a lot of people who praised him for what he did. Okay? There are other Nigerians who have also done. Look, someone like Otedola, we are constantly talking about, how he has been able to help the ordinary Nigerian in the street. So many of them like that, north, south, east, and west, like I said, who have done great things, and Nigerians appreciate that. So this one is not an exception. I mean, it won't be an exception either. The only reason why it's attracting some controversy is because, again, like I said earlier, and we must admit that now from the east. From the east, who will have been given national honor and all that for what he has been doing. So, having said that, however, I'm not here to cry for him. He's able to do his own crying and do his own fighting. All I'm saying is, look, let us, if this is good, let us say it is good and leave it at that and move on to another topic. Simple. Thank you.
Please, your example of Mike Adenuga was a bit wrong.
Please hold on. Let me just say this. Hold on. Now, let me say something. Allow me to do what I need to do. A black beauty. I can see you backstage. If you want to come on this thing on stage to defend your position, you can come on stage. You are free to. This is a free world and a free country and a free platform for people to air their views. And I will have a look at the links that you've sent to at least get an idea of the point you are trying to make. So that is it. Exero, please go ahead.
Yes. Adenuga came in when MTN was bidding. He didn't get that bid. The bid went to MTN. It was on the second bid, when there was another round of bidding, that he came in. By then, MTN has already established. If you go and check the history, you see how Nigeria keeps knocking down its own. And this happens to a lot of other Nigerians like that. We bid, other companies bid, they go behind and give money to government, and government takes their bid and put down your own Nigeria, your fellow Nigerian. That's what happened with Mike Adenuga. It's a pity. He would have been the first carrier in Nigeria. Go and read that story. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Who is next?
If you're going there, there's a lot there. Remember, there was issue.
KJ, let other people speak, please. Yeah, Eagle. Eagles, please go ahead. Eagle there.
Thank you so much. So, what we're trying to say that yes, Otedola, a lot of them have tried, but when somebody does something that is exceptional, you have to give that person an applause. For instance, we are talking about Mike Adenuga. Let me tell you one thing you don't know. Do you know that the airtel we are using in Nigeria is owned by Indian? It's an Indian company that we are using in Nigeria, airtel. But do you know that in India here, we are right now, the best network government, first of all, sponsor, back up, give the encouragement need is airtel. Before I talk about Joe, because there's another line here called Joe, and that Joe is owned by the India richest man also. But the problem we have in Nigeria is that when you go outside and beg Nigeria to come back and invest in Nigeria, and when they come back home, government abandon them. And people that is government, you be the one say, How can you be so and so person investing this kind of money and succeed? That's the witchcraft we are facing in Nigeria. We cannot be of help to others. There's a country that, okay, could you imagine? We are talking about, is it Tesla? Tesla Motor. Do you know what made Tesla to be existing up to tomorrow is the loan that Obama gave to him. That company would have died. In which area that Nigeria government is supporting their own? You're talking about their own. Do you know that in India here, if you go out and make money, and the government of that place is pursuing you, and you run enter India, carry the money enter India, India government back you up. India government will tell you, let us handle the case by ourselves. As long as that money you establish, India government is getting tax from it, because that tax is very important to them. They will back you up. At the end of the case, it dies. But Nigeria, it will suffer in diaspora. Carry your money, go to Nigeria to invest. EFCC will come after you. ICPC will come after you. Police will come. Even your Omonna, your case will come after you. What kind of wicked life you are living in Nigeria? Since APC have come to Nigeria to invest, to make things work out, what we need as a Nigerian is to give him support. All the necessary support he needed, we support him. Some of us in that's right now, we return back to Nigeria. We go and look for Toyota product, look for Ford Edge, look for Mercedes to buy. Why innocent have the one that is up to the same level that we? Why don't we support him in our own little way to support him? But we will not do that. Okay, look at Nigeria. Look at Nigeria. What is happening in Nigeria now? Dangote determine the price of rice meat in Nigeria. They will not tell Dangote, they will not say to Dangote that your own business is supposed to be a national business. The price you buy cement in North is not the same price you buy in the Lagos. It's not the same price you buy in the East. Why don't then Dangote that their company is a national company? They determine how you run his business. How can an individual in Nigeria come out and determine how APC, Onyeama will run his business? In India here, if you enter India national carrier, what they dress with their own tribal attire. And that attire the dress is one particular section owns it. So it is in Malaysia. All the airlines, why don't they allow Onyeama to run his business the way he wants to run his own business? When you do time of election now, they will tell you from east, you're from north, we're from south, from this. But when in terms of something that you have come to defend Nigeria, or something of your own business that everyone benefits for it, they remind you that this is supposed to be a national attire. So please, what we need to do is that, as we are saying this, we supported him. We give necessary support we need for him to boom. The government itself, which area does he need help? Which area does he need support? The government will have to do was to support him. For instance, the politics they wanted to play to him in London. Government supposed to, Minister of Foreign Affairs and aviation supposed to join hands together to make sure that as the what they call it, British Airways is having 14 slots in Nigeria. Nigeria also supposed to fight for him to begin to have 14 slots also in London. Okay, could you imagine here in India, Onyeama, APs used to come to India on weekend basis, especially Saturdays. Formerly, if you want to buy a one-way ticket from India to Nigeria, you will spend almost $600, $700. But since APs have started coming to India, some people pay tickets $300, $350 in one way to Nigeria. I want us to understand the kind of thing this man is doing for us in Nigeria. I want us to understand the battle this man has been fighting to make sure that Nigeria has a name. I want us to understand where this man is taking Nigeria to. Where is their fraud Nigeria, what they call it? There are those things. This is a man that used his own personal sweat, his personal suffering to make Nigeria great, to bring a name to Nigeria. And some people are out there saying all sorts of things against him. Are they going to tell Dangote to know how to run his business? No, nobody will be able to say that. Dangote was talking about how they are going to sell their own petrol resources, petrol, diesel, and all the rest of them. And some people in government say that this is own private business, that they can determine how much you're going to sell it. Here in India, a liter of petrol is 95 rupees. If they don't have oil, they do buy from Nigeria. They do buy from Russia. How much is petrol in Nigeria? Let us tell ourselves the truth. Who is fooling who? So we shouldn't support people, some people who love to talk down on somebody who trying to make the country better. Rather, let us form a forum. Let us form an encouragement to and give to anybody who trying to give the best in that country. To run a business in Nigeria is not an easy thing. To establish a firm in Nigeria is not an easy thing. Go to what they call it, CBN. I know how much they're owing that man, Onyeama. They seized the money. They wanted to frustrate him business, but it could not work for them. You that is in diaspora, you that is in America, you that is in the UK, just bring out $100,000 to establish in Nigeria. I gave you 6 months. They frustrate you. You will run away from Nigeria. So please, Isiago or no Isiago, nobody should determine Onyeama how to run his business and what his clothes will wear. What matters that Onyeama, well done for what he has done. We encourage you, federal government, let them give them enabling environment to run their business. So that things will work out.
Yeah, I hope they do that. I hope they do that. Eagles is something that they are seeing how people are cheering it on. Let me highlight what a black beauty was trying to highlight. She was trying to highlight that Boeing Airlines, that's aircraft manufacturing, seems to be having problems recently with their manufacturing. And what I would say to her is that even if that was true, that with some servicing some of their parts, I mean, not manufacturing, even if that's is true, most airlines use Boeing aircrafts, so it's something that can be managed, and it hasn't resulted in a crash, but it's resulted in incidents in America. It hasn't happened in the UK at all. It happened in America. Go ahead.
Can I support what you just said quickly? For those who live in the US, we recently witnessed was it Delta or American Airline?
Yeah, Delta, one of them too.
Yeah, whose mid-flight, the door fell off, and that plane quickly had to do an emergency landing. It happened towards the end of last year, and they've been trailing the matter, and they've discovered that it has nothing to do with the airlines. Like you rightly said, that's a Boeing issue. I think the aircraft manufacturers' problem, and they've gone to find out that not only was it that airline, many other airlines have had similar issues, and it is a manufacturer. So the American AAA or whatever they call them is investigating that matter. But that being said, I don't understand what that lady was talking about, because, like you rightly said, as somebody said here, if these guys were not servicing their aircraft properly, no country, if you're not meeting certain minimal mechanical or technical requirements, they won't allow you fly into their airports. They will keep you out. So I think people need to get their facts right. I'm trying to avoid sounding like I'm supporting Onyeama or trying to be his mouthpiece. He's not paying me. I'm not his PR personnel. I gain nothing from it. But I think we just need to start growing up to understand that we need to support our own. You understand? If any of our own starts doing what is right, let's support them. It's in our best interest.
You understand?
Yeah, but don't you think that we should hear people out? We shouldn't just react.
Yeah, I think by
because
just pose a jam question to Black Beauty, I think she should answer that jam question.
So, Ferrari, mind your business. I know you in the Agbero street you came from. Hey, hold on. I will say something. How dare you? Why do you stop interrupting me this Agbero? Stop interrupting me.
Come on here and answer that jam question.
If you look at the private sector,
can I exchange with Chim, please? You see, we shouldn't necessarily shut people down when they are highlighting a different point. They are not. She wasn't saying Air Peace was not servicing his aircraft. She was referring to Boeing aircraft. If I'm not mistaken, you can correct me.
She didn't mention. Did she mention Boeing?
She said crappy.
She said
she didn't mention Boeing.
Yeah, crappy. She mentioned Air Peace, and they are flying those crappy aircraft. That was why I took her on.
Okay, they are flying those crappy aircraft. Yeah, no. The person is okay. The criticism is not on Air Peace. She's talking about the aircraft itself.
No, she said
No,
Air Peace.
the person take it personally. The person take it personal.
Okay, let me because she's backstage. A Black, you see where the issue is. If you are trying to criticize Boeing, because the link you sent to me was about Boeing, but you somehow completed it with Air Peace. She's not on camera.
Don't defend her. Bring her in.
No, she's not on camera.
Forefather, please don't forget. Let's give a round of applause for to Festus Keyamo. He did what the minister should do.
No, I have to.
What is there about it? What did you do? That not done.
You see any means of progress? Any means of progress?
Come on, no
deal.
I think part of the support that Air Peace got is in due support from the Nigerian Ministry of Aviation, headed by Festus Keyamo. So we will not take away Festus Keyamo's support. Because you know why I'm saying this? Hadi Sariki, or whatever his name is, the previous minister, was hamstringing local aviation operators. He went and brought Ethiopia to Nigeria fraudulently, which was even a 419 arrangement. So if this particular one is currently trying to say fly local, support local, then he needs his thumbs up. When he does do a mistake, we will knock him. And the only place I am going to knock him is when he suddenly went to, was it Boeing's center recently, and became a mouthpiece for Boeing.
It was Airbus.
Okay, whoever it was.
Air Peace is doing all the right moves. He wants to use Airbus.
So when it comes to what he did for Air Peace,
let me bring her on so that she can come and speak.
When it comes to what he did for Air Peace,
let's be civil.
He did right.
Let's be civil here because she's a responsible
person. We are all civil people here.
Excuse me.
You of everybody. You of everybody are not by myself.
I would like to see the face of this person. I would like to see her face.
Forefathers, we need to see her live. This is not the process.
That's what I wanted to address. Please, you can come up, a Black.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Tunaja. I'm a crackhead, so I just don't want to be seen. You know how that can be.
There are rules now. There are rules. If you want to talk to them,
because
it will help.
I want to say to Niger, I have been so supportive of this platform, and you know it. I have come here. I've been respectful, and I just didn't appreciate the way that people were throwing me under the bus, like I was saying something wrong about Air Peace. I'm not saying anything about Air Peace. I'm saying something about the vessels that they fly. There have been 3 incidents in the past 3 months with Boeing vessels.
A black beauty. I'm sorry, you can't break the rules. I'm sorry. You have to come up.
You want me to come up?
Yep. Welcome. You're welcome. Hello. Yeah, you guys.
You're welcome. I see your face. So continue.
She's got privilege. She's allowed to say anytime a lady is here, they are underrepresented. They are allowed to speak their mind whenever they want to speak. Please go ahead.
So now I just want to know, crackhead where?
Please explain your position so that they understand, so that they will want. You see how quiet they become.
Who's quiet? Who's quiet?
Who is quiet?
Okay, behave yourself now.
Let her speak and explain herself.
Please. I just want to say I was very disappointed by the way you all were talking to me just now, as if I haven't been around here for over a year in your chat supporting everyone. That was disrespectful. And I understand that's a very common thing for Nigerian men, but I would beg you give a little bit grace to women, especially. It's inappropriate. And I didn't like the way you were speaking to me. Number one.
Please, there's nothing between
No. Excel, no. Excel, let her, Excel, no. Excel, no.
Let her speak. Hold on, I'm gonna say
no.
No, it's gonna anybody that speaks out of turn. I've said it before. Women are allowed to express themselves because they are underrepresented. If one came on here, how can you start jeering and talking when she's trying to express a point? And she's fair. She's been here for 1 year, supporting everything that we do here, and we don't want to hear people out. Please go ahead.
Actually, let her finish explaining herself. Then anybody who has any issues can take that up.
Yeah, if you add beauty,
can everybody just stop talking? Let me because
we want to hear you.
I'm going to put everybody backstage so that she can just speak now.
No, don't do that. I'm not anything special. I'm just over here trying to communicate.
Because you're interrupting now. It's not
okay.
It's not appropriate.
I get the program over here. So trust me, it's fine.
Put your camera on, please.
As I was saying, I am a digital nomad that lives in Nigeria about 7 months of the year. I live in Onyeama State. My husband, I'm married to a Delta State man. And I was going back home this week. And when I heard that Air Peace was open, I said, that's great. I can now patronize a Nigerian airline. Now, I had looked at other flights. I want to get out there for less than $1,000 on a one-way. I saw that when I pulled up flights on Expedia, I saw there were flights for Air Royal Morocco that were less than $1,000. I saw there were flights for Ethiopia, and I saw there were flights for another airline. Usually I fly Delta because I have gold status on Delta. But Delta one way is $1,700 this week. And I don't want to pay that, even though I can. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to give, since you all were talking about it and people have been talking about it for the week, I said, I'll fly to London, chill out with one of my friends for a day. Then I'll go Air Peace and enjoy the ride and try to, get an opportunity to experience it for myself. And I have checked every single airline. This is not about Air Peace. I check every airline's vessel because I will not fly because I'm a Delta member and I only fly Delta. I fly on an Airbus vessel for the last 10 years. I worked in consulting for Price Waterhouse for 4 years and I worked for KPMG for 2 years. I just came off Citibank for 3 years. I'm a finance girl and I'm used to flying the best of the best. I'm born and raised in New York. I fly the best. So I said, I'm going to fly the vessel that I know I'm not going to die on, which is the Airbus. Now, this has nothing to do with Air Peace, but I find it funny that all of the airlines that tote being African, so Air Royal Morocco, Ethiopian, and now Air Peace, fly the crappiest vessels. Now, if you want to take that as a slight towards you and your brand, because that's all Air Peace is, just like United, Delta, or US Airway or anything, that's a brand that goes on a vessel. That is a branded vessel. Air Peace may be a great brand, but the vessel that it flies is dangerous. Now, there have been issues with Boeing, 3 issues this year. In January, they had the one issue with the door falling off. They also had an issue with one of the flights landing, and then one of the wheels came off as it was landing and it crashed into some cars. They also had one of the cargo flights, fuel jet ignite. And I sent all these links in the back. Maybe when I sent them on the regular chat, you're not allowed to send links in the regular chat. So you probably didn't see them. So I came back here to send you the link. Then there was a whistleblower, a man who was a director of reviewing the planes at Boeing, who was giving the information and testifying in court here in the United States. And they found him dead in his car. They killed the whistleblower because he was letting people know that these planes were going up in the air without being serviced. So when I speak, I only speak from a position of having knowledge. I am not ignorant. I am not a crackhead, and I'm a Pan-Africanist and a supporter with 100% Nigerian genes running their part of me blood. Don't tell me nothing. You're not going to tell me nothing. I'm going back home to see my husband next week. You all are sitting comfortably. So if I want to get there and feel comfortable, I would like to, hey, listen, I'll pay more. I'll pay $1,200 instead of $700 to know that I'm on a vessel that I won't die on. And that's all I have to say now. I'm going to take my beautiful self in the back.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay.
Her point is, can I finish, please? Can you people
beg her to wait now so that she can hear us?
Let me respond.
Okay, I think you're not the guest. You're not the guest. And
Okay, can I respond, brother?
let me just contextualize what she said before.
No, don't have to.
You don't need to now for that. She can speak for herself. You don't need to contextualize.
Can you let me talk?
You don't have to do that.
Don't talk.
Are you the moderator now? Yeah, I'm gonna, you will end up backstage if you don't let me talk. What is not going to harass people with this? You want to harass me?
You can't be. Father, you can't be summarizing somebody's views. She just
let me state it clearly so that the viewers understand. They want to start fighting me now. They finish fighting you. They want to start with me too. That's how they like to fight with everybody.
Okay, can I respond?
Can I say something, KJ? I will let you talk. Okay, what she just stated wasn't necessarily about Air Peace. She talked about other African airlines using Boeing. Using Boeing airlines instead of Airbus.
We heard her clearly now.
And most of the incidents she has reported hasn't resulted in. I don't think any casualty in terms of lives lost.
Are Boeing.
Yeah, nobody has died and no full-on
Nobody
crash.
died on Airbus ever in the history of.
In the history of Airbus, whoa, that's interesting. If that's true, but that's a good information to share. You see what I mean? She has insight. She's stating something, and people need to be careful when you just.
It was good that she clarified, because what the one-liner she gave, it looked like she was saying the planes were not serviced. You understand? Now that she's explained it like this, well, I understand. But what I saw was a one-liner. You posted it here.
Okay, let X0. Let's not hijack it. KJ, let's do 2 minutes then. 2 minutes. KJ, go ahead, please. 2 minutes.
I'm not even going to do up to 2 minutes. I just want to
talk down.
Black Beauty. It's good they also spoke, clearly, because now we know you're not talking about the brand. I followed all what you listed out. I'm just like you. I do a lot of research. I followed all that accidents, and even when the tires of the plane dropped, in fact, there's one of those Boeings that the gears fell. And then it had to land on belly. I followed all that, and you are quite correct. And you see, for the US, things are done. They are already investigating all that. And I also followed the guy who was giving an interview, who said there were over 73 mistakes, that caused for concern on the ship itself,
And they killed him.
Yeah, he was supposed to be in the Capitol giving testimony, and he was found dead in his car.
In the parking lot.
Yeah. So, and he had made a video, a phone call telling his friends and family that if ever they said he killed himself, it is not true.
That it wasn't him, right?
So that's all that. We appreciate how you kept that play it. My only challenge is I wish that Boeing would do more, because most of the planes going to Africa are all Boeing. And I agree also with you that if you notice, the planes they use to fly out of Nigeria, and when they are coming into the US, as we are doing a connecting flight, you find out that they change a bigger plane and a better plane and a better service. Everything changes when you leave Nigeria and you land in another country, connecting flight to the US.
Not just Nigeria, Ethiopia too.
Yeah, the Nigerian aviation could do something about that. So I don't fly those kind of planes to Africa. And then the service also, you are not serviced properly when you take off from Nigeria and you're going outside. But when they get to Egypt and they are connecting you, or to Ethiopia, or any of those connecting flights, or South Africa, it becomes a different ball game. That
better plane.
The service and everything changes. So I totally appreciate that you come on to explain that for us.
That's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to criticize Air Peace. In fact, I wish we could all afford to pay a little bit more for safety. I wish they would just contract with Airbus and get a vessel that we could be proud of. That way we know, and we could pay a little bit more and know we'll be safe. We don't know. We don't know.
Okay, but do you have any specific crashes that have resulted in loss of life due to Airbus aircrafts? I mean,
I don't have anything from Airbus.
Okay, so then maybe don't you think that? Can you let me speak, please? These people, please.
Yeah, but you're asking
I'm trying to ask pertinent questions here. What kind of people with this? I'm trying to ask a question.
You're asking what she already answered.
No.
Exactly.
No, no,
Okay,
how do
let
you
it
know
go
that?
round now.
Let all of us do our 2 minutes, then you come back to
I will
you.
ask
You
my
can't be the
question.
only one talking.
You know you are not going to badger me. So let me ask the question and save yourself the time. The question was that have we known any Airbus aircraft? I know of the issues you reported that has crashed and resulted in loss of life, because your statement was that we are worried about people dying.
You mean Boeing specifically, right?
Boeing, yes, yeah, Boeing, yeah,
Well,
whatever.
not to say that I've seen any that resulted in loss of life, but I mean, like, after 3 incidents within the last 3 months, that's like the next step.
Malaysia Airlines.
I get what you're saying. But it's good that we contextualize that. It's good that we contextualize it that nobody has lost their life due to Airbus so far.
What are you talking?
Okay, please. Okay, let's go to Tone. Tone, 2 minutes.
Malaysia Airlines.
2 minutes.
But
Tone, 2 minutes.
congratulations to Air Peace for launching, and that is a good feat. That's a congratulations. But at the same time, I won't fly it.
People are wicked. I don't know what this one is asking me. Nigerians, you are wicked. Please go ahead, Tone. What is asking me?
Okay, first of all, Black Beauty, apologies for that, because I mean, as you can appreciate, we have a sort of funny people, Agbado
This
people.
is
You
the
know who
boys'
Agbado
club.
people are.
I expect it. Huh?
Yeah. So apologies, yeah, from the bottom of my heart, that they will say Niger. Okay, as you've shown your face and all that, all legit. But however, you did say that the Airbus is very safe, but there's always a first for anything. God forbid that any day that any of us here will fly, it will become the first day. If we fly an Airbus, it will become the first day that casualty will be recorded. But what I just want you to know is it's just the way you dropped it as a one-liner. We thought, wow, what's this and all that.
There's
But
not so much
again,
space to
we
type in
should,
there.
yeah. But if you know this man, he has put a lot of effort in
Micah Denega?
showing that this is fine.
Micah Denega?
The Onyeama guy, the owner of
Oh no, I don't
Airpeace.
know him. No, I'm sorry. Cool.
Yeah, his technical crew. Yeah, he has put a lot to ensure that it's safe and all that. And I think, especially for the UK, I know the British. They are very strict when it comes to these things. They will not want to record anything against them. So I would say, I mean, it's a personal choice. If you think that Boeing. I'm not trying to dismiss that Boeing, that they don't have issues, but if you think it's something personal for you, it's a deal breaker that you not fly Boeing on that account, it's fine. I understand. So we now understand where you're
That's what
coming
I'm
from
saying.
and all that.
That's actually
Everybody's
exactly what I'm
happy.
saying.
Yeah, everybody's happy. I would like to see you represent more of the ladies, because a lot of timid ladies.
No,
from time to
I
time, please
can't come
come
up
in.
here all the time. I like to be in the shadows.
No,
where I belong.
you know. All right, thank you.
Please, we'd like you to be here, please.
My turn, Abi.
Okay. Sorry.
My
Before
turn,
you
my
leave,
turn. Somebody speaking without their turn.
Between 1990
It's my turn, Paul.
year 2020, there is 47 crash by Airbus. So that information that you are giving is absolutely wrong.
I was going to come there, but you've beat me to it.
Absolutely wrong.
Father not doing his job. When it's my turn, let him Paul speak before me.
Okay.
Okay, now let me say this. Yeah, I'm gonna start talking now. Yeah, Black Beauty, I'm very happy and glad that you didn't turn out to be a crackhead or an opposite people. I'm very happy about that. Also, I want to say that each individual needs to do their research about airlines. The fact that our Airbus is an older form of airline and is being designated to most African fly zone has to do with the fact that,
You mean Boeing, not Airbus?
Boeing, yeah. Boeing has to do with the fact that we don't produce nothing and we are renting, and that's why it makes all this African airline like Ethiopian airline and all the rest, for their prices to be cheaper. But
thank you.
That's true. But be careful. There was a prolific Nigerian writer that died from an airplane crash. Pius Adesanya. He died from a newer version of an airline, not the older version. So sometimes it's not necessarily like the older is better than the newer one. And also there are, and I was pushing this question on you, that there are regulatory authorities that cannot check for safety. But you did raise a good point about how Africans are treated. I've experienced it myself. When you fly, when it's time for you to change flight, they now pack you Africans into the worst available aircraft. And you know, and I mean in literally, or the smallest available. But when you're going to these European countries or Western countries, the type of aircraft you're in is totally different. You did make a point there. So you're right on that. But there has not been a crash with Boeing yet, thank God. But the fact that they're older doesn't mean they will crash first. Look at the one Pius.
That's true. That's true.
Pius died in a newer version, a new aircraft. You know, it wasn't even 5 years old.
What is his name?
Nosedive effect. You understand? But
what's the name of the name of the writer you were referring to?
Yeah, what's the name of the writer? So
Pius Adesami. Pius Adesami.
Pius Akinsomi. He lives in Canada. Akinsomi.
It's Akinsomi,
not Akinsomi.
Akinsomi, not Akin.
Oh, sorry, Akinsomi.
Yeah, he's a professor.
Thank you. I think it's Air Eagle. Eagle's Air. Have you spoken, or are we going to flagship?
Like, can I express my own views? I've been waiting.
I think we want to rotate it now so that it gets through.
Explain. It's important to you. Explain.
Have you done your 2 minutes? If you want to do 2
minutes, I'm not done. I'm not done, but I found out that people are rushing to overtake.
You want to concede
your point and express yourself. All this Morocco people making is of no need.
He was on Ethiopia Airlines, right?
I just feel like coming in because I'm an aviator. You people are supposed to give me that small preference for me to weigh into it.
There's some truth there to an extent. Should we give Paul because he's the expert?
Yeah, before Paul speaks, please. Mine is just very short. Mine is short. Then Paul can go ahead.
When you say short, how short? 1 minute.
Okay, so number one, a black beauty. I think the issue which everybody has already mentioned was your one-liner gave a wrong interpret. Well, I would say wrong. It expressed what you wrote. This was not exactly what you had in mind, but that is what we took away from it. So beautifully, you've come on air to, correct that. That's beautiful. Now, Ferrari has already explained the other part I was going to. As soon as we were talking about safety, I went to my laptop instantly to go Google, and it's not correct to say that Airbus hasn't had crashes. They've had several. I'm looking at it here. They've had several. But it's okay. We all have individual preferences. You fly what you want to fly. It's your choice. If you feel the airline you want to fly uses more of Airbus and you're more at peace with Airbus, that's beautiful. Now, yes, we also realize the fact that many of the safety issues that we've had recently, which you have highlighted, have nothing to do with the airlines. They have more to do with the manufacturers. And that's the point I was trying to bring out. It is not the airline, it's the manufacturer. And I'm happy this happened because when that door fell off.
Chim, time is up. Except somebody wants to concede their time.
Bro, this is why I always say you target me. When others were speaking here.
I'm not targeting you, it's not your turn.
No, I'm telling you, this is why I feel you target me. I'm not saying
if it was your turn, you like targeting people. That's just wrong. Yeah. You almost targeted me, if not for the fact that
there is Paul there.
But I'm talking. You understand where I'm coming from now, and I'm okay. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm not targeting you. Why would I target you?
But I'm telling you frontally, I'm not hiding it. You didn't let me finish. I was about finishing, and you cut me off.
Let's not make it personal. It was Eagle's turn to speak. We have to follow rules, please.
Please, based on this, our sister that just explained what she wrote on the backstage. Because sometimes all these accidents we do see on airlines or on the ground or air on the sea is inevitable. Nobody can predict it. Nobody plans for it. Even if nobody can say that nobody will climb on the tree and say, please put hot water for me so that I will fall into it. Nobody plans for it. Nobody pray for it. So all this thing that happens is inevitable. But the most important thing that we need, sometimes we talk about the safety of the people who is on board, which I listened to the interview they did to Onyeama. Onyeama said that even from the London, the same people that do us, they checkmate them very well. They check both their record, check their accounts and everything. Several times it took them time. They checked them in different records before they are able to allow them. Also, as we are applauding Ali Onyeama, also we need to applaud the pilot, the first pilot that made the movement. There's something that he did that I love so much. What is that thing? When he landed in the airport where they asked him to stay, they told him to go to an extreme place that will cost about 9 hours to upload, or some of the passengers will be entering bus. But the pilot said no. The pilot said no, according to Ali Onyeama, because I was listening to what he was saying. He said the pilot said no. I refused.
The pilot did not say no. The pilot put a call through first to say this was happening. They gave him the order.
That was in Nigeria.
It wasn't the pilot's own decision that did that.
Ali Onyeama, according to the live interview I listened to him, nobody told me. He said the pilot refused to go to that place. He stopped at the where he stopped.
He said he parked and he gave him a call, and that was in the
exactly. And then when he parked, he refused to go, and that caused delay. But if there is there's some pilot that we ask, they will go to that place obediently. But he said no. That's the right thing that
he wasn't sure what was happening, so he had to put a call first until they gave him the order.
Exactly. So
what happened is this? What happened at this time? The airpiece are being assigned their parking lot where we have to discharge
the Blackstone. Sorry, it's going to be your turn to the Blackstone. Please.
No, the Blackstone. Can I show light to it as an aviator? Give me that small preference now, please.
See, the flagship has been very well. He's been very.
Carry on, flagship. Yeah. I hand over to you.
Yeah, flagship. Yeah, he has exercised a lot of decorum here. Let's reward that. Please go ahead, flagship.
Thank you so much, forefathers, and good afternoon to everybody. I hope you all had a great week. Let me start with this. I want to say hats off to Alex Onyeama. I congratulate him for doing what he did and for establishing this route for Nigerians. We all know, for those who have traveled that route, London, Lagos, London, Abuja, how we are treated and what we are made to go through. And on top of that, how we smile at the face of mistreatment.
Flagship, just hold on. Sorry, hold on for a second. It's 2 minutes, so you may want to, Paul. The way you are speaking, it looks like you're not going to be done in 2 minutes, and I don't want to stop you halfway.
Because I've been sitting there quiet here, so I think you should give me that. The
thing we are doing now is I can't just afford you that. Otherwise, I'll give Paul more than 2 minutes.
For the past 1 hour, forefathers, I think you should give me that.
Have I been here 1 hour?
You've been speaking.
Just came on. I will give it 3 minutes. 3 minutes, then 3 minutes.
Please, don't take my time. I'm being courteous enough. So
we have to. We still have to follow rules. Even if you're courteous, we have to follow rules. Let's not try to not follow rules all the time.
You can have it. You can take it. I yield the floor back.
Forefathers, sometimes, right? Sometimes.
No. You have to talk. Just to see how they are behaving. See how they are behaving. Nobody wants to see your problem.
That man was talking, and you didn't let him know.
No wonder people don't want Bobrisky to be arrested because you don't like rules. You can't even stick to 2 minute rule.
Coordination, right?
You interrupted that man and used your body.
No, I'm not going to take his time. I will start it all over again. Then he can speak for his time because the way he was going, if I had stopped him after 2 minutes, he would have complained. That's why I was saying that 2 minutes. So he can carry on. If you want him to speak, cede your own time to him. If you want him to speak more,
absolutely. Okay, I cede my time to him. I cede my time to him.
Good. You can speak for 4 minutes.
No, you can speak for 5 minutes. I give you my own 2 minutes.
6 minutes now. Go ahead. 6 minutes.
I'm giving him 2 minutes of my time as well.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 6 minutes. All right, good.
Everybody
let them turn against me. Then they will not have chance to speak now. Good luck with that one. Please, flagship, go ahead.
I would have been done long ago, but I want to thank all of you, Tone, Ferrari, and everybody. Thank you so much. I really respect that honor and I appreciate it. Like I was saying, Alain Onyeama has done us well. We are proud of what he's doing. My only suggestion to him is the Nigerian factor always shows that it's very easy for us to start projects, but maintaining it is our biggest problem. So what I would say to him is to please put up a good maintenance team to keep this spirit going, because what you have done has not only thrown a big challenge in the Europe, Lagos, Abuja route, but it's going to have to withstand the test of time, because your competitors will come after you with good service culture, and you need to really improve on that. That's one area that you're lacking in. So please consider working that also from your ground crew up onto your crew that takes care of your customers in the air. Now, I'm glad Paul is here. I was going to say this with reference to what the Black Beauty said. I think in my opinion, the issue with these airlines and how they perform in terms of the equipment that they fly, I beg to differ. It's majorly not the problem of the manufacturer of the aircraft. And I stand to be corrected. Paul is here. I think it's the maintenance culture. If the airline does not have a good maintenance culture, when they see things going wrong with their aircraft and they don't have the multi-point inspections after so long based on what the FAA recommends, things start to fall apart. These airlines or aircrafts are not built to stand forever. They grow weak, parts wear out. It's based on the airline to sit down and say, let's make changes or change parts or put new engines or inspect every other aspect of the aircraft so it can meet the standard and fly safely in the air. Delta Airlines, which is where I am, I fly them every week. And not to brag, I'm diamond with Delta. I had an issue with Delta once, and I had to query the aircraft equipment that they sent to Lagos. And you guys can try this on your own. Every aircraft has a number, just like your car has a license plate. You can take that number and look up the history of the aircraft. Most of the airlines that fly these aircrafts fly older products. They are 20 plus years old. And a lot of them are being recycled. Yes, they maintain them, they look after them, but for some, they just don't care. So I asked Delta one time, why are you flying a 767 to Lagos, Nigeria from Atlanta that just flew in from Seattle? And that aircraft is over 30 years old. It's 10 hours across the Atlantic. I'm a little bit concerned. I've seen the flights that go from Atlanta to Brazil, to other South American countries, to London, and so on. They are pretty much like brand new aircrafts. Why are you giving us the older ones? They send a response back to me. And their response is, their record is impeccable. Delta has never had any issues with their aircraft. And they have a good team of engineers that service their aircraft on a daily basis. If they notice anything that is going to put the passengers at risk, they fix it. And to be honest, it's true. Delta has a really good record. And for all their aircrafts that I've flown, which is the only one that I fly, I've never seen anyone that had issues, maybe here and there, that I may not have heard about them. So a lot of times, it's not the manufacturer. The manufacturer makes the product, sells it to the airline, or leases it to the airline. And I think it's the responsibility of the airline to maintain them and to take care of them. And lastly, my sister did say that when you fly from the US to Europe or wherever you're going, you get it on the good equipment, and going to Nigeria is pretty old and maybe almost written off. Yes, that's true. The thing is, it's not them, it's us that have not pushed back to say, stop bringing your older aircrafts to our country. Emirates Airline, I fly them a lot. I've got their little thing back there. They fly good aircrafts, 5-6-year-olds from the US to Dubai. And then from Dubai to Lagos, that was before they stopped flying. They fly these old 777s that are like almost 13, 20 years old. And it's not because we are not fit for it. It's just because we have not pushed back So it also is the responsibility of our government to say, please, any aircraft that is older than this years, we don't want it in our country. You have to do better. If we push back and do that, I know they will change. So it's not only on them, the airline itself. Boeing, Airbus does not maintain it for them. They may have their engineers that are contracted, but it's the responsibility of the airline to say, this aircraft has been in the air for so many hours. We need to reevaluate and see what needs to be changed, and therefore change it to keep it safe in the air. Thank you.
I only have one comment to him, and I'm not trying to come out of turn, but I only have one. I agree with everything you said, 99%. There's only one thing. Last year, we lost our straight through flight I live in New York, from New York to Lagos. We lost our straight through flight. And when I inquired to Delta, because they tell you when you ask questions, when I inquired why that was, they said it was because that Murtala Muhammad was not paying their remittance back to Delta. That's why we lost our straight through flight.
I agree.
So that might also be a case too.
I totally agree with you. And it's an issue that most major airlines are facing with Nigeria. And I think I heard not long ago, but don't quote me on this, Delta is reconsidering Atlanta-Lagos route because of these same issues. So it's not them, it's us, it's the culture and the attitude that we portray. That's how they treat us the same way, the way they are treating us. So I will not put the blame on the airline that much. I'll put it, I won't put the blame on the manufacturer as far as safety of the equipment. It's on the airline and on us having these older planes that are flying to Nigeria is because we've not pushed back. So until we do that, they'll keep putting us on those what I call air molars that they fly to Nigeria, which is very, very uncomfortable.
Okay, thank you. I hope you're all happy now. The Blackstone, please go ahead.
Okay,
I thought they have used their time.
No, Blackstone didn't use his time. He's a tone and go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Flagship, I agree with most of the things you said. And me, I'm a fan of flying actually. So, and also investigate, also look into airline crashes and things like that. If you follow the analysis of crash, the reason for crashes and everything, one of the major reasons of air crashes is pilot mistakes. That's one of the first things that happens when because when the flight begins to have issues in the air, right, and they try to find a way to maneuver this aircraft and everything, and they try to get the manual, how much very big before they can get what they want to do, they lose control, and that's what I've heard several times from previous crashes that were later analyzed and things like that, right? Number two, like Flagship said, most of the planes that we Africans buy, most of them are almost outdated. I think if a plane flies for, I think 30 years, most of them have to sell those planes to be refurbished, and sometimes it goes into cargo. They remove all the seat and made a cargo plane, right? And most of the time, and if you have to see these things, you can see from the interior inside the plane, right? You can see the interiors. Those stuff from they can see if it's a new plane or an old plane, right? And what's also happening is that most of these big airlines, right, they order directly and they give them, the manufacturers, their specifications, right? Onyeama said that they are ordering some planes they are still ordering some, another Boeing 777 from Boeing. So I think some also from Airbus, but I don't know if it is going to be the used ones or the brand new ones. And because he said they paid for all the planes they have, they paid for everything. They are not leasing them, right? So I don't know how they can be able to manage that to pay for all their fleets, So I don't know. So, but if you say you are paid for your fleet, that means that most of them are not brand new ones. It must be refurbished or planes and things like that, So it is a good thing that is done, right? But for me, I don't see all the talk here and there because it's a private businessman, so it's making his money. So
thank you, Blackstone.
So why are we crying over the uniform, what he's doing and everything? He's going to make money, so and he has to do everything to make sure that his business is making profit. So
can you speak to the link that you put in the back? Because I wanted to say something about the link you put in the back, Blackstone.
Right.
If you do an average of the amount of Boeings versus the number per million of crash events,
yes.
If you do Airbus average and you do Boeing average, Boeing has 16 vessels. On average, it's 21.5%. And then for Airbus, it's 7.3%. So which one are you going to fly on?
Yeah, so I'm gonna fly on Airbus. I never use Airbus, right? So I'm not flown Boeing because Boeing has so many issues. Actually, let's be frank with ourselves. They have so many issues, right? Not even accident issues, but even personal issues, even the administrative issues, and so on and so forth. This is going on. You're be under investigation at the moment, right? So there are a lot of things because sometimes, like Flagship said, it's also the maintenance crew. I saw a video whereby the glass of the pilot was blown off. You understand me? And the pilot was like, it's online, this analysis, because at the end of the day, they came out that the guy that's supposed to who replaced that glass, instead of trying to get the actual screw that fit into that hole, they use a different one because they were not available. Have to use
Okay, thank you. Let Paul add to the debate, please. Let Paul add to the debate. So before I say something, we go to the next person. I'm really sick of the way people behave here, where we find it hard to stick to a rule. Hold on, I'm really sick of it because you all were the ones calling her a crackhead a moment ago. There's something wrong with the way you men think. You can't even follow a simple rule. We said 2 minutes. Follow 2-minute rule. Jesus Christ. Please, you don't consider the next person coming through. You think everybody has all the time in the world here?
Can you stop putting all of us under the bus?
Exactly. I was going to say that.
I am talking about you were the Flagship. You are the one talking. You are the one that first demanded more time.
Yeah, I did, and I think I have every right to demand for that time. Because
you don't have a right. You follow the rules wherever you are.
Forefathers, I see you on other shows.
You follow the rules.
Calling the kettle.
Follow the rule.
You are doing the same thing.
Sorry, gentlemen, forefathers, please. Let's apply a bit.
Move ahead. Let's move.
Now,
follow
rules. You like it or not? You keep saying your country is lawless, but you can't even follow rules on the panel.
Forefather, you are the moderator. Let's apply some decorum. Just go to the next person, please.
Let's speak.
Paul, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So now, I don't know where to start from, whether I should speak as an aviator or I should speak more as a layman so that you people can understand more. I don't want to talk
speak as an aviator, please.
Speak like somebody from Yaba left, please.
Speak like a layman.
Can you let me moderate?
So
I want to understand and people will benefit from it.
It may be hard more, just like the way Dr. Dominic was saying this morning. So let me explain something when you talk about this percentage, these things that you are saying between Boeing and Airbus. Just to let you know, cumulatively, between Boeing and Airbus, they are like 91%. These two airlines, you understand? These two passenger commercial flight manufacturers, they are like 91% before you are even talking about the Embraer and the likes. Airbus and Boeing, they dominate the market.
Yes.
You understand? I'm not talking about military.
I get what you mean.
And the beauty of it is that both of them are doing well. Airbus is much, much better when you are flying more of longer routes. You understand? This big jumbo aircraft, they come so fancy. Boeing doesn't come fancy. Boeing is more economical in the sense that the black sheep, you will notice most of the Boeing you fly, they carry 2 engines.
nearly every Airbus you fly, they carry 4 engines. You understand? And every other thing. And the beauty of it is that you go discover who manufactured these aircraft engines that you see. Rolls-Royce.
Wow.
General Electric manufacture the same thing for both of these manufacturers. Many of the things you see is just the same thing. So it's just a business model. Just to let you know, with the politics with Boeing, these things happen, but how they play to the media right now. Nikki Haley, who is contesting, you understand, for Republican, is a board director in Boeing. She give them a lot of leverage when she came out as a governor. She become a board member. So
Nikki
most
Haley,
of our
right?
funds, Nikki Haley, yes, most of our
I'm not
funds.
aware of that. Okay, go ahead.
So most of our funds is coming from Boeing. So what do you think they
Boeing
should do?
tanked in the
Knock
market
Boeing
last
down. So certain things that ordinarily they wouldn't have let you hear more, knock Boeing down. You understand? So politics too is also part of it.
It is a problem. You're right about that because the media, the way they do, you're right. But I mean, but I want to ask you this question: would you want to ride in the Toyota or the Benz?
So now let me tell you now, as a layman, in a layman way, for me now as an aviator, when you fly any aircraft, when you book your ticket, they show you as you're starting the process of your ticket, they show you the aircraft.
Yes, that's
you
what I
see
check.
the model of the aircraft. You see everything. Yeah, you might check, but let me tell you what I check when I check. I check the aircraft where I know that I would love to sit on the middle because this type of specific aircraft, I won't have those things that winkle in your ear for so long in the engines and everything. I prefer. Sometimes if I know this specific, I want to go sit maybe close to the toilet because I know that aircraft I won't. These are the things that I calculate.
As a layman, but as an educated person.
Okay, but as an educated person,
we are
because
all
of
educated amongst this panel.
So as an insider, where I understand the specifics with this aircraft, but to you, because of the media, you understand that this is the aircraft you are flying, and the media tell you that Boeing is having XYZ problem. So you feel within yourself that I don't want to fly Boeing. I'll tell you like my Nigerian people. I just tell you small. I'll give you small.
The media. It wasn't the media every story. It was just the one story. It was the whistleblower story that got me.
The whistleblower
something, and they got rid of him.
The whistleblower thing, it is very, 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 very painful. You understand? I see that part very well, but it goes beyond that. You understand? The union, the merger with Boeing, how they come with the COO and everything. So there's a whole lot of shenanigans going on there, plus the lobbyists. That does not mean they don't have good aircraft. But things are bound to happen. You understand? Things are bound to. If you said the way you are thinking, if you said so, it's going to affect the whole world in terms of aviation. It is Airbus and Boeing produce nearly everything.
Yeah. That's true.
You understand?
If my voice was larger, I wouldn't say anything. I'm just a regular person on the internet. But if my voice was larger, I wouldn't say anything because I know that would have implications on the company. But what I'm saying as an individual, I mean, I just want to live. That's all I'm saying.
Then also, a black sheep, let me also tell you something about this 30 years thing. How painful it can be when you talk about this 30 years thing. Find out with people who also come from places like India, Pakistan. They are going through the problem that we're going. These people profile us that whenever we enter our aircraft, we carry a lot of spicy things. It costs them more to clean this aircraft, to drive those smells. So they dedicate a particular aircraft to that route. It's like the way you do your Airbnb. You understand? You check if you are not the type who don't have dog, who don't smoke. You don't want to get a smoking room. You don't want to get a room that have pets. You understand? Then if you are the type, because if I don't smoke, I don't have pets, I can stay in an Airbnb or an hotel. You understand? The room that have a pet. I can't keep up with the smell. So this is the same thing. But talking about an aircraft being a 30 years, 40 years, or 20 years, it's not really like that. Aircraft is not old as you and I may think, because aircraft, we don't wait for a part to get spoiled. Everything have their expiring date. You just go there, you remove it and put new one. So the aircraft itself, they've been manufactured this aircraft for 30 years ago. Well, nearly everything there has been changed. So it's not as old as you and I may think. It's not like, you're trying to repair, let me go look for the mechanic. fix this and that. We change everything. You just go remove and you put another one. Then you do your proper logins. When you don't do your proper logins, you mistake, you forget to do your logins. That is where they caught you like, you did a bad job. You understand? Because you did not keep the aircraft up to date. I might do I might change a part and forget to do my login. If they remember, that aircraft will turn back. That is how we try to keep our record clean. You understand? Not for anything.
But Paul, in America, they have been quite careless lately. Most of the incidents with this Airbus that she was referring to occurred in the US.
No, the Boeing. The Boeing. Yeah. No, so the Boeing on now. So when you talk about
actually the incidents actually
so when you talk about it, I want to explain the Alaska airline. The Alaska airline, you understand that dog flew away. That one completely affects Boeing. You understand? That one completely affect Boeing because some of the lock pins that they're supposed to put was not there. Then when you talk about the United, where one of the landing gear fell and everything, that one is completely the technician make that mistake. It's just the technician. So
they hired the technician now. They hired the technician. If you make mistake, it's still part of the airline, the aircraft. This thing that is
no. So as aircraft land, what you do immediately, you go check, you go measure your landing gear. Okay, now you go measure your tire. You understand? You remember the way the tire cracks and everything.
Who is responsible for doing that? The airlines?
It's the airlines, the technician. Of course, you manage the technicians, the engineer. You measure, you change your tire. And remember these things. These are things you do quick turnaround, because aircraft is not meant to stay on ground at all. You understand? So you quickly change and everything. So that person might change that landing gear, that tire, and just forget to put his lock pin. That may just happen and everything. So these things happen.
Hey, Paul.
But because of one big tragedy happen, any other small thing we're going to overflog it. So it will make any other small thing that looks big.
Paul, where is the African manufactured aircraft?
Oh, I just told you 2 airlines in the whole world make 91%. You're talking about African manufactured aircraft.
Well, we're talking about boosting Africa, yes? That's what everything is about.
I think no. In general perspective, this thing has been dominated in terms of colonial masters and everything. So when you talk about Airbus in France, it's not about Airbus being in Toulouse, France.
It's about calling them masters in 2024.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Fofara, I know why.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
It's about. So when I talk about Airbus in France, it's not about Airbus in France. It's about the whole of Europe. They own that one. Like America tried to dominate with their Airbus. They frustrate Brazil with their Embraer. So these are the things.
It's 3 countries: UK, France, and Germany.
Let's allow
no. I cannot put UK also to Europe. I don't want to take them out. That's what I'm saying.
I say 3 countries: UK, France, and Germany.
The Blackstone. Let's allow other people to speak. Electricity has raised its hand. Loco, do you want to speak or you want to allow electricity to just have?
Loco, let me go. I won't be long, please, if you don't know.
I know you're lying. You're lying. But first,
no, I'm not lying, Loco.
I'm joking.
Thank you.
First of all, anyway, speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. A Black Beauty. Thanks. I highlighted your comment, so she's not there. I need that attention.
Yeah, she's
okay,
there.
When she comes up, I highlighted your comment, and when you actually I've been searching for it, and you said that they fly unserviced aircraft, and you don't want to die, you want to live. I highlighted it. It's there on the record. Do you want to take that back, or you want to stick on it?
What do you mean? Do I want to take what
you
back?
said Airpeace fly
your initial comment. Your initial comment.
I highlighted the initial comment.
I think words are important. So when I say aircraft,
that's why I'm here.
I'm pointing to the manufacturer.
No. What you said is they said they fly unserviced aircraft.
Sorry, can you?
And the servicing is done by the airlines, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know.
It's okay.
I don't know.
I apologize.
I didn't know. I just learned that. right? Like I just learned that the servicing from Flagship, that the servicing is on the airline. I thought, based off of the whistleblower, that the servicing
Black
was on the
Beauty,
aircraft
hold on 1 second.
manufacturer.
I want you to listen to my question very well, please.
Yes.
With due respect, listen to my question.
Please, I beg you. Let me just clear this part. So servicing, aircraft just do small maintenance work. There is something we call A check. There is something you call B check. When you get to certain hours, you're going to go back to C check. You are going back to the manufacturer. So the manufacturer is also checking what you did and make sure that everything is up to date. That is when you go for your C check.
Okay.
That's why Ethiopia Airlines can stand the test of time up to date today. Because Ethiopia Airlines, they are big in servicing than even flying.
Okay. I highlighted the statement you made. You use I'm into safety. That's why I'm asking you. You use the word, like you said, words matters a lot. You use the word they fly on service plane. Could you are you standing by it, or you want to withdraw it?
Well, based off of new information, I'm going to say that I was not educated in the fact that the servicing was done by the airline. So in that respect, yes. But if the servicing is done by the manufacturer, I stand on it.
So what do you believe now? What do you believe now?
So Paul's saying that once it gets to C check, it's going back to the manufacturer after a certain amount of hours, right? Hours flown, you mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if it's been flown for 30 years, it's going back to the manufacturer for servicing, correct?
No, not 30 years.
No,
Sometimes
not 30 years.
15
hours,
months. 15 to 18 months.
40 hours or something. It goes back to the manufacturer. Is that what you mean? But like, give me a tangible example of what you mean.
Say 200,000 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So in that case, if the manufacturer is responsible, I stand on it. If the airline is not responsible, I retract. Conditional.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You see, because I appreciate when you say words are very important, and they are very important. So I will go with your retraction based on what everybody has said.
Because it's not about Air Peace. I want to fly Air Peace. I want to promote any African
You've clarified
brand.
your position,
Right.
Black Beauty.
I want to promote. Let me be clear about who I am.
Okay, go ahead.
I am a New York-born Jamaican of 100% Hausa blood. I want to promote, right, anything that substantiates us as Africans, whether it be through manufacturing, branding, whether it be through economics, whether it be through culture and arts. I will support anything African. I am willing to fly. As a matter of fact, I said, you know what? Instead of me going through Washington with United, I'll fly to UK and I'll get the Air Peace flight over to Lagos. I'm going to Lagos on Wednesday or Thursday. I haven't decided what day yet. But when I saw the 777, I said, oh, hell no. And that was just my response.
Okay.
That was my
Thank you very much. Flagship, you did reference that the fault is usually from the airline and not from the manufacturer. Am I quoting you correctly, please? If I ask you my question.
The airline does not maintain a good maintenance record, it's their fault. If they notice something wrong,
okay, you've clarified yourself. You see, I want us to be. I fly a lot as well too. I've never in my life considered which plane I am flying. That's just the truth. I don't look at Boeing. I don't look at. I never say this is the plane I am flying. I may not like some airline. For example, I don't fly Turkey airline because they'll go to Turkey before going to Nigeria. Not because they don't have a good plane. I don't fly any plane that will take me too long hours before I get to Nigeria. So what matters? So when you use the word on service, I was a little bit upset. I won't lie to you. May I finish, please?
Okay,
May I finish? You've clarified yourself, which I appreciate because this is social media and people listening. So and it's also a marketing issue for them. So but what Blackstone actually said is very profound because I watch a lot of air accident investigation, a lot. At a point, I refused to fly again until my daughter said, Dad, you have to stop watching these programs. And majority of most of the time, it's error. That's just the truth. Yes, service history is very important because I'm in the safety. So I'll tell you that risk analysis I don't think any airline will want to jeopardize their name.
Well,
for example, what is happening with the what happened to the whistleblower? It's not the airline fault, it's the manufacturer fault. It's not the airline fault.
Pastor, I want to say to you, amongst me and my friends,
Andrew, they know me as electricity. Call me electricity.
Electricity. Please. I want to say to you that me and my friends, we don't fly United Scareways either. Sorry.
It's okay.
We don't fly United Scareways. We don't. That's an American airline that none of us fly. We call it United Scareways. We don't fly that.
I just want us to be careful with our words, what we put out there, because airpeace can come after you and tell you to provide evidence as to your statement that they fly on serviced plane. I'm being honest with you, because that is defamatory on its own. Even though we're on social media, I'm just being honest. You work with KPMG, you've worked with a lot of accounting company or whatever. They can come after you. So I would just say that, yes, we can express our choices of airline we don't want to fly, because if I put you on the stand now, provide me evidence that their planes are on service. You can't. You agree with me on that?
One person who could provide it, he's gone now.
But you cannot. That's what I'm talking about. You can't.
No, I'm just saying, as a customer, I have the right to. I have the right to.
Yeah, thank you, Black Beauty. I appreciate your time. Have a lovely evening.
You should appreciate Loco too. He considered his time.
No, you watch that. No, for that. You keep quiet.
For that, he considered his time.
Why do people just like to be hateful like this? What do you do all of these people?
Don't speak for me.
Okay, fine.
You see, when I tell you they like us now, you be reading Ojukokoro. Don't be Yukoro, you be reading Ojukokoro. I told you were lying just now that you were going to take my time all through. You said no, it's just 1 minute. And I gave you 1 minute. I was timing you. You did how long? More than 5 minutes. And you're still asking, for example, you are going neck deep. I want you to go neck so I can hold you that you're a real liar.
Please.
No so let's say when I call you liar, you accept.
You can call me anything you want to call me, no problem. But I said give me some time. I didn't say 1 minute. You can play the record back.
You said one. No worry, it's gone past now. Meanwhile, to Miss Black Beauty, regardless of what you explained, right? Your first statement would have landed you in big trouble. Trust me. I'll give an example, right? There's this trending news in I think BBC, BBC or CNN just carried the news about this Erisco tomato paste and whatever. You understand?
I was here for that show when you guys reviewed that. Go ahead. Okay, I think that's unfortunate because stuff like that doesn't happen in the States. I think that's unfortunate.
No. Sorry. For that, right? The game was on the wrong, right? But the route with which the guy went about it was also wrong. Yeah. You understand? I think what is happening right now is the guy is as if he's using some known weight to oppress the girl. That's what is happening right now. But putting the case on the flat surface, the girl was 100% wrong. Yeah. You understand? But what the man is doing right now is also wrong.
It's intimidating what he's doing.
No, what he's doing right now is also wrong. And if you like KJ, go and hang your neck. It's your business that you know. So it's exactly what I say you're doing right now, because saying that based on speculations or whistleblower, the statement came from you. It did not come from any whistleblower. You understand? So you can be held liable for that, and you go and bring whatever whistleblower, which I think is he or she is aloof right now. Yeah. You understand? So state like that, because that statement got all of us.
Lokopi, sorry. Tunaja, please leave this comment on the screen so that I don't forget it. Continue.
Leave it.
Yeah. Continue, Lokopi.
Yes, no, we've all seen this. We've all seen this already now. Yourself.
But at the same time,
this was what you said.
I think that sometime, and this is a very interesting thing that.
No, continue, Lokopi. I want the comment like that because I need
we enjoy a little. See, as an American-born young woman, we enjoy a little hyperbole. You guys, it's like you guys don't like hyperbole or something. So I just you know what?
Okay, fine.
So
he has
also local.
He has nothing to do with
KJ, calm down.
KJ, stop now.
Exero is there. Okay, Exero give his time.
what the
No, I
woman.
didn't give my time. I'm next now.
Hold on. I came in because of local. What you
And
said
KJ,
is not
let me
correct.
finish first now.
Okay.
Let me finish.
The tomato puree woman was right. She had the right to buy the product and review it any which way she
Are
likes.
you sure? Are you sure?
Yes,
She was defaming. She was defaming that guy.
I happen to agree with him.
She likes.
See,
KJ,
no,
KJ,
hold on,
100% I agree with you, 101%.
Hold
I
on,
happen
hold
to
on,
agree
hold
with
on.
him also.
I'm not so sure about that.
Wait,
But
first
go
now.
ahead. That's
I
fair.
agree.
Has sugar in it,
Let
then
me
it
tell you
has
something
Please
about.
continue, Lokopi.
I just tired. Muna cool down now. See, let me tell you about something that KJ. Listen, look. You said a statement that the whatever is that content is killing people. You get my point? So
Yes,
saying
I
that you
understand.
agree with what she said because
She
there's
didn't
something
say
you don't
killing
know.
people. She didn't say
Listen
like
to
that.
me.
She
No,
said
but I
killing
think
people.
he's making.
Like
No,
Listen to me.
like
Listen
these
to me.
people,
Just
they
listen.
kill
Listen. She
Tugri.
made that's to hold on.
Ah, the
That's to
black
hold on.
stone.
She
We've
made
had this
two
debate
statements.
before.
Loco, I get
That's
your
to
point
hold
because
on.
this is Africa we're dealing with, and people are very sensitive,
Let
and it's different.
us say the
See,
truth.
hold on now. Let me
Let us say
finish.
the
So, hold on.
casual
See.
statement of the lady.
You wait
Not
first
the other
now. Ah, God. Please, I beg. Look, see, she made two statements. The first one was not an issue. It was the response, the reply she made with somebody else's statement, replying that person that put her into trouble.
Blessing.
The blessing, whatever. That was the big problem for her. The very boasting she make about it's got taste or whatever, sugar, whatever. Nobody cares. The guy said they say in the content of whatever the paste, there's lots of sugar. So if you are maybe diabetic or sugar sensitive, leave it and go for your choice or look for another one. You understand? But it was what's the statement she made, boldly written that go and tell everybody to stop killing people. That your product is killing people. Yeah, that means you are a living witness of somebody that it has killed, or your life was almost gone because of that, and you just recovered from that. Yeah. That's what it implies. It is straight. Yeah. You don't need the person to.
No, I don't think she said it was killing people. I think she said it could kill somebody. Something
no,
like that.
not could say it's killing. Listen to me.
I'm not sure she said it that way.
Listen, that's why I don't like people, right? You don't remember and you are arguing. Listen, go and read it yourself.
Okay,
the
let me
first
confirm.
statement was not implicated. Was not the one that implicated her. It was the second one, the response she made to somebody else in that same comment. You understand? In the same thread that put her into trouble. You get my point? So it's as if, okay, you go and bring the person as an example, or wherever you know you're skilled or almost skilled, provide the person. So the guy is have any right now to say, maybe you are, hold on now, stop now, I beg, stop. Maybe the guy now, to protect his brand, has the right to say, oh, maybe you are one of those people who has been threatening his products to go to the market and that. So he has the right to sue, like I said. So himself should have left it there and allowed the law to take its place. But going to put weight over trying to twist the law or the police, first of all, transferring the case from Lagos to Abuja, that was wrong of him. Trying to punish the girl, to make the girl, pay for her sins on his own terms and conditions, that was very wrong of him. I think that was where the guy is having issues right now with the public. But for the girl's own instance, she's got a big problem. That's why I'm liking her case with your own case. This statement that you just said is ambiguous, can be interpreted in a most disastrous way. You understand? And coming down to say, oh, speculation on whistleblower, you provide that. If you cannot provide the person with the evidence, video evidence or document, whatever, you have no right to say
somebody passed on it. And I thank you for telling me that, because this is one thing I know about everywhere else but this country, is that you can't speak so freely.
Which country, Nigeria or America?
Everywhere else but America, you can't really speak so freely, because
no, sorry, see, hold on, no, you can't defame anybody and wish to go scot-free.
But it's not that.
Freely.
It's not that.
Hold on, see. Some will tell you, some will tell you freedom of speech is free, but the consequence, sometimes how you control your mouth, you can be liable for anything. That's why people sue you for defamation of character.
That is not defamation of character. Look, that is not. That is not defamation of character.
One mic.
This statement she made.
One mic.
She said freedom, right?
Let me just add something.
I get what you're saying, though.
See, I see. Don't think that they don't like people to speak. Yeah, I will let you go ahead next. It's not about not allowing people to speak. It's when you speak something they're against, that's when they come at you.
No, not against. What is wrong? What is wrong?
See, if anybody knows that, I know that more than anybody on this panel. Nigerians, when you say what they want to hear, you are fine. Freedom of speech is good. The moment you say what they don't want to hear, even if they won't even ask you for evidence, they will just shut you down.
No, hold on first now. Hold on, forefathers. Listen.
Can I speak now, forefather?
If you make an ambiguous statement, right? Hold on. That's like that can serve as maybe danger or defame to somebody else. You understand? If you're speaking the truth, fine. If you're speaking the truth, very fine. But now that she's saying that it's based on hearsay or whistleblowing, like, come on.
But what if I said this? What if I said, now let me give a different example, and this is just a quick example.
Say the fact. Don't give us examples. Say what is this exactly.
You can't tell her what to say.
No. They like to regulate.
Can I just go ahead, please?
What if I quickly said that the FDA approval of high fructose corn syrup has killed millions of people? Now, should the FDA come after me and try to kill me now?
If the FDA say what?
If I said that the Food and Drug Administration approval of high fructose corn syrup has led to the death of millions of American people.
God bless you, my sister.
Should the FDA now come to me and kill me?
They are not the
God bless you.
Okay.
No. They regulate. No, they regulate.
But she's accusing them of something.
Hold on. We just accuse this young lady for nothing. Why I say we just accuse this young lady for nothing?
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know how to read. You say Airpeace is flying those crappy Boeing 787 vessels.
I called out Boeing, not
Airpeace. She said Boeing 787.
I know how to ride.
I need to educate us before we forget. Please, to support.
Exero, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead. It's your time.
A black beauty.
Yes, sir.
You said on this comment I see on the screen here, oh no, Airpeace is flying those crappy Boeing 787 vessels. That's what you posted. Now, did you check? Did you give it one more glance, a little bit research before you came up with 787?
Yes, because I was trying to book a flight. I was just trying
to hold on. Because by my own research, it wasn't the 787 version that is having problems. It's actually the 7379 Max.
But there's a few versions that are having problems.
Is the Max, the 777 Dreamliner.
Yeah.
It's the Dreamliner, not the 787.
Exactly.
It's the Dreamliner.
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm trying to help us here to have the information. The information is this. Before we lose track, the information is this. Somebody actually checked, and they said Airpeace doesn't have any 737 Max.
Correct. You're right.
Yes.
737 is small aircraft. It's a small aircraft, not this one.
Airpeace doesn't have any of those 737-9 Max.
So you're telling me I'm scared for no reason. So you're saying I'm scared for no reason.
No, I'm not saying you're scared for no reason. I'm just saying your fear has to be put in context. I'm not defending. Yes, I'm just trying to put the information out so we know that the version of Boeing that's having problem is 737 Max, and they have been recalled. From the last I checked, they were recalled. Just like Tesla had problems with some of their batteries, and they recalled all of them. We see these things happen a lot of times.
But it still didn't stop everyone from turning their Teslas back in and for the stock dropping. It didn't stop that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Fear is a perception, and if I perceive,
exactly,
right.
Exactly.
Fear can be a liar, but it can also be perceived. And if it's going all over the
just to let you know, every specific of an aircraft, they always do recall, like our cars. They do recall. They fix something for 5 minutes, it go back again.
Yeah,
it happens every day in America. You understand?
Everybody understands that the version.
Can I speak now?
Can I finish my 2 minutes?
Yeah, it's your turn next, KJ. Let him.
So the version that's having problem is the 7379 Max, and the version you wrote, I think you wrote in error, is 787.
I think it's 777.
Yeah, it's not the version that's having the version that's having problem is 737 Max, and it's a smaller version. And Airpeace doesn't have 737 Max. That's one thing I wanted to say. And then again, some people were saying that they flew a plane and then they quickly turned it around and flew it again. The information I gathered from airplanes is that a plane is not useful standing still. If it stands still for too long, it's rusty. So it's always good to fly the plane. So I think the more you fly the plane,
is all machine. Is a machine concept.
All Nigerians are experts now. My goodness.
This is good for this conversation because
you are correct.
We need to take something out of this conversation, which is knowledge, and that's my 2 cents. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Ezero. KJ, Tone has given up all his rights.
No,
KJ,
me, I don't gonna get talk. If you talk, I go. KJ, you're not saying shit here. Nah.
All I want to talk about.
No way, you won't talk. Yeah,
what has he done now? Let him have his turn.
Ask KJ. You know what to do. Ask KJ. You know what to do.
All I want to do.
KJ never.
Let him have his say.
KJ know what to do.
Okay, local. Let the gods appease you because I don't know what to tell you again. But
okay,
that's what I want to say. The Black Beauty, you have done us, giving us a good debate, and we like it. And things have been cleared now. Can we move to the next topic? Everybody, thank you.
Go for
it. Is that what you wanted to say?
Yeah,
that's a good one. I support.
I think in summary, it was good to hear her out. You see, that's what I was saying, and everybody was jumping on me. It was good because you never know what perspective she has, and she's changed her perspective before because you guys heard her out. And I've learned a few things about 91% of manufacturers of airlines are Boeing and this thing. You would think I would know these things, but it's all right. Let's go. Let's move on.
But Innocent is going to produce the first airline now. Airplane. Innocent cannot produce airplane.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. I'm gonna drop down and watch you guys.
We really appreciate you coming in. You are welcome anytime. You're welcome.
So you say, thank you. Okay, bye.
Take care. All right.
Soon I say Innocent is going to produce the first airplane.
Don't worry. Edu school no go support Biafra. Make it pepper you for body. Onyeama no go support Biafra. Make it pepper you for body. It's like no support.
Who be that?
I think we have a lot of. I think we have a lot of Southeasterners that are nationalists, but they don't make a lot of noise. The other day when Dr. Okonkwo was here, the case he made for Nigeria was the strongest I've ever had from any Nigerian actually to be a Nigerian. And he was a Southeasterner that made us this year. And look at what Onyeama is doing. Onyeama is basically the most nationalist in the country right now in terms of somebody that's coming out. He doesn't care what tribe you are from. He does things for everybody. He's the one that.
That's an indicting comment. How many percent of Southeasterners do you think are clamoring for Biafra? Do you know?
I don't know. But my point is that I'm just saying
so why are you
that these
guys.
No, because anytime I say any one thing against Nnamdi Kanu, everybody comes at me. Only a few
people. Maybe you have to change the way you say it.
How do I say let me get it. What is the next topic? I think
not from Delta State.
Who?
It's from Anambra State.
It's a proper.
It's from Anambra State. It's from Anambra State.
So you came to say something about this topic.
Who, me? No. Yes. I just wanted to click. I know I sent you the link. I know you probably forgot. What Alain Onyeama said regarding the maintenance and the security of his plane, how safe they are. I think it is good that we listen to him. It's like a 2 minutes,
you didn't give the time slot.
Yeah, I have it. I'll share it. I'll share it. I have
if you shared it,
with your permission, I'll share it.
Of course.
All right.
All right. We want to see evidence of the man himself telling you about how well they maintain aircraft.
If flying scrappy, even if they are scraps, you're accusing him of buying fake things now.
About 39 pages, expecting us to take about 2 or 3 months to complete it. We completed it in 2 hours because these were processes we are used to. I keep on telling Nigerians, the safety protocol in AirPeace is second to none in the world. It's unfortunate that we don't believe in our own. Those 777s you're seeing are being maintained by the world's most expensive and the best MRO. It is Israeli Aerospace Industries. I pay that much because I want safety. Our safety department, our engineering departments, the maintenance departments are top notch. If I'm lying, let NCS say so. After all, ICAO came to Nigeria. Who did they audit? It was APs. If we had failed, Nigeria would have failed. So Nigerians should start believing in their own. This penchant for slave mentality and colonial mentality, believing that we cannot get it right, it's a lie.
So I just thought, it's good.
It sounded like me there for a second, though.
Yeah, exactly. When I heard that part, when I heard colonial mentality, slave mentality, I said, okay, this is right.
For a moment there,
it sounded like this. It's good to share that. It doesn't mean it's telling the truth. It's human being at the end of the day, but at least he owns the airline, and that's his position. So I think after all that robust debate back and forth we've had, it's good to hear from the man himself. That is what he said. So if that can, reinforce or solidify the belief and trust we will have in the airline, let's patronize it. It's our own. Hopefully it remains safe for all of us to fly. Thank you. And I would go back to the backstage.
Hey, sure, that Israelis that he said is not Israelis. It's the Lufthansa techniques. They have the best MRO. You understand? The best maintenance, repair, and overhaul. Lufthansa techniques.
Then why did he say Israeli now? Because that gave me a bit of a chill.
When I use the word Lufthansa techniques, where do you think they are from?
It's Germany.
No,
hold on. Even the German airline. Guys, listen.
I'm not talking about in terms of aircraft. They invest heavily on maintenance, repair, and overhaul. That is the meaning of MRO.
Guys,
you understand? That's exactly what keeps Ethiopia till today. It is not the passenger that they are carrying. That's why you could see Ethiopia over 70 years in Africa. They are very, very good in terms of MRO. They travel all the way to South America and everything in terms of maintenance. As I'm telling you, in Nigeria, Arik, everywhere is Ethiopia that is managing their aircraft with their MRO.
You just succeeded in winning back a Black Beauty. She said she's going to patronize Airpeace. So after everything, we still convince her.
But listen, guys. This is what I'm saying, and that's exactly what Paul is trying to do again. Sometimes we come here and you see a building construction guy telling a journalist, and you say you're a journalist. Look, this guy is working. Yeah, I know you are in the aviation, but this man has invested 3 trillion naira into this business. You mean
Onyeama is a lawyer?
You mean he doesn't
he's a businessman?
Hold on.
If you want to talk about, he's a lawyer.
He doesn't know.
I went to school for it.
Aeroplane.
You understand? I went to school. So if I went to school for it, you think I will not have basic knowledge of what I do?
To be fair, Paul, when you
Onyeama is a lawyer.
See, when
you understand? That's what I'm saying. I'm not telling you that he's wrong. It's not wrong. I'm not telling you.
Let me hear me out now. Jesus, am I muted or something?
Don't say it like I'm denigrating him. No.
See, Paul, when somebody works in an industry every day and he must have an idea of what he's talking about. Personally, when he mentioned Israeli company, given everything going on in the world right now, which we should be talking about soon, he gave me a bit of a chill because those guys, man, I'm not so sure about their attitude with the way they value life. And God help us go and offend
for them to even work with so many countries of the world. Ask yourself that question first.
What has that got to do
you understand? No, they are very, very good.
When you annoy them now. That's what you know.
You are going so far, now you are going back.
What do you mean going back? I'm not going back. I'm just saying that anything we shouldn't be doing business with this thing. We shouldn't be doing necessary business with Israeli companies.
Americans are enemies, but when it comes to
are you going to do business with Nazi company?
Hold on. When it comes to NASA, America and China, they're enemies.
No, okay.
You see them, they work together. So you will not also know I won't work with Chinese man in NASA because he sabotage me. It's on feed. It's on feed.
I get what you're saying. I'm not even sure my position is objective. I'm just saying that given the context of what is going on now,
that's political.
Getting that name is so.
Yeah. Do you know that statement you just made is more of an indicting statement than the one the Black people?
Which one? What is the indicted statement in it? What is the indicted statement in it?
No.
Do you know how President categorize the Israelis right now that anybody doing business with them, based on what you're implying, they could intentionally sabotage you if they are working for you. That's a very, very serious statement.
No,
look,
come on. You guys are making so much noise. Can you let somebody talk?
That statement is very wrong. That statement is very wrong.
Look at the trollers. Look at that. You see what lady said? When they don't want you to say anything, they will just block you from saying anything.
You have to withdraw. You have to withdraw.
I'm not withdrawing. See, can you let me talk? The same thing. You shut that lady up, and then you went and heard what she said.
See, now you are putting her under the bus again. Who shut her up? Why are you talking like that?
You guys shut her up. You were calling her crackhead and all the rest.
No, we didn't. It was a one-liner, and we all mistook it for what it was.
Because you have not let me finish my statement. And like I want the flagship now to clarify what he meant by indicting.
Not what I meant. You are the one that's supposed to clarify what you said.
No, you can't just make a flippant statement like that and you can't qualify it.
The impression you have given about the Israelis is indicting. You have just characterized them and painted them with the
you're diluting his point.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Let me come in.
What you said that the statement Onyeama made that the best MROs are the Israelis and those are the people he's working with, and you saying it's giving you a bit of a chills, and you went further to say that doing business with those people, nobody should be doing business with them because if you offend them, they might sabotage you. It's very indicting.
See, what I'm saying is that, and to be fair, the only area I would say is not very healthy to say is to generalize, like the Israeli. And I actually said that what I'm saying doesn't necessarily mean it's objective, but it's just the feeling you get based on 30,000 or 32,000 people that have lost their life in the last 6 months.
No, that has nothing to do.
It does. It actually does. See,
hey, listen.
Hold on. I just let you have your say. Can you let me have my say? You can't be interrupting me when I'm talking because it doesn't indicate that we are being civil with each other. The point is that if I feel, based on what is going on right now, that these people from this country and such a high-level company tends to be tied to the defense and all the rest of it, you are working with them, you have to be careful because you could get dragged in. Like there are people during the Second World War that were still trading with the Nazis when the Nazis were committing all kinds of crimes. Today, people try to call those people out for doing those things during that time. So that is the context I was thinking from when he mentioned the Israeli company. So whether it's objective or not, it's just the feeling I have about it. It's just what it is.
Okay, I could be, and let me add this or ask you this. I could be a trained technician. I'm a Nigerian, but I'm working in Israel, and I'm a part of a team there that are considered good MROs. So if I'm contracted to work with Air Peace because I'm working with an Israeli company, do you think that that's a good statement to make? That because Air Peace is contracting with the company I work within Israel, that makes the Israelis, quote unquote, dangerous to deal with or work with?
Yeah, given the current context.
Well, no, it's not, because the company could be a different company.
I know. Did I say I was being objective? I didn't say I was being objective. Because I don't even know the company. I wasn't being objective. I just said it. I'm just saying, based on what is happening now, it's not a fair judgment on the company, is it?
Yeah,
I just said it myself.
Father, you fell out of your mouth. Let's just leave it there.
It didn't fall out of my mouth. I was saying it. It didn't drop out of my mouth. I still feel it feels.
My only take from Black Beauty's statement is the fact that this lady, there was a bit of a culture clash there. This lady was telling you, see, Americans, people, see, that's the problem we have back home. Nigeria will always remain a shitty place.
Hey, come on. Let's not come.
I'm sorry. Some of you here were demonstrating
kind of foul language, please.
This lady was telling you that whether you like it or not, I am going to make my speech and nobody's going to suppress me. She was telling me in many, many ways. You know, I'm an American. We make hyperboles. We make.
But I could add on that your
People
opinion
ask
has
questions.
nothing to do with what we're saying about.
Look, I'm disappointed that you want to force her to accept the fact that she's wrong.
People are allowed to speak their mind. I don't understand. We keep saying that we are getting censored. When people speak their mind, we try to shut them completely down. Look at I just said something about Israel right now. They are trying to shut me down. And the next topic now is about, hey, daddy, where is daddy?
Israel and Hamas.
Where is daddy means? Does anybody know where is daddy means?
Tomato paste lady, you have to
make sure that you try to explain yourself or go further by saying that just put one catchy phrase there to cause problem. That's what she wants. So if imagine she said ESA whistleblower. I mean, come on. What explanation do you want to have?
You all heard the same statement and I heard the same statement. Why did I have a different reaction to it?
You wake up from Kafashabo, we don't know whether it's Nigeria, we know anybody. I don't understand you.
See, I thought Onyeama is a hero in Nigeria. I support what he's doing 100%. I don't have zero issues with what he's done.
But other Igbos.
Yet you have a problem with him. Yet I saw the statement. I didn't react that way. Why? Because you have to hear people out. And now that you've had her out, she has changed her opinion to an extent. And you helped her to see the flaw in her statement. That's how you behave with people.
What about you? Have you changed your opinion? We are going to make that money.
My opinion is solid with Airpeace now. I even
No.
said
No.
Why would I change my opinion?
No, the Israeli that the flash record you.
Oh no, the Israeli one. My opinion hasn't changed at all.
You see,
my opinion changed from the. Hold on now. My opinion changed from accusing the whole Israel. That is not fair.
And that's how you accuse Igbo sometimes now.
Okay, that is good. That's why I said it fell out of your mouth.
He's used to it because
now I'm curious.
He did it about the Igbo people.
Especially people who grew up.
I was correcting you now.
If you're asking them to come back home,
I see the shirt you're wearing.
How do you want the country to be better?
Let me ask Zero some questions.
Right now, this is
because whenever they ready this. So okay, is that a Southeastern traditional dress?
This is a Nigerian tradition.
Okay, is it okay? So where did the lion come from? I don't know of any lion in our area. Where did you get this thing from? Because you know, one time there was a time they come. They said that's red hat. No, because hold on. No, because if you go far enough, you'll find out that this thing they're wearing right now, it started maybe just 300 years ago.
No, it's not originally from the Southeast, but it doesn't mean that we cannot borrow something and make it ours. Just like Afrobeat, they started from Ghana, but we took it, we blended it, and we made it ours.
Fair point. So which one is the original Igbo dressing then?
Listen, we have chosen what we chose.
Forefather, there is nothing like original Igbo dressing. Remember, all of us walk naked. Come on now. Before started picking that. Come on, you don't hear that.
We're not walking
Are you
naked.
okay now? Are you okay now? We are human beings.
We're not walking naked now. Because I'm always curious because when they have those red hats that looks like Scottish this thing has, I was like, how is that your traditional this thing? Where did it start? And it turned out that it was just how many years ago they started wearing it and they call it their traditional this thing. We have to admit that some bodies are still Western.
Forefather, a new Nigeria is possible. This is the new Nigerian traditional wear. Just if whether you are Igbo or not.
I like the one they wore in Airpeace. The Airpeace one was beautiful, actually. Yeah. And I like, and the lion is actually a good one. I don't know whether the tiger one. The tiger is from Asia. I don't know, but the lion one is good.
Yeah,
okay. Asia. So this issue with Israel this week, it turns out that
let me educate you. It's not lion head we wear. Isi or Dome is not lion. It is the leopard. It's the leopard skin head that is the right one. Don't get
okay. So this is okay.
you learn.
You saying what I'm wearing is not the right one now? What?
No,
so you can buy.
Saying that one is not the right one.
And all those ones. It's even Isi cat. People make it. But the one that
some people go it's a wishes today.
So it's okay. But the one that those guys are wearing, look, anyway. Let's not go there.
Yeah, that one was nice actually. I don't know why people were not knocking it. Let me find it again because I need to play that video again because it was really
nice. Actually,
nice.
a green one. That one is one I want to get. Bro.
I like the red one, because every time we keep wearing green, white,
The
green
red
all
is
the
the
time.
best. The red
The
is the
red one
best.
was nice.
I love the red one.
The red
Because
one.
they keep this thing. That was nice. I don't They should never change it. They should leave it like that. If anything, make it better.
Oh, but yo, there's one thing that I saw that you guys are not complaining. We're talking about. Look at the girls that are putting on the red Siago. You can't see from their waist down. Look at like the clothes just brought out their shape. Like give them good shape.
Yeah, I see the shape. I see the shape. Don't think that we are not blind. Look, we are not blind. We saw it. We just didn't want to say anything about it.
Loco, where you come from? They marry two wives. Now where I come from, they marry two wives. I hope you know that.
We all saw it, Loco. We all saw it, Loco. So, but let can we change topic a bit? Can we change topic, or you guys want to talk about this?
Let's change topic.
Father, change topic, but don't go to Israel and Hamas immediately because it's going to hit the politics.
Why? What is easier than Israel?
You already remember. You already started with this Israel. So as we're going, it's going to come with fire.
Okay, what should we talk about before we head in there? Then
Forefathers, by the way, forefathers. 1 minute, Paul. I beg, no vex. I know, say I vex you that time. You know, say you my guy forever. No vex. I beg, my brother.
Oh no! I'm so sorry. I thank God say my brother not the flagship we won't host me next month, because if I just give me restraining order, say don't come to Atlanta no more. I'm so sorry.
Loco, learn
I'm
from
so sorry.
Learn from Tune and apologize to me.
I'm so sorry.
And Loco.
And apologize to me. Nice one. Olumide hasn't said much about. Olumide, you want to use 2 minutes to just say something about what the girl talked about, so that we can use that to close out. 2 minutes, Olumide.
I think she did well. She was even bold to come on to defend her statement. I mean, the line she made. I mean, I was confused at first, I must admit it. But when she came, she gave more context to it, and she said she talked about the whistleblower. She spoke from the understanding that she had, and then when Paul came, Paul added more context. Somebody being in that industry. I mean, everybody else waiting flagship and all the rest of it. But my own point from what I drew from it all is not just the fact that we cleared everything was settled at the end of the day. Unless Onyeama is investing in that industry, it's a good thing. We commend it. Safety and standards should not be compromised. That's what we draw from all this, and it should be encouraged by all to achieve success with the business and let everybody benefit from it. Those who are employed under him, and let Nigerians enjoy good world-class flights. And that's just my own.
The soup and swallow must be roasted up at all times.
We didn't even talk about the food
whatever will help.
Oh God.
But most importantly, I think what I also do is this culture clash of a thing. See, Nigeria won't change if we especially our younger children, generations coming up who are growing from this part of the world. When you want them to come back home and you don't give them that room to express themselves, to disagree with you, to even say something that is false, maybe because they want a better society. You understand? Like the Chioma issue, and then all of a sudden you just bam. I'm sure most of the things I've said on here, if I was back home, I would not miss things. Can
I just say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just say one thing? I was just fantasizing. I just wanted to share my fantasy with you. I have kids here, mixed children. I'm just imagining me and my kids wearing Isiago and entering Air Peace flight. And then they see that the flight attendants were all wearing Isiago. They now start asking their father, why are these people wearing the same clothes as us? And I start explaining to them with pride that this is our home.
Yeah.
So I just think we should be a little bit more tolerant of divergent views. Let people ask questions. That's how the society gets better. But if somebody asks questions and you find it offensive and you think, oh, he wants to spoil business for me, oh yeah, police station, blah 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 blah. Hey, make you relax now.
Let me share a personal experience. When I was in secondary school, and one of those days we went to the east, and before going there, I had asked a friend of mine who got me the Yoruba that what you use for bata dance. If you know the bata dance, the Yoruba land, the way it's sewn.
Okay.
So that's what I Ashoke. It was used for, we used it to do a costume, and I used it to sew my Christmas cloth. And when I got to my village, I wore it. It was a spectacle, because they've not seen it before. People are looking at me like, what kind of cloth is this? I said, it's the Yoruba cultural cloth. It's called the bata. They say, wow. It was an eye-opener. But guess what? The next time we came to the community, I saw that people have been able to get that. And they are wearing it also. They went for it. They looked for it. They wore it. And all of them were happy. Nobody ever said, now why are you wearing a Yoruba cloth? They were happy wearing it. And I was happy myself because I was first who brought it. But now I was no longer the only one wearing it. It had become common. See, this is the way it should be. But instead, when you see the Igbo man on, it becomes a problem. I have one agbada, I have one Yoruba clothes. In fact, my wife is Shekiri. I have worn the Shekiri. If you see my wedding clothes, they are all Shekiri. I was done in Shekiri attire, plus the beads and everything. And I still have that things I use when I want to go out on vacation.
You're fired. You can't come to worry. If they tell a robo man say you wear Shekiri clothes, you're fired.
No, so that's what I'm telling you. And it has never occurred to me, say, is this your contract? I have never thought about it. I just like the thing and I wear it. And this is the way it should be. If we are thinking of uniting a nation, we shouldn't begin to say, how can this be? Somebody even wrote on this place, it's very, what did she say? It's very, this whatever he said on the platform. The red is so distinct. Come on, guys. Are we a nation? Nobody has asked anybody in America, which state are you from? Oh, what's your state of origin? Come on, guys. Are we trying to build a nation?
You should ban that state of origin, Seth.
Yeah, they should start phasing it out in various areas. It looks like APs doesn't fly every day, because it's not every time I see him when you search. Is it everyday flight on this?
I think it's 3 times a week. I think it's 3 times a week.
You have to track him down.
Not every day.
Yeah, because some of the days, I think Turkish and Ethiopian Airlines seems to be smoking it too. He has to watch out for that space. I guess we always try to,
because right now they are using 1 aircraft. By the time you start using like 2 aircraft now, and if the passengers is there, remember, 1 is coming, 1 is going.
The funny thing is, like, if as much as we are right now in the UK, and we say no other airline but Airpeace, tell me why Airpeace will not be competing with all those guys. So you see, I don't know whether it's witchcraft or bungee. Sometimes we Nigerians say, I think it's the spirit of envy, because somebody got there before us. We just that slight jealousy will just be there. Why not me? Why him first?
But do you support that Nigerian government should subsidize Airpeace at this stage to make sure
let them go away with that?
Yeah, hold on. You see all these haters. No,
it's not hate.
No, I'm saying you are hating on the Airpeace, because in reality, what's going to happen is that when you subsidize them, they will reduce ticket fare for Nigerians.
Let them go and subsidize.
What is your problem? You don't want to travel.
Listen. The moment you start polluting it with government,
I think it's the implication of the word subsidy that is Nigeria's problem. We don't know how to apply that subsidy. So because we don't know,
give me an example how it's going to be misapplied.
So we shouldn't go there for now.
Just to let you know, subsidy is good when an aircraft is flying new. If Air do it. So let me tell you some of the things. Some of the things is subsidy. Like federal government now can tell you there's a form of subsidy. Federal government can tell you fly every day. We are paying for 70 seats. If you get all your passenger, government is not paying. If you don't have the passenger, you still fly. Because some of us will get discouraged, say, I want to fly no plane. I want to fly this, that, and everything. So that's how you subsidize a new route. State
will tell you, come and fly my route. So when the state tell you, come and fly my route, the state will tell you, I am paying for 30 passengers. If you have the passenger, I don't pay. If you don't have the passenger, at least that will cover your gas money. You understand? So these are the things. So subsidy is very, very good when you are starting a new route.
Time.
It's good.
It's my time.
Go
I've
ahead.
been in the background.
Alaba. Go ahead.
You've given up your time a long time ago. You've given up all your time.
Now it's my turn. The fact remains that you guys will be having a good conversation. Suddenly, you will just throw a spanner into it that will give me a headache. That word subsidy you just put in there just hit me from the pendula oblongata up down to my spinal cord.
I'm just
you
saying.
guys will be having a decent conversation.
Alaba,
Look, I don't know what
have
kind
you
of word
think about it the way I explain it now? Have you think about it the way I explain it now?
Let me finish, Paul. Let me finish. Number one, before I wanted to ask you guys, who are the morons that were complaining about that outfit? You know, who were they? Were they really government officials or just
can't you see the outfit
internet outbursts? But then you guys came in with this new spanner, which I had to first budge myself in. And like, first of all, you don't have a legitimate state that operates a due process procedures to effect subsidies, and then you want to bring that pollution into private business. You want to open another canal opening for them to start looting money, and then the whole thing comes down. This earpiece now becomes another Nigerian Airways, and the whole story goes. I don't know how we just mingle things.
No,
let's get the basics straight.
Alaba, this concept is different. You are using the previous way. This Alaba, even in America, they do it. I don't know what you are talking about. Even in America, they do it.
This is how you create advisors for these people that are destroying.
We are getting a second airport in Lagos. Alaba, listen. Alaba, listen. Alaba, listen. Alaba, listen. We are getting a second airport in Lagos. We are getting a second airport in Lagos. If we start our Lekki airport now, and somebody feel that
the airport for you guys,
listen, we are getting a second. If we get a second airport in Lekki, and no passenger is flying that Lekki route.
One at a time, so that the viewers can get the knowledge.
Alaba, I know you always say every one of you don't know what you are talking. You know. Alaba, you don't know what I am talking about. You listening?
I'm not talking about your
point. I'm saying let me talk about my subsidy before you shut me down. No, Alaba, how about you just listen? Let me explain my subsidy before you shut me down. If we start, Alaba, if we start, no, listen, no, not different. If we start subsidy, each of them subsidy.
Listen, you cannot even hold the basic governor accountable.
Alaba, you are getting it wrong. You are getting it wrong. And you think to tell everybody that nobody knows it. You know it all. Alaba, we are getting a second airport in Lagos, and that second airport will be owned by Lagos State. International Airport. Can you listen?
What's the correlation between that?
Let me finish. Alaba, take off this your goggle from your eye so that you can listen. Maybe you use eye to listen. So now listen.
He's taking it off. Oh my God, man!
I can't see well. Let me hear
Alaba is getting funnier every day.
Alaba, if Lagos State starts their airport now, and every passenger keeps flying Muritala International Airport, Ikeja Airport, what Lagos State will do? Lagos State will promise an airline that if the airline look that we don't have much passenger, we are not flying, we cancel this flight. Lagos State is giving them that fly whichever way 7 times a week. I am paying for 70 seats. It is the Lagos State that is paying. They know over time they're going to reap that money. They're going to make that investment back, because when people keep flying it anytime, you say, man, I'm going to Lagos. You know that if you check Lekki, you're going to see that flight there. Say, oh, Ekpe, you're going to see that flight. That is what new route does. So when Lagos State do it, when Lagos State do it all the time, so when we talk subsidy, Lagos State is the one. That's exactly what small airline. That's exactly what Ibom Air do. That's exactly what they do in Ibadan with this aircraft. You convince people. You convince over time. People will get used to that route very well. Now, the man who is going to Ajah, Lekki, Lagos Island will look at the traffic from Ikeja to to Lagos Island, they prefer to fly. And everything. That's how you win new routes. It is tough to win new routes. It is
Can I
tough.
add something to what you're saying?
Let me tell you one small. Let me just tell you one small scenario. I'm saying it's easy, right? There's Lagos State, and there's Lekki. Lekki is an area. Okay, so you want to, because of an area, you understand, fly international airport, fly international line to that place, not state to area. You understand?
Lagos State own that airport.
Hold on. First, hold on. We are saying the same thing now, right? We have local airports, we have international airports, and those two airports, they are in the central, like center of Lagos, or where from there you can reach many places, right? Then you said that you open another airport, you understand, in Lekki, and you want international flights to land there, right? That which you are talking about now, but statistics, how many residents in that Lagos Lekki area do you think are boarding that flight from UK to that place? How many? One, you don't know. Then what Alaba is talking about, subsidy. Alaba is not saying subsidy is a bad thing. Subsidy is a very good thing. It's the implementation of subsidy by the Nigerian government that Alaba and somebody like me is kicking against. That no, we don't want somebody like you. You understand? We don't want somebody like you to delve into subsidy with our airline. That's what we're fighting against. Not that subsidy itself, it's a bad thing. You understand? Because like you said, there are some flights. Hold on. Like you said, there are some flights that sometimes we don't. I don't know. My last flight from Nigeria here, at least I was the only one in my road. In fact, I wouldn't lay down. I just put 3 seats and lie down because I was the only person on that seat. It wasn't full. So it's not that we don't have full flights. The one I'm saying, like the subsidy implementation for Nigerian government, giving precedence of what the way they've handled subsidy in Nigeria in orders of both power and the petroleum products.
Create another APB.
No, they should not delve into this one. And they don't.
There are ways to
how you win a route.
Can we ask a question so we can learn?
I know you guys are talking. You don't live in Lagos. If you land in Ikeja, you are going to Lekki. Go see how many hours it will take you. When you land in Ikeja, sometimes you are traveling.
Chicago. Here in Chicago, they have more than 5 airports. You only hear about 2, Midway and O'Hare. The others are private airline. Planes land here, but there's a limited type of plane that land here. So they're only about 5.
Can I ask a question? Because I want to learn.
Let's allow please ask your question. Let's allow Exedo to ask the question.
Guys, please, now calm down so that this thing will flow. Please, I want to ask 2 questions now. One is, how many people is Airpeace employing? And then 2, how does Airpeace benefit the government? Because I know that I think there's a dollar scarcity, and I think I don't know if I'm correct. How does the dollar flow in from? Can anybody explain how Airpeace is benefiting the government? Because I know apart from tax, there's a way the dollars flow in, so that, but I don't know how it's explained. Can somebody help us?
If I'm to take a stab at that, it's based on the pricing of Airpeace tickets. It might bring more people into Nigeria, including Nigerians, back to Nigeria. And if they come to Nigeria, they come and spend money, foreign the currency in the country. And they also, if they fly, they will fly other people that would have bought British Airways. They'll fly Airpeace. And if Airpeace makes profit, it comes to Nigeria too. And Nigerians are the ones being employed and all the rest of it. But that is a small area.
There's a way they explain it as it relates to the dollar, to the Naira.
X0 is simple. If you buy ticket from Spain, if you buy ticket from UK, it is still dollar because the conversion still go back to dollar. You understand?
The money is entering Nigerian banks, Abi.
It's
going to Airpeace and comes to Nigeria.
It goes to central bank, come back to dollar.
Dollar reserve, Nigerian dollar reserve.
Yeah, exactly. Correct.
And regarding the subsidy, one of the ways you could do that is through tax. So that way you don't even get to touch them. In other words, say you are exempted from all these taxes that you are supposed to pay to the state, and you are free to do what you need to do for quite a while. So there are ways to do it that doesn't result in the kind of fears that's giving Ferrari nightmares. But that said, Ferrari is having nightmares. When he hears subsidies,
how many people are they employing Airpeace? I know they're employing.
It's not about the numbers of people you employ. It is the indirect. It is the indirect employment that is good, not the number of people you employ. But the indirect bring a lot of jobs, not the direct. Then when we talk about dollar with airpeace trying to fly an international route where they will get dollar, this is the advantage. Airpeace orders small classic aircraft for 500, 400. That is not even this thing. If they want to go for C-check, that airpeace will be looking for dollar. Central bank will say they don't have dollar. Now they are doing more of an international route. They are having their own dollar that they can use. Instead of them to keep an aircraft down because of federal government have not released dollar for their aircraft to go to places like Seattle for check, places like North Carolina for check. Now they don't need that because they already have their own dollar in their reserve, maybe in their London office, maybe elsewhere. You understand? So these are the things. So it pay you on that aspect very well. Like we are buying from US now, they also have their own dollar. So any aircraft is going for check now. You know that they will say, a central bank, give me my money now. Central bank will say, come next week. I never get them. Come next 2 weeks.
Your money they will Dangote. Wait me Dangote pay back.
Exactly.
They also said regarding the power supply issue, this band A stuff, that is they wanted to take some subsidy out of the electricity sector, and it's going to save Nigeria 1.something trillion Naira from taking that subsidy out of that band. And one other aspect I'm not sure I've heard anybody mention was that if the band A price goes up, what will happen is that it makes it more competitive for foreign investors to come in to invest and make money from.
Do you understand what that subsidy money is about? Do you understand it?
Tax subsidy.
No, the subsidy the government is subsidizing.
I'm not even sure where it's coming from actually, but I know that they are saving 1.something trillion from it.
Let me tell you something. You see, all this just avenue for corruption to continue to strive.
100%.
That's my biggest concern.
You are saying band A. So where do you start from and where do you stop? And how do you regulate who is in band A? So supposing you have 1,000 people on band A, and then you come tomorrow and say, oh, that 1,000 people, they are band B. Who regulates it? How do you control it? It's like saying, okay, you know what? Certain people, when you go to the gas station or filling station, you now buy fuel for 2 Naira. Then when you come with your ID card to show that in primary school, you buy with 3 Naira. When you know that it can easily be manipulated. You see,
I think they know how to do it too. No. In Nigeria, they know how to do it because there are some areas you will know the areas that get more power than the other areas.
No, it's area. It's area.
In Nigeria, they know that.
I'll give you time. I addressed this earlier on. It's not the first time they are trying this thing they are doing. You see, the thing is that we keep going around the circle, and it just different use of language. They are the same thing. We have tried it before; it didn't work. Okay, before now in Lagos, remember there was a time they used to drive with even number.
Evil and odd.
Okay?
And odd.
Okay, it's the same thing they are bringing now, bringing to this same system. It never worked. So some people even had 2 numbers. So when it's an even number, they put the even. When it's the odd, they remove it and put the other one. And so eventually it was.
What do you mean 2 numbers in a property?
No, on your car.
No, those that have 2 cars. Those people who buy 2 cars and everything.
Okay,
yeah, but it's very hard to do that to a property now.
No,
and,
see,
and the electricity line that is coming to your property, everybody knows where
the
it's
band
coming
is
from.
area. It's not like in the same street, different people have different band. No, they map a particular area. You understand? Yeah.
No, remember that earlier on, a guy called and said, I'm coming. A guy called and said, you say I'm in band A, but now I have not had life for 1 week. They said, okay, you have been moved to band B. The next time he found out he was on band B. Did he move his house overnight?
Okay, now, see, the thing is this, KJ. It is not because the movement is just the charges, the tariff plan they put you, right? The way the structure is like grid now, like web chain, grid, you understand? Is the feeder pillar. This feeder pillar, we have power on this feeder pillar that is transmitting to everybody for 24 hours. And we know the houses that is this area from this feeder pillar. You understand? Or transformer, whatever, from feeder pillar to transformer and whatever. So they know. So if I tell you these people from this feeder pillar to transformer, then to areas is band A, everybody from that
they know.
Pillar,
in that area.
Even the people in the area know. They know who is who.
That area from that is feeding from that feeder pillar. You understand? It's band A.
I'm only
hold on first. Just hold on.
His
let me
house
see.
was A. band
Just
A.
let me finish first
When
now.
he made
You
his
understand?
complaint, he was now downgraded to down B. How
Just
did it happen?
let me explain to you. So now, let me explain to you how it happened. You understand? I told you, right, that feeder pillar is transmitting 24 hours light. If at the later I left like, oh, that feeder pillar that is made program to give 24 hours light because of maybe overloading, it's not be able to give 24 hours. It's now doing load shedding of 20
16.
hours. I can ask, oh, so because of this load shedding now to get 20 hours, no, you have now gone to band B because of what that feeder pillar is producing. You understand? Is the power that feeder pillar is producing to that area that determines whether. So if that feeder pillar has too many transformers and they're doing load shedding, then you now what is the power output of that transformer is now going to, because of load shedding, they're now taking 30 hours. I can also, oh, your 30 hours is a band C. This is how much we'll be charging you.
Yeah,
so
because
that's
they guarantee 20 hours. They guarantee 20 hours.
It looks like Loco worked in our power electricity sector.
Listen to me.
Are you one of the people that are causing the problems?
Why I'm asking the question is this. There was a time they told us in the particular area where we were living, the reason why I was getting high bill, 120, 150,000, was because I did not have a prepaid meter. And so the NEPA guy explained to me. So what they do in such a situation is that after the prepaid meter have been checked and paid, any other thing remaining is now gathered and divided among the houses that do not have prepaid meter. So they make it difficult for you to get prepaid meter. A reason why I had to go.
It's a racket.
Which is wrong.
That one is racket. That one is a racket to make me money.
Which is wrong.
Now, my question now is this. In this same estate where this guy is living, it has been designated as band A. The band A guys have light 24/7. But in this particular guy's house, he does not have 24-hour light. And so after some days, he calls disco.
It can happen. It's one transformer that feeds one area.
KJ has come again. KJ has come again.
I'm not the one who said this. Somebody who said it.
Okay, are you sure it's not the border?
No, we are applying common sense now, KJ.
Exactly.
We already know that two transformers don't feed one area.
Apply any common sense. I'm just telling you, somebody talked about it on this platform. And the guy called them and told them that he had not had light. And so they downgraded him to this we talked about this when the first guy was here who handled the program.
Sure.
Now the question now be, it is still in the same location. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. And
okay, so let me clarify something. Let me hold on, please, Loco. Let me clarify something because I know one from my experience in Abuja. They have this thing where some of them have 3-phase and some of them have one-phase system in the same location. And then you go across the road, they'll say that area has more power supply, and you go across the other side of the road, they don't have as much. So what is going on there?
Three-phase is different. Let me explain
I know it's different, but there's complexities involved in this.
Three-phase in terms of transformer is feeding 3 different units. Now, these 3 different units, sometimes maybe overpower, one phase will go off, you overload, you switch to the next one. So those that have the privilege of 3-phase, they switch from red to blue, from blue to just like that. But if that same transformer, if there's no electricity, the old 3-phase, nobody have anything. Just that say your transformer, one phase go off, while you are waiting for NEPA to come do their nonsense, you switch immediately and you are still enjoying the conflict.
The 3-phase is more solid.
Let me give you this small example. In your house, in your village, your papa house for Port Harcourt, you see those 4 wire way past front of your papa house.
Correct. One neutral.
The 3-phase. You understand? The one with the down that be neutral.
Neutral.
So some houses, like your papa house now, we get money where you will connect 3 wire for the up one. Go your meter.
Can I just say something?
That guy with the opposite of ours, we don't get money. Now only
you're right.
Layman term to you, you understand?
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Finish work there.
The band 2, or what's it called? Can somebody explain to me in layman's terms, like what is the electricity bill of the average person living in, say, Surulere and Apapa and all those areas? I'm not talking of VI. What is going to be? I want to have an estimated billing for a month. with the kind of service we have.
The word estimated billing, first of all, is scam.
There's a Papa
They just give you anything they love.
And that's what I'm saying. But what are we
Yeah.
expecting? Because the way the government is trying to explain this is like they are trying to rip people. And I'm foreseeing a situation where people will rather move to solar and power their homes by themselves than
On the flip side, they are not ripping.
The flagship has not said anything.
You
guys just left.
If you build a house newly, right? You just build a house. You can't be having a meter instantly, right? But you can be powered. You can have maybe, let's say, rural electrification. There's no meter there. You understand? So you have power coming to your house. Ideally, I'm telling you, NEPA law, not even PSC and NEPA law. You tell them that yes, you want to take power from them to your house. What they do ideally, they come to your house, they see your flats. If it's 2-bedroom flats, there's flat rate for it. You understand? Not estimated being flat rates. If you still 3-bedroom, they know how much, because they like estimation of what you have, worst case scenario. Like, so they know in your bedroom it's just one bulb and two sockets. Then your whatever, it's only your living room that you can have just one TV. Not these days where a house, even your kitchen, you put TV, your room, you put TV, toilet, you put TV. In the normal same flat, the way it's designed, you have one television in your living room, then your kitchen, you have your fridge, your dining table, maybe your dining, maybe one fridge if there's none. Then all points, the rest are just bulbs. You understand? That's how they calculate for 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 1-bedroom flats, and they give you flat rates. You understand? If by chance you now have to go, you now went behind them and put television in all your rooms, it's your luck. But if they come and see you with that, they will reevaluate your flat rates and tell you, with this power you're consuming, this is how much. And how do you calculate your power? Your electronics that you buy, right? If you check all electronics, you see the wattage. All electronics, you see the watt there, either in wattage or in kV, kilo voltage. You understand? All of them there. Let me finish your brothers.
Okay.
Hold on. All of them there, right? You can take all those wattage, add all of them together. You understand? Multiply it by how much they charge you per kilowatt hour. Then also by how long. You understand? Since they are giving you direct what's called light, assuming you have 24 hours light, they will add it, they will multiply it by 24 hours. You understand? Also with the price per kilowatt and the total number of wattage in your house. That is how they will calculate your bill for you. You understand? So in the NEPA way, those days, that's how it's done. You understand? But now they don't criminalize them. They will just come. This house now big man house. It's because ideally you can have a duplex and you pay lesser than somebody who is living in 1 bedroom. Depends on the power that's being consumed in that project. But in Nigeria, they just look you. This is a big man house. You get money, 5 million. You understand? That's how, which is very, very wrong.
Okay, thank you. The 3-phase electricity that we talked about, is it different from the one that is understood widely? Because it appears the way we understand 3-phase in Nigeria is different.
No, it's different.
Okay, it's different.
And electronics and electrical is different.
Okay,
So
I just wanted to clarify it.
They'll say, okay, hold on. They'll say a device is powered by 3-phase device. You understand? So that device has
AC current.
Yeah, 3-phase, yeah.
Like your washing machine.
Yeah. So that
your washing machine, electric gas, electric cooker.
Device, no. As an electrical appliance, electrical device powered by electricity, not the one you have in your house. You understand? The one electrical appliances, you say it's 3-phase appliances, like maybe big electrical machines, maybe in factory, whatever. It means that those 3-phase, they need 3 power to go into it directly to power it, because they have 3 different components there that those 3 phases can power. 3 different components in that machine. But the one you have in your house, that one is just live and neutral wire, 3 phases. They have it live and neutral wire in 3 places. If one is down for one feeder pillar in transformer, you can choose to go to another one, switch to another one. If that one is down, choose to the last one. But when it comes to machine using 3-phase at the same time, it means there are 3 components in that machine that uses 3 power at the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah.
Well, okay. The way it's described here is a 3-phase. Sorry, let me find this, please.
Okay.
Let me just read it quickly. It says 3-phase alternating current power is commonly used to deliver electricity to data centers as well as commercial and industrial buildings that house power-hungry machinery. There is good reason for that, because three-phase power can deliver more power with greater efficiency as opposed to single-phase AC power. And it's because it appears to do with the characteristics of the way the current is generated. Not
No, the
necessarily
equipment, where the equipment, how heavy the equipment. So, Fofana, I'll explain. Loco, please, 1 second again. 1 second, please. Now, like in the US here, now I don't know how you guys do yours in the UK. My washing machine, I can't use my washing machine Monday to Friday. I can use it from Friday after 6 p.m. They charge me more if I use my washing machine during daytime, because they charge me more. You understand? I consume more.
It's done here in the UK. It's called peak period. It's done here in the UK.
Okay, exactly. So no, what I'm saying is that they didn't say that to every equipment in my house, but because of my washing machine is using a three-phase. You understand? To tell you the way they structured the house, the way they planned this thing, my washing machine, they know of my washing machine. They didn't tell me don't use anything, but they make me understand that if I have to do laundering, I wait after 6 p.m. on Friday. You understand? To do laundry. If I do laundry any other day, it just costs me more.
I will allow because so far Flagship doesn't say anything. You know, he doesn't like to get into the ruffle as Ferrari.
I was gonna say something now. If you give me 3 minutes, and I'll back out.
Okay, go ahead.
This is what I think. It's a shame to hear the minister of power make the statement he made. This
he should go and die. That one he should go and die. That guy should go and die.
Right. In February, was it February or January? He made the same statement to say that it seemed like the federal government is not going to be subsidizing electricity. And they threw a big question at him. When was the subsidy started? Where is the record? How much has been spent in electricity subsidy or power subsidy? And he couldn't answer the question. Now they are coming back to tell us that it's our usage or the usage of the people that is causing the grid to collapse almost every now and then. The big picture for me is this. Before I say that, I'm kind of amazed that they are not even talking about producing more power. We don't have enough to go around in Nigeria. Exactly. They're not talking about producing. There's no plan to
increase the megawatt.
But they are talking about managing the little one that they have and trying to push the blame on the ordinary user. I was looking at the list of the band A's and so on. I didn't see Victoria Island. I didn't see Ikoyi. I didn't see Lekki. These are where the big users are. And if I go by what
estimated billing,
if I go by what the minister said, he said when you take power, which is a very silly statement, he said when you take power, that these band A users are very quick to switch to alternative methods, and they pay big money to keep their gens and diesel plants running. So it's appalling. It's very, very, shameful in my opinion. But here is what I say. Now, Nigeria signed an MOU in 2022. Buhari actually did it with France and the rest of the European countries. I guess they called it the TSPGL or TSGPL deal, where Nigeria is set to supply Europe with gas for their shortage that is coming. Most of my friends in the UK, I'm not sure about you forefathers, but those that I've spoken with are saying they're paying more on gas, heating their homes and so on this past winter. That we're getting out of now. But Nigeria actually worry for Cardos. Let me go back to where it is actually. It's going to be supplying Europe with gas. And the aim is to power their homes, businesses. That's their alternate source of energy right now. So if Warri has that much to supply Europe, because they're having issues with the Keystone gas pipeline due to the war with Ukraine, and Russia is saying they are going to knock it off if they've not. And the Keystone pipeline too, they're also having issues with it because the US Congress jumped on it when Biden was going to push to fund it. So Europe is geared for gas shortage as it is right now. And with Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali doing what they just did, that trans-Saharan gas pipeline deal has now been truncated. So Europe is going to face a huge energy problem within the next 5, maybe 10 years. And this deal with Nigeria is set to kick off in 2030. So my question to the Minister of Power right now is this. If we have enough energy to supply Europe, why have we not thought about starting to use that to give ourselves enough energy so that we stop talking about this band A, B, C, and 200% increase that the people, the ordinary citizens, are going to bear on their back? You know, so I think that these are the questions that should be tabled before him to say, why are we planning to fund, to power Europe? Worry, as small as it is going to power Europe, and yet Worry doesn't have energy. Nigeria doesn't have energy. We are talking of power distribution, our gas grid or power grid falling, collapsing almost every day. So they are trying to push us away from the big picture of what they want to do and make us pay for the little that we have, while we're not even seeing what they are giving to us. But yet they say they are subsidizing it. I end there.
Yeah. Flagship, you don't seem to understand how government works.
Sorry, KG. Sorry.
No, please, let me just finish. Then you can come in.
No. I wanted to share something.
How government work? These are issues we expect them to have light. Why when is Europe asking us to give light? Shouldn't we give light to Europe first before we consider the bush people in Nigeria? How much are they going to pay us? That's how government works.
I know. It's just unfortunate.
They don't see you as anything worth anything. They don't. You know, one of the first worry I have on this issue that it's everywhere. It's not only in power. Look at the lady who was running Nigerian diaspora, that diaspora commission. Every time you have a problem with the Nigerians, he blamed the Nigerians for being under man's country and not obeying law. He doesn't come to defend. So that is my brother. What I'm just simply saying, laughing matter is that is how it is set up.
I know.
That is set up. And for
KJ,
can I just share some information?
Is even
hold on for a second. I wanted to share some information because it's also about the viewers. Nigeria has a capacity to transmit electricity. The total capacity they have recently is indicating that it's around 8.5 gigawatts they can transmit maximum. And I believe that if they actually do this, the grid is going to collapse. So you will have to transmit somewhere around maybe 7.5 max. But the power generation has dropped to somewhere around 4 gigawatts. From what I can see here, look at that, to 4 gigawatts of power generation. And for me, the question is, how is it that the transmission is still this low and then the generation is even lower? What are we doing with our money? Because if I search now, I can show you how much it costs to buy a power. Sorry, who is that? Where is that noise coming from? I think it's you. Thank you. Because if I check now online and find out and search for how much it costs to buy a mobile power plant that can generate 20 something megawatts, it's around $18 million, $15 to $18 million, depending on where you buy. If you buy from China, it's probably going to be cheaper. So multiply. If you have $1 billion, you buy multiple of those. You can power the entire country. You can have more than 2 gigawatts within a year generated, brand new. All you have to do is fuel them. But yet, these our leaders insist that they cannot generate this power and they cannot transmit it. Question I wanted to ask was, this transmission that they are referring to, what does it truly mean? Does it mean the transmission that you get in front of your house, or the one, or this one, like this type that you see here, that goes interstate, those major national grids? Because if you are in Lagos now, you don't tend to see a lot of those. You tend to see more about transformers.
Let me explain something to you. Do you know the geometric power plant pioneered by this man from the Bat Energy? You know why he left? You know why he left as Minister of Power? He said, this is the reason why he left. Otherwise, they would have killed him. That when they were bidding for certain power for the BDCs, he specifically told them that it's only good if you are coming with your own money and you come with your own expertise so that you can generate and distribute, or at least have the means to distribute. But most of the people who come in, they come in and they don't have their own money. So they take these bids and then they start looking for people to come and invest. And that is why you have BDCs, or is it discos, that don't supply energy, because there's not enough generation. They're not investing deeper than just on the surface, just to go and start looking for investors again. And you know, the country is not bankable at the moment. There's no security. People are not coming in to invest. For you to be able to invest, what he said, that's why he left. He said most of the people coming in to bid, he knows that they don't have the money, but they only have the political connection, and they can only win. They can place any amount, say, yeah, we're going to invest this. But do you have the money right now in the bank? No. But then with their political connections, they win these bids. And if he doesn't allow them, they're going to frustrate him. And then he said he had to leave as minister. That's why he left. And the same thing happened in the Southeast. There's this man called, what's his name? I think one of the richest men in Anambra State. The one that took, you know, Joe Electricity would have gotten the right to generate and supply. But this man had the power of over every part of Enugu State. That is why he cannot, as it is, supply both Enugu. So he has to pass through the man's own disco. I've forgotten his name. This is what happens in that country. If there's a new area to invest in, they will all come in like sharks and start taking it, piecing it in, sharing within themselves. They don't have the money to continue. They don't. They just keep that thing there until 5 years, 10 years, nothing has been done. That was what happened during the Obasanjo's electricity campaign, where billions were pumped in, nothing was done.
It's a travesty, really, because if I can highlight, I will try to share that information about how much mobile power plants cost. They use gas, they use petrol, they use anything. You can depend on how you tell them to make it for you. These things, they can power a whole small town. And yet, Nigerians make billions, or they spend billions of dollars sharing among themselves. And they can't say, you know what, instead of all these people to be using generators in estates, markets, all these places, we decide that we outlaw all those ones and put them in a mobile power plant, while the national system is getting this fixed. What I think this government is doing now, the tactics that most people think that is crazy is doing, is what Tinubu does. Tinubu likes to generate revenue. I believe that by the time Tinubu is done in office, I don't know what he's going to do, but I am suspecting that he's going to increase revenue generation in Nigeria, which that ratio was terrible in Nigeria, actually. I think he's going to do that. And this is that's what's informing all this cost increase you are seeing in electricity, because he doesn't want to be giving the money to people anymore. He's taking it into the government coffers now. And if he does that, if they mean well, if they mean well,
what is the source of that information you just gave out, or are you a propaganda machine?
Because I can give you the information now.
What's the source?
Let me find.
You seem to talk on behalf of people who are not doing anything.
No, I'm just telling you the truth of the situation. I don't have time to be telling you. Let me share this information. So this is the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission says the newly approved tariff is expected to reduce subsidies for the.
That's not what I asked for. You said Tinubu is a generator of this and that. I mean, that information.
The evidence is already self-evident in Lagos. So the fact that you ask
evidence, which Lagos, the one that Alpha Beta collect taxes. I don't get you.
Do you want to? Yeah. He collect taxes for Lagos and he generated more, didn't he? It's a factual statement. For Lagos.
I think two things can be right. He generated money, but I don't think Fofather would dispute that what they did with the money is wrong. They generated it. He increased the IGR, but we can all agree that they didn't spend it on Lagos. But he did tax the people and increase the IGR, and it's a good selling
okay, well,
point.
that's the
So at
idea
end
we're
of the
now
first term, they
copying
will
for
tell
the
you that they
country.
increase
Let's
the
just
IGR
tax
of
the
Nigeria.
people more.
Yeah, but that's the point I'm making. I don't know why you're fighting over that.
I'm fighting
self-evident
over
fact.
the fact that you're not making a point that the money goes back to the community. You're
But
not making that point. You can generate
didn't.
money, you can tax the people, which is what we are fighting. Stop taxing the people and not providing nothing. You understand?
That is the point
Which is
I'm
why
making.
we're against the increase in the tariff. But
If
when
you
you
had
put
let
an
me
argument
finish, if you had
like
let me
that, I
finish,
can't let you finish because it sounds like an Agbadoist argument.
you
And
will
when I
sound
hear
like an
Agbadoist
Agbero that
argument,
will let people talk.
I tend to push
What are you
back.
going on about? Yeah, see, I'm
know.
trying. I wanted to say that is a big. It depends on what they do with it. I was saying that is a big statement because I don't trust what they're going to do with the money. But whether they're going to generate more money, he's trying to do similar stuff that he did in Lagos. I'm in Abuja. I'm already seeing them writing papers to people. Come and pay your tenement, this in rent and all the rest. Something that they didn't do before. They are looking for a way to scrounge money off people. So if they do that, he's solving one problem. He may not use it well, but he's solving one problem. You know, that was the capacity for Nigerians to generate income without necessarily relying on other sources of income, just by paying tax and all pulling money in and removing subsidies left and right. Because the next person that will come, he will make it easier for that next person to be able to generate income and use it for the right thing, isn't it? Or be able to even leverage the income he's collecting every day to collect more loan.
But forefathers, that
still,
is not taxing people and making them pay more is not going to solve the dollar problem.
What is going to solve the dollar problem is manufacturing, tariff on useless goods.
You're taking it too far now.
Discouraging
the
people
dollar
from
problem.
using
That's
the
not
dollars.
even the issue. You've not solved the foundational problem of holding your government accountable for every penny that comes in. You're now saying let's legitimize them in the process of collecting. That's your argument.
You're not legitimizing them.
There's no intellectual point in that.
Ferrari.
You understand?
The way you argue sometimes,
look,
Ferrari.
we have oil money unaccounted for. We have tax money unaccounted for. We have tariff money unaccounted for. No money has ever been accounted for. And you're saying, let us just make it normal. It's just going to make the next guy come and find his job easy. No. That becomes your culture. We now have a way of collecting money, but there's no way of holding people accountable for the money collected. So you need to put the cart before the horse. And until you start thinking like that, we will
you know
be
what
in
we're
the
going to
same
do?
circle.
We are going to do this after we have the next conversation, because this thing that we do sometimes, we have to be careful.
No. We have to be
can
careful
you let me
not
talk?
to
You keep
argue
interrupting me.
for the people
You
that
can't
have
keep
not been held
interrupting me repeatedly,
accountable.
Alaba. You can't keep
That's
doing
what
that.
we need to be
It's not
careful
going to make
of.
you right. It's not going to
Arguing
make you
on
right
their
if you keep
behalf.
interrupting me. Come on, don't do that. It's not going to make me right, and it's just going to get rowdy, and the viewers are not going to get anything out of it. The point I'm making is that we have to now probably do a proper calculation, an objective calculation of how much it takes to run the state as it is right now in Nigeria. And by that, we will be able to find out how much, by and large, is being stolen out of the Nigerian system. Is that a fair calculation to be able to do? Because then we can now know when we are accusing our politicians of something, that we are accusing them objectively about what we are accusing them of. Because and what people tend to do is, when you get the budget and you get how much all Nigeria makes, they will say, oh, no, that's not all Nigeria makes. There's more that is stolen that we don't even know about. Then you don't have this thing. But what I'm saying is, the one we know that we earn from the crude oil, from everything, we can do a calculation on that and know what is being spent and what is being stolen.
Father, did you know that the electricity we have been using was subsidized? Did anybody know that? Where did that come from? Because I'm surprised.
I knew that too. When I see my bill, I know that. Hey, if you see your bill, how can you not know that? In Nigeria, they charge you 20-something thousand naira in the for a whole 3-bedroom house or 4-bedroom house. I think
how many minutes? How many minutes light? How many minutes light?
Okay, fair point. Fair point. That's a fair point.
I don't believe this subsidy. This thing is a huge lie. They've just gamed a whole 200 million people. Because and this is what Tinubu does. He's good at it.
X0. You can argue that the electricity, the amount we are paying for electricity is the electricity we are getting. Because if you think about it, the amount we pay for electricity is so low compared to what other people pay around the world.
How many minutes
maybe
now?
that's what we're
The whole country put together, how many megawatts? How many megawatts are we paying?
That is another Agbado's argument. The amount the Nigerians are paying is low than what the rest of the world is paying. God. You need to stop with all this type of
low,
BS
actually.
Argument.
How much do you pay?
How much are Nigerians making? 30,000.
How much do you pay? How much do you pay?
How much do I make? Do you know how much I make?
Okay,
but wait, good. Honestly speaking, you have to price things according to minimum wage. What is the minimum wage?
Exactly.
But the problem with that
is stop calling it minimum wage. Call it livable wage. Livable wage.
Yeah.
Okay.
What nonsense are we having?
It doesn't make sense.
Last week, let me tell you one thing. Last week, I was telling you guys that I was not able to come on the show because I had people who are close to the corridors of power. You know what I found out about them? They live in La world.
Of course,
they're going around America writing down the price of how much gas costs. Nigerians still pay less for gas. Do Nigerians make dollars? Come on, people.
You are not listening. Jesus Christ, you hurt my head. Come on, calm down. See,
because those are the type of arguments that will make us hold these people accountable.
I hear you.
Pushing arguments like this. Nigerians pay less for electricity. Are you serious? 30,000. How much is 30,000 in dollars? Is that not $20? Do I make $20?
You're getting upset over this.
I'm not. I'm
just making my point. To your problem. You need to get the solution to your problem. The issue is that the equipment that they use
to my problem. I get it.
The issue is that the equipment that they use to generate that electricity, they don't make it in Nigeria. They have to import it from abroad, where it costs a lot of money. That is the reason why the people overseas charge a lot of money. And most of the fuel we use to power our turbines or whatever we use to generate electricity, yes, many of them are generated in Nigeria, but some of them we buy them from overseas again. On top of it. So all those things is leading to an increased cost. If you look at what we get in Nigeria, it's exactly what we pay for. That's the truth too. If you think that most of it is just stolen, no. If you calculate how much all Nigerians pay for electricity each year, you put it down and check the cost it takes to manufacture all those equipment that they are using and pay all the stuff that it's not going to be that far off.
To Nigeria, somebody, a particular man who is an investor in Nigeria, at the moment, he pays about 10 million naira for electricity every month. But at the new rates for the new band that is going to be allotted, they say he's going to be paying 50 million at the end of every month. Please, who does that? And then I think you should bring back a black beauty, because she's saying something about her husband not being able to afford it. The new rate.
50 million naira. Are you running an industry?
An investor. That's what I'm saying.
For a property.
Not a property. I think he owns an investment. He's employed people. That means he owns a big company. But
it has to be massive to pay that kind of money.
That's what I'm saying. This eye opener came from a foreigner himself living in the country. It means that they are trying to rip us, but they've not found out if our pockets can carry it, because the bands they are giving. This 8 hours to pay this amount is not feasible. Nothing is feasible in what they are saying, and the whole idea of they've been subsidizing electricity is a new one to me, because I don't think Nigeria's electricity.
That investor.
Yes.
How many hours of electricity is he going to be getting?
I don't even know. But what I'm saying is, no matter the hours, who pays 50 million? 50 million. They said the new tariff. He's been paying 10 million every month. They say by the new tariff, after the subsidy has been removed, he's going to be paying 50.
For how many hours of electricity per day?
I'm sure he needs it 24 hours. I'm sure he needs it 24 hours.
If I'm the guy, I'm just going to dust my bag. That's
what I'm saying. A lot of companies are going to leave this country because they are removing investors.
Okay, let me show you about cost of electricity. Look at this, Ireland. Look at the cost and look at where you are going to find Nigeria. You see Nigeria down there next to Iran. So these are the kind of things we are talking about, that when those people tell you that you say they are living in bubble land.
But Ireland, you said Ireland at the top. What does Ireland make?
Look at this country.
What does Iran make? I mean, let's be logical here.
Even the Iran that is in that place. You do a
bar chart. You have to have 2 bars. what they make and what it costs. That's how you do a statistical estimate.
The point I'm trying to make to you is that the people that generate electricity generating companies, if you want them to come into your country to generate electricity, can you imagine somebody that is in China where they are paying this amount? If you can hold on now, local Jesus, hold on. Stop interrupting when people are trying to talk about something very important, and I'm trying to concentrate too.
Why you come in?
Sorry, local. So this China is 0.8. I think if we can target our electricity costs to rise up to the level of China, or maybe go over it a little bit, you see a lot of Chinese companies show up in Nigeria to want to generate electricity. That is the point I'm trying to make.
What are you saying, this man? Do you have pity for Nigerians? They are telling you that their wage is 30,000 minimum wage, and people are not getting up to that amount in a month.
Do you want electricity or not?
We don't want. Take it.
You see now he told the truth now. We don't want it.
I say it's better. Instead of that, me, I'm here, but instead of that, I would rather budget for a solar panel.
But seriously, forefathers, jokes apart. Forefathers, jokes apart. How can someone that is being paid 30,000 naira a month be able to afford this? It's not. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
You are very much aware that in the UK itself, hold on now. You are very much aware that people can't even power their houses.
Tinubu get liver.
It's not everybody that can afford it.
We're not even talking about
what they do in the UK. Don't they give them help? Don't they have Section 8 like they do in America?
And yes,
not everybody can afford the rate of 1,002. But what does the government do? He give them Section 8.
Yes,
he give them food stamp. He give them things that help them to live. But do you have that in Nigeria? I hate it when you intellectuals come here and
Did anybody see that video of a Tinubu supporter?
Even the same countries you're trying to copy, they have things in place for the people.
Did anybody see that video of a Tinubu supporter who is living in a 2-room apartment that had to pay 50-something thousand for electricity in a month? This is no joke.
This is how you all I'm saying, making a continue with now book.
See, hold on. This is how we talked about subsidy. Oh, we will die if we remove subsidy. Do you want to survive in this world or not?
Can you live in Nigeria if you can live in Nigeria and pay that amount, it's good. But you cannot live in the UK and say that.
You say you want a change, but you don't want to do the hard thing that you need.
You don't want that kind of change.
You think there's any way we are going to get out of the mess we are in without going through serious difficulty? So there's no way we'll get out of this mess we are in.
This is suicide.
I don't think Nigerians are unreasonable. I think it's a case of trust deficit. The people are worried. If you tell us to say it's going to be rough for the next 10 years, 20 years, sacrifice, and the people know that those leading us are not going to fleece us in the process. The people might say, you know what, it's a tough one, but let's do it together. But think about it. In this immediate last 10 months, they've told people we are going to take off subsidy. We are going to take off subsidy from petroleum from day one. Now electricity. But you have improved on the car that you gave the legislators 4 years ago. You've improved on it this year. You've gone to buy 160 million naira each. These are the things that make it impossible for anybody to get on board. You are not doing as you are telling us to do. That is the problem. If they say subsidy is gone on petroleum, subsidy is gone on electricity, everybody has to pay. And we now see our legislators in today's world, they are driving not 4x4, a salon or saloon. They're driving a saloon that, let's say the car is naira today, let's say 40 million naira. And they tell us that the last assembly, the 9th assembly, the car that each person got cost 120 million, but we've reduced it to 40 million to match our current reality. Then it's a different conversation. Our legislators are going on national TV to defend the cars. And one of them said, oh, don't talk to me about 160 million naira car. I have better cars, private cars. Another one said, we need these 4x4s because our roads are bad. Is it my job to fix the road? So this is why people are saying we can't get on board. I hope you see it.
I see where they are coming from. But I was hoping that we are men of people, that human beings that can be a bit more rational and try to see things more, how do I put it, in a more rational way. Because the idea that the people are corrupt, they are always corrupt. We know that. Even here in the UK, most of the tax system was for the poor, and all today they are still the rich is richer, and they are getting away with murder in this country all the time. The idea that you allow that to paralyze you, because in our own lives, our people are the ones that don't have electricity. Our people are the ones that have to be dealing with insecurity, cost of living, all that problems. And we keep saying,
don't have electricity because the money that provide electricity has been stolen.
Can you stop
the
interrupting me now when I'm
wrong.
talking? Can you let me finish?
You've been finishing for a while now, and none of it makes sense. And how can I?
This guy just likes to interrupt people. So you keep saying, see, don't worry, I will be interrupting him soon, or put you backstage next time if you do that.
Father, somebody
actually, I should have
in the comment section. If a black beauty is suggesting something, look at her last comment.
What Black Beauty? He says,
we were setting up something for Nigeria before. We wanted to help Nigerians. I think this is more like it. If we can go through this route,
pick one area and start with 50 homes. You can expand it out. You can create this in the oasis where they have. But the truth is, we do have them in reality. If you look at Nigeria,
she said we should build. If we should give solar panels to homes in Nigeria.
Yeah, solar panels to home is not going to be cost effective. If we keep doing things inefficiently, it's not going to get us anywhere. It's going to reduce the noise pollution, but it's not cost effective. The batteries and all the rest, the cost is just going to keep spinning and spinning. We have to get more efficient at doing stuff, and we have to embrace the fact that things will be tough. The question you have to ask yourself is I believe that if Nigerians are going through tough times and they don't see results, if the government say we are going to put you through this hell right now and you're going to see results in the next 2-3 years, and they don't see results, the people are going to lose it on that government. And I think that is
are you really in Abuja, or you are in your one bedroom in London?
Hold on. I'm telling you what I think, because you can see that even in the tuition fees.
So stop laughing.
Hold on, you can see that in the tuition fees issue when the government, people didn't like what they were doing, and they went and tweaked it and changed it, and they removed almost everything that people didn't like about it.
So of all the government we've had, it is Tinubu government you want to trust on that.
Hold on, who cares about trust? You shouldn't trust them. Your skill should be getting the wrong people to do the right thing. That is the skill you should have to have. If you think you're going to get your perfect leader one day, your people are going to suffer for a very long time.
Are you going to get them to do the right thing by justifying their actions?
They do that all the time. Other parts of the world, they do that all the time. All these useless Cambridge and Oxford boys will do anything for this country. If the people are not pressing them, people are pressing their throat in this country.
I think the truth is the Constitution has to take electricity entirely from the exclusive list and hand it over to the states.
See, the point I'm making.
Let's see which state is going to reap.
Hold on, before this is lost to the people, the viewers. The point I'm making is that right now the energy cost, the electricity cost in Nigeria is showing up as 0.02, and that of India and China is 0.08. I think if we can get our cost up to 0.08 and 0.01, you are going to see a transformation in Nigeria, and at least you have a target. That is important.
Baba, you're not realistic.
Wait, hold on. Ezero, hold on. Come with us. You're a wicked person.
Of course,
it's not realistic. It's not realistic.
Yeah, you should keep paying no electricity bill and expect to develop. Why? Tell me how I'm wicked.
You're a wicked person.
LOL on that one, laughing out loud.
First thing first, you are saying, look, why do you think people tag, as in if you maybe go to Google right now, you can find out living minimum wage of each country. What do you think? Why are they all the minimum wage currency? Why are they not equivalent? Even if you convert them, why? Because it tells you of how the economy operates. You understand? So somebody, for instance, who is earning 30,000 naira right now, why are you not shouting? No, Nigeria is paying very low for 30,000 naira. We should increase it to other country. But you want what is going out of the poor man's pocket to be equal with other countries, but you do not want what is going to a poor man's pocket to be equal with what is going to other countries. That's why I say you are wicked. You are
okay,
evil.
Good. I'm glad. You see, if I tell you that, no,
let Loco finish. Let Loco finish.
Okay, let him finish now. Let him finish calling me wicked.
I think
let him finish his point. He's on to something here.
I think
don't worry. I'll get him now. He doesn't know how wicked he is. By the time
no, don't
carry
make
on.
it about where he's just.
You don't worry. He's
Fofana,
go.
I think you
No, because he's just making the conversation go rubbish, constantly interrupting. Please go ahead.
Forefathers, you see why Nigeria is unfixable.
Oh, no, the second one is bad. The second one is bad. Carry on, please. If you guys don't want to engage in conversation, stay out of it. Carry on, Loco. Carry on, Loco, please.
You know, who are you going to remove?
Point.
Who are you going to remove next? Me? Is it me?
If you don't want to engage in conversation, I can have a monologue for 6 hours. I don't care. You see, I can have a monologue. Are you guys ready to talk or not? If you don't want to finish your point, I can show you how you are wrong.
You know when you remove Ferreira, I said, and you left the stream ball ahead. Okay.
So, look, have you finished your point? This is quite serious. You know, there are people viewing. This is not a joke. I don't know whether you think this is all a joke. See, personally, I think it's very, very serious. You might think it's a joke. So if you are saying, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. If you are saying I'm wicked because I'm saying energy price should go up, you see, this is kind of stuff I say. Our people they want to go to heaven, but they are the most wicked people. They will tell you,
that's very wicked.
Can you let me finish now? You just finished what you said. Why is it that you guys can have your say, but someone else shouldn't have their say? How hypocritical is that? Let me finish my point, please.
You're the moderator.
Oh, stop it. I'm not the moderator. If you are respecting me as a moderator, you wouldn't be interrupting me at all. So stop it. So my point is, if you say I'm wicked because I'm saying we should get our prices up so that we can actually get proper power generation that is competitive around the world, and our people can actually enjoy 24/7 power supply like other people do. If you call that wickedness, then let me show you what true wickedness is.
Okay.
True wickedness is somebody that sees a problem, leaves it for their people to keep suffering for decades because they think they are going to go to heaven because they don't want to do the hard thing. They're already in a hard place. Let me finish. Can you let me finish? You just had your say calling me wicked.
Continue.
Because this is quite serious. You guys prefer to think of yourself as good because you like to think that, oh, people are suffering, don't make them suffer because I don't. But in reality, what you are doing, you are extending their suffering. You are making sure people die from all the ailments that come from not having power supply, from all the ailments that come from not having good jobs, from all the ailments that come from bad healthcare that suffers from anemic power supply. You are making sure of it because you don't want to do the hard thing. And it's very, very hypocritical because when I see many Nigerians, you have a conversation on a panel, you ask them, what if you have to take this decision as a leader to do the right thing by the people and solve all the problems in the country? They'll tell you, no, I will never do it. But if that is going to solve the problem, do you know what you've just done by refusing to do it? You've just killed more people. That is why I think you are wicked. You are the one that is wicked. You are the one that is wicked for not making the right choices to save more lives.
Let me also tell you,
better good. You are the one that's more wicked.
Do you know? Okay, hold on. I don't know if you study physics, right? To know how power is being generated or how to generate power. You understand? These things are not things you go to the market and buy. These things are what you manufacture. So you can't say, no, okay, it cost me this XYZ amount to get this power from China or from America. So hence why I'm giving you this price so that I can make profit. You understand? These are something that you can generate. If you want to go cheap generation, you can also do that. You get my point? If you say, okay, you want to decongest the megawatt from the main generation, you can have smaller generating plants. You understand? That can serve maybe industries or communal areas and all that stuff. Power power is manufactured. It's not something you say, okay, no, the cost of power is expensive now, so let me put the price. No.
So you don't buy equipment.
No, hold on. You wait first now. Look, these are ions. Wait first. The point is that these are ions. These are ions. Hold on first. These are ions, copper, magnets that you have in Africa.
Yes.
You understand? The worst case scenario that you might import is the electrical panel. Yep. You understand that will do the metering and the maybe calculation of whatever electrical, which electronics. But the power generation itself that is unmetered, as if you are having from transformer that is not metered.
You understand? Transformer itself, those are mechanically done. You have the material here in Nigeria to do all those things. Both the power generation, magnetic coil, you understand, to make it rotate on others, because it's magnet coil that is rotating inside the magnet that generates power.
So you are actually saying Nigeria has the capacity to manufacture all the parts of hold on.
Read my lips.
We don't want to go too long because I want to understand what you are actually trying to say.
Hold on.
Yes, they have the power.
What am I telling you?
All the parts we need to manufacture generate power. Is that what you are saying?
Yes. Yes.
Mind your business. Don't want to make me put you backstage again. Stop interrupting.
Now let me answer your question. I say, read my list. Yes, we can do it. Right? What I'm telling you, that the worst case scenario that we can generate, worst case scenario are electronic panels. You understand? Worst case scenario, which are even cheap. But
it's not that we can do. We are doing it already.
Hold on.
But why are we working with Siemens then?
That's a good point.
The pricing that we can even put, why we put this pricing is like, okay, cost of maintenance, cost of manpower, which is staffing, the cost of running costs, you understand, which is recurring costs and all that stuff. That's how you calculate to put your pricing. You don't just wake up one day and say, no, this is the price, because it's no. That's
okay, now let's run it down. Now let's run down what you just said. That Nigeria can manufacture all they need apart from the panels. Apart from the panels.
Worst case scenario, electrical panel. Worst case scenario.
We have people who manufacture
apart from the worst case scenario. So how much do things cost? Do you know how much it costs to manufacture?
Which one?
The things you say Nigeria can manufacture. How much do they cost?
The money your senators are using to buy cars would invest in it.
You are basically saying Nigeria can manufacture things at the cheapest rate in the entire world.
Yes. India does it. Yes.
India sells it for 0.8.
India does it. India, Pakistan does it.
India does it, and they manufacture at
one China company. The China company.
Hold on now. The India is boasting about now is what I said our energy cost should go up to, that he's beating me for. But now he's bragging and saying India can do
it more than Indians. Listen to what I'm telling you. I said, right? I said the cost of maintenance, running costs, concurrent costs, right? And staffing. You understand? Then maintenance and all that stuff. Then thinking of what to give back to the government. Those are the things that government use to calculate the price per kilowatt hour. Not the price, because okay, assuming nobody has light in Nigeria, will government make money? No. You understand? Put any number. So that's why I say the worst you could do to make you get money for yourself is to like get your raw materials, get whatever you want to get, right? The average cost of running it, put it there. The only way you get your money is how much you now sell.
Okay, can we give an example of what has been manufactured in Nigeria that is cheaper than normal?
Your consumption that generates revenue for you.
Hold on now. We have to try to track things down so that we know what you are saying. If you are saying Nigeria can manufacture things at the cheapest price, give an example of anything that has been manufactured in Nigeria that is cheaper than anywhere else in the world.
I think you can start with the cars that David manufactured. Together. We don't even have the panel. We don't have the steel.
Which ones? Innocent cars.
Innocent
cars. Innocent cars. Let's check it.
And they're nice.
We compare it with the stuff that they sell around.
No, they are. They are half the prices abroad. So
they're okay.
And we'll check it out now. We'll get the price.
Google is not.
No. You don't want to check facts. You just want to talk, and so I believe you with your glasses.
I was watching Nord today.
You check the year. It is the same thing. Remember, compare like for like. You check the year. You check the spec, the model. You understand? There are many things you can check to compare. Do you put the price?
It's only fair. I will check like for like. I don't know. They don't seem to have their price here. It's only fair. I'm not. Okay.
Why don't you compare the price of Innocent to the price of a Kia? Because I think they're almost like the same kind of vehicle.
Kia, where is Kia located? Where is Kia located? Is it not in
Korea?
No, I don't think it's in Korea. Is it Korea?
I think Kia.
It's Korea or
Japan.
Yeah, Korea.
I thought Kia was UK or something. They are manufacturing in UK anyway.
UK don't have. Apart from
no, they manufacture it in UK. They manufacture it in UK. But I can't see the price of
South Korea. South Korea.
That's what it's
South
Korea.
Korea.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Okay, so I think the countries you want to go to, because the countries I was referring to was India and China. Those are the places you go to and find their cheapest cars and find the cars.
India and China, they make their keke pay the one we are importing. The tricycle.
We can make it here.
Does anyone know the price of innocent cars? Because I can't see it. They just have the cars.
You can get cars for
you can check.
The only way out of our problem is production. All these them stealing money.
I'm telling you,
stealing money is not going to help us.
People will buy. You make more profit.
So to do that, you know what you are talking about. To do that, if you want to start manufacturing all those equipment, by the time you do everything you're going to do, 10 years or so will go by before you start having that capacity to do everything and manufacture it for the whole country. And you want us to remain like this till that time.
We will start from somewhere.
What's your alternative? These people are still going to buy new cars next year. What's your alternative?
If Angel come down right now and tell Nigerians that, hey, you know what? 10 years time, you have 2.7 electricity, and everybody religious will believe Angel. You think Nigerians no go to so guy will chill. 10 years we'll wait. No, we will wait. The problem we are having is let me tell you our problem, Nigerian problem. The taking off of Nigerian government policies is the problem, because you don't take off well, we will not trust you landing well. It's just simple logic.
You just have what you said. There is no angel in this world. It doesn't exist. You're asking us to rely on angel. It doesn't exist, and nobody is angel.
You try to make comedy out of serious matter that Noko just said.
Because he's using a context that doesn't exist. Every leader,
that if you tell Nigerians to wait 10 years, that this will be provided.
Okay,
I'm trying to find the price of
you see that price 7,000.
I think I should take over moderation. Godfather has failed. So it's either you take over or I take over.
Ferrari, you need to stop. You need to stop. You are messing about a lot. Don't mind him. He's just messing about.
And this is serious. Which one is
Let me just put this guy. Yeah, that's 80 million. How long was it? How long was this price? I don't know whether it's gone now.
That's innocent, right? Yes. How much is that SUV?
Is that on your site?
7 million.
No, check the date of the article.
Let me give you guys the link because I'm doing it on my phone, but it's.
Thank you.
Okay. Check the same car for Kia.
Nice.
I
will check it. I don't know why you guys are doing. I will look for one Chinese car.
A more sophisticated, not brand, but in terms of level, I think
exactly. It's the spec. It's the spec that matters. That's spec.
Yeah, the spec. Yeah. Another thing you could check is computers. Zion's computer is doing better, far better. You know.
What computer is it? Nigerian?
No. We are comparing Nigerian.
I think the cost of production in Nigeria because we don't have some of the facilities. You know, anybody producing in Nigeria has to produce their own electricity, their own water, their own security, transportation, moving stuff. So the overhead might mean that cost of production currently in Nigeria might be higher because some of the facilities that are already in ground in China might mean that they pay less. I mean, diesel is 1,300 naira per liter. Do you know that?
It's too expensive.
Diesel in Nigeria, it dropped from 1,400 to 1,250, I think yesterday or last week.
Because we don't refine, because
that's what I'm saying. So forefathers might be right in the sense that we think naturally production should be cheaper in Nigeria, but you're looking at just salary that you pay people, but everything else that surrounds it.
There's a reason why the production is high is because the government has over time failed to do its own due
Forefather is not arguing that point. He's just telling you today you want to produce. Would it be expensive or cheap? He's not arguing that the government doesn't.
It's a little bit where they always lean back all the time. We can't do this.
No. Forefather, you're making a mistake.
Where all this started from. I just said the government is trying to bring in a lot of money, and they turn it to something else.
That doesn't have plan. It means that the individual entrepreneurs are doing things by themselves. The country has to have a focus. Every country has a focus. What is the focus of Nigeria?
How do you know? Are you in government?
Nigeria is just a rent-seeking state. It's a rent-seeking state.
Nigeria does need its own 100-year plan, kind of like what China had.
Thank you, exactly.
But there's something called
Why you just keep changing the goalposts? We are arguing about something else. You're not talking about the plan.
2063. There's Africa 2063 agenda.
We always plan. Every dispensation changes plans.
You
But
know
I
what?
want to know
You know
why
what?
did you think that the solar panels was such a bad idea? I think that if we come together as diasporans, put money together, and take one area that's suffering in Lagos, outfit it, and do it as a
Lagos, there's Ibadan. I can give you my
philanthropic
area
effort,
now.
then we'll
I'll donate my area.
Free of charge to do experiments.
I think the solar panel idea
If it's a
is
philanthropic effort, then what will happen is we'll do one area, and then a company will come in and they
Let's start
will
from Ibadan now.
sponsor
That's the
that
capital of the
philanthropy,
Southwest.
and then we
Lagos,
can put
one at a
mini
time,
solar
please.
panels. I think
Can
that's
we
a nice
listen to her,
idea.
please? Do you have
One at a
links to these companies that can do
Black Beauty, let me tell you the
We
truth,
can
right?
build connections. We work
I don't know
together.
why. I really don't know why. Hold on. I think you all are so rowdy right now. I think I might even end the show. This is crazy. You guys are just roll rowdy. This one is talking. This one is talking. This one is talking. It's crazy because you guys have a lady here. Haven't you seen a lady before? Jesus Christ.
What? Let her talk now. Let's listen.
No, but I think
she can talk, but one at a time. Let's get to a point because when people are listening to us now, all they hear is people are just talking from one side. We are talking about cost of electricity. Now we ended up plan of the government plan. It's just going all over the place.
Because everything is connected. Like we have to.
Yeah, but we have to finish one point, move quickly to another one, but don't just mix all of them because we don't get anywhere. People will just
I
be
want
watching
to
and
go
like
back
thinking,
to
what
your
is going
original
on?
point about the power, and I think that because when I was putting in my inverter, they asked me if I wanted solar panels, and they weren't that expensive from my perspective. What I say is that we as diasporans can create a fund. We can all put a couple thousand each into it. We can take one area like Oshodi, and we can do 50 houses, and then we can sell that philanthropy to a bigger manufacturer of solar panels, and they can feel like they're a part of something, and they can help us begin to outfit other areas in Lagos, Ogun, other places with these solar panels so that people have other options. It's not going to be everybody in the beginning, but people need other options. It's expensive. Like my husband, he doesn't make much, but he's a corporate driver. He makes more than an ordinary driver, but not enough to keep up with all the bills. And I feel like it's daunting on the people. It's daunting on the people. So that's our responsibility as diasporans to contribute. That's how we contribute.
Thank you.
I agree with you on that.
Do you know how many houses?
Can you just
how many
stop?
houses?
Can you just stop, please? Can you just wait, please? We have to try to kind of just a little bit of decorum. She's not running. She's here. Jeez. Augustine just came in. Our Obioma Atike came in. We don't even know what they've got to say. See, this is a simple matter. We have to be quite straightforward about things. We can't always be mixing things with other things. If it is good for us to pay more for electricity so that we can get more power supply, everybody should be in support of that. It's not something you should be against.
You keep bringing us back to this your thing. It is your own thing. Maintain it.
Can you? Yeah, if you don't agree to that, it's fine. But you have to have something else to replace that cost. Because right now, I just showed you that the Nigerian government took out $1 trillion from subsidizing electricity. That I'm sure that's not all the subsidies that they pay to electricity.
I don't believe it.
Okay, fine. If you don't believe it, but it's just what they did. And I think part of the problem we're having is that because of distrust in the state, we don't necessarily know what we are criticizing. We just assume that all the 26 billion that they put in the budget is all being stolen.
It's being stolen. 9 people on the panel. You're the only one talking. Let others talk.
Okay, so we need to calculate how much we actually spend on these things so that we know what we are criticizing. Augustine, please go ahead.
I think Obioma came before me. Please go first.
Yeah, my concern about the new tariff is, if you check how much most of our people make back home, most of them make like 30,000 minimum wage. But if you compare it with other countries that you were putting on the scale before, you see most of these countries, their minimum wage and the percentage they pay. Let's say in America here, some states like, let's say Florida, that pays let's say $15 per hour as their minimum wage. If you check the percentage of electricity bill we pay here, like let's say electricity bill can be like $150, sometimes it's 80, 90. If you check it with how much you make, the percentage of the total amount you make every year, every month, and how much you're paying on electricity, then you take it back home, you see how much these people are making. Most of them is making like let's say 40,000, 50,000. And at the end of the day, they end up paying like 15, 20,000. If you check
More
the
than.
percentage, you see that
More
almost all
than.
the whole money they make in the whole week has gone into it. So the new increment that the government is doing, I don't think it really makes sense for me, you know.
Exactly what I said.
Okay. We don't necessarily know why I think they said why they did it, but nobody believes anyway. It's okay. Augustine, go ahead.
Can I come in now?
Mm.
Look, sometimes they say when you do your work in a particular way, do your experiment, you will see results, or you will see things happen in such a way that you feel that okay, there may be results. You and I know that the Nigerian government can never be trusted. They will remove them as they are removing that subsidy. It's entering somebody's pocket, and you know it, and you know it's true.
Thank you.
So why are they now killing the people? We want to do this. Okay, the Jonathan even tried. I went through Okogi State and I saw Shopi projects for the fuel subsidy, the first slash part of it. Which one did we see in Buhari's tenure? Or which one we see now in Tinubu's time? They will tell you money do this, money disappears. So, okay, we are here. Even we are here in the developed world, there are subsidies for this particular thing. Even now, as I'm talking to you, the government, the New York State government, they give people solar panels because maybe they are trying to promote green energy. So what is the government's duty? When I went home in December, we got solar panel to light up our house. In Nigeria, you secure yourself, you light up your house, you got everything. You are the one. The waiting government use. Waiting the government use. Somebody comes. Okay, look at what the minister. That's why I say sometimes when you hear people talk, if you hear people talk, you automatically know that Tinubu's government is full of rogues and thieves and people with very low IQ. Their IQ. Low. Why will you tell a minister come in front of me to tell me that I want to go and pick my friend from the road and should off my AC? Come on, there are some kind of things you say. Igbo man will say on Abananti, it can burst your eardrum. It shows that he doesn't even know how to speak. He doesn't even know what to say. Then tell me, will it be good enough for you to read documents? You see, one thing I fault the legislators and even the executive. Most of those we have in power today, they cannot even read documents. That's why a legislator comes online on live TV to tell me they did not read the budget. So they don't even hold the book to read it. Just read what is there to find out what is on that paper. They don't even have the time. All they know is to go and do their Thanksgiving, as I said. So why do you expect me to trust them? To be honest with you, they are a waste of space. Waste of space. So if he comes and tells me, we'll remove 1 point something trillion, let us be happy and put it where? Put it where? In people's other people's pockets. So to trust the Nigerian, how they call them, the politicians, is just don't even think about it.
My problem with the way everybody approaches this is that because we have been so jaded, we don't see anything good in anything. Everything that is done, whether it's positive or not, we will hate it. Like even student loan. Are you against student loan?
You are the ones who said we should use evidence. The evidence before us shows that they are criminals.
Otherwise. Okay, you are paying 90 billion for Hajj.
Your takeoff, if it's bad, the landing will be bad.
For student loan, how do you expect me to trust you? That's the thing we are trying to say.
Do you eat agbado?
I don't think anybody trusts any. If you trust any government, you are mistaken. I don't even trust the UK government. I don't trust the American government. The point is that if somebody does the right thing, you have to say, okay, that's the right direction to be traveling.
For that, it's not about trust. Like I said, right?
They must pay you a lot of money.
It's policies. If your policies do
enough of these silly arguments now.
If your policy do not make sense, you understand, then you're going to have a problem. Because trust me, is just like you are solving mathematics. You understand? If I see your procedure, even before you give me the answer, if I see your procedure, the way you manipulate or evaluate your or interpolate your figures, maybe you're looking for like the YDS, for instance, right now. If I see the way your steps are going, I'm like, oh yeah, I think you are taking me somewhere.
Thank you. That's
what if I see that your foundation, I'm like, but common sense, this one and this one, you know, add up now. There's nothing you're going to tell me that's going to make sense to me.
Nobody is saying you should believe it. The question is, why are you against the idea?
You don't believe.
Then you are against anything they do. Then they don't do anything.
They don't have any normal idea. It's not the same.
All of
The
us
same
need to take
minister.
austerity measures. Cut
It's not
down
the
the
same.
spending. We should see it from you as the leader.
Exactly.
Augustine,
To be honest with you,
I'm
I
listening
keep on
to
saying
you.
on this show,
I'm expecting to hear
it's
something
not as
from
if
you.
we have not held elective position before. We have held elective position before. To be honest with you, I saw my own leader who I was part of. Nobody at the top will get anything if those at the bottom have not gotten. You will see it, and you at the bottom will say, if this person can do this, it means we should all fall in line. And you see everybody falls in line. But this one, you are telling
I
me
agree
to
with
have
everything
austerity
you are
measures, and
saying.
you are
Nobody's.
leaving.
I'm not saying you should give them benefit of the doubt. It's the actual idea, the actual concept that we sometimes may need to pay more. Even if the best leader comes, P2B comes in and he says you need to pay more, are you okay with that then?
We are not paying more for what now. What are you paying more for?
You want to pay with your kidney?
Oh my God, that's something else.
Where is the proof of concept? That's the problem. You need a proof of
it's all right.
concept. You can't just come in with ideas.
Personally, I like to give people benefit of the doubt.
There are some people, for example,
Black Beauty, remember what they were calling a moment ago? These are the kind of people you
Don't
react
go there.
viscerally.
Don't go there.
You don't
forefathers. Can I
pay attention to whether it's totally positive or negative. You just say,
well, I think
to
it's
hell with everything.
I think it's easy for Nigerians to have a very negative disposition because they've been through a lot of wahala.
Exactly.
And it's not fair. It's not fair that they're like, my flat, we're paying 150 now. When I left, we were paying 80 per month. My husband makes about 90.
You know what I fear is going on,
Black
Beauty. You know what I fear is going on. When they can dismiss everything, it means that nothing is required of them. They are not people that do this. They are some of the easiest going people. They don't want to have to put their mind to doing anything, calculating or holding anybody accountable. They just dismiss everybody.
Forefathers, you know what will solve this problem? You know what will solve it? Please beg them not to stop rigging election. They should stop rigging themselves to power. That's what is causing the problem. Let
Beauty, do you know the last election was rigged?
I know that.
Yes.
I was there. I was there during the election period.
When they rig themselves to power, let people want to fix it.
They are the ones that rigged it too. They are the ones that rigged it too, and they are accusing the leaders of rigging it. They are the first to go and take a bribe. They are the ones to go and sell votes. They are the ones to take the bribe. And then, as I see, they didn't do it. All of you and the leaders, you are just as bad as each other. See, if you can't be in a country that is this corrupt, and you think it's only the leaders that did it. The people who participated in it. You all participated in
a little corruption as well. So do you? We all partake in a little low-level corruption too.
Those are the grassroots also are to be blamed for everything.
Sometimes I gotta pay a
little.
little.
I said, those are the grassroots also should be blamed because I've told you, I've always voted in Nigeria. So even a councillorship, I will go vote because I know it's my duty. Any that I don't go and vote, I'll tell myself you have not done your work. But the point when we go there to vote, I see people buying the vote and they take it. Are they guilty? Yes, it's true. It is very true that those are the grassroots are guilty.
Before we lose track,
2023 was
one immoral act after another. That's what got us to this mess we are in. One immoral act after another.
In this case,
how many
I'll go
percent
with
of Nigerians earn above 30,000?
Augustine, 2023 was
how many percent of Nigerians?
Majority
the person who changed that result
voted who they wanted.
Yes, the copper or maybe those people changed the result. We saw it on TV with all those correction fleet. Were they Tinubu's son?
Listen,
you know how this is work. You know how this is work. But
no, you know.
Before we get to that point, how many percent of Nigerians earn above 30,000 in a month? Let's start from there before we start discussing this.
On average, most of them do. From the data, most of them do earn over 30,000.
I'm telling you, how many percent of Nigerians earn above 30,000?
Maybe we have
most of them earn over 30,000. The data shows most of them earn more than 30,000.
The data shows most Nigerians earn about 30,000.
Half of Nigerian governors are not paying. Half of Nigerian governors are not paying 30,000.
Oh my God!
How many people are even employed in
Nigeria? Where do you get your statistics from?
Half of the governors are not paying 30,000.
I don't know what to say to you guys, man. It's not my knowledge I'm using. I'm using the knowledge of people that know better than I do. And the idea that you know better than all of them, I feel sorry for. There's no reference of conversation then. You all think you all know the best.
No,
You
I'm
don't know
telling
that
you,
Nigeria has no
no,
middle class
I'm
anymore.
telling you
no,
that
when you visited your village and you
half
see
of
the
Nigerian
number,
governors are not paying. They can't meet up with 30,000. They cannot meet up.
Can you please bring back
it's not true.
Pereira?
They cannot.
It's
Sorry.
not true. The half of,
Please
you
bring
know
back
the problem
Pereira.
I am having here. Okay, I'll take for example like the small ecosystem like at Anambra State in where I schooled. It's a small place. You have people who they may get how they call it this ice block and they sell it. If you decide to charge them this large amount of money, how you expect they will get money to run their business? They don't even get money for
and that will affect the price of
That's
it
what I
will
was
affect
going
their
to
own
ask.
business even.
That's the question I was going to ask for
Let
fathers.
me share this information about
Okay,
average
share it and
salary
I'll
in
talk
Nigeria.
after.
So this one is I don't know whether I can trust these guys, but I didn't create it. He's saying 80 to 150,000. That's 2024. Maybe because of the increase in everything price going up. But the previous ones was showing 50,000, but that's not accurate. I don't think that's accurate. This one is quite high too. But the one I was going with was the one that said around this in 42,000. This thing that was a low bar, but even that was still considered controversial here. But you can see most of them is even higher. So
But
I don't
I
know.
know that is not real. That's not
Yeah,
real.
that's about right from what I hear.
To be honest with you, that is not
Augustine, hold on. Augustine, hold on. Please bring back Ferreira. Thank you.
Why? Because if he's there insulting me and calling me agent and they are
He's
paying
not
me,
insulting you. The thing is
but
that
you're
you
happy
don't
for
get
them to
it.
kick pants out of here and all
No,
the rest
you
of it.
don't get
No,
it. You're the
Yeah,
moderator.
sure.
There's sometimes you need to let it flow. The man was trying to make his
he
point.
shouldn't
Bring
tell
him
me what
back.
I. No, he's insulting me. He's insulting me and interjecting every time I talk. He's making it very rowdy. He degenerated the conversation completely. You know that.
You can use the mute button instead.
Okay, bring him back. Sorry, I bring him back.
Use the mute button,
Sorry.
please.
Bring him
I
back.
want to make one quick comment.
Let me bring him
Yeah,
back.
do that.
I think that it's a top-down type of thing
This is
because a
rude.
lot of these big corporations, these big banks, and all these big people that pay these huge salaries out, even those salaries are not good enough. And all of that trickles down to the local economy. People that got to be paid to drive you, people that got to be paid to feed you. And listen, if your job is only paying you the equivalent of $800 a month, it's going to be hard to disperse that money out amongst everybody and pay for your electricity and things like that. And everyone has to eat. So I think the profit sharing amongst these big banks that pretty much fuel from a top down the whole economy, it needs to be more, because even my job, I went to go get it at Access Bank and they say 400,000 for the month. But when you convert that to USD, I said, well, what the hell? I can't. So I just say to myself, how could you even, I'm not trying to say it like that, but the gate man at my estate, he only makes 35,000 for the I don't want to even tell. It's little. Every time I get a chance to share, I share.
Even some
Here,
government,
take it. You want it? Take it.
some government workers earn half salary.
Yeah, and that's the generality of Nigerians. That's the major population of Nigerians. The common
the half salary.
Let me just do a bit of paperwork, for subscription quickly.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. So from now on, let's just be nice to each other like we are all brothers and sisters. Okay. Who is going next?
Who's going next?
I'm not holding my breath at all. I'm not holding my breath.
Can I say something? I want to go and sleep. I want to go and sleep. Please, can I say something? Forefather, I think you are living in a different world. You are not really in tune with the realities of Nigerians. I don't know if it's been a long time you last visited Nigeria, but Nigerians have gone poorer since the last administration. A lot more people have fallen below the poverty level. Now, do you know that Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world? I think you don't know that. Please, before you comment on Nigerian issues, ask people who are on ground. The common man is the conductor, the driver, the gate man, the ordinary cat pusher. They constitute the majority of Nigerians. The people whose salaries you are using to compare are in the minorities. So when you say Nigerians earn 30,000, please go and check, go and cross-check. Even people who are working in local governments that say they are struggling to earn 30,000. So there are some of their employers have not been able to pay them salary for over 6 months. Go and ask around. And these are people working with the government. The ones who are not working with the government, they are just layabouts. Some families cannot feed. Do you know that? They cannot buy food. They cannot feed. Please, bro, when you are coming with these statistics, know that you're not giving statistics to people who are just unlearned. All of us here went to school. We have our gadgets here. We read, we see the news, and we get news from Nigeria, from family members. So we are telling you what we know. So you cannot be bringing Google things that are off the cuff and be explaining to us. We know all that. We've seen better sources, and we know what's happening in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right. I can give you an example of people that came on this panel and testified to what the state of Nigeria is. Also, you may not know it, I do employ people in Nigeria. I'm involved in Nigeria every day. I use energy sources, and I pay that bill.
How much do you pay your employees?
How much do you pay?
I think I'm gonna be disclosing that to you. But the point is that I don't owe you any information.
Don't make statements you can't disclose.
My point is that I know what I'm talking about. So when you act as if you are in America quoting those type of things you are quoting, when Ngozika came here, there is another economy in Nigeria that most people don't talk about. The Nigerians that are working for people overseas, that are in Nigeria, they're working for people overseas.
How many are there?
Hold on, can we take it down a notch? They may not be many, but they are there. And by the time you add that and add the one that are making money from politics, they do add up. And maybe that is why you're not seeing people protest the way they are supposed to be protesting on the street. When people are frustrated here, why are they not going on the street and going crazy? Because the ones in Nigeria know better than you.
No.
You think you know better than them. And when you work with people, let me finish the point. When you work with people, what that tells you is that you get an impression of the pressure out there. The first time I went to Nigeria in 2016, the pressure in terms of unemployment and the need to work was a lot higher. Now you get an impression that if they cannot find work with you, they'll go somewhere else. They have options. Young people, they have options.
Every person I come in contact with asks me for a job, forefathers. Every single person.
My own, they will get a job and they have options. They go somewhere else. They want to do other work too.
Forefathers, are you still in Nigeria?
I'm telling you, I'm in Nigeria. I'm telling you
to save this show
because they have options. Some of them, they will leave a job, then they'll go and get other jobs that pay them even more. See, he can say whatever he like. This is my experience.
You just sound like that minister. You just sound like him.
I'm telling you my experience. You are saying I sound like I'm telling you what I lived through.
Henry said that year you are talking about is 2016. It's 100.
I'm talking now too. See, let me tell you something. I deal with Nigerians every day. If it's not because today was Saturday where I didn't get up on time, I would have had a word with them. I speak to them every single day.
Yeah, the people that are giving you information to spread.
It's okay.
Hey,
I'm just telling you what my experience anyway.
So what I wanted to say regarding this issue is, to go back to what I said earlier, making the sacrifice is not the issue. People can make the sacrifice if they feel like it's going to lead to something. For instance, some people are asking, the subsidy you've taken from petroleum, where is it going? When are you going to tell us what you're doing with it?
Exactly.
What have we saved? This is the subsidy has been gone since May. So there should be some sort of transparency to say, this is how much we've taken, this is what we've done with it. Even if it's to service our debt, just tell us this is what we've done with it. But the people are not seeing that body language. You're not going to pay 90 billion to subsidize pilgrimage to Jerusalem and Mecca. So these are things. Now think about it. They've said that 120 million Nigerians live in multidimensional poverty. So these are extremely poor people by Nigerian standard. So my question to you is, which is similar to what I asked when they took the fuel subsidy, is now let's say they increase the tariff for everybody. I keep saying it. Let's not jump the gun. What they're increasing right now is for band A, not for everybody. Let's be fair to them if
What
we
is
can.
band A?
So they said it's band A. People will get 20 hours to 24 hours
Okay.
for now.
Island.
Now, what Fafada is now saying is let's make it not expensive. Let's increase the price for everyone so that we can get more, steady electricity. That's the way to do it, and we can now be fully industrialized. But my question to you is: let's say they now increase the tariff for everyone. The average guy, let's even say a single guy, single lady, bacheloress, not married, no responsibility, on 50K, 60K. If electricity is all of a sudden going to cost her 2/3, not 2/3, 40% of a salary, how do you explain that on electricity alone? Yes, the whole of Nigeria is now powered, but she's still on 50K and she has to pay 15K, 20K on electricity. How? See, don't see people as statistics. Explain to us, what do you say to that person? How do you survive? You know how many businesses I know personally that have closed down since they increased the
Exactly.
they've taken fuel subsidy. These are companies that rely solely on diesel. They've closed down. What do you tell those people? That's the thing. I'm not saying they, they won't commit suicide. Hopefully not. But what do you say to them?
The hairstylist said I had to be in there before 12 if I wanted hot water.
Go
to get my
ahead.
hair washed.
You want to say something?
UCH Ibadan will not put on their generator before 11 a.m.
What I would say to them, I agree with you that if you don't trust if you don't trust leadership, you tend to push back on everything, because they push back on when I ask for subsidies, they push back when I ask for removing subsidies. But either way, you see what our people do? They push back on everything. Anything to do with people, don't do anything. That's the approach. I literally have seen it happen in Nigeria, where Nigeria said, "Don't do anything." I was at the junction, there was traffic, and there was a traffic warden standing right there, and they said, I told them, why is the traffic warden not clearing the junction? They said, because he doesn't have the power to do that. I said, but why didn't they give him the power to do to clear the junction? They said, because if he has the power, he's going to abuse it. So we'd rather live in this chaos. And it took a military man to come with his vehicle to clear that junction for me to be able to get past that junction that day. Wow. That is emblematic of what I experienced here and what is happening to our people. We literally want to stand still. I don't know what will get us out of here. Maybe a good leader will do that. I don't know.
So can I go next? Can I go next? Because I gotta get out of here. This man's gonna give me a headache. I gotta go next. My head is really spinning right now. I gotta go. I want to say a few
Go ahead. You're free to say
Forefather, the time we spent doing a pushback with the things you're saying is not helping us as Nigerians to focus on the problem we need to focus on. Now, I've said it repeatedly. I don't know why you do the things you do. I don't know if you're being paid. I hope you're not, because I don't see how much they will pay you that will make you so dedicated. I don't think it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up mathematically either. So let's just put that aside. Now,
hold on. He's not going to come here and tell. He's not going to come here. Hold on now. No, but he's not going to come here. He's not going to come here and tell Dr. Damage is it easy. So you guys are here. Hold on. I'm going to say this because, and I'm going to call the BS. I'm going to call the nonsense that we do. We watch. If Dr. Damages is here, he does this. He's going to be kicked out. But when I do, you all act as if I'm doing something wrong. He comes here to impugn my integrity and accuse me of all kinds of nefarious things because I have an opinion. That is crazy stuff. So if anybody wants to say something that they can go on, I'm not going to bring him back anymore. But I'm getting fed up of this guy just insulting me constantly, telling me I'm getting paid for what? You think I don't need to tell you what I do.
It's an opinion.
No, it's rude. You can't come here insulting people. When Tone come here and call people idiot, people are telling him not to use the word idiot. Which one is worse?
Hey. Look at the comment section. They say free Alaba, free Alaba.
Yeah, but
let him stay there.
I think Alaba as well. Forefathers has expressed this a few times to say, I'm not paid. Don't say that. We joke about it with banter, but for all you care, it might affect Forefathers' life in one way or the other. I know his opinions.
People might actually believe him. Some people might actually you don't know who you are saying. People are impressioning.
I know Alaba jokes with it, but Alaba, please, if you don't believe it, which I don't think you believe is being paid, maybe don't banter him with it going forward.
He keeps doing that repeatedly, and it's not right. And when you are I'm not bringing him back. When he's on the panel, he interrupts me all the time. No.
I think that he's
because
using
he
a
doesn't
form
like
of
that he's putting Twitter
hyperbole.
anymore.
So
And he was
don't
doing
worry,
that
let me
today.
talk to him. Let me talk to him. Alabama, yeah. Joe.
So bring him back. We can tell him to attack the issue.
Alaba pleaded
Ghanaian's
to
personality.
Dr. Gomez on your behalf. You are pleading to forefathers on his behalf.
Don't mind him. He just calling me this thing. Like, you know, if they were paying me, do you think I would be here?
Olumide,
I would be in government right now if they were paying me. Ridiculous. I don't even know what I said. That is even. I'm here accusing Tinubu of being a traitor to the people. And you're here saying he paid me. What kind of rubbish is that?
We've all laughed. We've all laughed. I bring it back. All of us don't laugh.
I'm not laughing.
Bring it back.
Hashtag free Alaba.
You guys just like chaos. You just like somebody that just maybe you guys see me as a Tinubu here, so you just want to be stabbing at me constantly. I'm not Tinubu. Go and find Tinubu somewhere else. I'm not Tinubu.
You have to listen to your comment section. Everybody's got hashtag free Alaba.
Yeah, listen to the.
Look at that. You see that these people, these same people, they will not fight for their people. Oh. Now they were fighting for Alaba. Alaba that is there accusing me of being Tinubu. This is henchman.
Bring back our girls. Bring back Alaba.
Oh, actually, someone said it. Sorry to take over. Someone said it earlier today that I'm not sure if it's today, but maybe this week it marks 10 years of the Chibok girls, and about 80 of them are still not back. You know, you can imagine what their parents are.
You remember now? See, when they said
10 years today.
Hold on, they said I think it was not Kano governor. No, sorry, Bono. They took them to one IDP camp that they built them new flats, and one of the girls told the parents that she's not coming back, that she's already married to the terrorists, that she's not going back there again. Yeah, I saw that last week. They told the parents that they're asking her to come. She said no, that she don't want to go back to the parents, that she wants to be with her husband. So I think in that case, probably maybe she's completely she's living right now. Back to not go back to village.
We are not serious people. When we hear this now, we say, "Che, yeah, how sad," and that's it. We don't want to solve any problem. Tomorrow is going to happen. Next tomorrow is going to happen. It keeps happening and happening. And when you tell them what they need to do, they'll say, no, don't do that. How dare you?
We don't disagree with your
think
security
most people don't want to do anything.
I think it's the modality.
When they say modality, they are, in other words, looking for an excuse to maintain the paralysis, not to do anything. This is what people do. You have to study people that don't want to do it. You know how that lazy man that doesn't want to go to work? They'll say, "Oh, I'm ill here." They will find one excuse. The sun is not very bright in the sky. You know, they will find an excuse. And I feel like Nigerians, that's what we do. We always find an excuse not to do anything to solve our problems. And that's why we are in the state we are in.
Father, the way you come across, it seems it's either of two things. It's either you were a spoiled child, so you never experienced any hardship, or you have taken agbado. No, because I don't understand how everybody here can.
I don't like to insult people, but you know I can insult people. You know I can.
I'm not insulting you. I don't like the way you come across.
I'm on this panel. I've been on this panel for how many months now? People can hardly find that I'm insulting people, but I can.
I know. I said the way you come across.
I've been on African American panels. They insult people all the time.
Don't do that. Don't become us. Don't become us. Please.
I'm not insulting you. I said the way you come across.
X0, please.
Stop being patronizing, man. Move on.
No, I said the way you come across.
Let me say one thing. You say.
You never experienced Nigerian life.
You saw somebody and tell them, "Oh, you are not doing."
Can I say something, please? See,
move on.
Most of the time when I speak here, I'm always afraid of one thing. You should not use your standard to judge the generality of the people, because your standard may be skewed. To be honest with you, that's why when I'm giving my opinion, I'll say that this is what I think. But no man knows it all. Even the professor, but okay, the professor for your field. The only thing I know now how to write code in biochemistry. Tell me to write code to design a website. I don't know.
Right.
Okay, so if you come here now and tell me 1 + 1 is 2, and that is not even your own to prove, because it's something that most people have found out to be true, and you say this is the truth of maths, 1 + 1 is true, and people disagree with you, when do you now say, okay, I'm right, you are wrong?
Now, the 1 + 1 is 2 when you come for your ordinary addition. But to be honest with you, if you ask a local will tell you that if you want to talk based on some other topics, how do they call it? Conditional statement in mathematics. That will not be true.
You have to know, based on context, you have to know what is right.
And that is why I said, you know, go use one thing. I know if it talks it because that's why they may do things, then my own is right. No, it's not true. So that's why I want to say that why I brought this whole thing is for us to look at it this way. I was trying to talk with a zero now. Forefathers, you have your opinion. No, we're not supposed to fight for me to know your opinion. When you talk
exactly,
your own.
And then they won't let me rest.
My own, how I know, and you know, means I must agree with you. I must not agree with you.
Exactly.
So if I say okay, that way you don't talk, I don't hear, but I don't agree with you, and that is what I think.
My own leads them to accuse me of all kinds of things. They will start abusing me. They will start saying all kinds of stuff. It's like, why? You have your own opinion, I have mine.
Forefathers,
sometimes you can ask, you can look at the way you
I think it was Show made one statement that Twitter is not for the weak. I remember that statement talk a long time ago. So there's one thing I've learned from Twitter. If person they talk rubbish and I know saying a rubbish in talk, I would just laugh. So that's something I would like you to just do. If somebody comes and tells you this and just forget it.
The one that gets on my nerves is because I'm here to learn to an extent and I'm here to share. If somebody blocks that, you have a problem with me. I don't have. You can insult me all you want, say whatever you like. The way you get me, if you look at when I get angry, is when somebody's blocking me from saying what I need to say. Because it's not only about you; it's about people that are listening too. Yeah, because I've watched programs before where somebody's trying to share information. Some idiot is just blocking and blocking and blocking them, and I didn't learn anything from it in the end. So that is the one I'm concerned about. So you can insult me all you want. You're welcome to that. But when I really like to get to the end of things and actually get to solutions or understand something more. Because if you are talking to me honestly, generally we get to a better understanding. Look at what a Black beauty experienced today. She made a statement that seems to be blanket. Everybody was mouthing her, talking all kinds of things. When she came on stream, we all learned a lot because of it. That is how it's supposed to be.
But I also recognize that that's how people get down around here. So when he says, "Are you getting paid?" That's a little bit of a hyperbole. That's a hyperbolic statement.
Thank you.
We know you're not getting paid.
The word of the day is hyperbole.
Are you saying that it's good that they behave like that? They
no, the word of the day is hyperbole. Understand? Try to take that.
You are not the one I'm asking, please.
That's my hands are aching.
Don't worry, keep it up for the next 30 minutes. Then we can come back, get back to you when you aches you more. All these enemies of
you're bully.
Somebody
actually said I said dictator.
No, I'm not a dictator. Anything.
Check the comment section.
2 minutes. I beg.
They like to call me dictator.
Guys,
they all
guys,
call me autistic.
Guys, 2 minutes. But forefathers here, I understand what you're saying. You remember the time they used to attack me all the time? You are the same one that said, listen, I'm reacting. And I learned how to deal with them. So you need to develop, and you need to know Alaba. Alaba is not something serious. You know, Olumide telling me, look at today now, me and Olumide, Basbos. Olumide is still my guy. He's still my brother. He too. Nothing personal or anything. I gave it to Paul. I felt I went a bit too far. I mean, the decency in me required me to say I'm sorry, not because I cannot say I'm sorry, I'll tell him fuck off and all that, but that is the way life is supposed to be. You know Alaba already, who the kind of person he is. I don't think he's going out there to insult you. It's part of the it's part of it. It's his frustration. Every one of us is look at time is 2:14 in London. You and I mean, we're still sitting up. You know, the missus is missing the warmth and all that kind of thing. But listen, sometimes she thinks
calm down. Calm down.
Because now I want to say this way it is, you know. Sometimes she thinks I'm crazy, that maybe Dr. Damages has given me something to drink. She said, all you guys, she knows all of you. They seem to have given you. He said those forefathers not. I see him always, you know. I said, listen, forefathers is listen, he's an exceptional character. His energy, I don't know where he gets from. So please don't take it to heart. Bring him back and all that. You know, don't take it seriously. Don't just take it personal and seriously.
I said,
you're doing a great job when you do it. But the thing is that, like what
I take a lot of
you come across like somebody that is a spoiled child sometimes, or someone that's not experienced some certain things, you know. And sometimes some people make some expression. You say, "What is it?" I'll be wondering, did this guy really live in Nigeria? But that is it. Please don't take it to heart.
I am a limited and just a man. I see. I do have my own limits.
Okay, I
And
know, but I was just appealing to
this
you.
is something that he's been
Just
doing to me for a very long time, and I've taken it some days. I don't care, but today I think he took it a notch. Maybe because the lady is here or something, he took it up a notch. He wouldn't let me talk at all. He was just back in my face all the time.
You know what they say over
Wait,
here?
forefathers. Wait. You don't talk. You don't.
Wait, the lady is talking. Let's
Are
listen
you
to
trying
her,
to
please.
say that the lady is impressing the guy?
No, but you know what they say.
I don't know. I just say that today he's on my case. He won't let me even get one word out.
Let's listen to the lady, please. Go ahead.
Okay,
please.
listen. No. You know what they say in the States? They say a hit dog will holler. So when you get offended by him saying, "Are you getting paid?" it make me think now that you are getting paid.
You are one of them too. You are welcome to the club. At least you are not interrupting me. You are one of them too. I can live with that. It's all good.
I mean, you said you were in Abuja, so now I'm worried.
Look at me fighting for her. She came here and accused me of selling her. It's all right. It's all
You said
good.
you were in Abuja, now I'm worried. I said, well, maybe
I'm in Abuja. I'm in Abuja.
The table had 4 legs.
Okay.
A black beauty. So that you are now having a taste of Nigerian men. Now see how they
trust
She's
me. I'm
married
used
to
to it.
one. She's married to a Nigerian
Okay,
man.
can I continue my conversation?
This Alabama stubborn.
Oh, Father, you're lucky. Oh, it's only words I'm throwing in. It's like where I come from. Now, bottle with a throw for there.
See.
You see?
Me and you, we do this
I'm
all the
happy
time. But
Black
today you took it up a
Beauty.
notch.
I'm happy Black Beauty is standing for you. Check.
No, she's not standing for me. You just had her say that I'm
Make I finish. I was happy Black Beauty is standing for you. I was harder on Black Beauty than I was on you. And there she is standing firm.
She's standing for you.
Standing firm. I know. But before, when
this
I
is
was
what I
harder
get.
on
This
her,
is
go and
what I
read the
get.
comment.
I defend people. They come and stab me in the back. This is exactly what I get constantly.
No, I was harder. That
Ridiculous.
means she's stronger than you because she stood firm
God.
and came on here
Don't worry.
and defended her position.
I have the marks on my back. I have the marks on my back.
I was harder on her. After all, I never like I leave am there because I don't want to repeat things. Let me go to the point I'm trying to make. Sometimes when we get hard on each other here, it's because there's a reason. We are black. We're Africans. We're from Nigeria, we claim. We have a home which we can't really call a home because the home is troubled. There's fire on the mountain or there's something wrong and we're trying to fix it. So when we come here and trivialize our issue, it's painful, it's frustrating. Now, what is our problem? There's so many problems, but the key is that we have a country that is turning good people to criminals and is being run by criminals. And until there's a saying that says, when you diagnose your problem, half of the problem is solved. We've had this problem for 60 years. It's still not solved. One man sing tire till he go in grave. For 40 years, he sing, fella, problem still no solved. Gani fight, city, he die. Problem still no solved. So when we come here speak Oyibo, we talk Oyibo pass English, man. When we come here speak Oyibo, and we try to deviate from the real problem, it's frustrating and annoying. And if we have to fight each other over that verbally, let us do it. And if the fight gets to the bottle, if we knock each other bottle through the screen, make we do it. Because this is an important issue. Right now, I'm in my 50s, 55. I have never gained anything from that country. Another country that I adopted have given me a life, a good life, a great life. I have a daughter, a wife, and I want my fellow Nigerians to have that quality of life that I have. That's all I seek. And there's no excuse about it. Don't get me wrong, I got families in government. I got people close to the corridor of power. Check my last name. Go look at the Nigerian scene. You will know. Sometimes when they come visit me, I see you, forefather, in them. No, I'm serious. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Disconnected from reality. They live in a bubble. In a bubble. I just had a relative come, checking the price of gasoline, checking the price of this. But the one thing, and I told him in the car while we were driving, but Nigerians don't make dollars. So why would you think that price is cheaper than what they are buying it? You do. You make dollars. You see, that's reality. It's different. You know, I want what they want. So when we do that thing whereby we are focused on things that excuses the madness, I'm talking of our leaders, we won't spend time in holding them accountable and fixing them and getting them out of there so that good people will be there. Because we spend too much time on justifying why they are doing what they are doing, even though we have seen what they are doing is taking us down the drain. That's the problem me and you have, forefather, and that's why I get into it with you. I'm talking to you now. I'm dead serious. You understand? If me and you agree, I need you. I have analyzed the Nigerian problem for you in terms of numbers. There are 100 of us. 10 of us are educated. Out of that 10, 8 are like our leaders. 8. Only 2 of us think in the right direction. But we can't make the country move unless I get 6 or 4 out of that 8 to my side. So last year, you promised you were going to be different. Now you're going back into what you were last year. You understand? If I get you on my side, it's good for me. You understand? Not just the other 9. The more people we get on our side, the more we can change. The more a louder voice can echo to this nuisance that are ruling us. That this is insane. Nobody does this anymore. The faster we can get them out, the better we can get our people on track. But when me and you get into this back and forth, why they are doing what they are doing and what they are doing makes so much sense and it's taking us to nowhere, in your own opinion, it's taking us to somewhere, and I'm arguing with you that it's taking us to nowhere, me and you lose. They win. Then they win the next election. Then they're there for another 8 years. When did I leave Nigeria? 24 years went boom, boom, boom. I've been gone for more than 30 years. You understand? It goes so fast. This is a generation down the drain. We got to stop the bleeding. We don't have electricity not because we can't produce it. Electricity is a scientific product. Human hands made it. We have humans, we have hands. This is basically that. The only reason we're not producing it is because somebody is stealing the money to produce it. Period. Any other argument falls under the drain. All this graph, whether they pay this amount in China or Japan, and we should have this equal amount, it's all these economic theories they bring in don't make no sense. And when we spend time here doing that, we take away from our people. We won't get to that destination. When you argue that we want inaction because we are pushing back, it's not that. The quicker I convince you, the more people we get on board, the more that thinks like me, the more that speaks like Dele Faronti me, the more, the better for that country. The better. People are suffering. I might not be able to help them now, but before I go to my grave, I have a voice. Let people hear me. When you push back, you don't let them hear me. There might be a child listening. I might make a Martin Luther King out of somebody, a Malcolm X out of somebody, just because they heard the right thing. And that Malcolm X might be the one that will save that country. You don't know. But when we keep excusing madness, because what goes on with our leaders now is nothing but pure madness. Unless you disagree with me on that. And I need you to be on my side. I need Kulata on my side. I need one Nigeria on my side. You know how many people we fought at Luta together during the days of Babangida? Where are they now? Everybody is keeping quiet. Majority of them are professors. Why are they not talking? We fought Babangida, we fought Abacha together. We did Aluta. 2 years I was expelled from school. The same union that Dele Faronti came out from, I came out from that union. You understand? Where are those people now? Why is it only Dele that is talking? Come on, forefather, this is not a joke. This issue is serious, and let's please take it serious. That's all I have to say.
one fast thing. I
I
don't
want to dilute anything again.
Store.
I just want to take it to my sleep. What Alaba just said. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good night. Thank you for coming to spend time with us.
Ferreira or Alaba. Look, if we are going for a journey, we need people who have standard. Anybody who can be bought and sold, or anybody who is a bigot, I will not stand beside that person to fight. Because anybody, so far as you're a human being, you are my brother, you are my sister, and I fight for you. But a person that is a bigot and a person that you cannot trust, there's one thing I love about Vladimir Putin. He hates people who betray people. One thing I know, maybe I'll talk that based on my own. A man is innocent, you're proven guilty. But once a man is burnt, you can never ever be trusted. Trust is like a glass. Once it breaks, you cannot seal it again. So all these, some people you call here, some of them are bigots, and I don't stand with bigots. If my own my own people misbehave, I'll look into that. I tell my papa now. My papa messed up one time. I look him to and told him to his face, and he told my son, "Thank you." So I don't stand with bigots. So anybody who is a bigot who comes around here, I can't stand to fight with that kind of a person.
Hey, listen, I agree with that. Let me tell you something. There's a girl that works at the gym that I go to. I go to a gym in Oriental Hotel, and she knows one of my girlfriends who's from Oshun. She does real estate, and she said, "Hey, listen, can you help me get a flat?" I said, "How much you need to pay?" She said, "No more than 200,000 or something like that." And I said, "Damn, what am I gonna help? How am I gonna help her? How am I gonna help her? Because there's nothing that is in this general area that she could afford." I don't come to Nigeria to live better than everybody. I want everybody to be able to have something. I want the girl that serves me my drinks at the gym to be able to afford to live by the gym. I don't want her to have to come all the way from past Aja to come to the gym where she has to work and has to come 2.5 hours because she can't afford to live where we live. She should be able to get something also where we live. And so I understand where you're coming from, forefathers, but everything can't be built on the backs of diasporans. The people that work and service us, that do my hair, that do my nails, they shouldn't have to come all the way from the mainland where they live to come work. They should be able to find a place where they could afford as well. And that's just my thoughts.
I think Sho said something about what I was saying, that Nigerians should pay 0.8 as much as the Chinese. I said we should walk up in that direction, that when we do that, we're going to catch up with the where they all, because when I go to Nigeria, one of the things I see is that it's almost as if we are living in a sub-economy where the whole world is operating at a certain level. We are operating, everything is cheap. It's like, and our GDP, everything is so low compared to the rest of the world. And that is because everything has been kept that low. And some of this description that Loco just gave just now, if you remove the context that we are in Nigeria, it will apply to the UK too. Like energy cost and all those problems people are having, it will apply to the UK too. Because they were having that debate in the UK too. The idea that, and I think whenever you try to make you try to suggest some difficult path to solve a problem in the context of Nigeria, because there are corrupt people in the middle of the country or the people running the country, everybody just say, "Oh, don't go." But the only thing that works is get rid of the leadership, get a leader they trust, and then everything will be okay. But personally, I believe in that. But if you cannot get there, you have to find other ways of solving that problem, because in the meantime, people are dying, people are getting kidnapped, all kinds of nonsense is going on. So whatever good you can get out of it right now, you get it out. And I feel like there is this level of where people just like professors of creating problems for every solution. Whenever there is any problem, they find something, the reason why it should never go ahead. You tell them to recruit and make their security forces strong, they'll find an excuse for it. You tell them that they remove subsidy from electricity so that we can be able to bring private people into electricity. Oh no, don't do that. Almost anything is paralysis in the context of Nigeria. And we wonder why nothing works. We are all contributing to the reason why the nation is dysfunctional. I've said it before. Every immoral act we commit is like somebody being in a swimming pool, pissing in that swimming pool. And by the time everybody starts pissing in that swimming pool, guess what's going to happen? We're all going to be swimming in our filth. And if we're not careful, we're going to drown in our filth. One of the reasons, my reason for being here, people think I'm here being political. The idea that you're even calling me an Agbado person, it's okay. I'll take that. The idea you're calling me, you think I'm here being political? Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
Can I ask a question?
Can I finish what I'm saying? No, please. This is what I don't like. People blocking me.
I just want to ask a question, Father.
Can I finish what I'm saying? You can ask your question when I finish what I'm saying. The idea that you're calling me an Agbado person, I don't care about politics. I don't care about religion. I don't care about all those things. What I care about, the only dial I'm watching is whether we stand a chance of surviving. And that dial, from where I sit, has gotten worse over time. And maybe you guys don't care about it, but these people here, they care about it a lot. The UK now, they are talking about how they are talking about introducing military service. They are not at war yet, too. They're talking about introducing military service. They don't have terrorists blowing and kidnapping their children all over the place. So they are thinking about it now. But when you tell our people this thing, how dare you talk about it? Why do we need to protect our children that much? Why do we need to protect our children that much? Why do we have to protect our land that much? I don't understand it. Maybe like Exero said, I'm on la land. But somebody needs to be there because none of you are there. Go ahead if you want to ask your question.
So I just want to, I don't know, no offense. So you mentioned something. You said at the point we are right now, we just need to get what we can get out of the system. So what train of thought, what school of thought did that come from? What philosophy did that emanate from?
My school of thought?
Yes, that philosophy. That statement when you said we just need to get what we can get out of that system. You understand? So with regards to that policy, that electric tariff policy that they say that that guy, the government just made. So what school of thought or philosophy guides that statement that you made?
The philosophy that guides it is that you have to always put the people first. You have to always put the gains that the people are going to make from that $1 trillion that might be saved, and they will steal all of most of it. That is a given, but some of it will be it will end up in the hands of people too.
Okay, so, fine. But are you listening to the other 9 people on the panel or their own side of the story, or you just feel no?
You see, what is good that you're asking these questions. What I hear from most panelists is what I've been hearing for the last since when I became aware. You hear, and I one of the reasons why I became the way I became was that all this is I've been hearing. Why is it that our problem never gets solved? And we keep repeating the same thing. You have to change this thing. You have to find some other reason why the problem remains. And I really wish people would take their time to find out why is it that you cannot pretend as if this is not what Nigerians have been saying for the last 20 years or 30 or 40 years. That's exactly what we've been saying. Why are we not asking ourselves, why are we repeating the same thing over and over again and not questioning maybe there's something wrong here that we are not correcting? Because like when I talked about the ASU strike, when they keep striking, and all it took now maybe to remove this strike now is to student loans. Why did they not fight for that a long time ago? They are professors. They are supposed to be wise. All of them travel overseas. It took only Agbado to come in and say student loans to manage to solve this problem. I don't know. My problem is that when we keep having the same conversation and not leading anywhere, maybe some people should be, throwing some things out there. Think out of the box. Try to find out why things are not working, because you might stumble across a solution that nobody has been looking at before now. That's why I like to hear people out, and this goes to what happened earlier on today. People might think that I'm just trying to be facetious, but you have to hear people out because you don't know what they are saying, whether that might lead to the solution. And I hope people discuss these type of things honestly, because I'm not here for politics, and the idea that I'm for political parties and all the rest of it, I don't care about that. If I was for political party, I wouldn't be here. I assure you, I don't care. There are other things that fascinate me far more. So if who else wants to go next, they can go.
Okay, see, this student you're talking about, see, first, it's not that I'm against it, but in the Nigerian context, I'm against it totally, because see, students they take loan to fund their education and all that stuff, and they graduate, no job. You are giving somebody loan. You're not creating a work environment for them. If after they don't make that fancy good money that their profession is, at least they will wait to know that once they graduate, maybe after their NYC, and they apply for government job first, whatever government is paying as salary will be enough for them to feed, take of them, so they put the roof over their head, and yet still pay back their loan. And they're not paying it like, oh, this is how much I'm having. Give me the loan in bulk. You have a payment plan whereby, okay, as soon as I give you the job, you understand, this XYZ amount is withdrawn from your account every monthly. I think that is how a plan works. That's how you organize a system whereby you think from start to finish. That's a plan. But telling me that I will take what's called loan, go to school, not even sure the quality of the education, which is a subject for another matter to be discussed, not even sure for the type of education I'm having, which I'm not sure if it can put food on my table. But assuming, putting all, taking all obstacles away and get the job, who's going to provide a job? The government that is not even having job, what's called, creating environment for the youth. So why you are supporting student loan? What is the back end for me to pay this back? As inconveniently, without having going through stress, fighting or doing whatever I can, which will push me to maybe delve
So
into
sorry, you
immoral
don't
stuff.
support the student loan.
No, see, look, the thing is, for my own thing is right. Everything is good. It's only bad when the system you are putting it is not okay. It's not functioning well. Whatever policy you want to talk is good, is doable. But if you infuse it in your system, how is it going to materialize, good or bad? If it's going to materialize negatively, then it's a bad policy. Because system with which you're going to, have that policy manifest is not good. That system is a wrong system. So which definitely will still, kill your policy. So getting the loan is good. Subsidy is good. But the system with which we apply it is totally wrong. That's why I'm against it.
It goes back to what I said. Something is bad, so we have to be against it. I don't know.
Sorry, the question is bad. What about why instead of being against, instead of okay, don't be against it? Why not like, okay, yes, I don't want you to be against it. Okay, but I want to provide the solution for what your complaints are. Why not looking from that direction? Okay, you're against it, yes. People will definitely oppose it, but your opposition is what? Is it genuine? Yes. Okay, what is my solution? What am I supposed to do so that I will solve
From
that thing?
what I gather, the student loan is they give you the loan and you are supposed to get a certain type of job that you have to earn a certain amount, like they do in the West here, before you start paying back.
Good. My question: who's providing that job?
Maybe the person that is a graduate that creates a business.
Oh, so that means every student who took a loan now, their end post is not to work for any firm. Their own is to get money to do what? To go. So how would they create the business? Who's going to give them money to create the business?
I think you have to educate your people, your masses. Then anybody that creates job will have the workforce to be able to work in that environment. Part of the reasons why people don't create jobs in certain environment is because the workforce is not present there. You see what I mean?
The workforce is there. Sorry, if the workforce is not there, we would have been having graduates becoming TikTokers. We would have been having graduates killing themselves, doing all sort of whatever to get into big than Nigeria. We would have been having graduates sleeping with one another to get into movie roles, skit making roles.
No, I agree with you on that one. I agree with you that the enough jobs are not there, and I can give you a solution for that way. You can create 2 million jobs that is going to stimulate maybe another 5 million. But most people are going to be against it, but because we don't like anything being done.
Can I comment
there is an element of paralysis going on in Nigeria that seems to
can I comment on the student loan issue, please? You see, like you said, Loco, you're right. All policies are good, but policies have an intended purpose. It's like a brick you want to build a house. You understand? Nigeria policies are intended to build the house called Nigeria. So, forefather, I would ask you, if you want to build a house, be honest with yourself. And you, local, also, you hit it on the head. I'm taking from you, local. If you want to build a house, what are you going to do first? Are you going to start the roof first? Or are you going to start the branches first? No. The first thing you do is you lay a foundation, a solid foundation on a solid ground. Then after the I'm not an architect and I'm not a builder, so engineers can correct me on this. And then after that, you go to the next stage. After that, you go to the scaffolding. After that, you go to the next. So the issue, listen, the issue of the student loan is like we're putting like the third or fourth step before the first step. The way Nigeria is today, we all need to be focused on the first step, the foundation, getting our electoral system right. That's the number one. Number two, is a country that wants to build itself does not go borrow money to send its children to school while it's giving out money for its people to go for pilgrimage. That's like putting the cart before the horse. That's what we're saying about policy. Forefather, policy matters. When a country wants to exist, it has to plan for 100 years, 50 years, if possibly 1,000 years. When it's like you're building a house, some things are basic. They have to come first. You cannot now talk about taking this subsidy or giving this subsidy or taking that subsidy when you've not accounted or held accountable those who stole the money from the previous administration. You have to put the foundations right. That's what we mean by policy. So when what would I call them? When a deceptive government comes in place and throw out policy here and there, a deceptive government, a fake government that don't want to do anything for the people, those who have foresight can see through them and see through it and say, this is a joke. This is a joke. You're giving out student loan while this problem here and here are still leaking. While it's like big batting fee. That's a joke. You don't build. I don't know how to translate fakperepomi. That's
so you take basket, don't fetch water.
What is the solid foundation you are referring to?
The solid foundation is I'll let the members of the panel say that, because by now I think I'll leave that out to others to say. A country must have a solid foundation. First, it must have a system of electing its people that is not arguable. It must have a judicial system that the aggrieved can go to when they have been aggrieved. It must have a lot of things, but let others just take that out. But we don't have the foundation. So when most of us are agitating for change, and you see a lot of agitation, we are saying, let us get the foundation right. Then we can build. But if your foundation is faulty,
without the foundation,
everything else is going to fall. It's just a matter of time.
Because what you are saying now, without that foundation that you want being done, anything that improves the lives of people now isn't worth it. Is that it?
Because it's a false treatment. It's like living.
Wow, and I'm the wicked one.
Yeah, no. There's no, stop making things personal. Let's talk. Let's have intellectual.
No, because they called me wicked one earlier on now because I said
no. Stop. Don't put yourself into it. I'm having an intellectual talk.
See, the foundation.
You cannot build the country. You can't leave leprosy and say you want to cure eczema.
This analogy you give, I'm sure Fofada will remember. We had a conversation earlier on WhatsApp, and I used something totally different. But this particular,
you cannot have leprosy as a country, and then you're now providing cure for eczema. You people. That's why you have people with brain.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that if there is somebody that has got malaria, but on top of leprosy, you don't treat the malaria.
No, you're wasting time. Wait, let us even have that conversation. That's a time wasting device. Let's talk.
You know, you guys should be careful with analogies. You really should be careful with analogies because you're gonna get caught out. So my point is, see, the point is that people are suffering right now. People are getting kidnapped right now. And when we say we should solve the problem, someone like you will say, until we get the fundamentals right. This is, for me, I see that as a problem because you have to react to what the problem you are dealing with. I'm not saying you should not solve the bigger problem, but you can walk and chew gum. You can deal with the problem you are facing now.
The house will collapse because the foundation.
If I can just quickly butt in, this is Show. You've been doing a long distance one today. Well done.
I thought I would stay with you guys tonight, and let's see.
You're doing well.
By this time, I'm asleep.
I popped in earlier just to see what was going on, and I've been out all day, and I popped in now and to meet what seems like controversy. But what I'm hearing at the same time is a depth of conversation that I think needs to happen, needs to be had. And I think we need, if we're going to do any level of collaboration within our argument, we can't just be arguing for the sake of arguing. If we are going to come to the point of any level of collaboration and agreement, I think for me, what Alaba is saying as to the foundation is where it's the only place I can stand where Nigeria is concerned. It's not going to get better. People are going to continue dying. The pressures in the world, if we understand that the pressures in the world impact Nigeria directly, and the brain drain that we've had outside of Nigeria in itself means that the kind of machine that we need in the country to make ourselves grow in the direction that we really need to grow. I mean, $500 billion GDP per annum is simply not where Nigeria should be, but it is there. That's where it is. It's only there by guest of our foundation, in a way, the foundation left by the Europeans and taken on by our forebears, and then the fact that we are numbered against any other African country, but we shouldn't be dicing with South Africa. South Africa has just gotten its independence. We should have flown past South Africa a long time ago, helping the rest of them up. That's where we should be. But where we are has been happening for the last 50 years, really. I mean, a bit more, but we're speaking about having the same conversation over and over again. That's what's been happening. We've been having the same conversation over and over again. So what's wrong? What's wrong is the way we are set up. What's wrong is the political minds that we have been miseducated into. What's wrong is that we haven't founded a clear basis for Nigerian businessmen to actually innovate. There are many things wrong. There are things that cannot go right in that country, no matter what you install. And with what we all know to be a fake government indeed, I can't always understand what we can expect. What can we expect? 2 steps forward, 20 steps back. That's what's been going on. And we are looking at it daily. And we want to solve things as to how whether or not is that for us to have a new beginning. The whole idea of Biafra may appall those who are not from a Biafra mindset. But whatever you think about it, is that we all understand the nucleus of where this kind of persistence come from. For the rest of us now, it's come to the point that really, do we give up on this Nigeria thing and go our own way, or do we create a new Nigeria? Well, if we're creating a new Nigeria, it can't be with a stolen government, because that's the same Nigeria that we've always suffered under. So really, I wonder where people are speaking into. If they think they're speaking into the government.
Jabu, can you hold on a moment? What fighters? Do you get what he's saying? Do you get it?
I hear it. I don't know what I get it.
But if you don't get it, just forget it.
I don't know what it's like. You guys are trying to gaslight me or something. I don't know. You don't get it. If I ask you now, what motivates me? Can you tell me?
What motivates?
what motivates me, where I'm coming from, all my opinion, where the source is coming from. Do you know? So you have not been listening to me. You just think you have, but you haven't. And you are asking me, I'm telling you, I'm listening to what he's saying. I can tell you some of it, but it doesn't mean that the way I would interpret it is the same. I don't believe, I personally, I always err on the side of the greater good. And the idea that everybody will like, oh, I feel like, just ask yourself, if your opinion means that you don't get to do anything, ask yourself whether that's a good opinion.
But it would be better for you to do the right thing. I mean, not do anything at all, rather than do the wrong thing.
I guess what most people are saying is let's dismantle what's on ground and start all over. But what you're saying is let's keep building on what we have, and hopefully we can fix it that way. Am I right? Or
I'm saying that do the greatest good while you can, because the way it is going to happen is not in your gift, not necessarily. The events are
but
going to
still
shape.
there's clarity.
They're going to shape up.
Sorry, forefather. The way Show has just put it is for the sake of clarity. You're saying most of us don't know where you're coming from. That means you don't listen. However, if you answer the question, it may help us to understand where you might be coming from. I mean, I don't take umbrage with where you're coming from, in that it seems to me, if I'm to join this argument, me and you have had our clashes. We don't have it anymore, because I just feel that whatever you say is whatever you say, is whatever you think, whatever you think. There's some things I may agree upon. Most things, realistically, I don't. And where I don't agree from is are these sound bites that you have collected in your minds, or are they steeped in principle at all? Because I'm a man of principle. Once I've understood where my principles lies, as in myself, then I know how to look at the world. When the world is totally unprincipled, as we know it to be today, from wherever we are in the planet, we know the world is completely unprincipled. Our prime minister in this country is unprincipled. The majority of the media is unprincipled. They're lying every time they speak. So this is the world we're living in. In order to protect Nigeria further, we have to really rebuild our psyche. And in order to do that, we cannot follow the psyche of thieves, barons, drug lords, prostitution gangs. We can't follow this. It doesn't take us where it doesn't take where are you going with that? Where? I can't see it. I can't see it. So for me, one can argue all these stray arguments that doesn't tell them that, are you a Nigerian at all? Do you know what the fuck's going on? What's going on is that people are dying. And these people who are dying are part of our families. They're not just stray numbers or stray figures. They're family members. So when you put this together, you have to lay your ideals upon foundations of principle. If you're just taking sound bites from all and sundry social media, my brother, then you're what do they call it? It's Gen Z. When don't they know what they're going on with? What can tell you, say, man be woman? All this nonsense that is created in the world for us to spoil our minds with. I can't. I'm too old for that.
I don't know where I got sound bites from, but
no, I mean that's the way I put it.
I like to think that I may be able to speak without necessarily having to get sound bites from anywhere. My point is that regarding the whether it's about doing something now or waiting while some people want to tear the system down, it's because while the system, sometimes you can tear a system down in a different way. You don't always have to, it doesn't have to be an obvious revolution that is very, very quick to happen. It can happen slowly. It can happen by building brick by brick if the people start changing. Or it can happen dramatically. I think what most people think is that they expect to see, while I was growing up, they keep talking about rollings and all that. They expect to see one day everything is washed clean. I don't think we have the luxury of that. We don't even have the ability to do that. By the time any chaos happens in that country, some other people will be in charge of the leaders of the people that are going to emerge from that chaos. You are not going to be the one. You don't have the power. to enforce that leader onto the people. The people that have more power will choose the leader for you, and they will carry on doing their bidding. Question you have to ask yourself is, what I believe is, if you change the people, and that's where me and Alaba agree, because he believes in sensitizing people to hold the leaders accountable and all the rest. If you change the people will force their leaders to do the right thing. I've even had people that know about these things. You can force the wrong person to do the right thing if they know they cannot get away with it. Tinubu cannot force Southerners to turn Christian. Why? Because the people in the South, their mind have turned, they are Christians. You can't change them. Can you imagine if those people say, today, we will not accept you stealing anymore? We know what you are doing. You are betraying us all the time. If those people change like that, the game is over for him. If he doesn't do what they want, they will remove him and put somebody else. So I believe that change can happen in different ways. However, maybe, just maybe, it's true that those people that believe that you have to tear the entire thing down before you build it back up may have their day. But in the context of the war we are in right now, given that we don't have the power, if Russia had a revolution, you can say Russia will get what they want. China has a revolution, they will get what they want. America has a revolution, they will get what they want. Nigeria has a revolution, we can't enforce it. Because the people that are going to fund, the people that will have the biggest guns that will be funded are not going to be doing our bidding. They are going to be doing the bidding of people that have the biggest guns in the world. That's my thinking. That's my own analysis. Because if I was the one sitting on the other side of the fence, and Nigeria, they want to have the revolution and all the rest of it, I would just fund some people to go and take over the whole. Look at Egypt. Egypt, they had a revolution. Where are they now? A dictator is running the country. The same thing in the Arab Spring that you heard of.
You know what it is.
No, sorry.
If I may,
15 seconds, I'm going to be done. Who controlled the outcome of the Arab Spring? Because the people that have power are the ones that control the outcome. But if you change from within, they can't do that much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, bro. I understand you. Your observations are accurate. They're right in certain ways in terms of, revolution. But what I will say to you, as far as Nigeria is concerned, the revolution that may or may not take place would have to be intellectual. As much as things are on the ground, it would have to be of an intellectual bias. And I tell you this for free, and it pleases me greatly that I'm not the only Nigerian thinking like I think, because for a long time I have felt that. But as I look around, not necessarily on this platform, but for where people are working diligently in their own. I'm doing my own shit, believe me. However, there are many Nigerians who are working diligently outside of the Nigerian spotlight in a way. However, they are able to interact within that marketplace. Now, most of the people I speak about are businessmen, one or two people who are looking scientifically as well, that I know of. And I will put to you that we should get to quickly know ourselves as Nigerians, and that actually what we can perform in that country is completely different and completely brand new. You see what I don't keep my eyes on politics. One or two times I will look at the politicians and what's been said about them, and then I go off. And then I look at what's going on in social climes. There are musicians and there are all these people, and there's Bobrisky and all these people. I put that aside. What I look at is the projects that are actually taking place in Nigeria. What projects are taking place both privately and by government? And then I look into who are the people who are behind these projects and getting involved in these projects. This tells me that there is ever an economy in that country. If there is such, then we better know how to get a grasp of it, because the economy is better than guns. If you've got the economy, the people can take care of the economy under the 36 states of that country, we've got an eyeballs chance of running this thing. But the fear of that we shouldn't rock the boat. When the boat needs rocking, the boat needs hardcore rocking. We can't keep sailing like we're sailing in, as you put it, or everybody's pissed in it. We're sailing in muck, thinking it's going to take us anywhere. I'm really, I can't follow that. I can't follow that. I can't see, because I tell you why. I've been like this, looking at Nigeria since I was, let's say, 12 years old, knowing in my head that Nigeria is going to be the best country in the world. Today I'm 57. What am I saying? Who am I going to be boasting to about Nigeria's going to change? It ain't changing nothing. It's only going to change if you are prepared to step into the game and change it. If you are prepared to get into that filth and dig out the filth and clean it out. That's the only way to change.
Well, let me ask you then, because let's walk this through, because I see people being a little bit contradictory, because all I said was we can gradually ramp up the price of this.
No, I'm not putting what I'm saying against you. I'm just saying.
No, not you. No, I'm talking about the people in the chat. All I said was we will ramp up the price of this electricity in Nigeria to the level of China, so that we now belong to the global market of electricity production, where to make our electricity very, very resilient. People just lost it because things are going to be hard. But what you described as difficulties need to happen, we need to tear the whole system down. That is even going to be more traumatic.
I didn't say tear the system down, bro.
Okay, what did you
I
say?
don't. I spoke specifically about the intellect of our people, and the fact that our intellect has to take us into those political climes, and the fact that we are business people as well. We have to engage in the economy of that country and making sure a lot of that economy is in our own pocket.
You said something about the field, that we needed to do something about.
No, the filth being the total wreckage that we know Nigeria is. There's no point in pretending about it. Yes, there may be some glamour in Abuja. There may be some lights in Abia. There may be Lagos shining. However, you know, it's 220 million people we're talking about, and most of them are suffering. So with this, knowing what state I'm from, and knowing that my state really should be one of the richest states in that country. However, it's something like, I don't know, 19th or some
the
lowly,
point I'm trying to get to is that you said something about needing something drastic to happen.
No, I didn't say drastic. I didn't use these words. What I'm saying is that, look, for 60 years, Nigeria has more or less been the same. It's made a couple of steps back. Apart from that, everything that has happened from the Nigerian climate has been based on individualism. It's individuals that make Nigeria shine, and that is not good enough. You understand? That's not good enough. If the government and the culture of this country is being led by individuals as opposed to the nation, then we've got a serious problem, because we know if the nation is with us as the individuals in the diaspora, as the individuals in the country, we're a force to be reckoned with. And this is before all these other paraphernalia that would speak of we be Nigerians. This is it.
Well, everything you said now is something we've been saying for a long time.
As I said, I'm joining in with the conversation as it was being had. This is my input. It's not something against you or against anyone. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, you know, I have to highlight this comment that said something good about me, because all day they've been knocking me left and right. All these people, don't worry, your days are coming. The day one day, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my predictions and all the things that are going to come to be, and when each of them keep happening, I will be taking them off one by one, so that people still understand what they are doing, what is wrong with their approach to sorting the issues out. See, I don't have any issue. For me, I don't know, I will ask everybody this same question. If somebody does something right, even if the person is bad, would you not accept the right thing that they've done?
Nah, that's not a good premise.
You will not accept it.
But look, bro, let me ask you a question. In actual fact, do you feel that it is more important for you to stand alone and stand your ground, as the gentleman said? And I applaud anyone who can stand their ground. Don't get me wrong. I know what it is to stand your ground. But do you come to the point of wanting collaboration with your thoughts, or do you just want to be isolated and say, "I told you so," or "This is my camp"? I'm wondering why you're so proud of what that guy wrote. What's giving you the essence to highlight?
I specifically gave reasoning behind it. I said because I've been beaten up all day. That's why I'm highlighting it. So regarding the why I feel I'm standing aloof Because whenever I try to share my own opinion on these things, people feel like I am being wicked and they call me on La La Land, all kinds of names that you are called. And in the end,
I could answer that question that you,
yeah,
you
in
posed.
the end, the people I'm talking about are in the middle of it. I can give you an example of different conversations that it turns out that, okay, let's put it this way, like the issue of canal, when they were breaking houses that to clear the canal, people were for not breaking any houses, and they were arguing against me. When there's something that goes wrong in the country, I've forgotten one other issue. It goes on like that. When it comes to doing something in the country that solves problem, because the people that are doing it or the perception of the government is corrupt, it goes to the heart of the question. Just because there's corruption in the government, should they not do anything anymore?
Okay, let me answer that question. But allow me to say hello to the panelists and those watching us and participating seriously in the comment section, of which you're digging out some points. Yesterday, let me make it clear that you and I were in a panel and you were hosting it, and we had a great session, and I focused like a laser beam on communication, right? For leadership as an attribute that's important. So you keep complaining, and you were complaining over there that you're misunderstood. Often you try to chicken out with that excuse, right? Everybody misunderstands you. But if you listen to Jegun, he spoke about symbolism a few minutes ago, so I'm gonna touch on that. But when you're gonna notice that most of your input, as much as you're a contrarian, right? And sometimes it's good for debate. It's not good for everybody to be on the same side. So I've watched carefully to see if that's what you're doing. And of course, I'm disappointed. That's not what you're doing. That's actually the views. You're not playing a devil's advocate. You're actually the devil, right? So now, when you say, you're going to notice that in all your snippets, you never talk about anything that has a vector quantity. It's usually scalar in nature. So let me tell you what I mean by that. A vector quantity usually has magnitude and direction, right? That's a displacement. For example, velocity instead of speed, right? It's in math, it's in physics, in geometry. So if you attend any of those disciplines, you will know what that means. You don't have to know, it's an advanced then, right? So when you know Nigeria is polarized, right? When most of the complaints, now that's what I'm going to come to Jegun's point, but what I'm going to advise you to do is to go and study the phenomenon. When you're talking about a multi-cultural society such as Nigeria, when you bring your ideas, for example, somebody did a good deed, like you said, to whom, right? It has to have a magnitude and it has to have a direction in that good way, right? Because it's a polarized country. If you're taking from so many people over here as a good actor, right, and then you're giving over there, and there's an imbalance, you don't get credit, even though you're doing a good deed. You're doing it for the nation. So this is where we'll come to Jegun's point that was very important, which is symbolism, right? When you see the complaints that we have about Nigeria, obviously nobody has a complaint about Nigeria because that entity itself has not formed. The ideas, it's an idea. Nigeria is an idea. It can reach to a potential where we have a Nigeria, right? But we don't have a Nigeria. We have a bunch of actors.
You were referring to vector, please. Let's get the direction right.
Okay.
So go ahead.
No, what did you say? I was done with
You said you went into physics and talked about how vectors have quantity and direction. I'm listening to you.
Right.
So when I said, when somebody does something good in the context of Nigeria to Nigerians, should you reject it because the government is corrupt? That was the point you were reacting to.
No, that's what I'm saying. When you do something, it has to have, because you have various acts, you have tribes, for example, you have regions. Okay, so if a government such as we have today goes out there and build a bunch of ports, wharves in Lagos, right? They're doing a good thing, but the direction those things are being done, it's lopsided, it's on one side, right? So a critic can then come in and criticize it. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's a good thing, but we need that good distributed all across the country, where you
Okay,
also
an
have
example. You wanted to cancel the
If
student loan.
I can just add to that, you see, doing a bad person with a reputation of being bad, who has a legacy of doing all kind of unscrupulous, wicked, and corruptive dealings. This man now comes to the fore, and all of a sudden, he wants to appeal to some people. So he begins doing good, what seems to be good. But what is that good not to be questioned coming from this personality? And this being the case, if an uncle wants to give a child a drink of Coke, but he doesn't actually offer the child a drink of Coke. He takes the Coke himself, but he doesn't offer it to the child. Now, the child may think that that's terrible of you, but in actual fact, he doesn't want the child to be hooked on Coke as a drink, and what it does to that child inside. Maybe when that child has grown, he'll come to the understanding, because he's now a fresh fruit drinker and he never drinks Coke. He's come to the understanding of why his uncle did that. But initially, the goodness in what his uncle was doing was seen as poor. You see, we cannot teach corruption. We cannot say that corruption wins. All that says that crime is the winner. Crime is the winner based on your principles.
I think we are mistaking specific events or acts for the bigger picture. If somebody can do some good at this moment, it doesn't mean you trust them. It doesn't mean they've won anything. But that good stands on its own. If somebody says, okay, I'm going to give you student loan, but yeah, he goes on to do that student loan, but everything else he's doing is evil. That student loan stands on its own. Everything else is evil. You can judge him as an evil person, but that student loan is one of the good things he did. So that's the point.
Okay, let me reclaim my time. One of the drawbacks of chiming in a discussion that was very high, and then you bring it down. When I chime in, unfortunately, I have to be condescending, because we're talking about things that are obvious, right? I remember, I forgot who it was that they didn't want to respond to a question that you posed.
Are you fine with me being condescending to you too?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll try that.
No, it's okay. What I'm trying to say to you is that in the country, let me just go to a much cogent point. Everything is not corruption. I've said it many times. Corruption is evil. It's a bad thing, but it's become a mantra for us, as if that's the only problem we have in the country. A lot of countries have corruption. There's corruption, and then there's corruption, right? We have, for example, right now we have fatigue. We have a Tinubu fatigue, right? We have an APC fatigue in the country. There is nothing that can be done until we cure that. We have a problem. Let's say somebody, I'm sure you know some of the symptoms of fatigue, right? Have headache, dizziness, so many things.
You are telling us what we already know. Let's move on to actual
but
with the issues.
That's what we're going to do. That's the issue. It's a symbolic thing. Remember, somebody talked about symbolism here a few minutes ago. So when I'm talking, just look, bring your head down a little bit.
I don't want you to be going around in cycles.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Get to the point, because
I'm getting to the point, but you're not going to be spoon feeding me. Allot me time.
You don't like me being condescending now, do you?
Yeah, that's not condescension. That is interruption, right?
No, that's not interruption.
What I'm saying to you is that if somebody, for example, a good music, let's say, what's that song that goes Olumide, something like that. Oh, you know that big hit that they had last year. What is the name of that song? If I have a headache and you play music for me, Boga, right? If I have a headache and you're playing Boga for me, and I object to it, doesn't mean I don't like music, right? It means that I have a headache, so I need to cure that. You follow me? In this country, the kind of little small points that when government does one little thing,
this is just what are you talking about?
Listen to me carefully.
Just confusing.
Listen to me. That's right, because you're not listening. I see your forehead.
I can't make sense. You're just talking about Buga and all this. What are that going to do with the problems we have in Nigeria right now?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Are you condescending, or you just wanna?
He's irritating, right? Irritation. All right. Okay. Let me show you what. Let me show you an example of condescension. I'm gonna spell a word for you. I want you to tell me the meaning of that word. Innovate. No, hold on. E-N-E-R-V-A-T-E. What does that word mean? It's part of the discussion.
You don't have a clue what you're describing at all. You want me to ask you to define my own things too? You can't define.
Okay, so that's condescension. Now let me go to my point, please. We're tired in that country. We have exhaustion. We have a Tinubu fatigue already, just 9-10 months into his administration. Now, the way we judge a government is not by are they doing anything at all. You know, you don't want to shake somebody and say if he's alive, breathing like we did with Buhari. As far as he's alive, then he's doing pretty good. We have a country that you have so many things going wrong simultaneously, which means it's planned that way. So I might have come at a very high energy in this discussion because I have the time today to spend with you. If you're in a hurry, you could move on. But those keywords that Jegun talked about, the symbolism thing, right, is very important. I want you and I to get down to it. But my advice to you is when we're talking here today now, this because we have so many varying interests in that place called Nigeria. You don't have in Nigeria. Every complaint you have, there's an actor that's doing something against the people. It's not the entity Nigeria doing it, right? We don't have in Nigeria. So now let's zoom in to some of these actors. And then, of course, somebody says, what's the solution, right? We cannot be as weak as we are. We can't be as timid as we are. Godless, wimpish, spineless. So we're going to have to, at some point, displace, right? It's one of my favorite words now. There has to be a displacement in the country. That's the only way you get work done. By the way, if you look at the definition of work, there has to be displacement, right? So we cannot keep complaining. There is not a Nigeria that's doing anything bad to anybody. You have a lot of interest in the country. Some of it are geographic. Some of it are religious in nature, tribal, and then individuals. That's who's got that geographical expression called Nigeria. But you don't have a Nigeria yet because obviously if you have a Nigeria, we'll be competing in the world. I mentioned yesterday, we have only one Nobel Prize winner in that country, one. South Africa has 11, right? And they had it when their population was 30 million. There's 230 people in our country. So I want you to get down, zoom in when you're making any complaint, talk about the individuals or the interests. It's not Nigeria like you carry Nigeria on your head because you think you're some kind of super patriot. Now, there's a saying that patriotism is the last refuge of a scandal, right? I didn't make that up. That's wow. It's right there. You Google it, it's going to tell you right now.
Clever term, isn't it?
No, but go ahead and Google it because you come with highfalutin patriotism.
I think they said insult is the last refuge of a scoundrel, not patriotism.
No. No, look at his patriotism. I don't know where.
I'm sorry.
I don't know over there where you are in Britain. Patriotism is probably not. It's not in your lexicon because you're the last refuge of his look. I'm in the United. Listen, forefathers, I'm in the United States, right? So we have patriotism here. Over where you are, I don't even think you have patriotism in your lexicon because you're a subject.
I'm sorry, Pastor. You don't even get your analogies right. I'm not even sure you know the unit of work. Do you know the unit of work?
I just told you.
Like to define. What is the unit?
I just told you.
What is the unit?
Is distance times time over displacement. That's what it is.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's just simply displacement
okay.
Versus mass and the unit. You don't know units. Be careful what you're talking about.
I just quoted you what it is. The formula.
You don't say stuff, but you don't know. So I'm trying to be condescending now. I don't
but you have to be right when you're condescending.
It's rude to
right?
No,
you have to be right.
It's
You have to
actually
be
wrong
right.
to be condescending to people, but you're a good sport. I like that.
No,
There's
but listen,
people
you
who
have to
like
be
that.
right to be condescending. I gave you
I'm right. I'm right.
Go
The
ahead.
unit of work is joules, and work is supposed to be displacement of a mass over displacement of mass. Basically, that's what it is. All right.
Well, that's the same what I said.
You know,
From
you
others,
over a
the
distance.
unit of voting is waiting. Are you there, physician?
But also, by the way, I'll go ahead and give you yield back. But Jagan also used
look at this one.
principle, right? Principle.
You see all this guy Chai. You are very, very happy when he calls me the devil. All this what they want you to talk when he's abusing me.
No.
When
Look,
I try to get
forefathers, that's
let him
not
talk,
abuse.
let him talk.
It's known
me a
that
devil.
somebody plays a devil's advocate, right? So it's just a play on the word. Instead of being an advocate, you are actually playing the devil himself, right? It's not. It doesn't mean asige gotoka, right?
Was playing the devil.
Right?
Yeah, he didn't say that. He said I was the devil. Don't even start. He said I was the devil. Don't go on. So, but if I try to embarrass you with all the
you cannot embarrass me. Look,
he literally said the last refuge of a patriot is
are we just jumping in because I just came because of the conversation of
welcome, Augustine. This conversation has gone down the drain. A lot of it has gone down the drain today. It's not been personally anyway. Yeah. I don't think is okay, maybe it's meant to be like this. What can I say? But I prefer a conversation that actually gets us somewhere, that I learn something from. Have I learned anything from this other than
you have learned a lot? But I was going to talk about principle. But since you've already recognized Augustine, I want you to come back to me because I'm picking off of what Diego said. You have to look at those adjectives, right? Some of those things that he placed we talked about opinion, principle, symbolism. How those are huge things that we should use to talk about our country. See, it's not. Come back to me after you go to Augustine before you go to.
I think I speak the truth came in first. Was it no?
Yeah,
but just come back. It's a young man.
Yeah, he's chilled out.
Thank you. I speak the truth. So, I came in when the conversation was going so high, and like you were trying to compare UK, like when you mentioned about them using military service. The challenge I have is that the systems are not the same. The systems are not the same in the sense that no matter how you play politics in America, there are certain areas, the university where I work, there are a lot of Republicans and Democrats, but there are certain areas that you cannot play politics into. Like if a student is not measuring up, there is no politics. The person will, no matter where you belong, you will lose the grant. You will lose the ability to continue to be a student. If you miss number of classes, no matter the political party you belong, it will never make you to continue to be in that. So there are certain places. So the problem we have is the arrogant level of our politicians. They don't see themselves. You see, like one of the conferences, when I came earlier, I was coming from a conference. The president of the university was in that conference. When we were having refreshment, he was just like any other person. He was like any other person. But in Nigeria, you see a common counselor. He is demigod. How can you have a student loan? And the university community are not the ones championing this. You are still angry. You are still infighting with the university community, and you are giving them money. They will just allow you to bring those money in, and they will squander it. See, no matter what Tinubu does, if Tinubu refuses to come down from that high up to become a servant leader and meet people and talk about 2023 election, he will keep getting sabotaged. There is nothing wrong with somebody being a criminal. I don't have a problem with you being a criminal, in as much as you can acknowledge it and ask for forgiveness. So you cannot just feel that there is nothing you will rub on faces of Nigeria with that approach that will succeed. Now, if he had called the university community, I want to do this, let's talk about this, they will do their first, they will express their frustration They will do all they want to do. But I said, I want us to talk about this. It might end up being, okay, let's give loan to people that are going to study agriculture. Let's give loan to those that are going to study civil engineering on road construction. You are beginning something. That is ownership of your own thinking, ownership of your own education. Now, if you go and give loan and somebody studies, okay, now how much are you going to give in loan? One of the places where my cousin is studying in Abia State, the lodge was 250,000 as of last year. In January, the guy did it 450,000. So how much are you going to give them in loan to take care of all these variables? So there is no correlation. There is no holistic approach to things. You throw money to problems. It's not how to, a leader that throws money to a problem never solves a problem. You solve problem, not throwing money at them.
Okay, thank you. I agree with you on that. You have to solve these problems, but the question is how we solve the problem. Some people want a big, boom for the problem to be solved, while some people want incremental. Me, I don't have the luxury of picking. I want anyone that works. Period.
So, those that get the loan, would they be free to travel outside after graduation?
I think they're free to travel. Yeah, you can be. Yeah, as a matter of fact, when you travel, you are more likely to be able to pay it off. So
before you travel,
I don't think. No, let's say they jackpot now. After you finish university, you are more likely to be able to pay the student loan off. So they will not have any problem with people traveling.
There are so many things, like there are so many Nigerians, that more than 50 Nigerians here that came under scholarship. Do you know that when I spoke with them, I told them that, guys, it's not just enough that you're here and government sponsored you. I want you to do something. You might not go back to Nigeria. Reach out to your universities. It will not cost you anything to put a plasma in your college and give a data and teach them why you're from here. Some of them tried it. The VC said, no, we don't need you to come here and give us your education.
Okay, that's good. So, okay, now I think let's move on to a different topic, because this Nigerian space topic, I'm not sure I've learned too much today. Today has been a bit of, for me anyway, maybe some people enjoyed it. It has been too much of personal attacks and not much of
but I'm here now. I'm here now. Don't worry. I'm here now.
Yeah, the discussion about aviation was quite fascinating. I think that's the one that really went into details, and we tried to get something going there. But there is this issue now that is going on. You all have heard about the 7 humanitarian workers that lost their lives in Israel. There are vehicles, 3 different vehicles targeted individually. The first one was hit by missile. Some of them survived that first hit, which I may be surprised, because they stopped when inside the car. And they survived. Some of them survived and escaped and went to the another car. The next car was hit. I think almost all of them lost their lives. Then the third car came on, and that one was completely wiped out too. And Americans and the British and the Western world suddenly lost their mind. They're like, oh, we are so outraged by this, and how dare you do this and all that stuff. They were not outraged when 32,000 people died. They were not outraged when almost 200 aid workers lost their lives, just like these ones. They were not outraged where over 100 journalists have lost their lives. They were not outraged when they see Palestinians being mowed down and they use caterpillar to bury them. They were not outraged when almost all the hospitals in Gaza has been destroyed. They were not outraged, but they were outraged when, and I knew they would be outraged, because the people that lost their lives were former military men. There's something about military men I have to say that nations fear. If you kill a military man, and because he has comrades, he has brothers in the military, and the leaders are partly responsible for it, they have to act, otherwise the military might come at them. That is why you find that the West, they are really, really acting up right now, because about 3 of those guys in that, 2 or 3 of them were ex-military of these guys. and then they're not going after Israel, saying that Israel has to behave itself, less food in and all the rest. So I don't know what you think about it. That are they playing with people? Do they really mean to change things for the better in terms of allow those aid to go through, or threatening Israel that they are going to do something if Israel doesn't do what they want? Are they going to do anything? Is it just made, or are they just talking for talking's sake? Pastor, please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. And that's a very good subject. But before I answer that, because I heard you reeling off other instances where they should have been upset. Do you know how many people are killed in Benue Plateau alone today in Nigeria? Do you?
I have an idea.
All right. We could then take it as a bunch. In our country, we have a lot of fatalities that the world should be concerned about. It's a cogent point, but I believe that it was an oversight on your part. You should mention our people, a lot of our people, good Africans.
The topic is about what happened in the world. Not this topic has changed. It's not. I know a lot of people have lost their lives in Nigeria, kidnapped, and all the rest. If anybody's more concerned about that, I don't know. Believe me,
I know, but
about that.
You were relating the very few people, relatively speaking, that were killed, and then the United States and the world are now more concerned, but they weren't concerned. Other magnitude, some cases much more, and they weren't concerned. It's the same thing. You should put us in there, in those people that they should have been concerned about. But nevertheless, the main point that you want to elucidate is that, of course, it's mere talk. The United States have been a better actor here, right? You see the Biden administration playing the same stupid games that Obama played when ISIS was menacing everybody. He pretended like, hey, look, we're almost of equal power. How can we get this thing done? Whereas Trump came in and within 30 days, he stopped it, right? So Netanyahu is not listening. I mean, he's trying to embarrass the president of the United States, who's in turn giving him billions of dollars a year. Now, remember, when it comes to this conflict, I'm on the side of Israel, obviously, right? Against the Arab recalcitrants in bringing peace. But now, this is way over the top to go there massacring the number of people that they're doing with our tax dollars here in the United States. But, normally Israel won't be able to pull something like that off if our politicians are not deceitful. You cannot say that you cannot bring the Prime Minister of Israel to do the right thing. And we're all helplessly watching people getting massacred every day. That is way over the top. So there is a political movement. Just like I said, we have a Tinubu fatigue. We have a Biden fatigue here in the United States. It's unfortunate because in his youth, he was quite a vociferous speaker, but he has always been a hawk. But this time he's been deceitful, because what would it take to pick up the phone and tell Netanyahu to cut it out? Stop that attack. Before he gets off that phone, they will stop the attack. So how else do you want to measure it? If they haven't stopped their attack, he hasn't told them to do it. So that is a political.
And he's looking to sell them more weapons, even. And
that's why Nancy Pelosi.
To read that out. I forgot to read. So people understand the kind of weapons we are talking about here. America is looking to sell about 1,800 2,000-pound bombs. These bombs are heavier than some cars. One of them. These are things that are meant to really wreak havoc wherever they are. And 500 is this in smaller 500 kilogram this in bombs too, which is half a ton. Those are quite heavy too, and I think 500 pounds. Then there's also I think 23, if I'm not mistaken, one of their most advanced aircrafts. They want to sell 23 of them to Israel too. And this, for me, if you want to bring this to us now, this is what makes me feel like our leaders they are traitors to our people. Look at all the things America is giving Israel. Like, we don't even control one F-16. They are looking to give Israel one of their best aircrafts that they have. 23 of them. We don't even have. Israel has about 250 or so F-16s. We don't have one.
To Niger, let me disagree with you
And these
on
people
that
are
point.
supposed to be our friends.
No, I disagree with you on that point, but let me do that at the end.
What
What I'm saying is that the number that Biden, what you see a movement, right? There's coalition of forces try to stop Israel from doing what they're doing. By the way, I'm glad Black Beauty is here, because I did want to say something to her earlier when she was here. I was busy, but anyway, forefathers, don't misunderstand me. My position is very clear. I'm against genocide, because that's what we have going on there. However, Israel should have those weapons, but they shouldn't behave the way they're behaving right now, because we have a similar situation in our country where Muslims don't want us to have peace, right? You cannot go like what they did on October 7th, hop over the fence and go and kill innocent people who were partying and doing their thing. You're not supposed to do any terroristic activity at all. I'm not going to be for you on that. So, but now I'm supporting them, and don't make any mistake about it. It's just a limited area. But Israel has a right to exist. The United States should support Israel. So only democracy over there.
I support Israel's right to defend itself. I actually support Israel's right to go after Hamas.
Right.
But don't destroy the people. Because
Exactly.
what it seems to be going on right now is that they are using Hamas as an excuse to destroy the people and decimate them and find a way to move them away from that place.
Exactly. Okay. Please let me conclude.
How would how could that work without collateral damage?
Oh, you can do that without killing 3,000 civilians. You can go after the tunnels. They are in tunnels.
Yeah,
maybe don't steal people's lands in the first place.
No, but look,
that's the place you can start from.
Yeah,
no, I'm just going at the rate, because if you go, if you want to go back, you're not going to get anywhere today.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying, I realize a lot of people here want to speak, and a lot of people here I respect, and I want to hear what they have to say. So please don't interrupt me again until I'm done, right? So what I'm saying to you is that this support I'm giving to these Muslims over there against the Jews there, it's very limited, but I am going to now appeal to them. In our country, do the right thing there. Stop terrorizing Nigerians. Let's try to build a country. Because if you want somebody to have sympathy for you, you have to be empathetic yourself. Okay. So now I will leave that alone and admonish Israel for the genocide that they're committing, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves. Yeah. So now I'll go back to, I wanted to talk to a Black Beauty about what she came on here, and I said, oh, wow, what a sharp lady.
We shouldn't change the topic.
No, I just want to make a statement on that, and I'll leave it alone. Okay. But I noticed that she couched her statement in anecdotal evidence. And I was quite surprised that nobody was able to say to her, Boeing has how many aircrafts? Okay, let's just ratio. If Boeing has 1,000 aircrafts flying commercially, perhaps Airbus has maybe 30 or 40.
Average. The gentleman gave us a chart earlier, and we did an average. I forget the gentleman's name that provided that to us. Was it the Blackstone?
I think that was Paul or the Blackstone.
Blackstone.
Yeah. What was the numbers for ratio-wise?
Well, they had it was per million. Do I still have the chart? Let me see. I think I still have it. Yeah, I still have it. It's airsafe.com/event/model/rate. And what we found was that Airbus is operating 6 different vessels, and that their events, which could be defined as fatal crashes per million, that's what they have. Out of the 6 vessels that they're running, and they do have amounts, like they do have numbers. So flight, they have the amount of flights, so 6.5 million, 5.1 million flights for Airbus A330. It's like a detailed chart. What we found was that Airbus, on average, has an event 7.3% of the time, and Boeing has events 21.6% of the time when they're running 16 different vessels.
Okay, but here's a problem with that statistic, right? If I have one vessel and I have an event, right, I will be 100%. But if you had if you had 1,000,
correct,
right, and you have two. So the magnitude is what we should be looking at. How many aircrafts does Boeing have in operating, right? How many? And then how many does
16 different vessels, aircrafts operating. But one other gentleman said, I think his name is Xero, he said that there was only one aircraft that was having the major issues over the last couple months, which is like a something Max. I forget what it's called.
But because I just stole a couple of minutes to engage you on that. The only thing I have to say to you is that when you come out on a platform to talk about such grave issues, right? Your sources should be primary sourced. It should be primary source material. It should be like FAA here in the United States. Please. No. It has to be primary source, not even credible source.
So not media.
Not only media, even credible source is not enough. In this case, you have to have primary source, all right? And you have to, ma'am, please. No, but the question is relevant because once did you source anything primary source today when you spoke?
No,
you don't have a primary source. Okay, credible source for me is not sufficient for what you're talking about. Now, you also have to lay a foundation.
Sorry, Pastor, if she declared her source, that's not a problem. I can only deal with tertiary source in as much as I'm laying claim on that source. If I say
CNBC,
no, those are not primary source. Okay, but that's what I'm saying. They may be credible. Okay, I mean, it's arguable that today's media is not what we had about 20 years ago. Right? But let me finally, I want to ask you: are you? I want you to lay a foundation. Are you? I'm just going to ask you 2 questions: yes or no.
Okay, I think you're asking too many questions now.
No, I know. Relax.
Try to round it up.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I appreciate that courtesy. So, Miss Black Beauty, and of course you're Black Beauty. Nobody could doubt that. The question I have for you: are you? I want you to lay a foundation. Are you affiliated with any organization that may benefit from?
No, not at all. I'm just a patron looking to fly safely.
Only okay. Do you have aeronautic training? Are you some kind of
No, but Paul was on here earlier and he does. And so he did mention to me that, media does skew. We had that conversation earlier. I don't know if you were part of that, but he did mention that media does skew and that numbers can be skewed by media. So we had that conversation already.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, I was just listening. Okay, so let's I speak the truth regarding Israel. He wants you to go on. So the issue I wanted to raise, there's also this idea the report that Israel was using an AI system for targeting. That's the collected list of Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants, even low-ranking ones, and they were willing to allow for 1 to 20 death ratio, which means if one militant is with, I think, 20 people or 19 people, then it's fair enough, go and attack and get it done, get it over with. And the one that gives me the heebie-jeebies is the one that they call Where is Daddy? One, because I struggle to imagine the kind of minds that create these things. Where is Daddy? This thing kind of profile or tactics that they use with this AI is like they wait for the militants to get home and they target them at home with their families. That seems like something very, very sadistic to do just because you want to kill a militant and you are willing to take out an entire family. The sin there for me is deep because it's one thing to take out the parent or take out the sister here and there, but if you target the whole family, you're trying to wipe out the whole bloodline, and that is, for people to do that, I can't imagine how cold. This is inhumanity to their fellow human beings at some of the highest levels. And I really hope that the world is able to, rein this in before it gets out of control, because most Israelis support this approach. That should scare you. how human beings can get this way. But that said, I just thought I should highlight those things. Go ahead. You raise your hand. I speak the truth.
Yeah. So I gotta say, first of all, you gotta be like the most despicable, most inhumane, and the most wickedest person to even have the minutest of support for Israel at this time, especially if you are not an Israeli. I don't think in the history of any time in modern history, not even the Nazis, have we seen such vicious and wicked acts from any country, especially that claims to be the democracy of the Middle East. What Israel has done, if the world had its way without the support of NATO, Western Europe, and the United States backing it, should actually have Netanyahu and the top members of the Likud party in The Hague right now. Charles Taylor didn't even do half of what these people did, and he's somewhere in prison for the rest of his life.
Talk it out, bro. Talk it out.
So what these people are doing, and if you have an ounce of humanity in you, if you are not actually the devil that you accuse others of being, you will not say, well, I support Palestine, not even halfway, because your support, I think, is I really have choice words for people like you, and I'm just trying to be really polite right now, because if only you could come in my heart and see how I really think of your likes. You know, at first I understand when people would support Israel. You know, a lot of people mistakenly thought it was a Christian nation, and you know, a lot of people have been brainwashed. But these days we have the information, a lot of information has been exposed, and people are becoming aware that, okay, well, in fact, Israel does not like Christians. In fact, they prefer Muslims to Christians. Not like that does any of those groups any good, but in terms of how they look at them. So for someone as like yourself that is obviously very intelligent and versed, even though your approach of certain things could be, and this is with all due respect, idiotic. I don't think anybody in their right mind should go with Israel right now. And to forefathers, what you were saying about the United States giving weapons to Israel, it is just lip service. They're going to give Israel that weapon. Those weapons, they already budgeted almost $18 billion or slightly over $18 billion in weapons. There's no other reasons they want the weapons. They are planning for long-term control of that part of the Middle East. And Israel is trying their best to escalate. And why is Israel trying their best to escalate the strife in the Middle East? Well, Netanyahu knows the day the last bullet is fired in that part of the Middle East, he's headed to prison, which was where he was supposed to be headed to before he decided to, well, I wouldn't say he orchestrated October 11th. In the future, we will know, just like 9/11. But before October 11th happened, he was on his way to prison, and he knew it. And that is why he's doing his best to make sure that this carnage keeps going and he's escalating. And like you rightfully said, a lot of Israelis are behind him in a nationalistic approach, foolhardy, I might say, by the way. And lately, in the last few days, he attacked Iran. He went into Iran, well, not Iran, he attacked the Syrian embassy in Damascus, the Iranian embassy in Damascus, and killed top Iranian generals in hopes that it'll escalate. Well, if I was the Iranians, what I would do if I was Ayatollah Khomeini and co, I would not attack back. I would not retaliate because Israel is going to implode. How is it going to implode? Well, first, the government of Biden is going to get crushed in the elections because of the actions of Israel. They foolishly went with what the Republicans supported, which was to lead them into a hole. Supported the fight in Israel, between Israel and Palestine, and now they're trying to back out because November is around.
I suspect that. Don't you think that for someone like Netanyahu, people worry too much that he's corrupt and all those. I think he's a believer. He really wants to go after Iran, and he's doing his best to expand this conflict so that it drags Iran in. But he doesn't want to do it so openly that the whole world comes after Israel. He wants to do it in such a way that Iran makes a mistake, then the West is kind of have the support to go after Iran.
Well,
Iran is his key target. That's he believes that it to solve Hamas, it will solve Hezbollah, it will solve all these problems.
What do you call openly if you're constantly attacking Iranian top military officers, Iranian bases, you're attacking Lebanon, you're attacking Syria? There's no other way to be. You are already open about it. It is just that we live in a hypocritical world where we have the likes of Pansat times a 200 million fold, where they would see black and call it white and see the truth and call it lie. So
yeah, but Pansat is condemning the genocide, though. Why?
No, you don't. That's lip service.
That's but you have to let me respond now because you invoked my name.
It is either you're going to condemn it wholeheartedly. You cannot condemn evil halfway. You cannot say, well, you cannot say, well, it was a little bit good and bad. No, it is totally bad or it is totally good. So if you're going destroying and decimating bloodlines of people and you are totally, have you seen the picture of Rafah 90 days ago, 100 days ago, even when the bombing started? Have you seen what the Gaza Strip used to look like? Let's say March this year, and at that last year, and at that time, the Gaza Strip was the biggest open air prison in the world. And go look at what it looks like.
I'll speak the truth. You mentioned my name a little bit, so I'm gonna just respond a little bit.
No, I don't.
A little bit.
No, I don't want to.
You lost the ability to reject because you mentioned my name. Is that right, forefathers? We have.
You're gonna let me
according to Western jurisprudence.
I speak the truth.
Give me 1 minute.
Give me
1 minute.
You have spoken before, and you don't worry, because we need to move this thing on. Pansat, you've got 30 seconds to reply. Then so that
thank
you
you.
can move
Now,
on.
everybody now could
strictly
see,
30 seconds. I don't want to hear story.
I appreciate that. Everybody now could see the difference between me and this guy right here called I speak the truth, right? I do the truth. He's neglecting the principle, the doctrine of causality in pretty much everything he's talking about. The causality is an influence by which one event or process or state or object contributes to the production of another, right? If you go out there committing terrorism, there'll be comeuppance. Nobody's going to support. I'm not going to support a terrorist wholeheartedly. Now, but could somebody overreact? That's the situation we have at hand. Make no mistake about it. The United States should and will support Israel. And we support Israel. Me, now when I say we, I say Biafra. I support Israel. But then does that give them impetus to go out there and commit genocide? Of course not. There has to be a measure. You have to have common sense. But you should spend your time stamping out terrorism, including in our country.
Okay, time.
You cannot commit terror and then just. But I want to come back to that discussion.
Yeah.
So
we'll come back
if you have to talk about,
me.
No, I don't have a question. I have a statement for you. If you have to talk about causality, then we have to go back to what caused the Palestinians to carry out October 7th, and what caused the Palestinians to carry out October 7th was all the evil they've been going through the last 75 years. Like I said, they've been living in the biggest open air prison in the world. They've been having relatives killed. Israel did not start this today. There's Palestinians that spent all their youth up to their 30s in Israeli prisons. They just snatch them up as 10-year-olds and go dump them in prison somewhere. We see it every day.
If you don't let me respond,
let me finish. Let me finish.
If you don't let me respond,
Try to keep it brief so that I speak to keep it brief so that others can speak. Let's be
exactly. But I give my time up twice, so I think I deserve.
Yeah, but how long is your time? You've been speaking for how long now?
Well, I've been speaking probably like 3 minutes.
Abio, huh?
It's not only 3 minutes. It's going to this thing. Okay, just use 2 minutes.
You know what? Now, go ahead. Do your thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, because so that others can speak, so it goes round.
How many minutes do I have to respond?
You don't have any second to respond. Augustine, you want to add something to this?
Personally, I wouldn't want to add anything to it, because anything I'm going to add is going to be around sentiment.
Is it because you're a pastor?
No, it's going to be sentiment, because I know that when you talk about world politics, it's a matter of interest. And I'm against war. I'm against the taking of life, because I know that life is supreme thing. And I believe that all these things, if you take away selfishness and interest, these things can all be resolved. But when we begin to support one party against the other party, even if you go to the genesis of the whole issue, it could have been resolved that first day. So it has always been cause and effect. It has always been that way. So I wouldn't want to. And there's no way, nobody would negate the fact that Israel would be supported by America, because Israel have done a lot for America. So, it is reasonable that they give back to what they have received, and that is interest.
Sorry, what has Israel given to America, by the way? I'm not very clear on that.
Okay, let's talk about the economy of America.
What has Israel given to America that
I'm curious?
I could volunteer if you want me to tell you. You want me to tell you?
If you have
America existed even before Hitler. America existed before the Jews became ubiquitous all over the world. So I don't know what you mean by Israel helping America.
The friendship between America and Israel has not always been America gaining. So both parties have been gaining from their friendship.
Right.
I think
if you put it that way, it's different now than saying America is gaining a lot from Israel. I don't know.
Are they not getting a lot?
The statement is
not that much,
Look, the statement is self-evident, right?
Maybe.
But listen, you are doing linear thinking. United States became a hegemon after World War II, right? Guess who was in charge before that? It was Britain, where you are. So don't blame the United States. The world started getting better and the Jews getting a break after the United States became a hegemon, right? So if you go literature,
Pastor, it's not your turn to speak, please. Let's see this
guy.
But
you asked a question, right?
Pastor, nobody asked you. Now, please try to make it easy. I'm trying not to be too focused on
condescending.
You see, when somebody's moderating there, you give them a little work because you always take the mic.
If you say everybody respond except
Pastor, hold on now, please.
To conclude what I'm saying, I believe that when we discuss issues like this, there are a lot of sentiments. Whoever that is in this platform that will support the killing of the innocent, I won't be part of that. But whoever that is in this platform that will also support the terrorists to keep, I don't know the party that is terrorist. For me, when you go against the people's territory and the policies of the people, that's terrorist. For me, the two leaders should be able to save the life of the people that they are killing. And this issue can be resolved just around the table.
You see, let me be the devil, as some people like to put it. If you look at what the Israelis are facing right now, they are facing a situation whereby they are in a country that even their population in that country, compared to the population of the Arabs are increasing faster than they are. And then they've kicked out a lot of people from that territory. I'm not even counting the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza now. They've kicked out a lot of people from that territory, the amount of at least 6 million or more of Palestinians that live in exile that should have a right to return, but they don't. So now, if you create a state,
2 million. It's 2 million.
No, it's more than it's 6 million or so. I can show you evidence. So, if you create a state next to Israel, and Palestine decide that okay, our relatives can start coming home, you can see the dynamics that is going to start happening very, very quickly. So sooner or later, their population is going to face problems in that area. And for the life of me, what they are trying to create there is almost impossible with the way they are going about it right now. Because you can have a long-term future where the population is growing faster than you. How are you going to maintain your own isolation? Are you going to say even the Arabs in the country are not supposed to integrate? The only way you stand a chance of surviving that way is to make peace in that region. And even that doesn't even get, because they want to have a Jewish state. That is the problem. You have to have a Jewish state. They don't want
a Jewish state, forefather. They want a Zionist state.
Yeah.
That is
Jewish. Jews, it is not Jewish. There's a difference.
They don't say in their constitution. They say Zionists. They always say it. That they want it to
Father,
be a
this is not a time to argue. This is a time to go learn. If you don't understand it, go learn. Google
what is there to learn?
All up on second.
I didn't even say anything that bad to you.
They say it all the time. They say it all the time that they want it to be
They
a
can
Jewish
say
state.
anything. You can call yourself Chinese now if you want. You don't make you Chinese because you're not Chinese. They are not Jewish. They hate the Jewish. They are Zionists.
Okay, let me say percentage of Israelis that are Jewish.
Because Jewish is not an ethnicity. Most of them come from Germany. Most of them come from
They are
Slavic nations.
Ashkenazi Jews.
And
They
I
are
want you
not
to
even
understand
Jews.
something, forefathers. The advancement of Israel is a direct threat to us as Africans. They have been fighting to be a part of African Union, and they just regained their observer status last year, which means that you see that where's Daddy? That's gonna be a problem for us. You see that? That's gonna be when they decide they want to take over the Sahel. When they decide they want to take over West Africa, that right there, that technology, that will be a problem for us. We cannot have the advancement of Israel as Black African people.
I get a feeling that if Israelis get so all over the place and start coming after Africa, they will have a bigger problem on their hands. That said,
that's part of the doctrine that they came up with in 1948.
But that depends on what the Muslims do, right?
But they don't even have the manpower.
They're trying to take over
I speak the truth. If the Muslims continue to terrorize Africans, right, and keep trying to
What you
kill a lot
don't
of
understand,
Africans,
forefathers, the Jews are not going to come directly. They never fight you face to face. Why? Because there's not a lot of them. So what they do, they either fight you covertly or they fight you clandestinely. So just like now, they've been fighting a lot of countries in the world through the United States, through NATO, through Australia, and through more powerful countries in Western Europe. They don't face you directly. What they do, they will probably dump a lot of money here, give this person intelligence, bump these people's heads together, create a group like ISIS, create a group like Islamic Brotherhood, and make you guys start fighting. So they always have their hands in the pot.
I know you're getting close to being anti-Semite, right? That's anti-Semitism.
I actually think you're
a black guy. You have no right to call me anti-Semite.
I think you're mistaken there. Hold on, Pastor, please. I hear what you are all saying, that they want to build a Zionist state, but at the heart of it, there's still the Jewish need for a homeland that they believe in. And most of those people in those countries, Zionist or not, there is over 70%, I think 73% are Jewish.
My brother, can I just butt in?
Let me just finish. In their constitution, what they talk about in terms of creating that state, that they want it to remain majority Jewish and Jewish control. They didn't talk about Zionism.
Why do you have a problem when you
wait, brother.
Let me finish. Why do you have a problem, forefathers? And as much as I like you, and you are probably my favorite person on here, but why do you have a problem when you hear something but you are stuck on a position? Instead of you to go find out and read about it, you will decide to
wait, guys,
I can read about it, but
allow me to come in.
I thought you would be saying that he has a problem with accepting what you said, because from what he's saying, he has accepted your position, but he just wants to Find a way.
No, he didn't accept my position. He's still saying there are Jews, and I'm telling him there's a difference. What we're saying, there's a difference
They are
between
Jewish.
dying.
Was it not a Black beauty that said that they are the Jews? They are the Jew. They are Jewish, but they are not ethnically Jewish. But they're just
No,
Jewish
they're not
as a religion.
ethnically Jewish.
Exactly.
Not.
So let's accept that.
They're mostly Germans.
That's what
and
they are
other
talking
stuff.
about. That's what they are talking about. They want the state to be a Jewish state. Just like many states are Islamic. Let's not make it.
Forefather. Wait, guys, please. I've got to come in just to settle it down. I've got to come in just to settle it down a bit. I've been extremely quiet.
It's done anyway. It's done. Yeah,
listening. All I want to acclaim here is that if we understand that the Jewish people that we are seeing as Zionists or whatever came from Europe after being bludgeoned by the Europeans, an entrance into the piece of land that they have no real heritage to. Is that not the first offense?
Red flag.
Is that not offense?
Yes.
All that I just want to ask everybody. Let's be serious.
You mean by showing up in the?
After they were rejected by over 50 countries that rejected them, including
Let me
Uganda.
answer Jegu. I don't think it's a rhetorical. I don't think it's a rhetorical
rejected.
question is asking, but Jegu, let me take 2 minutes to answer you. Right? Is that okay?
2 minutes.
Who gave you 2 minutes? Let him have 2 minutes. Is very long. I'll time him so that the alarm will go off. He cannot escape it. All right.
I will complete when he's finished.
Okay. By the way, I hate going against Jegu because in this realm he's very knowledgeable, and I mean beyond our imagination here. That's true.
Be your forefather. That's what
But I believe that
accustomed to it now.
I believe that he's mistaken in the sense that Judaism, right, goes all the way in the Bible. The contemporary issues we're dealing with. It depends. You're picking up a time frame in the middle, right? The chicken and the egg thing plays a role here. This Judaism is a religion. So if you go looking at blonde eye, blue haired people, they've been victimized over thousands of years. If for example, in Britain where you are, there's a book called The Merchant of Venice. I don't know if you read that. So they were dispersed all over the world, and climate
from where?
Hold on, they were dispersed all over the world. Let's just
from
look
where?
at
From where? From what origins?
Hold on.
No, you're not food there.
You know where Israelis came from?
Which origin?
Okay, from that land called Palestine at some point, right? That is Israel. Let's call it Israel, right? But let me because I don't want to create that debate, because to be honest with you, as an African, all these are none of my business. I don't give a damn who's got that land over there. It's none of my business. The only concern I have is a matter of principle. We have to do the right thing. If you want me to sympathize with you, you have to be a good example elsewhere. Who wants you to be part of their country if they look in Nigeria, you cannot get along with Christians? You cannot get along even with your nemesis of the same religion, the Shia. You cannot get along with Yorubas. You cannot get along with the Igbos. You're buying people, you're on a conquest, and you don't want to believe in democracy. Wow. You don't want to separate theology.
Okay.
Hold on, let me land. Let me land.
No, the time is down. You know where you're going.
That is an excuse to
let me assist. You know I didn't get my chance to really complete.
Nah, don't let this guy start this tribalist.
What I iterated was just for point of thought. The people that we're speaking of that call themselves the Jews of Eastern Europe, largely in the Caucasus, in Russia, in Hungary, in Ukraine, Armenia, all these countries that have had the Caucasus walking through them, and then the power that they gained across Europe and therefore across the rest of the world. These are serious hegemonies. These are serious people. If you're reading the Bible at all, it doesn't speak of the like of what we see today as the Jews, if you understand the Bible at all. Then again, you know, people have made mention about where the real Jews are. Now, there's many of us, you know, as a Yoruba man, I will tell you that as a Yoruba man, Yoruba as a name, it can be given many connotations. There are a lot of people in many say they will say the first Yoruba, which is like the first king, but that's not really necessarily what it means. Bello, who's supposed to pronounce it Yoruba, and that's apparently it was a Hausa word or Fulani word. But again, that's not true. The people who really called us the Yoruba were the people of Nupe and Borgu, who lived with us. This word is still in their vernacular. It is not in the vernacular of the Hausa. The Hausa have used it from the Nupe, who knew us before they. So, you know, we have to now wonder where we all came from, and did we? I mean, it was a gentleman, I've forgotten his name, who came on last week or the week before, who spoke about the transition from what we now know as the Middle East, Northeastern Africa, to where we are now in Nigeria. And that's both for the Igbos and the Yorubas and many others across the West African coast who traveled down to that area over waves and waves over the centuries. Now, what we find ourselves in, and it's right to bring it back to the African understanding, where we are confused is joining in with the white man's tale. I don't know how else to put it, but I'm going to put it like that. We as a people, we love the white man's stories. We just love them. Disney, give me some of that. It's all bullshit. And unless we come to the understanding that the television is poisoning our mind.
Programming.
This is one of the TV. I've got 4 TVs in this house.
Oh,
They're all off. They're all off. I don't put any of them on. Sorry, I've lost you for a bit.
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't put any of them on.
How come you have 4 lying machines in your house now?
Because I've had them for a long time and I keep them. And what it is that
on vision.
yes, or Naim be that. All I'm saying is from the African aspect, whether or not we are the Jews, whether or not the Jews are lost or found, the fact of the matter is we have to watch the story going on. The story is going on in our TVs, in our news, in our social medias. The story is continuing. What are we doing about our story is the issue. You know, the quibbling that goes in Nigeria, you know, most of us are related one way or the other. I mean, blood related. Most of us are lingually related, that our languages are joined. Most of the languages that are found in Nigeria are Africa spread. They're spread right over the whole of Africa. Yes. There is a binding lingua franca between us all upon the continent. However, because we don't investigate ourselves, we always copying, always looking for someone else's story. Everybody's shit smells better than ours. And by the time we get into that psyche, we're lost. We're lost. We're looking at the television and taking in the lie, generally, and then spouting it as though we came up with it ourselves. We never came up with bullshit. The more you look at the television, the more you parrot what they say without knowing that that's what you're doing. There are people that come to me and they start speaking, and it's just BBC they're talking. BBC from 4 years ago is what they're talking to me about. It's totally unnecessary for me. I don't need the BBC in my ears. I really don't, because I can read. And that edifies
if you're not
me
watching television, then you're gonna be out of step, right? And that is one problem I don't want you to have, right? You should be able to discern. You watch something, you don't have to be indoctrinated by it. But if you're
quite
telling
right,
me,
you're quite right. Wait. Let me just entertain you that the unfortunately there are those who have discernment and there are those of us that don't. I remember when I was a young person and my grandmother is very small and I would end. Very small.
How many minutes have you got now? Because
102. 102 are in right now. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. I would end right now.
You see the advantage of listening.
Wait, can I just finish? Can I just finish, guys?
let me just put
Ejo, let me just land on this. I will land very quickly. Let's not go back and forward. It's taking up time. It's taking up time.
What I hear from the
host of
lady
loud
too, though.
room.
Yeah.
Thank you. When I was young, both here and in Nigeria, when we used to look at the TV, I used to be looking at my cousins or my auntie or my grandmother and shocked at what they're saying to what the TV was telling us. What they were reading was different from what I was reading. And I knew what I was reading was correct. In that, watching the television is a skill. You have to be able to point out all the subliminals because they're there happening. And if you don't, then you are entertained with the bullshit and you consume that and you believe it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can't help but notice there is a little bit of resemblance between Jagun and Black Beauty. And also, Jagun, you are sounding a little bit different. Is it because it's an American lady on the panel today?
My brother.
Not to me,
actually.
Not to me.
Forefather. Well said. I tell you why well said, because I didn't actually have the moment to address my dear Black Beauty.
Hello,
you are
Jagun.
Black Beauty.
One
Hello
of my
to you.
favorite people up here.
I thank you, my dear. You see, the thing is, I wanted to make communication with you, but the panel is the panel, and we have to say what we have to say in time. But you are welcome, and may we see you many more times.
I just want to say to this panel that last year, when I was in Eric Kaiser, a set of Jewish men were in there, and I sat down. I was waiting for a friend to come, and it was a Friday, I guess before their Sabbath or whatever. The man, they had the yarmulke on, and I told them I was from New York, and then the man said to me, "Shalom," as if that was some kind of privilege. And I said to him, "Excuse me, don't you know that this is a Muslim country? What do you mean, shalom?" And then he said, "What do you mean? Aren't you from New York?" I said, "I'm a Fulani. I want to understand, why are you saying shalom to me in my own country?" And then he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, if you want to include the people that I would consider to be honest Jewish people, why are the Amharic people being targeted by your people?" And then he said, "Excuse me, why don't we talk about what your people are doing in the north?" I said, "I don't have to discuss nothing in my country." And then I quickly went to the Lebanese lady that loved me and Eric Kaiser, and I had them removed. "Listen, Niger, that's my country. You don't come in my country and tell me nothing about no shalom. Please, I don't think so. Listen, everything that is going on with Israel is a direct threat to us as Africans. They want to expand. They want to expand into Chad, Sudan, and eventually they'll be all up and through the Sahel. It'll be a problem for us. Let them get snuffed out now.
Please, let's not wish genocide
Those
here.
are my only thoughts.
This is not the view of Dr. Damages. Let's burn incense. How can she say such a thing? That is not acceptable. We have to burn incense and remove the spirit of genocide from here.
Excuse
me,
me,
you can't wish that the whole
sorry,
nation
Dr.
gets
Damages. I'm sorry about that, but I mean that.
No.
Now you can go forward.
That means you're not sorry.
But you see, what I noticed about a Black Beauty is that you seem. I heard the Jamaican in you and the American and the Nigerian at the same time. And that Jamaican part in you and the American part, believe you me, they need a lot of that in our country, in Nigeria.
We are very fierce people. I think we get it from the Fulani. We are very fierce people. Let me tell you something. I'm coming back to my country. I repatriated. I found myself a nice man from Delta State. He's wonderful. Let me tell you something. I don't want to see no yarmulke in my country. Now, next.
Hey God. You are trying to get us in trouble. Dr. Damages. We are very open and
let me ask.
We should never generalize.
Let me just ask Black Beauty a question, if I may. If I can ask Black Beauty a question.
Wait.
I would like to know. There's a bit of time. We do have a bit of time, so we don't have to
now. He can come back to you. Please go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
What I want to say, Austin, Mr. Austin.
Hold on, Chino. Let
Mr. Austin. Hold on first. Mr. Austin, I don't know if you can hear me. I was expecting for Father to do this. I don't know if yourself and Mr. Chino Yerem have seen each other or spoken with each other. He was the one who came here earlier on, say he was looking for you. He mentioned your name and he wants to speak with you. So, Mr. Chinere, I think you can speak with Austin on the private chat if you want to. Other than that, if you have any other thing to say, as regards the issue.
Is he a long lost relative or something?
No. Earlier on,
that's why I came back.
Your audio is echoing.
Oh no.
You understand? Okay, so he came in earlier and specifically said he wants to see Mr. Austin. You understand? So, and we told him he should come back maybe earlier before now, but I was surprised he's coming now. So now, I think Mr. Austin is here. You can speak with him behind stage. But now, if you want to say anything as regard what we are talking about, you can say it. But Austin is the one that's looking for you. I don't know if you told you.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Chinonye.
Yeah.
Can you go ahead?
Can you? He's confused now. Let me talk to him. Chinonye, please go ahead.
His speaker is disturbing.
No, he's trying to figure out his
audio. He can't hear us. But that's fine anyway. That's fine. Just to make another announcement. On this platform, we cannot generalize about any population. There are good and bad people in all populations. And our Jewish brothers have a lot of great people in there. Just as some of them have some issues, like wanting to wipe other people out. People have real reasons for doing what they do. And I understand where Black BG is coming from. She's had the experiences.
I still want to put my question to her forward.
I just have a question.
But this platform on its own is for people that want to accommodate each other. We are not for genociding anybody. We are not for hating anybody.
And I'm not supporting any forms of genocide. I'm not suggesting that any group should be removed. But I am suggesting that when I am sitting comfortably in my country enjoying a nice coffee, that you have no power in my country. That's why I had to have you removed.
But to be fair though, the guy was just greeting you.
But the guy was suggesting, what the guy was doing was he was greeting me, suggesting that I should adapt his customs in my own country. And the thing is that, hold on, I was there. And the thing is that I would not sit in your country and say, alhamdulillah. I wouldn't say that to you right in Israel. I wouldn't dare do that to you. That's disrespectful. And then for you to point at what people are doing in the north as if that is anything better than what you're doing to the Palestinians. What you're doing to the Palestinians is not really my business, but when you threaten to come into the African Union and try to spectate and influence the geopolitics of what's going on in the Sahel and in West Africa, now I have a problem. You will not come into this country. You will not think that you're better than me. You will not put yourself ahead of me. Everywhere I go in New York, you attach yourselves to us. They come in every West Indian neighborhood, every African neighborhood, every Black neighborhood, and they buy up everything and attach themselves to us. You will not do that here. I did not come back home to Africa to be a part of that. So no, sir, you must be removed.
Let me put this to you, because you are quite fundamental in your views on this. What do you think, therefore, about the claim that many Africans in our very country and in that very West Africa and indeed in the Sahel, if you're given time and you understand the history of that part of Africa, what do you say to those being, before any Islam came, before Christianity came, that those people were Jews?
I thoroughly believe that they have some rights to make those claims, because if you look at even my own DNA, we are Chadic people. We started off in Chad and we went westward. So in fact, that could be true. But I think that if we're dealing with today, I think that what we need to do is we need to look inward as African people. We must not grab onto customs that are new. In the grand scheme of geopolitics, these people are the babies, the infants of geopolitics. We are the ancients. You have no rule over me, not in my country, no. And so what I do is I go and I leverage the man that I pay to be here. I am a wealthy person who represents the higher demographic of Nigeria. I have come home. That's what you all asked me to do. So when I come home and I'm sitting in my coffee shop as an Ousa Fulani in my coffee shop, and you tell me something about shalom, and I tell you no, guess what? The Lebanese lady, she answered to me. That's why you and your friends had to leave. Excuse me?
Yeah, you see, that's very, very interesting way to look at it. In some part of your statements, I agree. That aspect that says this is ours, you can't just do whatever you do elsewhere here. I support that. But we also have to I don't know whether we have to. You don't necessarily have to. We have to also recognize when somebody is being human and just doing a human thing.
I recognize that, but I also know, because I grew up in New York, that there are great Jewish people that have helped me in my life, wonderful individuals. But as a collective, they want something that we already have. They want a hegemony, but we already have that hegemony. Do you understand what I mean? When I talk about population size, when I talk about the sheer force and numbers that we have as Africans, they will never be us. And before they think that they can be in our country and tell me something about shalom, this is a Friday night, this is a Muslim country, you will not speak to me like that. I don't care. I'm waiting for my Igbo girlfriend is on the way to this coffee shop. How dare you? Get up off that seat so she can have a place to sit. Now you have to leave.
Let me chime in on this.
There was something I wanted to say just real briefly, based on what Pansat was said. If the Jews right now, the Ashkenazis, the so-called Jews right there, if they're so confident that they belong in that land, you know what they need to allow in their constitution, in the Israeli constitution, allow for DNA genetic testing. Allow for it. And that will let you know. Be quiet, Pastor. And that will let you know exactly where they're from. A lot of them did those genetic testings, and where did they say they were from? Belarus, Hungary, like Jagan said, Russia, Armenia, well, parts of Kosovo. You know, they are Europeans. They are from the Ashkenazi areas of Europe.
All right, but I speak the truth. You know that Ashkenazi Jews actually love the Palestinians.
I'm not talking about love. I don't care who loves who. I'm talking about who is rightfully belongs there. I don't care about love.
Okay, no, listen.
They belong where the sun don't shine.
Let's try to one at a time. I think rightfully belong there. Rightfully belong there is I think maybe you can say the Palestinians are right. They rightfully belong there, given the timeline involved. But now you can say the same thing about America. The Red Indians are the ones that are supposed to be there, or the Native Indians. But that is not what you have now on the ground.
I didn't say to mute him so you could talk. Right?
Hold on. I'm trying to set it for you now. I'm trying to set it for you so it doesn't keep coming at you. We're trying to restrict the discussion to what is happening now. We are going back in history when stuff is going on now.
But this is not yet history.
To admonish that boy anymore. I want you to take action. I want you to remove him.
I just want to say to you,
I have a question.
I have a very close friend. He's from San Diego, mestizo. And let me tell you something. We always talk about this, me as an African and him as a native to this land. Who do you think is coming back up in this land? They're not Mexicans and Venezuelans. Those are Aztecs, Olmecs, mestizos. They're coming back for the country. And I want to go back home to Nigeria. This is their country. I want to come back home and be comfortable.
Okay, please let me.
We are going to talk about that because that demographic shift that's happening in America, people don't talk about it enough. I would like
hold on, Augustine.
Just my question.
30 seconds.
Let Augustine ask a question now, then you can talk. You know, Pansa, you're not going to talk for 30 seconds.
Calmate.
Sorry, let's not be insensitive here. Since we started this topic, I speak the truth, have been deeply passionate about this topic. If you may, can you share with us so that we won't just be feeling unnecessarily as if we're discussing something that is not reasonable? Can you share with us the link you have or just your general concern over this issue?
None of your business. It's just general news.
Okay. All right. Forefathers.
That was a fair question.
What is happening today? Nobody wants to be reasonable anymore.
Okay, but let me. What I want to say here is small, it's short, but it's very, very important, right? So I will see. I'm gonna address. I speak the truth, and I'm gonna address a black beauty, right? Actually,
no. Please, no, you have 10 seconds. You say two people.
Pain left.
All right, let me then go to. I speak the truth. I have to tell you something. You're a beautiful sister. You're a Pan-Africanist, as I said in that private session. I'll kiss and tell, right? I commend you for being a Pan-Africanist.
No kissing for you. You don't say nah.
And I have to tell you, you have to understand something because you identify yourself as a Fulani, right?
Yes.
You have to know. I don't know if you do know.
I do know.
Okay, that you have the same problem in our country, right? Even though we're Pan-Africanists, the Fulanese have come into.
You don't have to explain it.
You sure?
I understand it well, and it's one of the reasons.
Hold on, please, hold on, because I'm trying to avoid you from being a hypocrite, right?
I won't
If
be.
you are emphatic about saying that's their land, they should get out, right? We're saying the same thing to the Fulanis in our country.
I know that.
They are not indigenous. Right, but hold on. Your beauty notwithstanding, I have to tell you the truth. You see, that's the difference between somebody who speaks the truth and somebody who does the truth. I'm doing the truth.
Panel I'm on. I know this is the panel of Igbos, Biafra. I understand.
Right. So that's the thing. In order for that,
no. Hold on.
In order for you to be consistent, now because I want you on my side.
And I also want you to know that I believe in a Nigeria that all tribes can. I believe in a Nigeria because I'm coming back to Nigeria and I wasn't born in Nigeria.
Right. No. Stop.
No. What do you mean? Let it stop. She's talking. Don't talk over her.
I want to speak honestly.
She said something I have to
correct. Tribes coexist. Amongst my friends, there's all kinds of tribes. There's even tribes we don't speak about. There's all types of tribes amongst my friends. I'm not the youngest, but I'm younger than most people here. And we don't business with all that tribe stuff. We come to bring the power of the diaspora, however you like to say it. We come to bring it back. We come with our money. We come with our force. We come with our energy. It has nothing. But when I am dealing with the white man, let me deal with the white man.
Exactly. Okay, but let me say that is the spirit. Now, what I want you to do, instead of preaching to the choir here, because almost everybody on this platform.
Oh, no, I had him kicked out the restaurant. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. So you gotta take your message to the Fulanese. That message is very important. Listen, hear me out.
I would love to go. Listen. There are things that I would love to do in the north. I would love to inspire.
Right. Not only inspire, but you have to educate them.
What did you say?
Most of my friends are Yoruba. They're afraid to travel. Listen, I got invited up to go do some things, and they told me not to go. I had them they were holding me back. They were like, "Jackie, don't go. I'm not afraid of people. Right. But at the same time, I applaud the things that are happening in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. I have a very close friend who's a businessman from Niger. I see him all the time. He comes down to Nigeria to do business. Fine man, like, to be honest, I want to see what he tells me that Niger is much nicer than they say. I would like to feel comfortable enough to go up and visit. Unfortunately, the security in Nigeria makes it so uncomfortable that I can't even go to. They say that my family is from Sokoto. I would like to go up there. I just don't want to be killed. Now, I agree with you. But in the way that I envision Nigeria, I envision it being a place of Black excellence. Black.
But see, the problem is that if you go there and you say what you're saying here, they're going to kill you.
They will stone me like they stoned the last girl who put up the post.
Right.
I understand.
Right. So, but you have to speak out. Like when you're on this platform, you say it because you have the freedom to say it. And I applaud you. I love you as our sister. And I want you to voice out. You have that power. You're telling the truth. So you're here. You're condemning evil, not regards to geography, and you are Pan-Africanist, right?
Yes, I would like them to see themselves as Black before they see themselves
as Africans. If they could do that, then we could challenge others. But in conclusion, now on speak the truth and trying to turn this place into a Jewish thing, I was saying that Ashkenazi Jews are actually, if you listen to them, what they're saying is that the Zionism part of it, they're against that. They don't want Palestinians being treated the way they're being treated, right? Those are the Ashkenazi Jews. They are normal, like everybody else who wants peace there, right?
So, so are you saying that most of those Israelis that support what is happening in Gaza right now, they are not Ashkenazi Jews?
No, those who no, they are not. That's
They
Ashkenazi
are.
Jews
They
are very
are.
traditional.
They
No, no,
are.
no,
They
no,
Sorry,
are.
no.
Fathers, please. I want to say something just in case.
Yeah,
They
go
Just
ahead.
are.
in case. I don't know if I heard
Okay.
Black Beauty well. Like as regarding this platform, I don't know if I heard you wrongly. Please correct me. This platform for me is not a brevet platform. Brevet do not have any link with this platform. If
Okay.
it is, I will be the last person to be here.
It took me a long time to identify my genes here because I was very afraid because I don't think that it's welcome here.
No,
And I
trust
tell
me.
you, when I'm in Nigeria, I don't even tell people that I have northern genes. You know what I tell them? Miyadi. I just let them think that I'm Jamaican. It's easier.
Okay, but I'll tell you this for free, right? You see this platform, for me,
It's not easy,
welcome
man.
anybody, you understand, because of my own ideology, my own belief. And I think the man beside you is not even close to Biafra. Myself, I'm not even close to Biafra. They go the same thing, Papa the same thing. So this platform is
How do you
nothing
know?
that has to
Huh?
do. Okay, bye
All
bye.
you know, I'm from Nnewi, and you're here saying, how can
Don't
you tell?
respond. Don't respond. Sorry, don't respond. Sorry.
Then why
Let me
stop pigeonholing me?
Okay, please.
Why?
So please, right?
Why?
Just in case, have it in mind that this platform is a welcoming platform. Welcome
Well,
all
thank you.
Africans.
I appreciate it. I
All
feel welcome.
Africans. Of course, we
I
have the
want to
dark
let you
skin.
know that one of my girlfriends who pretty much did my everything in Nigeria for me, she's from Jos and she's an Igbo girl. All my
Okay,
friends are
so please,
diverse.
right? Yeah, this is not. You might hear some
We're
rhetoric, some
Nigerians.
bigoted statement here because
Why are you taking the whole time to explain that to us?
Generally,
Why don't you
please.
tell her that
To be fair,
Pansa is
Loco doesn't
Biafran?
talk too
It's
much now. Let's
important.
let Loco talk.
Loco, tell her that Pansa is Biafran.
No. She's a smart girl. She's already seen that. That was why she made that comment. That's what I'm told. Like, look, please, this platform is not. Pansat might be, anybody might be, but this platform is not. Please, right? So tell your friends who are full knowledge like you, they can come.
So what's this platform?
To be fair, most of our men do respect women compared to some of the channels I go online where they will just start bashing women harshly. So from that point of view, it's true. But they are very, very. You can see the bad side of us too here, where when they don't like what they are hearing, they just block their ears. They don't want to hear it. So I wanted to show this. I wanted to show this chart. You see this chart here, so that you don't. 95% of. For this is like 2014, 95% of Jewish Israelis support Gaza war. 2014, they already did. And now look at the one that is going on now. 81% or so backing the war. So it tells you the question I was asking, why I'm sharing this.
That's progress from 95 to 81. That's progress, right?
Fair point. I guess that's progress. But the point is that the Ashkenazis are amongst them. So it's not,
by the way, I think that there's a semantic error. I believe it's typographical, but I made it verbally, right? It was a typographical error made verbally. I think Loco P is right, and Jegun. I'm talking about the Jews that I'm talking about. I have a 5-minute video. If you want to play it, it would help us in the discussion. I have it in the private section, right? The Orthodox Jews or who would know as Jews. So I have it teed up for you, forefathers. If you could play that video, that's 5 minutes. You could play a couple of minutes or whatever, so that you know that not all Palestinians, not all Jews, are for annihilation of Palestine, and nobody should be for the egregious.
I agree with you. That's not in this. I think the generalization is where there are some extremes here. Like I speak the truth seems to be on the one extreme, and
he's on the extreme, and he's a Muslim.
How the hell do you know what I am, you crazy old man? How do you know what I am?
Calm it down.
Can we take it easy?
Forefather, basic economics that teach me that anything below 15% is as good as is not existing. You understand? So if you said 85 to 91% support it, it's as good as every one of them support it. If I score 85% in my class, what will I get?
That's a B+.
Is that not a B+?
Yes.
That's a B+.
No,
that's a good grade.
Depending on the country.
But what do you expect? If you hop a fence, and you go and you capture, you hop a fence and you go and you capture a lot of people, innocent people, right? And you kill so many people and you take them as a terrorist, what do you expect? There'll be consequences for such an action.
Did Dangote
But
just say
that's not what we're saying.
Dangote
That's
just
not
say
what we're saying.
81%
That's what you
people
should
in
be
this country.
saying. That's what you
in
should be
that
talking
in
about.
that war, in that Biafran war that you fought, Pansat,
Yes.
that means the Biafrans were terrorists for fighting against the Nigerian government.
No,
And
that doesn't
that means
correlate.
right now I'm talking to a terrorist. Maybe I should report you to the authorities.
That doesn't correlate.
Yeah,
He's looking for my
getting
trouble.
ready
but
to
You
allow
walked
you to
into
back.
that one,
I'm in a good
Pastor. You
mood.
walked into that one. You
Now
walked
he's
into that
looking
one.
for trouble. The point is, it doesn't correlate. You on October 7th, a bunch of terrorists, Hamas, went over to Israel, right?
Correct your English. Hamas is not a terrorist. Hamas is an elected group. If you call
Let
Hamas
him
terrorists,
continue. Just like
look, because
sorry, Paul. We have to be careful here. These things are very, very sensitive. This is Dr. Damage's channel. We don't want to get the channel in trouble. Listen, Hamas is designated a terrorist group by the United States and
by the West.
Yes,
exactly.
Is it by United Nation or United States that is an ally? They call themselves strategic partner to Israel. Correct yourself, my brother. The United Nations said so. It's different. United States say we are strategic partner to Israel. What do you expect them to say? Nancy Pelosi, as we are talking today, already asked Joe Biden to send weapons to Israel.
Unfortunately, YouTube is an American channel, so you better
and they designate them.
You better be careful what you're saying. They're going to come against
we understand. All I'm telling you is that if the right body, if the right organization group,
I'm the oldest guy here,
it's
right?
different.
If you're truly an African, why would you let these kids keep interrupting me, right? You say you're an African. Mute these guys while I'm talking. You're an African.
I'm meeting you instead. What is wrong with you, Pastor?
I think it's time for us to do. It's time for us to do breathalyzer test for Pansat. He's drinking too much again today.
We use any method to make sure that he's fit. We can do anything to make sure that.
But I must say that on this Israeli issue, I think me and him are more on the same side. But the idea that okay, yes, Hamas went and attacked the Israelis. That's true.
Yeah.
And they actually committed terrorist act there. The question, the question that remains, hold on. The question that remains that people don't like to answer is that the actions Israel is also taking in Gaza can be regarded as terrorist act too. Because
100%.
The killings, the ratios is even worse than that of Hamas. They've killed far more civilians than Hamas.
So if they did not prescribe, if they did not call Israel today as a terrorist nation, the same thing they did not call Hamas. It is the United States pushing it by the West. Hamas is an elected group.
Hey,
so
please,
you don't call them that.
Don't do that, please. That one is the one that will get somebody. So if you say, in the UK, if you hold Hamas flag up, they will arrest you. So stop saying Hamas.
Two things can be right. They are designated a terrorist group, and Paul is actually saying
an act of terrorists. But officially, they did not prescribe them like they will say Boko Haram is a terrorist organization. What they did is an act of terrorists. It's different from say officially they've labeled them as a terrorist organization.
America and
it's an act.
They've called them terrorist group. They've called them a terrorist
America is different. They are strategic partner to Israel. It's not
America.
We're talking about United Nations.
Right. Okay.
But hold on.
Okay. You see, when you want to do that, exactly. Say, did you know United Nations? Did they designate Al Qaeda a terrorist group? I don't know what they designate them as. I don't know. I'm not sure the
United States
or the United Nations. No, United Nations. Do they do any designation at all? Call anybody a terrorist group? I'm not sure they do.
No, usually they just go based on the country.
I think the term terrorism is a term of propaganda. The term terrorism in and of itself is an arm of propaganda. Depending on what side you are, it could be considered terrorism. It's a propaganda.
Right, because it said that one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. That kind of colloquialism.
Nelson Mandela was a terrorist at some point.
Yeah, but please.
ANC was a terrorist.
Why are we creating unnecessary debate, right? What I'm saying, that's irrelevant. Or the designation and all that. Hamas is a terrorist organization. because if you even go to
correct it.
Yeah,
correct it. Then Israel.
So
what
are
is
you
Israel?
saying Mandela's
What is
fighting
Israel
What
is
is-
doing
what is-
something right now that's worse than that terrorism. They're committing genocide on a population.
You see,
right?
then that's where I agree with him.
Yeah, so
now for father, Pansa, I owe you a very nice Tennessee whiskey for you to
thank you very
agree.
much. Thank you. I'm gonna sell it.
Well,
I drink something a little bit more refined.
well,
But let me land.
Terrorism does not necessarily equate genocide, but every genocidal act is terroristic by nature.
Okay.
No, the point I'm making, there's something we know about terrorism. Nobody's gonna like this, but I'm gonna tell you the truth about it, right? I just said Israel commits something more heinous right now, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves, doing it with our taxpayer dollars. But terrorism, for example, in our country, cannot happen unless Muslims are involved, right? Because they're spreading ideology, religion, right? In order for terrorism to happen, you are going to be spreading some kind of ideology
Yes,
by
sir.
violent
Yeah,
means.
Pastor, you come with your definitions again.
Go look it up.
he's right.
Look it up. No,
It
look it
can't
up.
be terrorism
So,
without an
They
ideology.
have this in Irish terrorists. They have different kinds of terrorists.
Yeah, they
Some
have
are
ideology.
Muslim.
Hold on, they have an ideology. But listen, it's the best thing you're gonna do for
PSN terrorists,
Yeah.
UGN terrorists,
Nobody
all
recognizes
belong
that.
to the
Please
southeast.
mute him. I'm almost done.
Please
Biafran terrorists.
Try to handle it. The truth is very hard. Right? I'm going to give you credit for this listening to a degree. Mute him, but no more admonishment. And there should be consequences if he talks again while I'm talking.
And
Remove
you
him from the
shouldn't start
platform.
maligning one religion or one region.
I'm not. What I'm look. Let me tell you something. The biggest love somebody will give Nigerian Muslims. What do you call them? What the hell you call them? The biggest love you're gonna give them is the truth. They need to reform. We're in a pluralistic society, a secular society. You can't coddle terrorists, right? You can't, because a lot of it's out of ignorance. For example, you see our sister now. What does somebody open? Because I would have said a Fulani could never talk the way she's doing, but she's educated. Her eyes are open. She knows who she is. She's Pan-Africanist. She's trying to protect us with mother love, mother instinct for the black people, right? Imagine if all Fulani women are like this. Would we have any problem?
How many of them have you spoken
Then they
to?
could serve us.
Pansat, how many of them have you spoken
Hold
to?
on, please.
Maybe
I
if
don't
you're
have,
not busy
I don't have
maligning
to-
them, you'll be hearing from
I'm
them.
not, you are interrupting me, and that's maligning them, right? Because if you let me land, which will be in the next couple of minutes, right?
Not
What
couple
I'm
of
saying,
minutes.
okay,
You have
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Not a second. Okay. What I'm saying is that you can, something symbolic has, we're looking at it on our screen right now. Something symbolic. We have a Fulani woman on Dr. Damage's platform. A beautiful, gorgeous, black beauty, right? And she's here making the point. You don't have one since inception of this platform. We never had one Nigerian Fulani woman come up here.
You're just having a free night because
Okay, thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor.
So what I'm saying is
The
that
thing is,
this is what education does.
The reason why you don't have Fulani stop
I
here
want to
because
say something
people are
about that.
mocking them.
I want to say something about
Can
that.
I come
I seek
in?
to inspire change. I seek to inspire change, but I recognize that the reason why people are fighting in the Sahel is really a very deep and convoluted issue of generations and generations of indoctrination through Islam. Because if you look back in the history of our people, we didn't have Islam every day. It wasn't that we had it forever. And what I think about that is that we have to, it's going to sound unfortunate, but we have to remove all Abrahamic religions from that of the Nigerian people so that we can come together as Black people. And people can still speak their language, Asanu. We could still speak our language. But the thing is, we have to recognize what we're doing in this country. And it's a lot more than just 3 tribes, right? You're asking people to come back from the diaspora. So many people are going to come back and you're going to be surprised of whom is whom. And can we all fit into Nigeria? I want to fit into Nigeria. I want to be able to go into Enugu State. I want to be able to go into Edo State. I want to be able to go to Zamfara. I want to be able to go to Sokoto. I want to be able to exist in Lagos and not have that be the only place where I'm relegated to. It's depressing. It's sad that every time I get invited somewhere that I have my Yoruba friends that are like, don't go, don't go, don't go. Like, I'm going to die. I'm like, this is too much. This is too much. So I just think that there is a lot for us to do in this country, and that it's as far as Israel, what they're doing over there, that is a problem we can't deal with right now. We have to solidify our country. We have to solidify ourselves as Black African Nigerians. Listen, Nigeria's borders are already cut. There's no reframing that. That's not going to happen no time soon. So we have to learn how to exist. And also, we don't want to be left out of all of the efforts that are happening in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. We want to be included in that. So if that means that we have to remove Western control from Nigeria in order to be included in the revolution that's happening across the Sahel, that's what it means. Right? That's what it means.
Go on.
That means we might have to just be a little poor for a little while so we can gain riches. That's what it means.
Imagine,
I just want to make a comment.
We had more of you this thing, because this type of way of looking at the world, because if you hear from what she is saying, she's not into politics. She doesn't care about politics. She cares about the health of our people versus the rest. And,
no, she's so sorry. She's Pan-African, you know, to summarize, you know, and I am, you know, and
I can see the DNA of your Jamaica. I don't want to claim you all Nigeria.
No,
your Jamaica DNA.
I really want to
your Pan-Africanism, this thing ticket.
I really have to.
Your card.
No.
I'm still checking it.
Good. I've been listening to you guys all night. You know, I know. I don't know Dr. Damages personally, but I know he lives in New York. If you know New York, then you know. If you've been listening to at the background to you guys for the past 1 hour, you know, it's quasi anti-Semitic. I'm telling you guys.
Yes, the
know,
Jewish people here would consider it, but it's a good thing that they're not a part of this conversation.
I'm just saying, guys.
Let's try to
you guys gotta be very
no matter
careful.
how you hold your personal opinion.
I'm just saying. Let me land. Let me just finish.
I don't want to agree with you.
I may
You know
say
why I said I don't
somebody
want to
here
agree with
tonight.
you?
Let
The
me
Jewish
just. Can I
people
just
overflog
finish?
this thing of anti-Semitic. They flog it so much.
Can I
They
just
use
finish?
it to gag people too.
Can I just
That's
finish?
another thing. You can't
Can I
say
just
anything. They
finish?
use it to gag people.
You've been talking all night. I just want to make a statement.
Even if some of them do, there is some that are actually.
But you guys have been talking all night. Look, my point is this: many people have been straight up.
One at a time now. One mic. Please allow
you know. Look,
go ahead, Odi.
There are folks who have been just like it's about Jews. No way, man. Some people have to knock it off. You know. Look, we are Africans. The last time I came in here to this show and this discussion was on, I said, guys, this is not our war. You know, there's something African Black Beauty has been saying. Let's talk about Burkina Faso, Niger, and all the guys around us. That's our problem.
I still disagree.
I'm not saying. Look, let me just finish.
You know why I just finish?
Every time.
Hold on. You know why I want to disagree with you?
No, you will just let me finish.
Jesus Christ!
I've been on this show for 3 years. I am the oldest person in this show. If you say anything about the Biafran people, they come for you. Do you know why?
Hold on now. Hold on first. Just hold
because
on.
the government is oppressing them. That's exactly what the Jewish people is doing. That's why people talk about it. It's just almost the same thing. It's about the same.
No matter how angry you are, how much you don't like. Look, let me tell you. No matter how much you don't like the Jews, it doesn't matter.
The Israelis is doing to the other people.
One at a
You understand?
You're not going to shut me up. I'm going to make my point, and then I'll leave. My point is very simple. You know, this is not our war. People are here.
It's a global war. Don't say
let me finish up.
Oh my God, Paul, are you trying to do
I don't know whatever the Jews did to you, but what I'm saying is that we gotta be very careful.
Say your opinion.
You can't keep talking about a certain tribe of people.
It's not.
And
Please,
So
please,
my point is this,
let him talk. Let him have his
everybody,
say.
Okay, Fofana, I come before him. I was here before him. Have you ever let me talk?
You know what? They have
Paul,
succeeded.
yes, I will let you talk.
Hold
Okay,
on.
since you say that
You
now,
know
let
what?
him talk after him.
They have
Paul,
succeeded in making their problems more important than all.
I could make my statement and then you respond, but you wouldn't let me say anything because you've been here for 3 years. You know, that makes you very smart. That makes you have all the opinion. Then go ahead. Thank you very much.
Just use one word. Don't say our. Say my. Don't say our. Say my.
Mr. Odi.
Just use one word. Say my.
Mr. Odi,
You
can you hear me?
understand?
Mr. Odi, can you hear me?
We want to hear you still.
Mr. Odi, can you hear me?